Yaga, boy.
Champagnes. DJ Raj already walked on. It's REDPILLTRILL.
SMS right towards you, get me.
Break down, bust the sediment. I'm in my element. Gallivanting through the tenements like an elephant. So back to the bone, I'm 2-6 for my skeleton. Skeleton wanna give me the pussy because I'm relevant. You make the gal them go celibate cause you're delicate. Effeminate. See this clip here? It's got telling it. We'll find a best head back. I'm putting shell in it. The way you screaming dirty gold, this other dogs are chilling it.
Right now, you make shit happen, there's no wishing. We play a game where the referee is missing. Came up off a pop, but it wasn't one to listen. She got a butt and swallow nut, there's no kissing. Of course we got trust issues. Trust a drug, man, I'm dying over trust misuse. Yo, I don't need no tissue. Gotta stay around the killies that keep large pistols. And they keep the clip full, forever ready to empty. Clean heart, but they stay about the devil. Yaga, yaga, yo.
I was always good at playing my position. What you know about B-Wing, waking up in Brixton. They think I'm just a freedom fighter, playing up the system. I have the hood looking for you like Kingdom from Richmond. That's a man hunt, smoking like that black sweet one. Got me slammed down in like that front. Try my champion with looks like sunset. I hit the brains like the skull and make you don't feel abandoned. I'm random, just my heart's blacker than Uganda's. My consciousness is in a constant state of expansion. Every bar's an anthem, I should own a couple mansions. An airline like Richard Branson.
I'm bad from sperm, official from the city from a young boy. I've been getting busy with the keys. Mum raised me proper, but the estate the she. I was out there making sure the phone stands out to the keys. Like some deals on deals to make the phone do flips. Keys raiding purses just to purchase bits. I want to key push, being in veins and nearly died and made the line like, yo, it's only that you wanna buy. Money have to make, can't have to slide. If you're chatting to the pigs, then I pray that you fry. Loyal to the soil, to the feds, I'll always lie. And I'ma keep it that to the day that I die.
While you argue if it's planting or plantain, Illuminati, just one another campaign, sipping champagne, plotting to pour poison in your fans' veins. You can vote and vote, but you'll never see the plans change. My favorite words are rebel, revolution, and rampage. Capture the wrong dimension, just trying to make it back safe. Or an indigo, still my heart's blacker than a mass cake. You snip, or the rum gets set on fire, and you catch AIDS. So it's just another baby, hitting with a flat gauge. I posted on my OnlyFans page. Yo, what's your language?
Reload that beat. I got a must be space for me to jump back on. Aye, Roger.
Monzo Flex lets you pay later for pretty much anything.
Can I buy my mum a posh tea? I'm paying 3, interest free.
What's good, boy? This your boy JEDI for JEDI Online, Trilluminati Live. REDPILLTRILL, like, comment, share, subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. And please, please, please put your number of your like in the chat. You know, like.
My life story shocking like electrocutions. Shattered my illusions, had me moving gruesome. A one-man crime wave with permanent exclusions. The judge read my file and said this predator is a nuisance. I spent my teens in young offenders institutions. Left man snoozing, multiple contusions. I've moved my food and fireballs like a dukin. Get dropped if you screw like a tune out of Houston.
You're a dick,
for the thinking it's normal. I slipped through a portal. Too much strip for these mortals. My attitude stinks and it's awful. They say I'm too forceful and unlawful,
unruly, unruly.
You know is that the man them have to eat,
Fuck the rules, G.
I wear my heart on my word, on my balls, on my sleeve, cause I live by every word I breathe.
I'm boozy.
Eyes wide, they can't fool me. Large up, mum, she gave the best upbringing. Poverty had us out in overtime, slinging like, how am I supposed to reach my yard? The life I'm from where? Are you down to ride? It's a silly question. Me and my kiddies repping every millisecond. The young ones really stepping with them silly weapons. Peck, I'm not even the reverend believed in heaven.
No.
Shells from the Mac 11 have deleted legends. I ain't seen the most high, but I perceive his essence. Did my soul choose this road? Cause I need this lesson. I get lost in my thoughts asking deeper questions. I didn't even
do it for the bling.
I just brought that bread home to show mum she raised winners. Out in these mic skinners, I did mud for the dinners. Our sole product that gave these keys shivers. I'm from where the youths learn to boss early. Where fiends are so consistently scummy as trustworthy. Where friends abuse trust move to dirty. dirtiest, and your right hand man will do the dirtiest. We never had no heroes or no role models. I came up round scumbags and wrong'uns. Where my love for this money had me reaching my residence, smelling like a box of cigarettes and a tenant. Just to find a little liberty, man, I'm pulling liberties. Life ain't pretty in the bittersweet. The next one's always the last one. Trust you a clean heart can pull a fast one.
Every dark to lick out your heart like skibbity. Big shots to hit your blood clot like it's Tivoli. After murder, it's all murder like it's Italy. This gang-related hostility of my vicinity. Nefarious activities in close proximity. These really mini means are on a killing spree. They turn your brains to chili cheese if the midi squeeze. I had to send a tweet to Satan, tell him chill and breathe.
The dunya doesn't give you time to catch your breath. Like how you gonna catch a rest when the feds wanna arrest you?
Venom.
And the fuck boys wanna do you for your things. You best can stand by your words, cause guaranteed they're gonna check you. Good in my hood, you can check, brother. Reputation dirty, but it ain't tainted, brother. Play a game that ain't got a ref, brother. So if you ain't blessed by your vest, brother.
Bullets like the tech, like blocker. Every day the same stress, another gutter. Stop and search, name check, but undercovers is bait. I'm a sucker ducker, evading these motherfuckers.
I gotta dodge them cause our vibes can't get along. Them boy pussy dog, I feel it in my skeleton. They talk real but never real when it matters. They only bad for the camera.
Are you aged 36 to 40 and struggling with debts over £6,000? Did you know that as a resident of
1,000. Yo, lost like we drank like 1,000 litres. Probably done like 1,000 features. Knocked out 1,000 geezers. Got brain from 1,000 divas. Like spot fence from 1,000 meters. Show me 1,000 leaders. I'll show you 1,000 readers. Ain't girls making the hood, but we got like 1,000 liters. 1,000 liters, probably done like 1,000 features. Knocked out 1,000 geezers. Got brain from 1,000 divas. I can spot fence from 1,000 meters. Show me 1,000 leaders. I'll show you 1,000 readers. I read like 1,000 books. Pop girl looking 1,000 jokes. After school I was out with the cooks. Mumsy gave me 1,000 walks. Many men died for £1,000. Back 10s and 1,000 rounds. Prison is filled with 1,000 clowns. No spells, just 1,000 frowns. That's a rap, that's a G, that's a grand. Every man want put peas in his hands. Catch flights overseas with a gang. Hold the juice with your feet in the sand. Don't sell your soul to the beast for a band. You're worth more than 3 zeros. Look, you know if we keep to the plan, we can all be pharaohs. 1,000. 3 zeros. 1 0 0 0. 1 0 0 0. 1 0 0 0. 1 0 0 0. 1 0 0 0.
I'm always good for the joke cause I know where 1,000 fiends are. No manufacturers, but I know about 1,000 dealers. I bet you 1,000. Them boy ain't about what they mouthing. But we don't ever stress that there cause they only have about for the clouting. Brother had 1,000 raps and 1,000 traps, but I had 1,000 fuck ups. We don't ever stress no loss, got the heart of 1,000 hunters. Probably done 1,000 eats, got brain of 1,000 divas. Got 1,000 bars, every one of them shows I need 1,000 wheeler.
1,000. 1 0 0 0. 1 0 0 0. 1 0 0 0. 1 0 0 0. Lost like we drank like 1,000 liters. Probably done like 1,000 features. Knocked out 1,000 geezers. Got brain from 1,000 divas. I can spot fence from 1,000 meters. Show me 1,000 leaders. I'll show you 1,000 readers. Ain't girls making the hood, but we got like 1,000 liters. 1,000 liters, probably done like 1,000 features. Knocked out 1,000 geezers. Got brain from 1,000 divas. I can spot fence from 1,000 meters. Show me 1,000 leaders. I'll show you 1,000 readers. 1,000 divas, 1,000 meters, 1,000 leaders, 1,000 readers. Ain't girls making the hood, but we got like 1,000 liters.
Suspect your heating element is gone.
Man on the track, man on the rap.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Man on the track, man on the rap.
Do this. Man wanna trap, let's do this. Man wanna rap, let's do this. Man wanna get this knowledge of the youth, let's hit the end and let's do this. I don't wanna hear excuses. No excuses. When I say yo, let's do this, all I wanna know is what the next move is. Yo, let's go, let's do this. 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 Man wanna trap, let's do this. Man wanna rap, let's do this. Man wanna get this knowledge of the youth, let's hit the ends and let's do this. Yo, no excuses. No way.
Baby, let's do this. You been talking the rudest. I packed up my clothes like I knew this. Like when I try and act prudish. She told me the pussy's exclusive, and I'm known for being elusive. Her panties are filling with juices, but she knows I'm gonna say deuces. Trying to find out what my next move is, cause I'm well connected and ruthless, and I get respect for them shooters. Ain't too blessed with them movers. Tell the next gen invest in their future. Don't just pick them up when they blow. No, drop gems and represent sooner. Participate in that glow. I'm a big bro to all of my YGs, facilitating that growth. One for all of these gatekeepers. I think they're taking their oath. In space they bring to Satan and ghosts, but they can't stop us making these notes. Look at my juice and hating that draw. All I'm saying is yo,
let's do this. Man wanna rap, let's do this. Man wanna get this knowledge of the youth, let's hit the ends and let's do this. I don't wanna hear excuses. No excuses. When I say yo, let's do this, all I wanna know is what the next move is. Yo, let's go, let's do this. 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 Man wanna trap, let's do this. Yo, man wanna rap, let's do this. Man wanna get this knowledge of the youth, let's hit the ends and let's do this. Yo, no excuses, brother. I don't wanna hear not one. All I wanna know is what the next move is and how we gonna get that done. Man, let's stay light to the streets. So we can dash with wrong. Man wanna find peace, but still have to stay by gun. Man wanna trap, got that done. Man wanna rap, got that done. Man wanna get this knowledge of the youth, so I was on the other side trying to get that done. Man wanna trap, got that done. Man wanna rap, got that done. Man wanna get this knowledge of the youth, so I was on the other side trying to get that done. I can't rap with them and they're useless, always full of excuses. All I know is let's go and do this. Link the scholars and the shooters. Trap hard in the trap house, used to mix that soda with Yoda. Now I rap about that realness, I'm a revolutionary soldier. Let's do this. Man wanna rap, let's do this. Man wanna get this knowledge of the youth, let's hit the ends and let's do this. I don't wanna hear excuses. No excuses. When I say yo, let's do this, all I wanna know is what the next move is. Yo, let's go, let's do this. 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 Man wanna trap, let's do this. Man wanna rap, let's do this. Man wanna get this knowledge from the youth, let's hit the ends and let's do this. Yo,
baby, let's do this.
No way.
Baby, let's do this.
Let's do this.
Baby, let's do this. Yo, big up family. I just got someone here right now, so I can't chat, but just give me a minute, yeah? So
big up.
That's why I'm just playing tunes. Cool. Unless you want to chat, then you can chat. He said he's going. He just whispered to me he's going.
Play the music.
Baby, let's do this.
Let's do this.
Alright. Thank you. We're gonna play one more tune.
Outlaw, assassin, bandit, brigand, criminal.
And what a tune.
Felon,
Why is it so low, man?
Lawbreaker, mafioso, malefactor, offender, perpetrator,
Order.
Carnage, I will hold you in contempt of court if you do not abide by the rules.
cutthroat, savage, scoundrel,
Venom,
rueful, nightmare.
Carnage.
What rules? Drop what when I play my tune? When I play my tune?
I'll leave you high for 1,000 moons.
1,000 moons.
So let me show you know that money don't snooze.
Money don't snooze.
In 1,000 ways. And
But I don't feel no way.
Drive
Drop what when I play my tune? When I play my tunes?
I'll leave you high for 1,000 moons.
1,000 moons.
So let me show you know that money don't snooze.
Money don't snooze.
In 1,000 ways. And I don't see no rules.
Red pill trill. I don't need clout or no co-signing. Nah, if it's arms out, so just reach out and I'm close lining. If a spark man, dip a T5 and you nose diving. Oh, with this harsh shit, all me, doggy, no ghost right. With your codes of conduct or your laws, social construct. Nah, yeah, I was raised with manners, but now it says peace like a gun butt. Cover my face with banana. See a chain swinging on the rock like nunchucks. When I make no industry guy, me have my pride, I'll never be a bumper. Star could never be a Megatron. I was raised on Dragon on Megatron. Been a man, I'm trying to get a one. They want a heavy in the summer, I got a heavy gun. Sitting in the cell with a telly on. But me, I'm ever ready for a million. Refuse to lose, I'll be already one. They be saying my name when I'm dead and gone.
I'll be blatantly taking the devil on.
I'm great, I'm a Megadon. In the States and the James will get along.
Make me want to powerbomb everyone,
21.
especially Blue Red.
The first magic convict this with belly tongue. No capping, I'm back with a Shelly one.
What rules? Drop one when I play my tune. When I play my tune. But I don't see no rules.
Drive wild when I play my tune. With a big script that'll leave you high for 1,000 moons. No rest on the mission because you know that money don't snooze. Trying to get paid in 1,000 ways, and I don't see no rules. Okay.
When I drop to my tunes, I'm gassed.
Crash. Gotta give thanks for the numbers. They say I'm blessed when I do the math. And the man them handling you when we see them twins and I do the dash. Stressed out so we burn gas. That's me with the loudest tunes. One route to the window, quiz got the heart of 1,000 tunes. Got the boy make a mountain move. We the ones can like Mountain Dew. What gal want give me a cooch? True say man I bad like boost, man I bad like boost. And every boy is a shellings. That's corn in your melon, dog. That's corn for you, no brethren. Man, a microphone murderer, no normal lyrical felon. You can check my rap sheet. When I never came from nowhere. Where I come from, don't go there. No respawns, no comebacks. Word to my nutsack, and then it takes getting run back. My side's one like a brackies. Snakes 1 9 for your backies. Nothing ain't funny on this run for the money, and they look like that's all that matters. Okay.
What rules?
When I play my tune.
When I play my tune.
That'll leave you high for 1,000 moons. No rest on the mission because you know that money don't snooze. Trying to get paid in 1,000 ways, and I don't see no rules. What rules? Drive wild when I play my tune. With a big spin that'll leave you high for 1,000 moons. No rest on the mission because you know that money don't snooze. Trying to get paid in 1,000 ways, and I don't see no rules. Yeah, man.
Big up Jet Club. Mate, what's your name these days?
Revolutionary new device can remove up to 10 times more earwax than a traditional.
Welcome, family tree. What you lot saying, man? Big up, big up. I'm in the building. I hope you lot are good. Happy new day. What happened to Eunice? I see him here. Some of you lot hit that link, man. Hit that link. I am not going to be doing the hard work for you lot today. Not today. Yesterday I tried, but yeah, I don't know. You get me?
I
feel like
Eunice forward back.
Yeah, so I feel like when I see somebody's doing their thing and they're enjoying chatting and that, I don't really want to overdo it. I just let them do their thing and that. But sometimes the conversations they're just not for me, innit? They're just with all honesty, they're not for me. I know some of you wanna hear me chatting and that, but like it's either I stop the subject, which I've done, which I can do sometimes, or I just let people go. You know what I mean? But what I would say to everybody that jumps on the panel is, family, please, man. Sometimes I get sick of your voices, let other people fucking talk, man. Like the whole talking over thing, each other thing, and just like microphone hogging and that is getting boring. Like, get me? Like it's getting fucking boring. There's not one person's voice I want to hear chatting all the fucking time. Like shut up sometimes and listen. Like
balance.
Conversation can go a bit better. Like just shush sometimes, man.
I hear you.
There's a couple of culprits that just don't stop talking. Like from they get on the mic, they won't think, oh, do you know what? Let other people fucking talk for a bit. Yeah, it's not a motor mouth thing, man. But
I hear you. The interrupting thing, I think we can all be like, a bit guilty of that. Like me, I get a little bit excited. It happens to me when I get a bit excited. I'm like, yeah, I just want to get my word in, and then I have to just be like, shut up, snakes, shut up.
Yeah, man. Sometimes
practicing self-control in it.
Sometimes I be hearing some shit, and I'm like, I really want to disagree, but I'm like, you know what? I'll just let you run with it today, man.
Do you know what? Yeah, you know, there's times where like I can see that you are exercising the most patience that you can muster up in that in that moment. I'm just like listening, and I'm like, it's a ticking time bomb. Like, I find my bum cheeks clenching because I'm like, oh my god, you're about to get killed. But you usually surprise us. Like, your patience game is strong. I'm not gonna lie, very strong.
It can be. Also, yeah. I mean, I try. I don't know how well I am in the rankings, but I try, man. I think it's important. It's just important.
Put it this way.
Hold on. I was gonna say it's just important for me. In my mind, is important if you're gonna be a communicator. If you're gonna make it like a living or a profession or whatever, then patience is one of those things that you need to learn. I've obviously gone through, times when I do lose my patience, not regret it, but I always think to myself, oh, you know what, I could have handled myself a little bit better. So yeah,
like you've already conquered that, teaching yourself that thing, so it's a little bit like, oh fuck's sake, I should know better. But I get like that, but I'm not the best communicator. I'm still teaching myself,
I could have had hard work last night, but I fell asleep before my boo got home. Thanks for telling us, man. Hit the like button. Please put your number of your like in the chat. Yo, I'm tired. I still ain't eating. I'm off. Put something to eat, and then I can rejuvenate. But I'm fucking knackered. I don't know how I made it to the gym in the morning.
Listen, I've been meaning to suggest this thing to you because I brought this stuff a couple of days ago called it's magnesium butter. I just saw it advertised, and basically it's supposed to help you sleep, innit? Hang on, I'm just going to get the jar. And I'm not going to lie, I've used it 2 nights in a row, and I can feel like a difference.
What do you do? You eat it or rub it in your skin?
No. Yeah, you rub it in your skin. So the instructions are to rub it on the bottoms of your feet and your legs. So obviously while you sleep, your skin will absorb it. It's magnesium butter, and it's got like lavender in there as well. But you remember how I said to you, I wake up in the night, frequent, not like it's like usually every 2 hours or something if it's really frequent to go pee. But I think that's down to smoking bud in it. Like if I fall asleep naturally, not having smoked, I'll sleep for a larger chunk. But this has helped me sleep, like to achieve that sleep in a like for example, the first time I wake up is after 4 hours. Do you know what I mean? To go to the loo. But each day, like time I've used it, it's increasing.
No, you don't. You shouldn't need to wake up to go pee.
It's smoking bud. Like if I fall asleep naturally without smoking, I don't wake up though. I don't wake up.
What do you mean? How is
I'll stay asleep
gonna make you wake up? But that doesn't make no sense.
I don't know, but trust me, it affects me in that way.
Maybe look at techniques to strengthen your bladder, like because that urgent feeling like, oh, I need to pee, might not disturb you once your bladder gets stronger. I don't know how you get a stronger bladder. I don't know how you do that, but I'm sure you can. Yeah,
you can. But listen, throughout the day, I drink quite a bit of water.
Of course, but still, either way, you should like. Yo, big up. See, your sleep is light. That's why you're waking up, because your sleep is light.
But Jed, I'm telling you, I feel like it's to do with the bud. I'm telling you.
It's not to do with bud. It doesn't make sense. Bud would make you sleep. So it's your bladder. The bud is not enough.
Why is it then? When, as I said, I fall asleep. Like, okay, let's say the last time I
maybe you don't drink when you're not smoking bud. Yeah, shut up, man.
Hang on. I had to think about it for a second. Give me a minute. Fucking hell.
Do you drink? Yo, big up,
I'm trying to get one sentence out. You don't even let me finish it, and you're starting a new thought, and I'm trying to process.
Big up, Don Osmond.
Fuck it. Have shit sleep. I don't care. Go on.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Just about. When someone say big up, I get blanked. I'm like,
big up, Zulu. Big up.
No, Meets his motor mouthing. That's
Yeah, because like, I've moaned about this before. It's like, you don't let me
every
finish
single
what
time
I'm
I say
saying.
big up, I get blanked every single time. I'm like,
Jesus.
fuck it now.
Maybe because someone was in the middle of a sentence.
Didn't someone just mention something about letting other people talk?
I know, right? We don't hear about your weeing routines, man.
Oh my God!
We don't hear about your urine. Huh?
Listen. Okay, I was trying to help. That's the last time I try to help you. All right.
No. I appreciate it. Magnesium, but I'm gonna look into it.
Yeah,
I
whatever.
appreciate that.
Okay, see you later. It's not for you. Okay, bye bye.
Jesus. It's all or nothing with some people, isn't it? It's all or nothing.
But there's, some people put like this magnesium thing in water, and when they go to the sauna, they spray it on their skin because it's supposed to do some shit. So I've been hearing about using magnesium like that. So I'm gonna look into it, man. But
okay.
My sleep's good though. I'm not waking up in the middle of the night, and trust me, I've had sleep problems in the past. So I'm sleeping through the night. I'm going to sleep pretty much when I want. The problem is that I'm probably not getting enough hours. Like I could do with one extra hour would be sweet, but I don't know how to get it because that means me going to bed at like fucking 6 in the evening or something. I go to bed mad early at times. Yesterday I went to sleep about after 1, but normally it's about 11. I try to get in bed for. That's why you might see the stream knock off because I'm not getting back up to check what's going on or whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think the sleeping well is also because of the sun? Because obviously, when there's more sunlight, you produce more melatonin at night.
That makes sense.
Which is the hormone that helps you sleep.
That makes sense.
And then obviously, like going gym is gonna help you sleep better. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my sleep's all right now, man. It's just today I woke up and I was like, wow. You know when you get that kind of sicky, shaky feeling when you're in your chest, like you're tired, isn't it? You just feel that weariness. I was like,
if someone wakes me up prematurely and I'm in a bit of a shock state, I can get that. Yeah, that's a weird feeling.
Yeah, and I was like, man,
it's horrible.
Weren't feeling good.
I normally just go back to bed and sleep it off though.
Yeah, that can work. That can work. What I ended up was laying in bed from like 6 till 7, just laying in bed, just chilling. Ended up getting my phone, which is something I hate doing. I hate laying in my bed with my phone when I've got a whole day of activities and things to do. It feels quite trampy. And like when I go on my phone in the morning, I like to create output. I don't like to receive input. Yeah, I don't like people messaging me too much. You know, like within reason, like, oh yeah, Happy New Day. They might have seen something I posted, but I don't like to engage in communication with people in the morning. Really, I like to communicate, put up a thought, put up a picture, put up I'm going gym, put up a quote, look at stuff that stuff that's happened yesterday, so I can think what's gonna be like good to bring up today in the stream and blah blah blah. Maybe look at a bit of a workout or something, play some music. I don't want to be making plans. I don't want to be promising, 3 o'clock, I'll come down, I'll check you. I hate shit like that. I don't like to do any of that before 11. Do you know what I mean? The main reason why is not because I'm not good at communicating in the morning. I am. But there's been times in the past where I've communicated in the morning or I've opened that channel for communication and that someone's just shut on my day or I've allowed them access to the shit on my vibe. And I'm a very happy, chirpy person in the morning. I don't need no one shitting on my vibe in the morning because I find it hard to bounce back after that. You know what I mean? And I will carry a residual kind of shitty vibe. I hate that. So I don't really like communicating with people too much in the morning, Mom. That's just my thing. So I don't like to hold my phone really. So the ultimate morning wake up would be, wake up, open your eyes. It's 5 to 6. You feel bright. You just jump up, brush your teeth, make your whatever. Cause I do my apple cider vinegar and blah blah blah. Try to drink about a liter of water. Get my clothes on, and just be out. Like just bounce. yawning and stretching and whatever you need to do and waking up en route to the gym while you're walking. That's a perfect morning start for me, man. What about you guys?
Same, man.
5 to 6 is a bit
Enjoying the
early.
lifestyle. Eating, training. It's just amazing. The weather, it's just been so fantastic, bro. It's like endorphin buzz, everything's in place. Recovery's coming back, like training frequencies in place. Banging out the workouts, bro. Just feeling like euphoric, just getting that feeling again, man. Do you know what I mean? I'm loving it. It's like, I recommend it to anyone. I don't care what you look like or why you're training, or you might be years off getting your six-pack. It don't matter. It's just a lifestyle, man. Just do it, man. Just go down there. You know what I'm saying? Get it done. It's beautiful. Get that procrastination vibe away. Like, blow away them cobwebs and that worrying. Like, why are you sitting there worrying, man? Just get out your fucking house. That's what I'm on anyway.
I wasn't feeling too well these past few days, not gonna lie.
Yeah, man. I licked back some KFC last night, man. That's like a natural testosterone booster. You know what I'm saying? High protein.
I'm just saying, like, is KFC halal?
Obviously, there's halal KFCs, bro.
All right, cool.
What do you care anyway?
I'm just saying, like, I'm just asking.
Like it matters to you.
I'm just asking. It matters, isn't it? Because if it's not halal, I probably wouldn't eat it.
You wouldn't eat halal. You're lying, bro. I know you're lying.
I wouldn't eat it. Like,
Zilla was here last night saying he eats Big Macs, bro. What are you lot lying for?
Nah, man, I wouldn't eat it, man.
You're lying.
If he does, yeah, that means he does, innit? Last time I had like a non-halal, meat and all that, was in Burger King.
So you do eat it then?
No, I had it like in 2015, like 2014. That's years ago.
So what did you do as a penance? Did you like do 15 Hail Marys and 5 Astaghfirullahs or something like that? What did you do?
We don't do that, like.
Don't
as
you?
Muslims.
Don't you do that?
No, as Muslims.
When I used to go to mosque, they used to show me that. Do you do a load of Astaghfirullahs after your salat?
Yeah, obviously, innit? Like they do that, yeah, with their fingers and all that, innit?
Fingers, prayer beads, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you say we don't do that as Muslims, what are you talking about?
You said okay with regards to Hail Mary stuff, the Hail Mary thing and all that. We don't do it as Muslims.
It's a penance, isn't it? It's a repentance. You're so dumb sometimes, man.
Honestly, man, look,
irritate me, man, with your dumbness.
No. Look, what I'm saying is, okay.
You're the kind of people like these are the kind of Muslims as well that criticizing in the chats, like, hey, you look, don't know nothing about Islam. What are you talking about Islam for? When you come on and you actually start chatting, it's obvious that you don't know jack shit yourself.
No, honestly, man, like
we don't do that as Muslims.
No, we don't do it as Muslims. We say astaghfirullah and all that, and like.
Yeah, how many astaghfirullahs do you do?
We don't do Hail Mary stuff.
How many do you do?
You're saying, okay, after when you sin, right, you do that, like a person when he prays, okay, and he finishes praying, he does the astaghfirullah thing in it with his finger and all that, or his prayer beads. But that's totally different thing, innit? So you're saying if a man sins and all that, innit, he does his sin, yeah, he says astaghfirullah, and that's the end of it, innit? You made it sound like as if it's so blasé and all.
Wait. Do you guys have prayer?
So blasé.
You guys have prayer beads?
Yes, we do. Like it's not, it's.
They're not. They call it.
It's not. Yeah. It's sometimes it's not. It's preferable to do with your fingers, instead of using it for
pause all of that. It's not sounding right at all.
Eunice likes to do stuff with his fingers these days. No,
I'm just saying, like, as Muslims,
very interesting that you guys have.
Instead of using the beads and all that, stuff.
What are you saying, Zulu? They copied the.
I'm trying to speak, but Eunice is.
We use our fingers in it. So
Zulu, talk a bit, man. Shut up.
Man, why do you shut? I'm trying to explain things.
Eunice,
we say like,
guys,
and all that.
One at a time, man.
Inject some testosterone into the conversation, bro. Pause on that.
Man, shut up, man. Can't. Let me speak in it.
Faffing about like a girl.
Fall back, man. Fall back.
All right.
Can we wait till the end of a sentence till we say something?
I'm sorry, Eunice can be so annoying sometimes. I can't even lie.
What is it about Eunice that annoys you, Zulu?
It's the voice. It's the lack of testosterone. It's the whole thing, bro. Everything,
Testosterone.
man. You know what I mean, man.
No. Everyone's got that one word that they can't say. I find it hilarious. I had a mate, yeah.
Zulu.
He couldn't say Kentucky. He would say Kentucky with a T.
Oh, listen. I know someone who used to call envelopes envelope. with a T.
Yeah.
Shit, envelopes, you know.
Envelope.
I got one. I know someone that can't say syringe. They say shringe.
My
Like,
sister can't say Szechuan, it's just Szechuan. Zulu, say aluminium.
Aluminium.
Okay, cool.
Some people say aluminum, but they're American.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but you say
So,
bindo,
yeah.
Snape. You say bindo, so don't try, man.
Whoa! I didn't. Why are you taking this to racism for?
You say bindo, man.
I say binda because I'm Punjabi. Is there a problem with that, Zulu? Oh, that's hilarious, is it? That's hilarious, is it? Yeah, laugh on the way. Laugh on the way to your next meal. Giraffe.
What?
Yeah,
Zulu looked at a giraffe one day and he was like, look at it, look at it. It looks delicious.
Yeah.
Giraffe.
It was running
Obviously,
away.
giraffes
It
have
was
got
just
very
running
sexy
from the
kneecaps.
Eating giraffe from where I'm from is very normal.
Okay, cool. So anyway,
Well,
what were we saying about testosterone?
No, just basically, giving my reason to why Eunice is annoying. That's all.
Oh yeah. What was it? Because his lack of testosterone.
I wanted to get more into the prayer beads because
Was you saying,
Oh.
Zulu, that Muslims copied it off Christians?
I don't think Catholics are Christians, but it's very possible that it may come from Catholicism. Yeah.
Do you know what I think of it as?
What?
Do you know what's them abacus? You know abacus?
Yeah.
I think that is a very basic or original version of an abacus with it being prayer beads.
Yeah, but that prayer beads isn't about mathematics, is it?
Yeah, because you have to count the prayers, isn't it?
Multifunctional?
So you're saying it's like an abacus because of the ball shape, right?
No, because like you got a piece of string and you have like a counter on it, and then one of them's like a divider, and then you move it from one side to the other. So like, for example, if me and you was going around counting stuff, let's say, for example, I wanted to sell you 50 head of cattle and we're going around counting them. When we do it on the prayer beads, when we get to the end of it, you can't dispute that there was 10 cows there because we're counting them together, isn't it? Like, I think those
do you mean like
methods of counting to do with trading and like things like that. That's what I think anyway, but that's my own speculation.
Do you mean they got the idea to do that from the prayer beads, or they used the prayer beads for that reason as well?
Yeah, exactly.
Which one? Sorry.
Multifunctional.
See, because when I was little, my mum used to get me to. She's got up at the crack of dawn and prayed since forever. And when I was little, she used to give me prayer beads and get me to do like the Mool Mantra, which is a prayer. And we used to have to, used to proper keep it like, clean, and didn't used to use it for any function, like anything else, like show it respect, put it back into the little drawstring thing that it came for, put it next to my mum, like the book that she would read. Do you know what I mean? It wouldn't have another use. But I can see how you got there. It makes sense. I don't know if, I mean, it doesn't really make sense in my head that they would have used it for that purpose as well.
Exactly,
maybe they would have got the idea from it and had a separate set for abacus, for counting purposes or whatever.
Because it does seem a bit ritualistic. I mean, why do
That's
you have
it.
to?
It's like,
why do you have to routinely count the amount of prayers you do? With the beads, it does sound ritualistic. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to me. Some may even say there might be some pagan origins to that, but let's leave that. Let's leave that to the. Don't want to piss anyone off, innit?
Interesting. Whatever it is, man.
But yeah, have you guys ever looked into Enochian magic?
Enochian?
Yeah.
What's the origin of Enochian?
I've been looking into it lately, like just researching things, and apparently Queen Elizabeth's advisor, John Dee, literally came up with this whole concept called Enochian magic. And it was basically like the language of angels. And it had like all these different, symbols and letters. And he essentially believed that he could find a way to speak directly to God to understand the nature of reality.
But if you could speak directly to God, you're bypassing angels now.
But he thought that maybe the angels would cooperate in explaining the secrets.
But then it's not directly if he's going through
No.
angels.
The point was he didn't want the information from humans or dogma. He wanted it directly from angels. So this is why he
to
developed
receive information.
to receive information from the angels about exactly what is reality, because he thought the angels would be more willing to cooperate, because he felt like God was distant. And obviously,
did he
I
come
would
up
say
with
that-
anything good? Did he get anywhere with it?
Well, I believe he was in contact with fallen angels personally, but a lot of people would say that what he discovered and what he found was basically the founding, source of like modern day science and a lot of the occult. John Dee was actually a very reputable person, especially under Queen Elizabeth, and he actually advised Queen Elizabeth on a lot of astrological stuff as well, because a lot of the royals were interested in astrology.
Yeah.
If you look up John Dee,
I wonder why.
you'll see some, like, a lot of this science shit. We were talking about science the other day, Con. A lot of these institutes, they were founded by masons, by magicians, by all these people that are into all sorts of madness, bro. Like, this is what I'm saying. You gotta be careful what theories you're taking in, because you don't know like what the agenda is behind these things.
Sorry, family, I've been absent. I'm back though. Recap me what you lot talking about just now.
Enochian magic.
Enochian magic.
Okay.
Why are you laughing for?
Are you sure you wasn't listening the whole time?
I promise. I came in, I heard you saying whatever your last like 5 words were. It sounded kind of interesting, so I was like, "What you lot talking about?" So I can get involved.
I've heard of
Basically-
enoki mushrooms, but not
I was
enoki.
basically talking about what I was looking into lately, the Enochian magic stuff with John Dee, and I was basically showing them the link between what he discovered with modern day science. And I was kind of like briefly going into that, but that's pretty much it. I was hoping maybe we could get into it later.
Yeah, come on, man. Why not, man? Listen, let's just start up. Well, any conversation that's got legs, let's go for it, man. I'm eating my food, so it might take about, after I eat this rice and curry, I'm probably gonna have like a carb crash. You know when you have lunch and you just feel like you could just close your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably gonna have that, but then after that, I'll be back with energy.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I can't even explain to you. I know I'm chatting about gym and shit a lot, but I can't explain to you how ham I went today. Like, I don't even know where that came from. Like, I was stronger, not even stronger. I pushed myself more than I have in the last 5 weeks. And I was the most tired, if that makes sense. So it's like, I don't know where I found that extra shit from, but right about now, man, I feel like I could just fall asleep face first into this fucking rice. I feel so tired. I can hardly.
What was the point of doing it though?
Because I weren't gonna not go, and I weren't gonna do the.
No, I'm saying I thought you was trying to lose weight. Like, why are you doing like strength like thingy?
Oh no, it's not strength. No, it's not strength. It's not strength training.
Or was you doing like endurance, muscle endurance?
No, it's still it's hypertrophy still. It's hypertrophy workout. 12 to 15 reps, 4 sets. And obviously I did like 3 body parts as well. And I got back on the Stairmaster. Fuck, that's what killed me as well. Back on
is that thing when you go on the stairs and it moves?
Yeah,
bro, that shit is that shit is.
That's the killer,
that's
bro.
No joke, man.
That's the machine. Joke. That's the best machine in the gym, though. I'm not.
That's the Kai Green machine, isn't it?
100%.
That machine's bad, but yeah, I
if
was
you
just.
know Kai Green,
And what does that work on
that
the body?
What
does that benefit on?
Well, walking upstairs.
Hang on, I can't hear Jedi.
Your heart and lungs.
Sorry, I didn't realize only Jedi knows the answer.
Yeah, but it's not going to get through to me, is it? If you're both trying to explain.
Oh, you want
Jedi
time to get through to you? Okay, pause.
Okay, Jedi, don't explain. Con, tell me what it does.
Walking upstairs.
Are you happy now?
Do you walk upstairs?
Bro, shut your mouth. Jedi, tell me what it does.
What was that all about?
Yeah.
I gave him an opportunity in it. Like, just I'm looking for. Anyway, go on.
You're a bit aggy today, States, bro.
I'm not. I'm trying.
Yeah, I'm back now.
I'm trying to do the communication thing.
It's the cellulite, man.
But you seem a bit like a little bit.
Now, do you know what it is? I'll explain what it is. I'm priding myself these days. I'm proper like keeping up with my to-do list, and I'm getting better at multitasking. So I'm here, I'm talking, and I've given myself like I've asked a quick, sharp question. While I'm getting the answer, I'm going to continue formulating this email. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to just get shit done.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to focus, and my focus
I'm not gonna lie,
gets knocked off very easily.
England mentality is so unhealthy, you know. And I know we ain't just got it in England. We got this other parts of the world. It's proper unhealthy, man. Everyone always got some stress or some shit that they need to get done and finish and timelines.
The thing is,
even when man ain't got shit to do, I find myself slightly doing micro stresses about, ain't I got something to do?
Oh my god!
Dealing with, and that's
like,
that's just so unhealthy, man.
It is like I'm relaxing. Man. I shouldn't be relaxing. I know
there's
something.
So this is why we should have one day.
And I'm
rest,
gonna.
You know what I catch myself doing? Zulu. Like when I go to the park or when I'm on live, and I go to the park, I catch myself sitting there, and after that 20 minutes, I'm like, yo, I'm just sitting outside. Like, wow, I should probably go and I'm like, fuck it. Like, no, this is what I came out to do. I set this time aside to be outside. But I'm just like, now I want to go back inside and get some work done. It's just a habit. It's just a fucking habit.
I think because of me keeping Sabbath, I just got used to not doing anything that one day.
On a day. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good thing, to be fair.
Would you consider my Sunday to be Sabbath-like? Like, obviously, it's a Sunday, so it's not a Saturday, but my Sunday consists of...
Jed, I see your Sunday as really spiritual, you know? Like, the way you describe it. Say that again, sorry?
No, I said, I swear to God, like, it really...
Yeah.
It really is, to me.
Like, the way you describe everything that you do on your Sunday, you don't speak for hours.
Yeah,
that is something that
I don't speak for
mate,
hours.
I love doing that. If I
really
get the opportunity
food.
to do it,
the most I eat is I eat fruits through the day. All my fruits have got to be seeded fruits, no seedless fruits.
Yeah,
I'm drinking bare water.
Well, what's the seed got to do with it? What's the relevance of that? The seed or the not seed?
I got seeds. My woman's got eggs. Even my kids have got seeds and eggs. I'm not eating or consuming stuff that was created with seeds and eggs and all of a sudden don't have it. I'm not feeling that. I wouldn't eat a sterile chicken.
What about bananas? Banana count?
No, bananas used to have seeds.
Yeah, there are.
To be fair, bananas are on the borderline, because as we've grown up, we've always known this type of banana, but then I realized that bananas are supposed to have seeds. So the balance is, do you remember when you used to get bananas and you used to cut it and the middle, that middle bit used to be a bit more plantain-like, a bit more like dark.
And those seeds in the middle, the darks, the like black.
Right.
Yes.
It's totally gone now in bananas now. Bananas
you know what? Until you said it, I just didn't register that. You're right.
Exactly.
But if you eat the wild banana, those seeds are much bigger though.
Yeah. I still ain't had one yet, you know.
Apparently it tastes
I was just about to ask that.
Apparently it's really like bland. It's not really.
Yeah,
that
I heard
sweet.
it's not nice still.
And it's you would imagine that we've kind of genetically made them to taste better, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm a dickhead. I went to the Caribbean and that was one thing. I was like,
here. Sorry, my bad.
Now, do you know what? Because I went to the Caribbean and I had in my head, I need to try these bananas with the seeds in them, and I'm sure I can get them here.
You went banana hunting in the Caribbean, yeah?
Oh my god.
Anyway, I went to this one cafe. There's a picture of, listen, there's a picture on my Instagram, you know, where I'm wearing that blue top and I'm like proper cheesing, taking a selfie. I was there and standing right next to a tree with those little bananas, but they weren't ripe. Like, I was like, I would have just picked it off and ate it. I still don't know. I went all the way there and came all the way back and I still don't know what it tastes like.
If you could pick it off and eat it, it would be well past its sell-by date. People sell the bananas green, take them home, ripen them up, and then eat them.
makes sense as well.
Yeah, but
Because
okay,
if
yeah.
you could eat one, trust me, by tomorrow they'd all be off.
Really, a
Obviously.
day.
Whoa, a day or 2 or 3, whatever.
Nah,
I used to
bananas
sell
can
fruit and- I used to
bananas
sell
can last a
fruit and
long
veg.
time, Con. Bananas can
No,
last
but
a
I
long
used to
time,
sell
bro.
fruit and veg. You sell
Like
them
I've,
when they're proper green, the bananas, when you sell them. Like when you're
I
buying
put
bananas, you should be buying them hard and green. Pause.
pause.
Nah,
Yeah,
but you can get bananas that are like still blue. I mean, not blue, sorry, yellow with like a tint of green. Those bananas
Yeah,
can last for at
yeah.
least 4 or 5 days. Like
Still, yeah,
yeah.
bananas,
you're right. You're right.
you know what I mean?
But Zulu,
Yeah.
Zulu though,
If
that's
you're
over
trying to
here.
lose weight,
But
don't
that's
let your
over
bananas
here.
get too ripe either. They're
Zulu,
creating
that's
more
over
sugar.
here. Oh my god, Zulu, that's over here. But over there, the climate's different as well. Maybe that has something to do with it. But
Yeah,
over
like
Carbon,
here,
humidity,
when I
carbon
need
humidity and
to,
stuff like
dioxide.
that. Innit?
yeah,
If
when
you want
I
to
need to
ripen your
ripen
bananas, yeah,
something,
listen. You put them in a carrier. You buy them green. Put them in a carrier bag and tie them up. The carbon
Yes, yes,
dioxide
yes, yes.
yeah,
in
I
the
do
bag.
that.
You do that
Ripens them.
for mangoes as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you do
Or
that.
if you want to ripen something, just put it next to the bananas. Like we had some
Yeah.
tomatoes in the
Yeah, that'll work.
garden,
Yeah.
and they
Yeah.
were just taking forever to ripen. So I just put them next to the bananas. Just put some cling film over it, and I swear they ripen so quick.
Yeah, when I was young, I used to wait for my bananas to get freckles on them, and then I used to eat them. But
That's the
then I
best
realized
stage.
That's the
too
best time to
sugary.
eat them, innit? They're the
Mm.
Yeah, that's
sweetest,
sugary.
isn't it?
that's when it's
They're
banging.
so
still.
nice then.
That's when it's the sweetest.
Yeah.
I
I don't
love,
see that
I love.
anymore though. I don't see those freckly bananas no more.
You have
I
to
don't-
freckle them at home. You have to keep them
Yeah,
until they start freckling up.
Oh,
they're
That's
not
why you put
gonna
them in a
have them
bag, innit?
ripen.
Put them in a
Yeah,
bag and
Now
tie
you
them
can't
up.
buy them freckled at the supermarket.
Nah,
They
no
wouldn't.
way.
Yeah,
and you know,
Jeds,
they
Jeds
wouldn't.
in
They
the
wouldn't sell them like that. They're not
supermarket.
appealing.
Yeah, how
oh,
perfect do they want stuff to appear? You go to the,
okay.
you get so much shit that's unripe, and you have to ripen it at home. Like, can you imagine if you saw
You know
some
what?
ripe stuff
Everything
there? People
apart
would
from
just walk
fucking
past it.
avocados.
I'm gonna go buy some.
Avocados
I
are well
saw
overripe when
fruit
you buy
stall
them.
today. I saw a fruit stall today. You lot can help me pick some fruits. I'm gonna go there in a minute.
I'd like some strawberries, some
Oh, do you know
pineapple,
what I just ate?
I
some
used to know
mango.
strawberries
I ate
are a
cherries.
write-off, man. Let's be real.
No,
I
please
follow
don't
my
do this to
strawberries.
me.
No, they are a write-off. Strawberries like are just so fake now.
They're so shit,
Like,
aren't they?
Yeah,
Please
yeah.
don't shatter me. I've been clinging onto this
yeah, but
like
you know
with
that
all my
you know that
might.
shit, though, man. Come on,
Now,
man.
do you know what?
They're not like they used to be. Back in the
This
day,
is
they were
not
nice.
the same. They are not the same
Yeah.
fruit at that because I really love strawberries because as a kid, you're gonna get attracted to strawberries because they're always in stories and stuff as being sweet and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, we had strawberries in our garden, and every year my older siblings used to go. I used to get battered every year because I'd be obviously playing in the garden, and I'd pick
Battered
them
and
all and
loving it
eat
as
them
well.
all, and eat them all. And then when everyone had come out to pick them, they'd be like, "Oh, Snoop Dogg, fat shit, she's eating them all again."
What, the strawberries?
Yeah.
You know the strawberries we got now? I think they're the Japanese strawberries. You know the ones that grow really huge?
Huge. They're
Yeah.
white in the middle.
Yeah,
White in
they're
the
not
middle.
tasty.
They're
They're the
hollow in
But
the
you know
middle.
those strawberries,
And
you know
hold
those-
on, and the top of them are white as well.
Yeah.
Like this is shit. Like what the fuck is this? I don't like them.
It's just
It's
watered
like,
down.
it's
No,
like they're
the
big,
white-
but they've
the
got no
white-
flavor.
The white thing is normal. Listen, guys, the white thing is a little bit normal, but it shouldn't be as big as they are now. The ones in
Nah,
our
it's
garden
not
were
normal,
little
man.
wild strawberries, and they were tiny.
Wait,
Yeah, but it
growing
shouldn't
up,
be there
none of my
for as
strawberries
long as it
had a
is.
white thing. Growing up, none of my strawberries had a white thing on the top or in
That's
the
right.
inside. Never. That weren't
Yeah,
strawberries.
it meant. Yeah, back then it meant it just needs to ripen a little bit more, and that white
Hey.
thing disappears completely.
And then another thing is,
So
they're dyeing the strawberries, aren't they? They're doing something because they are so red, but with no flavor. Like how? What? I don't get it.
They're definitely coloring them for sure.
They're coloring them, man.
yeah,
I saw
heard what they do
I
to
saw a
lettuce.
blackberry bush today.
A
I
what
seen
bush?
one in a blackberry
Oh
bush.
yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
ain't seen them in like 50 fucking years. Yeah. So like like just the brambles and that just growing on the side. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
No, there's a few of them near me.
I
We
ain't
just
seen them.
usually get like empty water bottles and go and fill them up.
But I was thinking about picking these berries, but they're right by a flyover. Dead, innit? Right in between a flyover and Grenfell. Nah, allow it, man. I'm not involved.
Yeah.
Not involved. Because that shit that came
I
off
don't
Grenfell.
know what that.
You know what? We should do a day out to
Oh.
thingy. Hewitt's farm and just go strawberry picking in the farm.
Oh, that'd be fun.
I used to go farm.
They got
I used
corn
to
on
go
the
to
cobs as
farm.
well.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to love that. My neighbours, right, used to in the summertime when I was little, go to the farm and pick bare stuff every year, and I used to get so excited. I used to be like, please, can you make sure you take me? Like, oh man, those were the best days.
I remember doing that in Zim, like picking grapes and stuff like that.
Is it?
Yeah. Let me tell you.
Ex of mine had a pear tree in her garden. That was kind of banging. And her mum would be like, oh, Jedi, do you think you could? I'm like, yeah, don't worry about it, mummy.
Yeah.
And the fruits in Africa taste way different than the ones here. Like,
because the soil is different.
The grapes.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. But the time I spent in Africa, I swear down, I never really had enough fruits, you know. I had the green.
Why?
I don't know. Like, I just, that's when I saw them. I didn't go on a mission for them. I think next time I will.
Do you not have thing in Africa? What's it called? Prickly pears, where they grow on the cactuses and that.
Yeah, what's that? A pawpaw, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that what you lot call it?
We have.
Yeah,
we call it babucha.
I know they're in the Caribbean. I don't know if they're in like West Africa. I'm not sure.
In Cyprus, they got them.
I think we have it as well.
They stain your clothes, though, innit? They stain you.
Wait,
something in it that stains your clothes.
I was just telling someone today, yeah, but because I was chatting to my friend's mum. She got stage 4 cancer. So I'm chatting to her. She loves me up, and me and her are chatting, and I'm telling her I'm trying to do like the granny kind of conversation with her. So I'm just like, yeah, and my gas bill is gonna go up. It's gonna double again. And she was just like, well, to be honest, I just stay in one room nowadays, and I'll probably end up just being in one room, and I won't be around for long, so I don't care about the gas. I was like, yeah.
That's what you get for asking.
I was like, yeah. So them fruits over there look good, don't they?
Just trying to change that. Yeah.
But one thing I said to her today, and we both agreed on, is pawpaw. Not pawpaw. What's it? Yeah, is it pawpaw?
Prickly pear.
No. What's the name of this fucking fruit? Wait,
it's like a cucumber that's like prickly.
No, wait, hold on. Is it papaya? Papaya.
Papaya.
Let me just say this. So papaya's got the sexiest name. Yeah, it looks quite interesting. You cut it open, the colors are beautiful. Papaya's dead.
Yeah, it doesn't taste that amazing.
Tell the truth.
I
mean, no, the fragrance, it smells nice.
Yeah, it smells nice, and it's really good to put into a homemade facial. It's really good for you. The enzymes the enzymes in it are really good for the skin. The enzymes are good for the
what
skin.
What are you rubbing into your skin, man? Is this magnesium now?
I know, man. Like,
listen, don't be mad at me because I take care of my skin.
God, I don't know what's.
Listen, my skin gets taken care of. Okay.
Stop rubbing enzymes in it.
I rub loads of shit into my skin.
Shit, yeah.
She's
okay,
really...
Oh, wow.
Shit.
Well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Fine. All right, I'm going to chuck myself in the firing line. Come on, pause.
Do you put it on your cellulite? Oh, sorry.
Zulu, come to one of the link-ups. I'm going to slap you up.
I was about to say, I was like, yo, fruit, do you eat a Eunice? Sorry. Yo, Eunice, do you eat fruit?
Man, dang.
Yo, fruit, you eat fruit.
Eunice, don't have it. Get rowdy.
No, I don't eat fruits at all. Like,
I knew it, I knew it. What's still? You know what? From Mother Nature, fuck you. Yeah? On behalf of Mother Nature, fuck you. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Wait, hold on. That's a lie because he eats banana. He eats bananas, though, isn't it?
Hey, I bet he does.
That's a fruit. That's a fruit.
Oh,
you're not dirty.
You said you eat bananas in one go. That's fucked. What's going on?
Dogs for a lot.
That's a bit mad, man. That's a bit mad, though. Like.
No. Why don't you eat fruit, Eunice? What's wrong with you, bro?
What, me? Like,
what's wrong?
Grown up, man.
The only fruits I had recently is just bananas, isn't it? I had bananas.
See?
I had like a banana sandwich in it.
Banana sandwich.
Banana sandwich. So you make
what? Banana sandwich. Right?
Banana sandwich.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop your picture again. But Now, so
That
do you
was a
not
gift
like
from
other
God.
fruit?
That was.
How do you feel about pineapple?
I
I don't
love
mind
it.
it. Like, I haven't ate it for a long time, but I don't mind it.
Mango?
Don't mind it.
Listen, Eunice, let me like real talk here, bro. Yeah. Get
Yeah.
yourself one of those little fruit packets and start like that, and then eventually start getting fresh fruit. But what I would say to you is once a day, once every 2 days, try a different fruit that you've not had for time. Just
That's a good
buy
point.
some, get some.
Jeds
Trying new
though.
things.
You
Trying new
know?
things is good.
Jeds, them packet
Yeah.
fruit, the quality of them are
I know,
really
but we're
shit.
gonna get him started somewhere.
And
That's what I said.
sometimes they're borderline like rotting.
I don't give a fuck. Like,
No, but
I'm
compared
saying,
to what he's eating instead,
Get him
Right.
on fresh fruit.
Yeah, I used to eat it. Like I used to eat
Don't
fruits.
run
Like,
before you can crawl, Sneak.
Yeah, but that's
He's not
shit
gonna
though.
be chopping up fresh fruit. Listen, like I said, get the little packet ones, start enjoying that, the little taste, exploring, then work your way up to fresh fruits yourself. But I know if we
Exactly.
tell-
The
if we
objective is to
tell-
get.
If we tell Eunice go and buy fresh fruit, he ain't gonna do it. He ain't buying a pineapple.
Yeah, but
He ain't
we
got
want
time for
him.
peeling
Hang
shit.
on, we want him to enjoy the fruit. If someone wants me to enjoy one of them packet fruits, I'll be like, "What the fuck? Give me a fresh pineapple."
All right, let me explain this to you. Yeah,
You're already hooked.
No,
that's
no. Wait. Let me explain this to you. Eunice just had a banana sandwich. That's the last bit of fruit he had, and previous to that, he was.
It was like a couple of weeks
hummus.
ago.
Hold on. He was mixing hummus with pasta. So
And
go
barbecue.
and get yourself some fruit. Go and get yourself some packet fruit. It's gonna blow your mind.
It's an upgrade to what you're currently eating.
I used to have it. Like,
He eats hummus and pasta. Yeah.
yeah. I used to
He's
have
not
the
well.
fruit
He's not
thing.
well.
No, I used to have the fruit thing like university and all that.
He's not well.
Eat a leaf from an oak tree and it will have more flavor than what he's used to. Sneaks.
I used to eat like a pot of like pineapple and a pot of what do you call it? A pot of mango in it.
Eating
Like
that
every
pots,
lunch
yeah?
and all else like
Why are you
university.
eating that pot?
Okay, listen though. Hummus does have flavor. Okay,
Stop, you. What are you
it
doing?
does, man.
I'm doing all our hard work.
Yeah,
Snake.
all right,
Allow
fine.
it,
It's
man.
Wrong direction.
Two hummus.
Yeah, hummus.
Hummus.
Yo. Nah, bun hummus, man. You need that.
Hummus is dead, man.
Well, hummus the protein content is good.
Bro,
you like
protein.
Why are you worried about
No.
that?
Why are you worried about protein?
Look at what
man?
he picked. Look at what he picks as
You
well.
want protein, eat it.
A thick white
Why are you
substance.
worrying about that?
A thick white creamy
The one
substance.
nutrient that you have no use for.
If you want
in the
protein,
chat, in the chat. You don't need that, bro. Don't worry about that. You good.
if you want protein, eat a steak, man. Don't worry about how much.
Yeah, but look at the protein source he picked. A white thick substance.
All right.
Pause.
I have, look, I have hummus here with other dishes and all that.
Well, like
Oh, the
mayonnaise.
dishes. What's another dish to you? Barbecue sauce.
No, I have
Yeah.
it with I have it with with let's just say with fish, fish finger sandwiches and chips mixed in with a barbecue sauce and all that.
Nah, I thought he was gonna say something good. He has hummus and fish finger sandwiches and
Mate, I knew he
Yeah,
was
I create a mixture with the barbecue sauce and the hummus.
He's been repping his
so
fish
disgusting.
finger sandwich
It's
since
nice.
day one.
Am I in? Oh shit! Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Is that
big up.
Bibi?
Big
Am
up,
I,
man.
am I in?
Bibi.
Man.
Big up, baby, man.
And Bibi loves
Pause.
nuts.
Nuts.
You know, I'm getting a bit
Nuts
full.
are
I don't know
right.
what kind of bullshit.
Yeah,
you
this
are.
is turning into some. Yeah, I'm meeting up as well.
It's Sneaks. It's
Yeah,
actually
she's
Sneaks.
obsessed.
This is
Why
very
are you
horny
blaming
today.
me? But I'm not
You're
horny.
very, you're very
Calm
horny
down.
today, man. You're talking about your
I'm not
breast cleanse.
horny.
You said your
I'm
breast
not.
cleanse.
I'm not horny. Calm down.
Like, you did way too much, Sneaks.
She's
Go ahead, man.
Zulu, don't make me make a harsh joke, you
Who
know.
even says I'm not horny? Calm down.
Shut up.
Like, what?
You know what I mean?
Nah, Sneaks, you are.
Now pause that. Those two
You sound,
words in there.
you sound hungry for
Horny and
banana
calm in
right
it.
now.
That's just
Sneaks.
too. That's too.
Caribbean banana.
mad,
You're hungry for
Nah, leave me alone, man.
The one
Why are you
that
not
got
sticking
away.
up for Bibi for? Nah,
He said
stop
the one
it.
that got away. Yeah.
Why are you not sticking up for Bibi for?
The CD banana. Man, think, hey, what?
They're just exposing you.
No, they're not.
They're not
Shut your
sticking up
mouth.
for me.
Shut
The
your
banana
mouth.
pheromones.
Bibby has been suggesting
mad.
to me. Bibby always used to be like, "Oh, Snoots, you need to eat fried almonds. Oh, have you tried it yet? Oh, why not, Snoots?"
Fried
Roasted
what?
almonds.
Fried
Yeah,
almonds.
exactly.
Fried.
Roasted.
Bibby likes fried
All right. So
nuts,
it's
they're
not,
dope,
roasted
yeah.
it's not
nuts.
fried. Because if it was fried, I would have probably kicked you off the panel, baby.
No, you roast them in a frying pan, innit? At home.
Yeah.
Do
Oh,
it yourself and then
What
eat
in
them
the
hot.
vegan is going on
Hold
right
on.
now?
Oh,
Neat, you
roast
never
them
tried
in the
hot
pan,
nuts?
Then it is fried.
Can't stop it.
That is fried.
What are those?
That's fried nuts.
Oh dear.
You
Pause.
fried nut in the pan, yeah? Yo, Bibby.
Sneaks.
answer,
Why
man.
are you
Why you saying it like that?
I
Look
do,
how he tried
man.
to dash me under the bus.
Listen. I take off the skin and then I fry them.
Oh.
A little bit of oil.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
He's trying.
Delicious,
that sounds
man.
painful.
Bro.
Nah, you guys are just fucking.
Bruh.
He's in the nuts, yeah? Why?
Listen, they're
Unskinning nuts.
delicious.
You lot are
They're
dirty. You
delicious.
make me sick.
Or you can
That
buy
sounds a bit painful,
almond
though, man.
butter.
I'm not gonna lie, though, innit? Like,
Stop stealing my lines, all right?
Almond butter is also nice.
does blood come out?
Almond
Does blood come
butter.
out?
Yeah, man. This vegan shit is so
I'm a
demonic.
butter,
Christmas.
isn't it? It is, yeah, I'm a butter.
Veganism is so demonic, man. Like,
But it's
I don't even know how you guys do that.
the thing is, it's a trigger
water
food,
everywhere.
man. You can't stop eating it.
Do you know what? Yeah, I like
Fucking
pistachio.
hell.
innit? I haven't had pistachio for a time, though. I don't mind having like a kilo of pistachio. You know,
Have you tried pistachio hummus?
nah, I don't think it goes well with it.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
Now, pistachio goes well with anything. Pistachio is definitely the goal of nuts. Pause.
Pause.
By the way, frying
no,
nuts
that's
in
a
a
lie.
pan
No,
is called
I'm
toast.
not
No,
sorry.
okay. What beats
Sorry,
pistachio?
sorry, there's
Nothing
a
beats.
There's been a drastic lie just placed on the stream, and I've got to address it. I mean,
All right. All right.
Zulu has just claimed that pistachio is the king of nuts, and I'm sure we all agree he's incorrect because it's actually cashew.
Yeah.
That's true.
Walnut.
Cashew,
Cashew.
Walnut.
No. Wait. Don't say to cashew. No, you can't say
No. Let me take that back. Cashew nuts are nice, yeah. But this is the
Cashews
thing.
are the prestige,
No. But cashew nuts.
bougie
I don't know about you
nuts
guys,
of
but
the
for
nut
me,
family.
I get a bit. No, it gives you like a rich. It's too rich. Like sometimes you can,
Exactly,
don't eat too
it's
much.
rich.
like
Don't
stomach
eat
can
That's
be a
why
bit
it's the
like.
best, though.
Pistachio though. You can't
That's
eat.
Nah, I can
why
eat
it's
a
the
whole
best.
bag of pistachios. No. I can eat a whole bag of pistachios without
I
feeling
can
bloated.
eat a whole bag of cashews.
You never feel bloated from cashew.
I do a little bit from
I don't know.
overconsumption.
It makes you feel a bit.
I don't
You know what I mean?
I don't know about the bloatedness, but I know about the sicky stuff. I know about it.
Yeah.
Okay, but Zulu.
Especially when you eat the raw ones, like
Pause.
if you get the roasted or salted ones or honey ones, you won't feel like
That's
that,
it. Yeah.
right? But when
No,
you
no.
get the raw ones, then you can't have too many.
But
It's
this
best
is
to
though-
toast
this
them
is
off
thing
in a
though.
pan yourself.
For
Oh, is
taste,
it?
for
Yeah.
taste, we're in agreement, right? But if
Yeah.
in terms of like to be able to eat a lot and whatever,
Pistachio's
pistachio-
bang. I'm
pistachio's
never
the
gonna
one,
front on
man.
them.
Yeah.
They bang. And I love peeling them. I like shelling them. It's a good little pastime. Just dashing them.
yeah. Well, like, I would never buy the ones that have already been peeled. Like now,
Ah, dead. No.
No, they did, yeah. They're all soft and.
And you know
one
what?
fucks with
But
peanut.
Zulu,
Have you not seen how cashews grow?
How?
I
in a
remember
pot,
What?
in a flower.
What are you talking about, Sneak?
Do you not know how cashews grow?
No.
Isn't it
No.
off a flower?
So do you
Don't
know
they grow
whether
on
it's a
trees?
flower or a tree? Let me ask.
Well,
Let me see if you don't know.
It's a tree. It's a tree.
Yeah, the cashew tree. Go and look at it. It's like I was like, rah! I watched the whole process of some documentary. You know what? Let me see if I can.
I've always wondered how
It
are
looks
nuts
like a little
grown?
chili.
Exactly. I
Wait,
might have
do
even
all-
googled it, but I saw it. You get me? I was like, rah!
No, I'm saying that now because I'm googling it.
Wait, do all nuts grow on trees?
Not mine. No.
They don't grow.
You know what I'm
they
trying
don't
to
grow
say,
underground.
man.
You know
I'm trying
are
to say.
so stupid. I said to
He's saying you walk
It's the
up to
same
the tree like
size as
this
the
tree gives
tree,
me
but
nuts.
I don't know.
Nah, this man just answered with such an innocent voice. Hey guys, do all nuts?
I just typed in a cashew tree. How much can you get from one plant? It looks like you can only get one per thing.
Can you see my camera?
It's on, but it's black.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah,
I was just
don't
going to
do
show
that.
you the screen.
Don't do that.
Shut up!
Yeah.
I was about to show the screen.
So how you turning your
Yeah,
webcam on to show the screen?
Yeah, delete the tabs.
My
Please
phone
delete the
camera.
tabs, man. Delete the
Oh,
tabs.
shut up.
Delete the tabs.
Master webcam, innit?
What?
Shut up, man.
Joking.
Yeah, shut up, Eunice.
Yeah, shut up.
Eunice.
How joking you said.
I wasn't.
Gosh, these ads, you can't even skip them. Goodness gracious.
I told Jeds, I told you how to
Another
do it.
one.
Oh, look at this. You can't even skip this one.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's two.
god.
You
You know it's
can.
two
There is a
minimum.
way to do it.
You need the ad
It's a bit-
blocker. You
It's
need
a
to
bit
get ad.
clicky.
You need
Yeah,
that.
you definitely need the ad blocker. The
Was
one
that
for
woman
Google
or a
work
man?
more.
What the hell?
Which one?
Listen,
Which
there's
one?
The black one.
That's that looks a bit weird, right? The thing is, you
It look
can't
like
rewind
Eunice, man. It look like Eunice. Like, what the fuck?
Now pause, man. Pause.
So this, ladies and gentlemen, is a cashew nut
Cashews
tree.
grow in select tropical
Yeah, that is
climates
gross.
around the world. From the bottom of a hanging
How does it
fruit
look
Like
gross?
doo-doo sticking out.
just 1
Ooh.
kilogram of cashews can cost $10 wholesale. That's
Whoa.
over 7 times as much as peanuts. And in the US, retail prices for whole cashews can reach $15 per pound. But without intensive, precise processing, these nuts wouldn't be edible at all. So how exactly are cashews processed?
Interesting.
And is this what makes them so expensive? In 2017, the world ate 770,000 metric tons of cashews. They're one of the most popular and valuable nuts in the world, worth over $6 billion today. Cashews grow in tropical locations like India, Vietnam, Ivory Coast, and here in Sri Lanka. The trees are a member of the same family as poison ivy, and like poison ivy, cashew plants contain a toxin called urushiol. It's found in the plant itself and the brown oil inside a nut's shell. It can cause burns, itches, and blisters, which is why unprocessed cashews are considered dangerous to eat or touch. It's also why they require more rigorous processing than other nuts.
වෙළඳ පොලේ තියෙන කජු සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට හිතන්නේ මේ නිකම්ම එනවා කියලා.
What did he say, Sneaks?
He's speaking Sri Lankan. I knew
Can you
it.
translate that?
What language?
Yeah, I was waiting
What
for that.
language is it? Is it Tamil? Is he speaking Tamil?
Go ahead, Eunice. Tell us
Is
what
he
it
speaking
is.
Tamil?
I don't know what they speak in Sri Lanka actually.
Sri
It's not-
Lankan?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand
I mean,
Sri
there's
Lanka.
numerous languages that are spoken in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, you translated.
I
them.
don't speak it though.
කියලානේ. නෑ මේක එන්න සංකීර්ණ වැඩක්.
Each fruit grows just one shelled nut called a drupe, which workers separate by hand.
Can you imagine in that bag of cashews, like one nut per thingy? That's mad.
So how come they're touching it with their bare hands if it's poisonous?
It's a Sinhala language.
She's immune, man, and she knows how to do it properly. You get me? She's immune. Me and you would probably be itching touching this shit. She'd be like, yeah, I'm just used to it. You know?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you see, pistachios,
Yeah,
you
I
don't
had
get any
bare
of this
nuts before.
poison with pistachios. You don't get any of this shit, man. No wonder I
Aw.
feel bloated.
You know the process of pistachios?
It's not that much process.
I think I looked at that one as well. There's something about because pistachios are poisonous as well, right? That's why you're not supposed to eat them when they're green or something. We'll look at it
Listen
next.
to this guy. No.
We'll look at it next year, but I'm sure there's something with pistachios as well. Like, well, yeah, I could be wrong.
Under the sun to help draw out some of the shell's caustic liquid.
Oh, look at Auntie.
The most difficult and dangerous step is splitting open the nut, since toxic oil still coats the drupes. Cashews are brittle, so factories used to do this step manually to ensure machines wouldn't break the nuts. But doing this by hand has frequently raised issues within the industry. NGOs have called out some factories for overworking employees and putting workers at risk of burning themselves if they can't afford to buy gloves for protection. Today, machines are advanced enough to crack the shells cleanly, keeping the majority of nuts intact and helping minimize risks to workers.
එතකොට දැන් එක එක වැඩවලට මිනිස්සු ගිහිල්ලා සේවක පිරිස අඩුයි. එතකොට අපි අර වගේ අපේ ඕඩර් වලට කදිමද දෙනවා නම් අපිට සේවකයෝ වුණා ගොඩක්. ඒකේ තමයි අපි මැෂින් වලින් කපන්නේ ඒක තමයි වෙනස. අපි අතින් තලා ගද්දි හිතන්නකො අපි දවසකට කජු කිලෝ 20ක් විතර අපි කරන්නේ කියලා. අපි මැෂින් එකේ කරද්දි කජු කිලෝ 40ක් විතර අපිට කරගන්න පුළුවන්.
After a machine splits open the shells, the next two crucial stages totally depend on workers who have to do them by hand. The nuts are roasted to ensure, again, that the toxic liquid inside is destroyed. The next stage is particularly tedious, as it relies entirely on handiwork. Workers must peel off the husk, or the dry outer covering that surrounds each nut.
Fucking job, bro. That is a job.
There's bare hands involved in this, isn't there? A lot of hands, a lot of touching.
Touching up your cashews.
Look at that, mad.
I like.
No wonder it's got a little funny taste.
A little what taste? Did you say? Never mind.
Funny taste. What did you taste, my brother?
I only just clocked.
You wouldn't know. How do you know?
Man tasting funny on his nut.
Did the nut taste like? What did it taste like, Zulu?
It's my accent. It's my accent.
Was it sweet?
You know what
Was
I was
it sweet? Was it tangy?
I'll blame it on your accent, yeah.
It was my accent, man.
Well, Zulu said
Man
it
said
tastes like
funny
battery.
nuts.
How does it taste like battery?
There's a lot of processing as well, right? For
Taste
something so
metallic.
natural. For something so natural and so good for you. There's so much processing involved. Have you thought about that?
Who said you? Yeah, but there's processing involved in lots of our indigenous shit. Zulu, we process our own shit.
Yeah.
Zulu, bro, we got food that we smoke and we cook and we do this and we do that and we blend and we soak. We process our food, Zulu. Come on, man. Don't be
And
silly.
pickles, loads of pickles, man.
That's true.
Let me.
But do you think it was a lot though? It was a lot in this video.
It's a job. It's a job still, but there's foods that we eat that take a more
Way
complicated
longer.
process. Yeah. And it's
Chicken, whatever. I'll take it.
It's not like chemical processing.
What I always think to myself is, who is the first person to have discovered?
Yeah, this I lie.
Like, what the fuck? Who sat there and was like, okay, this time it burnt me. Okay, this time made me sick. All right, let me do this to it.
This time it emmed off my brethren. Let me just do it.
Well, we've been around for 100,000 of years, so.
But what about the guy that actually made it the first time, cooked it, done all this?
I'm not gonna lie.
process?
I got a challenge for Zulu. Zulu,
Yes.
not a challenge, but there's something I wanted to say. Like the way that there's so many intricate things, like who was the first person to milk a cow? Who was the first person to discover that if you do this and then you cook it for a while and then you soak it and then you do this, it turns to that? Who's the first person to see sea moss and realize soak it for 4 hours, then take it out, then like, you know what I mean? All these mad processes. Do you believe that we could have come to this level of knowledge? All the different plants that are good for you and healing, and you know what I'm saying? All these different things that we've discovered. I think we could have done this all in 6,000 years.
Yeah, I think so. And but this is the question as well. We got to ask: were these plants even in the garden, or these plants
hybrid?
Yeah, exactly. Due to the fall and the fallen angels tampering with nature, because they didn't just tamper with biology. They didn't just tamper with biology. They tampered with plant life too.
How many generations is 6,000 years, if you don't mind me asking?
600?
No.
It's more than that, I think. I don't know the exact number for generations. I don't know.
6,000 divided by 25.
Why 25?
Because that's what they say. Every generation is like 25 years. So when you get a kid, and then your kid gets it.
But if you're talking about people that were living up to 200 years, 900
Wouldn't it be
years,
like 100 million generations?
Yeah, but they would have got kids at a young age.
No, but
Even
remember,
if-
when we're talking about the pre-flood civilizations, we're talking about people that were living very long periods of time. So how could you use that same mathematical formula for people that were
Yeah,
living
but even
that
if they lived 200 years, they would have gotten kids at a young age, no?
Yeah, it's about
Adam
240
lived
generations.
900 plus years old.
It's 240 generations.
No, Noah lived like 800 years. So again, like I'm trying to say, these guys were living a long time. So how could you use that formula?
So how many kids did he have if he lived for 900 years?
Adam.
You said Noah, no?
No, Noah wasn't 900. Adam was 900.
Oh, Adam. Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Adam
Adam had a bunch of kids. It says he had many sons and daughters after.
Zulu, didn't you hear what Bibi said? It's irrelevant how long they lived. What matters is how old were they when they had their first
when they
children.
had kids. No, but he's saying 25.
Yeah.
He's saying 25 is the number.
That's what they use in science.
But there's people that have kids at there's people that have kids at 18. Why is it 25?
Yeah, it's an average number. It's not really.
It's the average.
Yeah, but you can't be dealing with averages. Like I can't give you an answer to that formula. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. Because why 25?
This 6,000 years, is it in the Bible?
Well, 6,000 years is a theory based on the genealogy list in Genesis 10 from Adam all the way to. But some people propose that there may be gaps in the genealogy, only mentioning men of significance rather than the whole human lineage. But I believe, I'm more inclined to believe in that the genealogy is accurate and that's how old the Earth is. I've got no other reason to believe it's older than what is proposed in the scriptures, because everything else you're going to rely on is going to be what them scientists tell you about evolution. Because the oldest civilization is literally 5,000 years old. That's the funny thing about it. Anything before that, you're talking about Homo sapiens and all sorts of shit that you can't prove, which is hilarious. But yeah, the Earth is billions of years old, man. Millions of years old. How about that?
Yeah, I think it's too much older than that.
You think it's too much? Oh, you think it's too? The years that they're proposing is too much?
No, I think it's older than 6,000 years.
But where would you put the cap though? Like where would you stop?
Yeah.
How far would you go?
Well, let's say it's 200, 300,000 years.
Is that because they told you that the Homo sapiens emerged 200,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Is there any empirical evidence, undoubtable evidence that humans have been on this earth 200,000 years? Or is it only because of the stages of evolution, the Homo sapiens arriving?
Yeah, I can't know for sure because like you said, it's just what they say. So, and they're giving you some kind of evidence. But of course, I'm not a scientist, so I can't really say it's 100%.
Is there anything in your texts that say the Earth is, or humans have been on this Earth 200,000 years?
No.
So then, why have you embraced that base or that standard when we know that it stems from an evolutionary model? Because you've just said 200,000 years. That's a number based on the emergence of the Homo sapiens sapien. That's not something that's in your book, my book, in our ancestral histories. This is something that they've told us. 200,000 years is the Homo sapiens sapien.
Yeah, but I don't believe in my book there is anything that.
So carry on chatting. I just want to point out that Moodbest said pecans are the best. Like someone pray for the brother. Pray for the brother.
What's a pecan? What is a pecan?
Pecans are nice, man.
Yeah, they're nice. They're very nice. Especially like bakery, like maple pecan.
Are they the best?
No, they're not the best.
I thought a pecan's that thing you use when you can't find the toilet.
It's like a bootleg walnut.
I know what pecan is. It's just disgusting.
Nah, you're tapped, man.
Pecans are trash.
But yeah, Moodbest, we're gonna make dua for you, bro. You need help. Pecans.
No. Wait,
That's what you put on the table. Dark Light said hazelnut and walnut. So I'm saying, do you not like to bite into a hazelnut? Yeah.
No.
You like a raw hazelnut. You talking about it on chocolate and stuff, innit?
Yeah, innit? He's thinking.
Why are they lying?
Ham pie.
Ain't no one sitting down eating a bag of raw hazelnuts. None of you. So stop lying. And walnut, Yeah.
Hazelnut is dead though, man. What the hell?
No,
Thank
I've got
you.
something.
Even
I've
even
got
in the
something.
chocolate.
No,
Even
it's
in
not
the chocolate.
dead, but it's in a chocolate. It's nice. I do like it in a chocolate. I can't lie.
Listen, Jez, I've got something for you. It's
Pause,
called cacao. Yeah, pause. Cacao raw beans, man. They're
Raw beans.
Oh, they look a bit like
they're 1/3 fiber. So if you wanna up your fiber intake,
So I can be on the toilet more than I am already. You know?
yeah, but it's more than just going toilet.
That's good for you though. Yeah, but what do you say? We say cacao what?
Raw beans, so unprocessed.
Okay.
Tastes like shit though.
Yeah. So, Bibi, you still believe in evolution? Yeah.
I don't really believe in evolution like they're telling us.
Oh, you just believe in
But-
some of what they're saying, right?
Yeah. So there is nothing in the Quran that contradicts.
Oi, Bibi, did you see
So-
that
so-
YouTube video of the brother that goes into the masjid and he gets on stage and he's like, listen, we all need to talk. We need to kind of like be a bit scientific. We need to accept modern concepts, things like evolution. Next thing you see them chasing him out the door. He's like, I'm running out the front door.
No, I didn't see
Have
that.
you seen that one?
No.
I think he's in Bradford or something like that. It's so funny.
There you go.
In England.
So wait, Bibi,
Bigger
you said it
Fred.
doesn't. You said it doesn't contradict your beliefs. Are you sure about that?
No, evolution, like when they say we're evolved from monkeys, it contradicts our beliefs. But some aspects of evolution make sense to me, you know?
So would you say
No.
micro evolution, the small changes over a small period of time, are more believable?
You mean over a big period of time?
So like maybe something like adaptation, where it's still the same species, it's not becoming a different species, but there's micro changes,
Mhm.
right? So like
Yeah.
for example, you look at the polar bear, the grizzly bear, the black bear, they're all bears, right?
Mhm.
But then it's not like a polar bear is becoming a lion or polar bear is becoming a wolf. It's
Yeah, of
a
course.
separate species with the micro adaptations to the environment wherever these things go, right?
Yeah. But that's what you believe, or
I mean, it makes sense, but again, I don't know. Anything's possible. These things could have just been created as they were. Who knows? But I think adaptation is probably the most acceptable thing you can take out of it, if anything. But the problem with the evolution, like I said, it requires a large amount of time. So the real reason to why we even propose billions and millions is to support the idea of things emerging randomly, because they replace God with randomness. They
I don't
replace,
believe in the official version of evolution. Of course, that doesn't make sense to me.
but the reason why I'm bringing that up is because it's incredibly tied to the idea of a million-year-old or millions of year old presence of humans or animals or any sort of thing. You need that time scale in order to substantiate random changes over a long period of time. You need millions of years. The same thing with cosmic evolution.
I would just like to point out that the morons who talk about do you believe the man's
Let's not start the name calling first thing in the morning.
Chill out, man.
yeah, okay. I just like to point out to those.
No, 1 second, Banksy. I'm definitely gonna.
Good afternoon, everyone. How is
Yeah,
everyone?
man.
Are you all feeling well? Are you all happy?
How are you?
I would just like to point out to those who propose.
Chill. Banksy, how's the family? How's the kids? How's the wife?
Yeah, the family is good. Thank you. How's everything with you, Jeds? Are you okay?
Man. Great,
Did you have some cashew nuts this morning?
No.
By the way, pistachio nuts are the superior nuts.
Oh, behave
because they are the Persians that bring out the pistachios. And by the way, think about this. This cashew that you revere so much is literally got toxins in it, in which no matter how much they roast, some of it will seep into your system. Whilst pistachios, I can pick a pistachio nut off a tree, peel its skin, and eat it there and then. I've literally eaten raw pistachio nuts.
Anything
Man's eating raw nuts.
Anything worth having.
I like raw nuts in my mouth.
You like raw nuts.
Pause.
Oh my gosh. Pause,
Wow.
man.
Pause.
All right.
You don't need
Does
to
it come
pause
with a
it. It's
pecan?
Green Day.
And with that,
Do you like
I'm
a
out.
pecan as well?
Yeah, man.
No,
That's
no,
a
no,
bit-
no.
that's a
I
bit
just
mad.
want to point out to those
Big
who
up,
believe that the world is 6,000
Big
years
up,
old.
family.
Here is a man who talks about, do you believe their books, whilst using a computer, using the internet, using software written on that computer and that
Same
internet,
old argument.
trying to pass
Are you ready
the
for this one?
moronic ideas over the vast amount of technology that has been created
Alright.
by those very scientists who also believe in those evolutionary theories,
Alright.
yet at the same time dissing them and putting them down and saying, you don't believe. No, look, I'm going to use this computer, I'm going to use this microphone,
let
I'm
me know
going
when
to
you're
use
done so
this
I can respond.
software, and then I'm going to tell you that don't believe in the science of them because is it written in their books? Motherfucker, what the fuck are you doing on this computer then? Go pick up an abacus and start flipping over pages of a book, because that's about the only fucking technology that you fucking come up with your
You are
biblical
a
No, let me
books.
respond.
So go and
Banksy,
use
what's the
the
point?
biblical
No,
science.
guys, let me
Don't
respond.
use
Hey,
the
you got it.
evolutionary science.
Banksy, you
Oh,
just
go
took
ahead.
about 10 commas out of that whole sentence.
Oh,
Yeah,
hold
please
on,
let
hold
Julie
on.
respond.
It's very interesting, and a lot of evolutionists or atheists will say, "Look at the technology, look at the phones, look at the internet. How can you not believe in science?" It's very interesting that you think that evolution and biological evolution is correlated to a laptop. You do know a laptop was built by an engineer. What the hell does building a laptop have to do with biological evolution? That's the funny thing. You have this weird inflated
This
view
is
of
why
what.
you're an
Hold on,
idiot,
shut
because
up,
you
shut up.
don't realize the
Hang on.
link between the scientific method and what the scientific
I wasn't
method
finished.
involves. All of these people who built these computers, these
I wasn't even
engineers,
finished.
these scientists who come up with these things, use what is known as the scientific method, the same
No,
scientific method
Banksy,
that
calm
the
down.
You are
evolutionary
accountable for.
biologists use.
Banksy, my brother. Scientific
Let
method
Zulu
is like a
finish, bro.
filtration
My mic was muted. I
system of
wasn't even finished.
filtering
I
information.
know. It
You
just
can
goes
apply
with
that to
I big up
anything,
Freddie, big up
Banksy.
Sniper.
big
Look,
up,
I mean,
man.
obviously, let me just let's breathe a bit, because I think it's a little early to get straight to. Obviously, Banksy's coming. Banksy's a cunt, man. Banksy comes in and he just starts insulting and his jokes. I'm glad he's here. But like, you don't have to match Banksy's energy. Like what Banksy's doing, Banksy. You lot can be calm. Because we was having a good convo and the vibes was peaceful, meaning that we could communicate effectively. Don't start turning it into a shouting match, is all I'm asking from you guys, please. Zulu, you're gonna respond, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to say quickly, it's a very big conflation to say that biological evolution has anything to do with engineering or mechanics. These are separate fields of study, and one is clearly more provable, testable, and real-time observable versus some fairy tale that you were told by, Charles Darwin, who we know was in contact with fallen entities. He's had dreams about these things and was told these things by fallen entities. And apparently, on his deathbed, he even went against his theory in fear of God and going to hell. So again, if you want to take your theories from some Masons and some peer review publications and some people that basically hate God, because a lot of these people that accept these theories of evolution, they hate God. They have an agenda behind what they allow out. There's a lot of scientists that have come out, like James Tour, who has basically debunked the whole idea of abiogenesis, things coming out of nothing, right? Which doesn't even make sense. A lot of scientists have come out and debunked these theories. They don't get airtime. I wonder why.
I heard a sniper clear throat. Was that accidental?
May I
Yeah,
may
or
I
just fixing my
address?
my
I'm
my
trying to
my,
be
my
calm.
microphone and speaker. But yeah, go on. Talk the thing, man. Yeah, go on, Banksy. Sorry.
Let me ask Banksy a quick scientific-based question.
I beg
If
you,
the
jump on, man. You lot cook up Banksy, man.
Banksy, if the scientific method is so important, when was the last time you used it?
You use it every day. You
Go on,
assess
give us an
things
example. Give us
every
an
day.
example.
You come up with hypotheses about. I use it all the time when it comes
Go on,
to
just give us one example.
fixing. Okay, if I want to fix a piece of computer software, I still use the scientific method because I observe, I test, and then I go based on the results of that test, and I make the next move. So that's the scientific method. You use the
No,
scientific method
that's what
yourself
you just
every
described.
day,
It's critical
every
thinking.
day of
That's
your
what you
life.
just
Yes,
you just described
but that
critical
is
thinking.
part of the scientific
Yeah, it's
method,
part of it, but
critical
it's not
thinking.
the whole thing, is it? Like there
But
has
the
to
fact
be
is,
a
this is what
degree
I'm
of
saying. It's not like,
repeatability
dude, it's not like
amongst the
exactly.
community of
If you have an
like-minded
error in a piece of software, then if it's repeated all the time, if you're getting the same results by doing the same thing, then you assess that this is either working right or it's actually going wrong, and then you start to investigate. Any process of investigation is the scientific method.
Again,
Critical
but
thinking. You don't use all of the whole of the scientific method every day, but you use part of it. But the problem, that's not my objection. Whether you use the scientific method, my objection is here's a man who lives in the world built based on the scientific method, uses the very equipment and the tools of the scientific methods, and then just because he doesn't like one aspect of science, because he feels a little bit giddy because his fucking Neanderthal god doesn't fit into it, then he goes and tries to shit all over the scientific method because he doesn't like one section of it, even though he is engrossed in it, he is surrounded by it. Every item in his house is because of the scientific method. Everything he lives with, the vaccines in his system,
I'm not vaccinated.
No, you're vaccinated from when you were a child. You're vaccinated against polio. You're vaccinated against all of the other diseases. You may not be vaccinated against COVID. I'm not talking about COVID. I'm talking about all the other vaccines. The polio vaccine, the smallpox vaccine. Those are still in your fucking system, because if you were raised in Britain, they would have vaccinated you at school. So don't give me the shit that you're not vaccinated. No, you are vaccinated.
But Banksy, do you know what the annoying thing is? Yeah, people like you think that people that are against evolution hate science, or they're against the scientific method.
No, it's not that.
No, hold on. Shut up. Not once have I said I'm against the scientific method. I've simply critiqued theory that has been proposed as science.
It's not a theory.
And when
It's a
actually,
fact.
It's not a fact. There's nothing.
It's a fact. It is a fact. The evolutionary theory is as solid as gravity. Do you know what gravity? Do you know what they call the gravity in science?
Banksy,
They
you
call it
fucked
the
up.
theory of
You
gravity.
just fucked up, Banksy.
Banksy, you spoke for a long time.
It's called the theory of gravity, bro.
You gotta allow other
Yes,
people to have
they call it the theory of gravity, and they call it the theory of evolution. It is as factual as gravity.
Sorry, Randy, turn your YouTube down. You got the feedback. Sorry, Banksy. Carry on.
You spoke for such a long time, Banksy, and then the moment someone else speaks, you cut them off. You gotta take.
Let's not worry about that, man. Let's wear our big boy pants today, man. Pause.
I would like Banksy to substantiate the claim that it's a fact. That's what I want to get into.
Look. Just because we're talking about science here, don't get it twisted.
All the evidence.
There is a lot of dogma, yeah, and there is a lot of theory, and not everything that you think is a fact is a cast iron fact. Namely, gravity as the main
Gravity.
one.
There you go. These guys are now. They talk about gravity isn't even a fact. So gravity isn't a fact.
It's not.
Oxygen is electricity a fact?
Brother.
This is so
what are you on about right now? You're going to jump from science to science to science.
What do you consider to be a factual thing then in life?
Yeah, something that's not a theory.
Evolution, bro. Don't let him
Yeah,
go to
if it's got
don't let him go to laptops and phones. That's
the fact
bullshit.
is, electricity is a theory. Nuclear physics is a theory.
Man. I got this, bro. Have you heard of Banksy? Have you heard of science and technology? They're two separate things. You're trying to make science.
Yeah, bro,
no, science and technology are facets of the same thing. They all use the same methodology. They all use the same.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They don't.
Technology is anything with a technique to it, right? Anything can be technology.
No, it's technical. It's something that you
build. A
built.
pestle and mortar is technology. Yeah? Where's the science come in?
Dude. What are you talking about? There's scientific method that
engineering.
goes into creating. No, the fact is that when it comes to even the engineering part, what do you think composes of a silicon
chip? To the most
chip?
primitive people on earth, they have a pestle and mortar to pound their food. Yeah, that is food technology. That is technology. It's not
Yeah,
based
that's
on
nothing to do,
science.
right.
bro.
Got nothing
It's
to
got
do with
nothing to do
biological
with
But it has
science.
to no, because you see that's the problem with
two
the
separate
moronic
things you're
brain. The
conflating.
fact is that they use the scientific method to ascertain that
Did
that
they?
thing
Did
is
they
going
really?
to work. Yes,
Did they really?
even if they
Banksy,
consciously
even
didn't
if
know, they use the scientific method of
even
Oh,
trial
so
and
they were
error, of
subconsciously scientific.
observing, testing, and then repeating in order to find out that that thing will make the food, or it will grind down the food,
Nah,
because
you're
it's the
wrong.
most
You're wrong. You're
Even
wrong.
way.
I tell you what. Instead of arguing, why don't you admit that you have to be conscious to be scientific? To follow the scientific method, you have to have critical thinking, which is the basis of being conscious.
Yes, but
subconsciously, you can't be
What do you mean?
scientific.
You mean they
can't
made
employ
the
methods
Tesla motor?
subconsciously.
You think they made that subconsciously? Then the Tesla motor was made
No,
subconsciously.
that's what you're saying.
No, I'm not
I'm
saying that. I'm
saying
saying
that's
no.
got
I'm
nothing
saying
to do
that
with
if they were
science.
not conscious,
It's actually
listen.
technology, which is nothing to do with science.
What the fuck are you talking about,
brother? I'm saying to you that science is one thing and technology is a completely different thing.
No, it's not. The
All right,
people,
what about
who
fishing rod?
created.
What about fishing rod?
Look,
What
the
about
people who
fishing rod?
created the
What
Tesla
about fishing
motor.
net? What about a man
Yes,
uses a
that
fishing
was
net?
part of a
Is that
scientific
science?
process. People used the scientific, even though I'm trying to tell you, even if they weren't consciously aware that they were using the scientific method, they were using the scientific method to determine the best way to create a fishing net to catch the fish. They still used the methodology of science. What we have categorized as the scientific method, people just simply did back in the day in order to determine what's the best fishing net they can build, what's the best bow and arrow they can build, etc., because they tested it and they found this particular type of bow and arrow works better than that other type. This type of fishing net works better than the other type. So the process of making the best fishing net is the scientific method.
Banksy, even if that is the case, even if they employ the scientific method, what the hell does that have to do with biological evolution? And how does biological evolution stick to the scientific method? And how is that a fact? Because you keep bringing in.
The fact is that the scientific method, the evolutionary process, absolutely, the scientists who determined what is going on with biological variations and adaptation, they use the scientific method to observe, and then they also used it. I mean, this is the other thing that you guys completely misunderstood, this microevolution and macro. There is no microevolution or macroevolution. There is just evolution. Evolution simply means change over time. That's all it is. There is no micro macro. Anyone who tries to make this is the Christians or the religious people who try to somehow bring into the lexicon this micro and macro concept. The fact is, the evolutionary method uses all the scientific tools that every other facet of science uses. Observation, hypothesis, testing, and
so what about the missing? What about the missing link?
There is no missing link.
What do you mean there is no missing link?
There is no missing link. That is a misnomer, and again another misunderstanding.
Between the Australopithecus and the Homo erectus,
there is no missing link.
They don't have the transitional fossils. They can't tell you
that there is no singular missing link.
They don't have the transitional fossils.
Yes, they have enough, but you're not going to get every aspect of the transitional fossil of anything. Because you literally have to wait for all of these things.
How can you literally have to find when there's so many holes in it? They don't have the transition.
There isn't, because
I'm explaining
again,
to you.
what I'm trying to tell you is change over time.
Banksy just talks over
you
everyone.
can prove that evolution exists, they've actually tested this with fruit flies. The thing is, they've tested this with fruit flies because they have a very short lifespan. And if something has a very short lifespan, you can actually test it over multiple generations of how they changed. They have found lizards who have had speciation. Speciation is a critical aspect of evolution, in which once a species changes enough,
bullshit, man.
they can't mate with its previous ancestor anymore, because it has changed so much that it is incapable of reproducing.
Let's slow down.
And they literally found that on islands with two different types of lizards.
Slow down. Stop talking for a minute. Banksy, can you provide like an example of that speciation?
Yes, these were lizards that they found on 2 islands in which they originated from one species of lizard, but eventually that the other second species on the other island changed so much that they couldn't mate anymore and reproduce with the lizards of the first island.
Was it still in Slow down. 1 second. I just want more information. So they couldn't procreate naturally. Do you know if it was if artificial insemination was able to?
No. This is speciation. This is just natural selection. This is all about natural selection.
No, listen what I'm saying. I'm saying, okay, so they've evolved to the point where they can't naturally have sex, and procreate. But are they still compatible in a laboratory?
As in, can they actually force the 2 species? I don't know. I didn't look into that, but I found
So
this
you
was
didn't
naturally
even
found.
read it.
No. They found that naturally these 2 species of lizards are no longer able to reproduce with each other. This was on a natural level. You're talking about, did they take the lizards into the lab, extract the sperm from one, extract
Can a
the egg from
Shetland
another?
pony inseminate a Shire horse?
That's not indicative.
Physically, no. In a natural
but
setting,
they're still
they can't.
horses, right?
No, but it doesn't matter. This is exactly the thing with dogs. Even you can have a Chihuahua and you can have a Great Dane, but a Chihuahua and a Great Dane will not naturally be able to reproduce anymore. A male Chihuahua is unable to mount a fucking female Great Dane.
Hold on, whoa.
Changed so much.
Hold on.
They're still canines.
Yes.
My dick's so big, nigga. I wouldn't be able to have sex with your sister. We still human, right?
No. The fact is that this is what I'm trying to tell you about natural selection. Is that what would happen is that in a natural setting, a Great Dane and Chihuahuas will never actually be able to functionally mate. They will start on a divergence. They will start on a divergence of evolutionary paths.
Okay. Let me hear from Vin. Go on, Vin.
Even in the slightest.
Vin, you got the microphone. Go for it.
So, all right. So, yeah, what the brother's saying that's trying to back up Darwinian evolution, everything he said does not prove macroevolution whatsoever.
Macroevolution doesn't exist.
Hold on. I listened to you speak. I didn't cut you off.
But you're wrong.
I'm not. Give him a chance to be wrong, then, Banksy. And sorry about your sister. I was only joking. That was out of order. Felt bad. Sorry, Karen.
You think actually cares?
So what this brother
man will pay your bus
brought
fare
up
and
is-
your lunch money.
What this brother brought up is not in it doesn't indicate macroevolution whatsoever, not even close. They're still the same kind of animal. So a canine, you can have different variations of dogs. You can have wolves, you can have coyotes, you can have domesticated dogs.
Leave the
They can
wolves
be
out of
all-
here. Just stick to
They
dogs.
can be all different sizes, all different colors, but they're still the same kind. They're still the same canine family. So
Species, the word
This
you're
is
looking
the problem.
Well,
This is
you
the
can-
problem.
you
That
can
no,
use
this is
species.
this.
I don't tend to use those terms because I don't go by Darwinian evolutionary reality because it's not reality. It's made up
It
nonsense.
is reality. It's
No,
absolute
it's not,
reality,
which is why
whether
you
you'd
can't
like it or
find-
not.
No, you can't find any intermediary fossils, nor can you
Exactly, I
find
said
any
this earlier.
observable. Hold on.
Okay,
And
I have
noticed
to.
you brought. Hold on. I noticed you brought up the scientific method. A part of the scientific method is observability, falsifiability, and verifiability. Right? You have
Right.
no observable evidence of one. Whether you want to use the term species, I'll use the term kind. You have no evidence, observable evidence, scientific evidence of one species changing from one thing to another. When you look at fossils from the past, whales still have the same anatomy that they have now. Bees still have the same anatomy they have now. Wolves
That's
still
right.
have the same
Do you know?
anatomy.
Do you know that whales
now.
have legs? Did you know that whales have legs?
Whales did not have legs because
They
those
have
things
hip
that hold
bones
on,
and they have
those
legs.
Those things that you call vestigial appendages actually have to do with their reproductive system. They're not legs.
Man,
And it
smoked
just goes to
you.
show
No.
that you don't even
Vestigial.
study the
It
anatomy.
evolved
Vestigial
to
what?
become vestigial. What do you consider vestigial now?
I just want to say
Appendages.
this and then I'll back up. You just repeat jargon that you hear from off of all the controlled stations and controlled public education systems that have been indoctrinating all of us.
This is the thing. This is the thing. You fuckers, you idiots go into conspiracy theories now.
One last thing.
Whilst everyone else talks about facts. Oh, well, it's a conspiracy that this happened and that happened. That didn't really happen.
You've been
Take it easy, Butterball.
They're trying to.
Yeah, but Banksy. Like, Vin's mic is not that loud. Yeah, and I've turned it up and it's not doing that good. I've had to turn your mic down. But Banksy, give the man a chance to finish his point without like I get it, you make a couple interjections, but you literally just spoke over him for that last part.
Okay.
I think you called him an idiot.
But he doesn't make a point. He keeps going on about. He's literally. He's the one. The irony is he is actually reading out the creationist talking
Banksy,
point.
I'm just saying, just give him a chance to like chat shit, lie, be wrong. If that's what he's doing, give him the opportunity. Please.
Right. So you said I haven't proved anything. Well, that's because you've been talking the entire time and not listening, and that's a problem with people like you. So I'll say it again. You have absolutely no observable evidence, no scientific evidence of one kind, or I'll use your language, one species changing from one form to another. You go back in the fossil record and you can see that they still maintain the same anatomy that they have today, thousands of years later. Or I'll even use your time scale, because there ain't no millions of years, but we'll go by that. Millions of years later, it's still the same shit, from bees to canines to whales, you name it. So you can go ahead. Provide your observable evidence. Where you see anywhere in any scientific lab one species changing to another. If not, it's just a theory. It's your imagination.
No, the fact is that we can't have it on a because of the time scale that it takes for larger multi-celled animals. We have to test this on a small scale creatures who have much shorter lifespan, so we can test it over generations, and they have done that. This is the whole point. There are stages in evolution. They've done it with. They've literally done it with fruit flies. You haven't even looked into the fruit fly fucking testing. Yes. But the fact is that they can have them evolve to the extent in which they no longer they can have them hit speciation. The problem is this is the thing. They have managed to get speciation on that, and that is one of the plateaus, one of the main critical stages of evolutionary biology is that something has to hit, and they have proven those things. But this is the problem, because you use biblical or Christian style language of, oh, well, they're not this different kind, they're still the same kind of thing, because fruit fly is still a fly. No, you use Christian apologist language. This is what you use. This kind word that there are different kinds. No, I'm not. It's not about straw man. The fact is, you're using the language of the anti-evolution Christian right wingers from America. That is your language that you're using. It's the language that you're using. It is literally. It's
the language I'm using has nothing to do with the Bible.
No, it shows that is where you're getting all of this from. That is where your stem. So where did you get your concepts from? Where did you get your concepts of this? There's just different kinds instead of different species. Where did you get that from? Who told you that? The fucking Bible, then.
From the
one minute. Can I just try to understand?
That's the Bible, you moron.
No, it's not.
Banksy, as a man, could I just procreate with any woman on earth right now and have a child?
As a human being,
yeah,
with the other human beings,
yeah. So we're all the same species, right? We're one human family.
Yes.
No.
So how
we are.
People then go from being?
No.
1 minute, Banksy.
No, we're not.
How do people then go
you
from
modern
being
Europeans are Neanderthals?
Hold
are not fully human.
Hold on, Con. That's not true, Con. What he just said to you. So check him on that, because some people have a blood type that means that their body, their white cells will actually attack a baby of a different blood type, right? So that's not compatible.
Them RH negatives.
That always happens.
It doesn't always happen.
When you put your cum in a woman, her cells attack it.
It doesn't always happen.
Are you telling me that There are
Some
human
people
beings on
can't-
this planet that cannot mate
Yeah.
with other human beings
Yeah.
and reproduce.
Yes.
Where
That's
is your
because they're not
evidence for
human
that?
beings. They're
Oh,
hybrid.
are you not? Didn't you hear the Rh negative gene blood means that a woman that is Rh negative that has a baby that is not of the same blood type, her white cells in her body will treat it as a foreign invader and attack it.
The
So who's got 1 minute? Let me learn something. Jedi,
Yeah.
who's got this?
But those are
Who's got this
anomalies.
RH negative? White people.
Everybody has Rh negative, but the proclivity
Now
is
it
mainly
fucking
people
makes
from the
sense,
back.
man.
Hold on.
I was fucking
It's
that
main-
bitch for
hold
7
on.
years.
It's mainly
It all
people from
makes
the back
sense.
areas.
Trying to
So
make me feel
we
bad.
wouldn't be able to do it through artificial insemination, then I guess.
I don't know. It's the white cells.
Well, the fact
the
is
white
that
cells in
no,
the blood
the thing is.
seeing this.
No, but the fact
Can
is
I
that if
attack-
we
can I
can't,
attack
but
his
if we
fruit
can't
fly argument
reproduce,
real
then that means if we actually do it through artificial insemination, that means there are no white cells. There's nothing attacking. We will actually, force the sperm and the egg in order to unify. That will not have anything to do with white blood cells.
But this is the issue. This is the issue.
And that, but the fact is, you
issue.
can't
When
do
you
that
start
with
saying
you
that-
can't do that with a chimp. You can't take a human sperm and mate it with a chimpanzee's
I'm
egg
not sure about that.
and force
I'm
it
really
to
not, I'm really not sure.
multiply.
When it comes to gene splicing and mixing and chimeras, I'm not really sure what the truth is, what they're able to do, because I don't think they've ever told us the truth about that side of things, that side of science. If I'm perfectly honest with you, but I find it strange that now we're talking about human on human. You are saying that, well, even if they can't physically have sex and have a child, if they
because we're of the same
hold
species.
on, man. I'm in my point. If they do artificial insemination, it could work. But now I asked you that same question about the lizards. You had no clue, and it didn't seem to matter to you in terms of proving the validity of your point, which is quite hypocritical.
No, the fact is that I'm not talking about the
not hypocritical.
Human beings are different
inconsistent.
species.
It's inconsistent.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
inconsistent. But the fact is that if you, I said I don't know about the lizards who've experienced speciation, but I'm fairly sure that human beings, we have an experience. We don't have a speciation. We don't have a group of human beings who speciated from the rest of the human.
You're saying that there's no
society.
such thing as microevolution or epigenetics, right? So how is it that not all humans then look the same? How come you got like little midget people
There is no macro
in the
or
mountains?
micro. No, there is no macro or micro. There's just evolution.
You know, when you
It's
got
change
that
over
bully
time.
mic, hold on 1 second, Vin. You know when you got that mad mic that sounds like you're shouting, turn that up on them, because that's we need that Vin today. You know the ones who be like, why he's shouting? Because we can't hear what you're saying, man, and you're getting drowned out a little bit. You get me? So yeah.
I think the example. I think the examples that Banksy brought were pretty lackluster. I mean, the lizard is still a lizard. You know what I mean? The fruit fly is still a fly.
You're still stuck in the fruit fly.
You ain't showing examples of
Yo,
one.
yeah,
that's the one. That's the one.
Welcome to the panel.
That's the one, Vin.
But that's the point. You can't.
You can hear me?
It takes so long to actually have.
Yeah.
Something becoming an entirely different. But what we can do is we can have markers where we
You guys
find
hear what
things
he
like
said?
speciation. Speciation is a marker of evolution
if
to
I can
show
hear.
that through this process, an animal will change
Hello?
in so many different ways that it will no longer be the
Banksy,
animal
can
it
you
used
repeat
to
what you said,
come from.
Banksy? Sorry, can you repeat what you said at the beginning? Can you just repeat quickly
who's
what you
saying
said?
hello?
Sorry. It's Vin.
Oh, my bad. I just wanted to see if I could be heard. I switched over to the
we can
phone
hear
so I
you,
could
and
be
your
heard a
mic-
little better.
Yeah, much better. Thank you so much. Yeah.
When he's done, I just want to beat up on his fruit fly argument. So go ahead. When he's finished.
Please, Vin. I just want him to repeat what he said so you can all listen very carefully. Banksy, can you repeat the first sentence that you said, please?
About I know you want to jump on the fact that we haven't. It takes such a long time to actually
Thank you.
see
I rest my case,
physical
guys. All this
changes.
6,000 years shit, I don't want to hear it from you anymore. Go ahead.
No, you don't have. I don't give a shit about your 6,000. Your 6,000 is bullshit. It's
not 6,000 years.
The Assyrians were brewing beer at 6,000 years ago.
It's not 6,000 years. The scripture don't say that.
Here on Earth at 6,000 years. You're absolutely
It doesn't say that.
You're laughable bullshit creationist bollocks works when you talk about 6,000 years, even 10,000 years.
Can we get to your
longer than that?
Can I address
the dude that was fucking frozen in fucking ice? That was longer than that.
Yeah, but can I address your fruit fly argument real quick?
Well, you can address whatever you want.
Go ahead.
But I've posted a
All right,
link.
cool.
The
So,
problem is,
all right,
hold on, before you go into this.
Yep.
I've posted a link of an entire series of videos which was made by Aaron Raw to do with evolution and taxonomy. This is a very, very large field of science, and if you want to actually find out, there's literally
doesn't prove anything though.
I think it's something like 20 videos of the fact that he proves evolution to be what every scientist accepts as a fact. Now you can go ahead and you can
they don't.
You can just say no, but the fact is the guys made over 20
when you're
videos
quiet, then
proving
I'll
creationists
do your fruit
to
fly
be
thing.
wrong and their entire model of life to be just moronic. But I mean, you go ahead
well, that's cute. Anyway, that's yeah, that's cute. So let's get to the fruit fly stuff, right? So with the fruit fly experiment, I just need an answer. Did it change to a different species or kind or type? Or is it still a variation of a fruit fly? Yes or no?
I just posted all the links. I'll be honest.
I asked you. I don't need to watch it because I've been indoctrinated with that stuff when I went to college and all throughout public schooling. We all know this shit. I know this shit better than you. I know your side of your argument better than you do. So what I'm asking you, and if you can't answer the question, I'll answer it for you. So I'm going to ask it again. Did those fruit flies that you mentioned, did they change to another kind, species, or type of insect, or were they still a variation of fruit flies? A or B?
Come on, Banksy. Where's your scientific method now?
Okay, so he's not going to answer. So when you got, you're going to answer.
My reply to this is simply what
it's either A or B.
Never debate.
It's either A or B. 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 So you're not going to insult me because I'm many levels smarter than you. If we were to both take an IQ test, I would blaze you out the water.
They'll bring you.
I will blaze you out the water, and no matter how much name calling you do, you're never going to beat this debate because I'm smart.
Never debate with idiots. They'll bring you down to their level and then beat you with experience.
Hold on. I know it better than you. Some fruit flies were. But they were still fruit flies. That's like saying that a black that's like saying because a black man is born with sickle cell anemia that type of evolution.
Clearly, he needs to go get a scientist to prove his fucking connection.
People like you are retarded.
I can't actually hear what he's saying. You do know that we didn't hear like 80% of what you said.
Why
all right, cool. So I'll say it again. Can you hear me?
Oh God Almighty!
Can you hear me?
Go on now. Go on, bro.
Okay, perfect. So what I was saying is the fruit flies that
you cough again.
Shut up, man.
And small
fruit flies. You cough again, Vince.
You cough again.
Oh wow! Can you hear me still?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, so when he brought up fruit flies, those fruit flies in the experiment still were fruit flies. Those fruit flies varied in physical features. Some of them were born with no wings. Some of them were born with small wings, so they couldn't fly very high or fly very much. Some of them were born with uneven wings, so they couldn't fly but in circles. Okay, now that's it. Saying that is speciation is akin to saying a black man having sickle cell anemia is some type of evolutionary advantage, or saying that somebody born without hands has an evolutionary advantage for not getting arrested. That's stupid. That's fucking stupid. And the guy that's on this channel pushing that people evolve from one type of thing to another is a moron of the highest order. And I would absolutely blaze you on an IQ test. You and me are not in the same level at all.
You're such an idiot. You even
You can't call someone
misrepresented
an
what a
idiot,
speciation.
Banksy.
No, he is an idiot.
He's
I
been
can call him an
completely
idiot.
logical.
Dude, he said that a fruit fly born with a small wing is speciation. That is
No,
not
I said it's not speciation, you dummy. You just said it's speciation because you brought up the fruit flies and said that was evidence of speciation. I told you, I told you what the condition of the fruit flies. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You said fruit flies. You said fruit flies.
No, I said that the fruit flies were experimented on to demonstrate evolution.
And they don't. They don't because they're still fruit flies, which is my point, you jackass. Them changing over time is them having different features. Having different features does not mean they're a different species. You fucking twit.
I didn't say that was
You're an idiot. Then why bring it up?
It's a specific thing within the
Then why bring it up? If we're talking about speciation, why would you bring up the fruit flies?
Because we were
because you're an idiot. That's why.
About speciation, you moron. We were talking about.
Yes, we were.
No, we weren't. We brought up
fucking idiot.
When I gave an example of speciation,
it's so easy to cook these atheists. It's boring. I'm out.
The lizards, you idiot. This is why you're a moron. It's because when I talk about speciation, because when I talk about
an idiot and a moron, he's been completely
yes, explain why. Explain.
Because he doesn't even know the terms. He doesn't even know the terms. That's why he got all flustered.
Who doesn't know the terms? Who doesn't know the term?
What is speciation, then? What is speciation? Explain to me.
You tell me. You brought up speciation. You believe in that shit. So you tell me what it means.
You said
you tell me what it means.
You tell me what.
And you said I'm a fool. You said I'm a fool and I'm dumb. So why don't you educate me on what speciation is?
Absolutely idiot, and I hold to that.
You tell me what you mean by understanding of the finer point.
Well, wait, you're getting
that he doesn't know the terminology.
You're getting mollywopped. You're getting mollywopped by somebody who's.
Look,
you're getting mollywopped by somebody who's supposedly intellectually you're inferior. I am mollywopping you. I am mollywopping you right now. I am mollywopping you right now. You're getting mollywopped. You're getting mollywopped. You're getting mollywopped.
No, you're not getting. You're not.
You're getting mollywopped. And then I got a whole book here. It's called. That there were. Hold on.
What is
there's a. Hold on.
Idiot can answer that.
Hey, there's a book.
I've never heard the word speciation in my life.
Hold on,
right now.
Con, hang on 1 second. So for anybody out there that's for the listening audience, there's a book you can buy, a textbook. It's called That Their Words May Be Used Against Them. These are quotes from evolutionists which lend support to so-called creationists. It's by Henry M. Morris. It's about a 400-page textbook with nothing but evolutionary scientists telling you that this world is a created thing. So go ahead. Good luck with that.
Vin, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. For evolution to occur, one species has to replace another species. So first of all, you need two species with a common ancestor, and then somehow one of them has to be wiped out, either by being outbred by superior competition or some sort of natural catastrophe that wipes out the second one. So you can't have two independent species and then say this is evolution.
Yes, you can, and you're wrong. You are wrong,
Banksy, please.
Khan. You are wrong. No species wipes out another species in order to have speciation.
Demonstration of evolution. If I have two sons and one of them's got green eyes and one of them's got brown eyes, right? One of them isn't better than the other one.
That is not speciation.
The circumstances arrives where one of them outbreeds the other one and puts him into an extinct position.
Holy shit! The level of moronic fucking debating here is unbelievable.
Yes, from you, it's
literally don't have a
astonishing.
fucking clue what you're talking about.
You think you're
literally
smarter
don't
than
have
you
a clue.
actually are.
No. I'm smarter than you fuckers. I know.
No,
that
you're
much.
not.
I am.
You're not.
much
It's not even
smarter than you
close.
idiots.
No, you're not.
I may not be the smartest person in the world,
You're not the smartest person even in this
smartest
chat.
person on this fucking panel, as far as you idiots are concerned.
Yes, maybe in the country that you're born in, you're the smartest. Maybe the country you're born in, you're the smartest. But you ain't smart over here.
Vin,
like we're still asking you. We're still asking you for observable scientific method-based evidence
nothing to do
of
with biology, and it's not
intermediate
even regarded
species.
as a high science. There's not a high level of science involved in his field of study. He's not really a scientist.
I know he's a bullshit artist and a theorist like astrophysicists. Astrophysicists also do not utilize the scientific method. You know that, right?
Fucking God.
Mitch, I have the video of Michio Kaku admitting this, and it's already up. I know it's okay.
The Earth is flat.
I know it's okay.
And they're covering it up.
I know the Earth is flat. We're waiting for you to catch up, Mr. Gravity. Mr. Theory of gravity is real. Gravity don't exist, Goofy. Why don't you study the electric universe theory and get up to speed with the science? Why don't you get up to speed with the science instead of being so 19th century? Like your classical Darwinian evolutionary stance is outdated. It's outdated.
And your internet.
It's outdated. Yeah, you're right. Because when you were talking over me, it was funny. But now I'm talking over you. Now it's not fun, right?
You keep using.
Okay, shut up. Anyway, so the fruit flies. Did they change from anything other than fruit flies? Did they change from anything other than fruit flies?
I can't engage with you.
My name's not Vic. There's no C. There's no C.
Speaking. Clearly.
The problem is he got the article, he read the abstract. He
got his ass whooped is what happened because he has no observable evidence.
Now he thinks he knows what he says.
I posted a link for you to learn what speciation means. What does it? Do you even know what speciation is? Do you know what taxonomy is? Do you even know any of these fields of science when it comes to evolutionary theory?
Do you have any observable evidence for intermediate species? Yes or no?
Yes, we have. We have.
All right, where's the evidence? Where is that evidence?
I posted the evidence for you. There's literally a 25 video compilation explaining all of this.
Talk normally, innit? Sorry, guys.
Sorry, Eunice. Unfortunately, you are surrounded by idiots.
No, I'm just saying.
Yes. Your ego is immense, and it's so immense that you've gained multiple personalities. So all the idiots on these panel belong to your multiple personalities. So anyway, so you don't have any evidence of any intermediary species.
Right, flat Earth.
You don't have. Where's the living? Where the living? Where? So you posted a video of a living intermediate species.
There are no living intermediate.
Okay, then.
Every species is an intermediary species. That's the problem. This is why you don't understand. Every one of us is an intermediary species. Every one of us, because we all. Do you realize every human being has? Damn, I forgot how many. I think it was like over 30 mutations from the day that we were born. We literally have mutations happening within our bodies right now.
What is a mutation? What is a mutation? Does a mutation? Yeah, go ahead.
From your previous, it's something different that occurs in you based on the combined genetics of your parents, and so it is something unique to you that doesn't happen.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes,
no, it's not.
Something that doesn't exist.
A mutation. Hold on, King. A mutation is a scrambling of already existing genetic material. So that's like me taking a book that's already written and then copying and cropping and pasting different sections of the book and taking it to another section of the book and inserting it into that section. Now, if you were to take those paragraphs that I took and cropped and took from one place in the book and put into another, it's the same as taking genetic mutation, scrambled genetic material, and placing the information in random spots, which is what mutation does. Mutations cause deficits. They don't cause advancements.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
There is
yes, they
positive
do.
mutations as well as negative
There's
ones.
no.
There are
What's a
people
positive
who have
mutation?
yes, there are
What
people
is
who've
a positive
mutated.
mutation?
There are people who actually have mutated blood cells that actually those who live in Nepal and in high what's it called? Low oxygen, high grounds, high altitude locations. They can actually carry more oxygen in their blood than others because they've developed a mutation.
That's not a mutation.
Yes, they are literally
That's an
born with that.
No, it's not. It's not a scrambling of DNA. That's an advancement. That's an addition of information.
Let me give you another example. Let me give you another example of a mutation. Let me give you another example of a mutation. There are people in Italy who've actually developed a mutation in which allows their blood cells to not develop cholesterol. There's another.
This is exactly like me saying sickle cell anemia is some type of advantage. Yo, this is retarded.
But nobody said sickle cell is a fucking mutation. A sickle cell is a response to actually, yes, the
it's
sickle
a mutation, you dummy.
It's
a scrambling of already existing genetics, which is why the red blood cells do not form into the things that it's supposed to. It doesn't form into a donut because it's a scrambling of information.
Defense mechanism.
Guys,
listen,
one at a time.
the sickle cell.
You're fucking this dude
the
is
sickle
stupid.
cell is actually.
One at a time. Banksy, why don't you ask him to specify the difference between an adaptation and a mutation? Because you obviously are conflating one with the other. Like, why can't
adaptations are mutations. The fact is, people don't understand the difference. He thinks that every mutation is negative. It is not.
All mutations are negative because by definition it is the scrambling of genetic material.
No, they're not. You fucking idiot.
Yes, it is. You fucking idiot. We can all call names. It doesn't make you smarter. You stupid fuck. Mutations. I'm still smarter than you, and I'm still smarter than you, and I'm still smarter than you.
That doesn't.
And I'm still smarter than you.
You can say it,
and I'm still smarter than you. And you can call people names that doesn't make you smart, and you can say it and doesn't make it true. I can do the same all dumb shit you do. So anyway, where's your observable evidence for intermediate species that are alive?
Understand what a gene is?
Can't.
Do you understand?
What is your evidence for intermediate species that are alive?
There are plenty of people who have developed adaptations and mutations, and we have.
I asked you for evidence, sir.
I'm not talking to you, Vic. I'm not talking.
I'm talking to you, though, punk. I'm talking to you, punk. I'm talking to you, punk. I'm talking to you, punk. No, clearly you do, because you're responding, you bitch. So, like, now that I got your attention, you're talking to me right now, you dumb fuck. So, anyway, like I said, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence for intermediate species right now that are alive? It should be endless evidence. You have none. Provide us some.
Okay, Con. The fact is,
provide us some. Provide us some evidence.
Banksy, you already answered the question. You said we are all intermediary species, and he said give the evidence for that. If you can't explain that in simple terms, Banksy, like where
that's
are
what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you that every one of us has mutations within us all the time. That's some of them end up in like cancer cells. Some of them end up with sickle cells. Some of them end up with.
That doesn't prove Darwinian evolution. That doesn't prove. You said mutations change you from one kind of thing to another. That's the context for which we're discussing this. Don't try to move the goalpost, you punk. So answer the question, punk. I said, where's the evidence? You have none. Why can't you just be humble and admit you don't have none?
The fact is,
why can't you be humble and admit you don't have none? You cunt.
Okay, this moron can just go ahead and talk all flappy.
Cunt, answer the question, you cunt. Answer the question, you cunt.
You're still a cunt. And
answer the question, you cunt.
Fuck you. I will not answer you anymore.
Because you can't, you cunt. You can't, you cunt.
That those mutations. the fact is that if you take all those mutations,
if you take all the mutations, shut the fuck up.
And you
give us the evidence. We don't want to hear your word salad. Give us the evidence. Give us the evidence. We don't want your word salad. Give us the evidence.
I think
The
it's
thing
best
is,
if you look at
Banksy,
the link.
he's managed to take his
Give us
argument
the evidence
from a general understanding to a specific point, and then he's addressed you with that point. So it's
No,
incumbent
he hasn't
upon
addressed
you
shit. He's
to
an
address the
idiot.
point.
Yes,
No,
yes.
managed to formulate
You're supposed to. You
to
got
address
to address
anything.
something, you goofball.
It's not up to me to address
I
anything.
asked you the
point is,
questions and you
evolution
address it,
exists.
and you can't
These
address
people are
it because you're not
morons,
intelligent
and they
enough
should
to
look at
admit
the
that
videos
you're
I
wrong.
posted. Listen, Con, look at the videos. It'll explain it to you
Where's
far better than I
where's
can.
the evidence of the
Banksy, I've got a
intermediate species
degree
which are
in
alive
human
right now?
nutrition. We covered evolution and epigenetics. We've done a whole module on it. I think I know about this. Like, I don't really need to watch no videos to understand
Well then,
mutation
if you've
and
seen
adaptation,
how the
because
evolution
the
and
whole
adaptation
exercise
works,
science field is based on adaptation to the stimulus of exercise.
exactly. So
It's
then
still
why
a fruit
are you
fly,
questioning
dumb
this?
fuck.
So are you
It's
questioning
still a
evolutionary
fruit fly,
theory?
dumb
What I'm
fuck.
saying to you is, if we take humans and we put them in the Andes and they adapt to that environment and they can absorb oxygen more better because they've got increased lung capacity, they're still human. They're not a different species
Exactly.
from us.
But nobody
Exactly.
said that they're not human. But the fact is that if you take a
So
human
why
and
would
you
why would
change
you
him
bring that up
so
as an
much,
why would you bring that up as an example
was a
for
poor
intermediate
example.
species? You
because
fucking moron.
when it comes to
You're a
intermediate
fucking
species,
twit.
the fact is that these
You're a twit.
changes, these small changes over time will extend to such an amount that you no
See,
longer.
there goes that magical millions of years.
No,
Magical.
calling
There
people
goes
morons.
that magical millions of years. Millions and millions of years. Millions and millions of years is the same. Millions and millions of years is the same as saying long ago and far away. It's a fucking fairy tale. You have no observable proof, and you're trying to make excuses for why you don't have any observable proof. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in Jesus, so that doesn't work with me. The world is flat. The world is
the
flat.
world is just flat.
There
That's
is no
how it is.
gravity.
See,
That's why it's a theory. That's why it's a theory.
This is the
like
thing.
Darwinian evolution.
This is why these morons
No, you said that we all have
don't run the world.
mutations, right? Banksy, you said we all contain mutations.
This is
Show
why
me
these
the mutation
morons.
that made you who you are.
Yes. This is why jackasses like you run the world, and jackasses like you follow the people who run the world.
This moron uses real scientist equipment
real
to shout his
scientists
moronic fucking concepts
real
on the internet.
scientists
That's the
scientists do
irony.
not tell you the Earth is a globe. Real scientists do not back Darwinian evolution. Real scientists don't believe in gravity, and they understand it's a theory.
This is why real
scientists
get
they
on
are
with
real
the
scientists.
job.
They're
They're
not
real
your
scientists get
they're
on
not
with the
your
job
paid
of making the world
academics.
better.
They're
whilst
not
these
your paid
idiots-
academics.
These idiots are going to.
They're not your
this is
paid
the difference.
academics.
This is the difference between
They're
real
not your
scientists
paid
who make the
academics.
world better and these morons who just use those equipment and shout their fucking bollocks over the internet.
But to me,
Says the motherfucker who's been running his mouth for about an hour and a half and still can't provide one bit of evidence for what he's saying.
Really know what you're talking about. You're just very arrogant, and you just got this dismissive attitude that makes people think you know what you're talking about. Really, you've not offered no background reason.
Bingo!
I've offered you entire video series.
You've offered nothing
Because this
You've
stuff
offered
is
nothing.
too complicated to describe, to talk over a moron who's screaming on a microphone.
If you can't explain something, if you can't explain something, it means you don't know it that well. If you can't explain it simply, that means you don't know it that well. You fucktard. You don't know it that well. No, I'm smarter than you, and I'm not going to accept indoctrination. That's what's going to happen. You have no observable evidence for anything you're talking about. Where is your scientific method-based evidence? Hold on, Con. Where is your scientific method-based evidence?
He's not going to answer you, Vin.
I know he's not. That's why I'm going to keep asking the question.
He referenced.
Listen, you're a fucking idiot.
Hey, and your mom sucks my dick. And your mom sucks my dick. Okay, and your mom sucks my dick. And your mom sucks my dick. So who
And your
cares?
mom
And your mom sucks my dick. So who cares?
in your ass.
And your mom's. Alright, if you like fucking old ladies,
fucking mom.
okay, you like fucking old ladies, cool. So let's get back to the evidence. Okay, you like fucking old women. That's clear. But let's get back to the evidence.
You seem to want to fuck old women too.
I never said I fucked your mom. I said your mom was gonna smoke my cock. That's what I said.
Yeah.
So anyway,
So you like old ladies sucking
where's
your
your
cock?
evidence?
That's all right.
Yes,
then.
I do. I like your mom sucking my cock,
I
not
like
old
your
ladies.
mom
Your
getting
mom.
fucked in.
Your
Your
mom.
mom in her
Your
ass.
mom.
I like your mom's
Your
ass.
mom.
I like your mom's
Your
ass.
mom.
And I will
Your
skull
mom.
fuck her
So
in front of
anyway,
you and your
so
dad.
where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? Oh, you
It's
still
all
have
right,
none?
granny
Okay.
fucker.
So if
It's
you
all right, granny fucker.
if you have no scientific method based evidence, you should probably shut the fuck up.
I have all the evidence, and I've
You
posted
don't
the
have
evidence.
any
Whilst
evidence.
you haven't actually posted a single
You
fucking
have-
thing.
you
and
have
all
no
you've done is
evidence
run your
whatsoever.
fucking ignorant mouth yelling. That's all you've
I
done.
just
You've proven you can
gave you
yell.
a 400-page
Congratulations,
textbook.
you can yell
I just gave you
on the internet.
a 400-page textbook
You are a moron.
with your own scientists
and after
proving you
the
wrong.
No,
You
no,
haven't
that's
given
bullshit.
shit. I
That is
gave a
absolute
400-page
bullshit.
textbook.
None
I'll
of
do
those
it again.
people are fucking credible.
It's called that. They all have more credentials than you. They all have
They are
doctorates
not
and
credible.
PhDs that you
These
don't
are
have.
morons like
They
you
all
who
have
believe the earth is
PhDs that
flat.
you don't have. They all have PhDs that you don't have. You know that, right?
Again, Eunice, never talk
They
to morons. They'll bring you down to their level and beat you with experience.
They all have evidence with PhDs that you don't have. Do you have a PhD?
How do you know I don't have a PhD?
I asked you if you do or not. It's a question, you fucking retard.
Yes, I have a
Yeah,
PhD.
have you
What
got
of it?
a PhD, Banksy?
A PhD in what?
What of it? I have a PhD. What of it?
Do you have a PhD in what?
Yes, internet technology.
Okay, then it's not in this subject matter. So shut the fuck up with all that
So
arrogance.
who gives
pussy.
a fuck? Who gives a fuck? I've got a PhD.
I do.
All these people
I do.
have
You fucking
PhDs.
moron. They have a PhD in the actual thing that we're talking about. You don't have a PhD in this material.
They don't have,
you fucking idiot.
I don't
so their word stands above yours.
No, this is called the fallacy
okay, so
of
scientific
appealing
bias.
to authority.
So
it is a
you're
fallacy of appealing to
scientific
authority.
bias.
As
That's
if
what you were just doing.
Your bullshit
That's what you were just
actually
doing.
mean. No,
So when you do it, it's okay.
The scientific
So when you do it, it's okay.
that has taken
So when you
place.
so when you do it, it's okay.
To Richard Dawkins.
So when you do it, it's
Richard
okay.
Dawkins says this. I'm appealing to the scientific work that has been taken. That has actually taken place.
So what do you think? So what do you think? What do you think I'm doing by mentioning all the scientists that are in this 400-page textbook? So what are you doing then? So what are you doing then?
This.
So what are you doing
They
then?
say the moronic shit that you're saying. No.
What are you
I'm giving
doing
you
then?
evidence of the scientific research.
You're appealing to authority, you fucking retard. That's your own argument.
I'm not telling you that a particular
That's your own fucking argument, you jackass.
I am not appealing to authority of the a particular
You are.
scientist.
If you're quoting an article, if you're quoting an article or citing an article, that's an appeal to that's an appeal to authority. Yes, it is.
No, it's not appeal to
that's
authority.
That's an appeal to authority. Yes, it is, you moron.
Showing the evidence that this work has been done,
and
this is the results of the work that has been done.
And I have a 400-page textbook.
What is their work?
And I have a 400-page textbook quoting multiple scientists, over 50 different PhD scientists. It's a collection of their works and conclusions. You fucking retard.
You're appealing to fucking authority, you moron. This is why you're
That's
such a moron.
the same thing that you're doing, you fucking idiot.
No, you just said
that's the same thing that you're doing.
You're literally
saying
that's
the same thing that you're doing.
Book of scientific quotes. Not scientific research, not white papers of what these people did. You're saying this is the fucking quotes.
Hold on.
Moron. Fucking moron. Absolute fucking moron. I have more IQ. I scrape more IQ points off the back of my shoe, off the bottom of my shoe than you fucking collected.
The scientists who made the quotes didn't do any research. So the scientists who made the quotes didn't do any research prior before making the quotes. That's what you're saying?
Give me their research. Give me their white papers.
Why don't you go buy the book and you can go through every single one of them?
Quotes,
why don't you go buy the book?
You're not actually even providing
and then you can go through
the evidence. You're just simply spouting the bollocks.
I don't need to. They can go buy the book.
Yes. Yeah, okay,
just like you didn't provide any evidence. You just gave magical links for people to watch magical videos that don't prove anything.
That the world is flat and that unicorns
and I got a magical book that'll tell you that Darwin said we evolved from apes.
Do you know what? Yeah, can you guys speak normally, please, instead of shouting?
Sorry.
And let each other, speak, and finish.
No. The thing is, Eunice, I can't be cordial with a fucking moron.
I thought we were going to be civil, but because the jackass thinks he's so smart, I'm going to completely demolish him.
I can't be civil with a moron.
Because I will fuck your mom. That's a fact. I will fuck your mom. That's a fact.
Moronic bullshit that
I will fuck your mom. That's a fact.
Match that kind of moronic fucking behavior.
You brought the moronic energy. You started calling names first. So when I respond back, so now we're gonna go racist. But now we're gonna go racist.
I'm not talking about race. We're all monkeys. You fucking moron.
No, we're not all monkeys. You're a monkey.
That's why you don't fucking accept evolutionary biology.
No, you're a monkey.
Because we're all monkeys. But the minute I say monkey, you think I'm talking about your fucking race. I'm talking about your moronic brain, your monkey brain. That's what I'm talking about. But you want to take it to that because you're such an idiot.
It sounds like racism to me.
Is racist.
It sounds like racism to me.
Fucking moron.
It sounds like racism to me. Wait. This is coming from the motherfucker who believes we evolved from apes but has no observable evidence. But I'm the moron. That's fucking rich. Yo, this is rich. The guy has no observable evidence. Spent fucking 30 minutes talking to Zulu about scientific method, about how Zulu has no scientific method-based evidence. Then when I pop on and talk about what the scientific method is, and I give you 3 criteria of the scientific method, you can't even adhere to it. Don't even start talking. Keep your lips shut. I'm talking right now. So why don't you provide the listening audience some evidence, some actual evidence, not your little videos of fruit flies, which don't prove anything. That proves nothing. That does not prove macroevolution. You can have you can have different variables. You can have different variables in a kind, and it still be the same type of animal. They can have brown hair, black hair, white hair, red hair. They can be tall, medium, short, small, fat. That they're still the same kind of animal. And you've yet to provide any evidence other than fucking lip service and insults, because the first person to throw insults is usually the person who's the weakest in the room. I'm smarter than you. Do you not understand this? I'm smarter. Then go tell the Mensa Luxembourg High IQ Society, which I actually got invited to take the test to be a member of, that I'm an idiot. Why don't you go take the test and let's see if you can even qualify to get there? I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter than you. So if I'm a moron, then what are you?
You are a moron.
If I'm smarter than you, if I'm smarter than you and you're a moron, what are you?
The epitome of moronic.
Says the guy who believes in Darwinian evolution and gravity. You can't defend anything you have to say without making insults because you're not intelligent. You're a jackass. You're an absolute moron with no evidence whatsoever.
Currently sport a higher IQ.
There are cum stains out there with more intellect than you. We can all throw insults, but you can't answer anything.
That had higher IQs than you. You are a moron.
Weak. That's weak. That's weak. Come again.
Go ahead, Eunice.
Are you going to actually answer the question or what?
Let each other, finish the point, without disturbing each other, innit?
Unfortunately, you can't talk to morons.
Yeah, well, you can't do that. You can't do that with a Neanderthal like Banksy. You can't do that. You can't do that with a Neanderthal. No, I don't. Neanderthals have nothing to do with evolution, you dumb fuck.
Then why am I a Neanderthal if you don't believe in an evolutionary theory?
You're a Neanderthal because you modern Europeans went up into that. Oh, shut the fuck up! You modern European. Hold on. You want to answer?
Are there other human species? Are there different
other
types of
human species? Who told you that Neanderthals were human? You fucking idiot.
So
Humans are Homo
Neanderthals are not-
sapiens sapien. Humans are Homo
but
sapiens.
Neanderthals are not hominids.
Humans
So
are
you
Homo
believe in
sapiens
human-
sapien.
So you believe in humans, Homo sapiens sapiens.
Humans
So you
are
believe Homo
humans are Homo sapiens
So you believe in
sapien.
the evolutionary theory of humans being Homo sapiens sapiens.
Humans are Homo sapiens sapien. What is
So it seems
Neanderthal?
Vic
What
believes
is
in the Homo
Neanderthal?
sapiens. They're the
What is
hominids. They're part of the
Neanderthal?
hominid family.
So Neanderthals and humans are the same thing.
No, they're part of the hominid
Okay,
family.
okay then. So then,
But
no.
you believe this
no.
is, by the way, this is all
No.
evolution.
No.
This is part of the evolutionary theory. You know that Homo
No,
sapiens sapien
it's
is
a part of
the
it's a part of your
evolutionary theory.
it's a part of
This is the
your theory.
It's amazing he
It's a part
uses
of
the
your
evolutionary theory to say that human beings are hominids, but yet there is no evolution. If there's no evolution,
Where
then
did
the
I
fuck
say
did the
human
Homo
beings?
sapiens
Where did
sapiens
I
came
say
from?
hominids anywhere? Where did I say the word hominid anywhere?
You said Homo sapiens sapiens, right? Did
Yes,
you
I
say
said Homo sapiens sapien. Right.
Yeah,
Is
that's part
Homo
of the
sapien
hominid
the same as
family.
Neanderthal? Is Homo sapien the same as Neanderthal, or are they
No.
different?
No, they're part of the
They're
hominid
different,
family.
right? Are they
But
different?
this is all about
Are
I
they
can't believe
different?
he's
No,
using
yo, notice
evolutionary speech.
the guy
He's
won't
literally
answer any
using
question.
evolutionary conversation right now.
Notice how he won't answer any questions whatsoever because he
Where did
knows
you
he's
get the
getting
term
chopped right
Homo
now.
sapiens? Where did you get the term?
I'm using terms that you're familiar with, you dumb cunt.
So what is the alternative to Homo sapiens sapien?
Homo sapiens and Neanderthals
What's
the
the
same thing.
alternative?
Are
What's the
they the
alternative?
same thing?
I just
Are
told you
they
no.
the same thing?
I just
Okay
told you
then.
no.
So what's your issue?
What is
So when
why
I
are
say
you
you're
using the
Neanderthal,
term Homo
so when I
sapiens
say
sapien?
because you can because you understand what it means. Because you understand what it
This guy
means.
literally. Okay, what's the alternative term? What's an alternative? Yeah, okay.
You
what's the
tell me.
alternative?
This is your lingo.
No.
You tell
used
me.
the term Homo sapiens
Yeah,
sapiens
I
to
did.
compensate for me.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, because
what
you're
is
a
your
Neanderthal,
alternative?
so
What is
you're
your-
not
what is your
100%
alternative to
human.
that?
Your
What is your
people went
alternative
up
to the
into
term
the
Homo
Eurasia,
sapiens
and you
sapien?
intermingled with non-humans, which is why you're hybrids. You're not humans.
What
You
is
guys
your
are not humans.
alternative name
You
for Homo
guys are not
sapien sapien?
humans. You
Okay,
modern Europeans are
we're
not
not talking
humans.
about modern Europeans, and I'm not a
Yes,
European.
we are. Yes, we are.
What
Yes,
is
we
your-
are.
What is your
Yes, we are.
alternative term to Homo sapiens
One person
sapien?
speaks, other one listens, please.
Where's
Thank you,
your evidence? Where's your evidence for intermediate species?
What
Don't
is
ask me
your
no questions until you're going to
alternative
answer
name-
the question
what
I
is your
asked you 30 minutes
alternative
ago.
name for Homo
Don't
sapiens
ask me no
sapien?
questions until you answer the question I gave you
I
half an
arrest
hour
my
ago.
case. This man believes in
No,
evolution.
you
Thank
didn't arrest your case.
I arrest my case right now because you literally
You
used the
didn't
term
arrest
Neanderthal
anything because
and
you
Homo
have
sapien
no evidence. So what
because
if I
you
use the
actually
term? So
believe
what?
in
I
evolution.
use the term species. No, using terminology doesn't mean you believe in the ideology, you dumb
I
fuck.
think you do. I think you do because
Well,
wouldn't
you
know.
think wrong
Okay,
because you're
then
dumb.
Give me your
Because you're
alternative to
dumb.
Homo sapiens
Give
sapien.
me the
Give me your
evidence for
alternative.
intermediate species that are alive today. Where's the evidence? Show me an intermediate species between a human and an ape or a chimpanzee or whatever you believe we evolved from. Where is it? Where's the
Every one of
intermediate
us
species?
is an intermediary
Where,
species.
no,
Every one
we're
of
not.
us is.
We're humans.
You
No,
are
we're
born
humans.
as
No, we're
intermediary
humans.
species.
No, we're not. We're
In
humans.
that case, then you don't understand the
So
science.
if we're born intermediate species, you can't have any humans. You can't have any designated type of species then. If that's the case, you fucking idiot. Checkmate.
No, you can.
Fucking
You can.
moron. No,
No, you
you can't.
can't.
You just said we're
Absolutely
all
can.
intermediary species. So
We
if we're
are.
all intermediary, that means there's no definite positions. It's an ever-evolving scale, which means
It
there's no
is.
certainty, you fucking
It
idiot.
is, but
Shut up.
there are certain
Shut up.
stages
Shut up. I'm
that
done.
people hit. There are certain stages that different species hit.
Mal,
But
you're a
Eunice,
fucking
how are
idiot.
you
I'm
today?
out.
Yes,
Right.
of course you're out because you're a moron. Now you need to go.
Yeah,
and
no,
play
because
with
you
your
won't
feces.
answer any questions because you can't.
Go through your
You
feces
can't answer
at the
any
fucking
questions. You
spectators.
can't answer any questions whatsoever.
Go play with your Lego set.
Why
Next time,
don't
I'll bring
you
some
go play with
crayons.
your Lego
I'll
set
bring
since
your
you believe you
crayons. I'll
evolved
bring
from
some
monkeys?
crayons and I'll draw you pictures.
Why don't you go play with your little monkey friends and your little monkey family? And you can go have a little monkey shit throwing time with each
I'm
other.
sorry, I'm
And the
sorry.
rest
Are
of
you
us
being
who are, and the
racist?
rest of
Are
us
you
who are
being
human
racist,
beings, and the
calling me
rest
a
of us who are
monkey?
human beings, yes, I am. You're a monkey. So the rest of us who are human beings, we're going to have logical conversations where we can actually provide evidence. Where you can only do psychology games like laughing when things aren't funny or name calling when you don't have to name call because you're weak and you're not intelligent.
You're a
And it's
moron.
easy to
I'm
see
sorry.
when
You're
people
too
like you
stupid
are
for
not
this
very
subject.
intelligent.
You are too stupid for this subject matter. That's the
I'm
pity
rocking
I have
you right
for
now. I'm
I
rocking
have
you right now.
pity.
You got rocked for
I
40
pity
minutes.
you.
You
I
got
pity
rocked
you.
for 40 minutes.
Okay,
You got rocked for
yes,
40
you're right.
minutes
You're
and
right.
you
You're the
still have
man.
no evidence.
You're the man, Vic. You're the man.
I know I'm the man.
You're
I
the
don't need you
well
to tell me
done,
what
Vic.
I already know.
Go,
I need
go
you to
play with
answer
your
some
crayons
questions
now,
though.
Vic.
Answer
Go play
some
with your
questions.
crayons. Let
No,
the
I'll play
adults
with your
talk.
mom's tits after I'm done. I'll
Thank
play
you.
with your mom's tits
There you
after I'm
go.
done. Right
There
now
you
I'm
go.
dealing with
There
you.
you go. There
Right
you
now
go
I'm dealing with you.
with your high
Okay,
IQ
and then I'll get your mom's
conversations.
tits ready for you to breastfeed.
Yeah, that is your high IQ. That is your high IQ status,
But
right?
name calling is high
That's
IQ though,
all
right?
that
Yeah, but name calling is high IQ.
that
We
is
can
your
both
highly
do. We
intelligent
can both
debating
get ready, and
tactics.
I'll still be smarter than you
Vic,
at the end of the
you're a
day
moron,
because you
mate.
started the
I'm
name calling,
sorry that
and
you're
you
a
clearly
moron.
can't even read. You don't know the
I'm
difference between
sorry
an
that
N
you're an
and a
idiot.
C.
It's
called
not my
Vin,
fault
not
that you're an
Vic.
idiot.
Learn how to
But I
read. I
tried
don't know
to
what
elevate
language
you
is your
today.
first language,
I
but in
tried to
English, an
elevate
N
you.
is an not
I
a K.
tried to
Okay, an N
elevate you
is an
today.
not a K. Do you understand
I
English?
tried
An
to
N is
elevate
an
you today,
not a
but
K.
it seems
It's
impossible
Vin,
to
not
elevate
Vic.
your brain.
It's Vin, not Vic. You can't elevate somebody when you can't even read letters. Is that a C or an N in my
Oh,
name?
sorry, I thought there was another guy called Vic
Yeah,
around.
because you're fucking stupid. That's why.
Oh, that's Vic.
No,
There's
very
Vic.
good debate.
Ironically, there is Vic.
Yo. So this. I'm glad Banksy you get a little taste of your own medicine. Because Banksy,
This is not a taste of my medicine. This guy's a weak bitch.
Yes, it is, pussy. You get to taste your own medicine.
If he can scream over the microphone, that doesn't mean
I
anything.
never asked anybody a question. Yeah, I was making a statement. So I don't know why people talking over me. And this is your problem, Banksy. Yeah, I really love chatting to you. I love it when you jump on, but you have the worst fucking etiquette when it comes to communication. That's why when I saw Vin in the chat, I was like, yes, because I know how Vin gets. Yeah, I'm glad he changed his mic. You turn up your mic, talk over people, interrupt, talk while people are chatting, and you don't like it when it happens to you. You hand out insults. You don't like it when it happens to you. Vin is your match, so deal with it.
Vin is not my match. Vin is beneath me. I have scraped off better things off the bottom of my shoe.
No, sorry.
Vin is not my equal.
Please. Vin is definitely more intelligent than you. He's definitely winning this argument with you, and you are definitely getting a taste of your own.
You can pretend.
Let me finish talking. This is your habit that you don't like. This is why he's doing it to you, because he was listening when he was doing it to everyone else.
Right.
This is why he's fucking you over. But I love you, Banksy, man. As a panelist, you're a good panelist. But please, maybe if you started engaging more maturely, then others will reciprocate. But at the moment, the way that Vin is dealing with you is how you deal with every other conversation on here.
That's how he was dealing with Zulu.
Exactly.
He was doing Zulu like that. So I figured I would do him like that.
Vin is a moron, and Vin is
no. The fact is, you can call names all you want. I'm gonna overtalk you every single time. I'm smarter than you. I'm more handsome than you. I'm more handsome than you. I'm smarter than you. My dick is bigger than you. I make more money than you. Everything about my life is better than you. Did you hear me? Everything about my life is better than you.
You're a moron.
Everything. I make more money than you. I live in a better country than you. I make more money than you. I live in a better country than you. I'm smarter than you. I'm wiser than you. I'm better looking than you. My dick is bigger than yours. There's literally nothing you.
I have piled shit taller than you.
Talk over you the entire time.
Then you can't do shit. You can't do shit. Actually,
so I'm gonna come on here like the pit bull I am, and I'm gonna run you ragged.
You ain't shit, Vin, and you lost your microphone. Your volume has dropped extensively.
Oh my God! Please don't tell him.
His microphone volume just went to shit. I don't know what happened.
I know he's been screaming in that mic though.
I know the microphone. The microphone quit on him.
Listen, no, Jedi is right. If Jedi didn't say it, 10 people have typed it already. When you be having debates with people people be talking like this and trying to get their points across, and then Banksy's all over them like big volume, and that's kind of what he's doing to
Shall
you
I
right
shall
now.
I lower the volume?
I'm just giving him a
whether he's on
taste
the
of his
higher
own
content
medicine
or
because
not,
I seen him doing it to
whether he's right
Zulu,
or
It's
wrong.
and I
not just the
seen him
volume;
making
it's the
stupid
interruption.
ass points.
Like you just
I
barrage
seen him
through,
making
no matter
stupid
whatever,
points,
no matter what
nonsensical
someone's saying, you
points.
just barrage through. That's the annoying
Yeah.
thing about it.
Okay, there's that too. There's that
Are you
too.
okay, Vic? How is your life, Vic?
Mine?
Yeah, Vic. I'm
fine.
talking to Vic now, not that other
Well, I
moron.
can't tell because you've been
unfortunately,
dragging my name through the fucking mud the last half
He
hour.
actually understands the difference between
Oh,
an
I'm sorry.
N
I've
and a
been,
C now.
I've been calling that
I'm
idiot.
glad
I
we
thought it
taught
was
you
Vic.
basic
I didn't
English.
even look.
I'm glad we taught you basic English. Maybe now we can teach you some science.
No, fuck this Vin. Vin is a piece
No,
of shit.
fuck that, man.
That
Let me go deal with my daughter.
I have taken pills bigger than this cunt. So
First
there's
off,
no way on
the
earth I'm changing
fact that you have
anything
to
based
take
on this
pills
fucking
lets us
moron's
know that you're
attitude.
sick. The
You
fact
can
that
go
you gotta
fuck
take pills
yourself,
lets
Vin.
us know that you're
You
sick.
and your
I don't
entire
have to
fucking
take pills
species
because I'm
can go
healthy.
fuck yourself.
I don't have
That's
to
what
take
I
any
will
pills
do.
because
I
I'm
will
healthy.
fuck
I
your
don't have any
entire
mental
fucking
illnesses like
species
you
into
do,
a new
which is why you
species,
gotta take them
thus
big ass
speciating
pills
you
to
from
get
the
your
human
mind
race.
together.
What pills? What pills do you take?
What pills do you take, buddy?
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of
What
pills
pills do you take?
And please don't say
Is it in the morning?
Fuck yourselves.
If you're not taking Ritalin, you should add it to the list so you can stay focused, so that you can stop doing
Well,
ad hominem attacks to try to deflect from the fact that you have no actual evidence for anything that you're pushing. You just
I've
have lip
posted
service.
all the
You just
evidence
have
for
lip
everything,
service
and the rest of the world
from
then
you
will
deep
go
throat
on
Darwin,
following the science of
Darwin. That's it.
Darwinian science,
Listen, you can deep throat
the
Darwin all you want.
cosmology.
You can
All
deep
of the
throat
real
Darwin
sciences
until
in the
the tip
world
of his
are
dick
going to
is in
keep
the
on
bottom of your
marching
stomach.
forward,
It'll
and the
never
world will
make
be a better
anything that he
place,
says
and you
true.
will carry
It'll
on
never
using
make
the
Darwinian
advantages and
evolutionary
all the
theory
scientific
true.
discoveries that these
It
great
will
men
never
use,
make
and
anything
you
you
and
say
morons
true.
like you will go on
It will never make
living
anything you got to
and
say
surviving
true. And
off the
I'm gonna
back of
talk over you
those great
until my man
scientists.
Trill
But
mutes my
you can't talk
microphone, and
over
then
me
I'll
because
just
I'm
call it quits.
literally
Other than that,
talking
I'm
over
gonna
you,
continue
and
to
I'm
talk
louder
over
than you,
the
and I'm
entire
better
time,
than
and I'm
you're
gonna
admittedly
dominate
talking
you
over
in
him.
I
every
am
single way
better
possible.
than you, Vic.
Every
This is
single way
exactly
Better.
what the problem is,
I
man.
will dominate you. I'm better looking than you. My dick's bigger than yours. I'm smarter than you. I'm wiser than you. I make more money
Yeah,
than you.
yeah,
And
you're
I
right.
look
You're
better
right,
than
Vin. You're right. Your
So I
dick.
got at least
Yeah,
6
go
to
go
7
measure everything
things
with your dick,
better. I
Vin.
got
Go
6 to
measure
7
the whole
things
world with your
better
dick,
than
because
you.
the world
I got
revolves
6
around
to 7
the
things
size
better
of
than you.
men's appendages. That's right. That's right. Because
I
morons like
named
you
6 I
think
named
that
6
that is
things.
that
I
is some
named
kind
6
of a
things. I
bonus.
named 6
That is
things.
something,
And
some
you're
sort of an
focused on the
advantage in
big.
life. I tell you what,
I named
you
6
have a bigger
things.
dick than me, but I have a
named
bigger
6
brain than
things.
you.
No,
That's
you
the
don't.
difference.
You
That's
don't.
what
I
makes
can
it
name
actually
6
better.
things.
Because
I'm
whilst
smarter
you're
than
going
you.
around
I'm
swinging your
wiser than
dick,
you. I'm
the rest
better
of us
looking
with
than
the
you.
bigger
I
brains
make
are
more money than
building the
you.
world
I
in
live in
which
a
you
better
use
country than
and you
you.
live in.
And last
We
but
built the
not
world
least,
that
my
You didn't
you
build
dick's
shit,
fucking
man.
live on.
I'm
You
just a
recorded
better
you did
person than you
porn,
and a
fam. What are
better
you talking
human
about?
being
You didn't do shit.
altogether.
What did you invent? You sat there with cameras recording people have sex. You didn't do shit. What did you do? What did you do? What degrees do you have? What did you study?
Hey, Zulu,
I studied computer science. I got a first
Zulu.
class degree. And you want to call us dumb? What the fuck do you do?
Zoo, he's flabbergasted because I'm giving him some of his own fucking medicine. Now he's in his emotions. Now he can't do anything. Can't answer no questions. Can't do nothing. But when he was doing it to you, notice how he was having a grand old fucking time.
Yeah.
But now I'm doing it to him. Now all of a sudden he wants to act like a little pussy. Now all of a sudden he's quiet because
I'm still
somebody came here to
here
match his
fucking
zone.
calling you out on your fucking moronic ways, you Neanderthal. You low IQ sack of shit. I'm still here stomping your fucking ass, and you still think you're winning. This is how much of an idiot you are. You're like a fucking punch-drunk fucking boxer who's been beaten the shit out of, and you're still swinging, thinking that you still got something left. You ain't got shit. I fucking owned you, Vin. I owned you on so many levels that now you went down to your mama jokes. That's how bad you were. You went down to your mama fucking insults because you got owned so badly.
You know this guy.
That's the difference between you and me, Vin. I'm still here stomping your fucking ass And don't worry, Vin. Don't worry, Vin. I will carry on working with all the other scientists in the world, and we will make your world better and comfortable whilst you go ahead and deny the work that the rest of us do. The ones who actually do science. science, the ones who actually make this world what it is. But you can go ahead and swing your dick and say, I've got a bigger dick. Look at that geeky four-eyed guy. I have a bigger dick than him, because that's the level of intellect that you have. To be honest with you, in some ways, it's a fucking, it's almost like a crying shame that the rest of the intelligent people have to fucking make this world, and then you live off the back of our hard work. You know what? Then occasionally just say thank you. Just say thank you to the people who made the world so comfortable for you that you can get on the mic and go, you're a little bitch, you're a little bitch. That is why you're a moron. No, this is a demonstration of how much I've triggered you. You are literally screaming, you're a little bitch, because you've got no other words. You've lost your fucking capability to talk. You've lost your ability to put words together.
You're a little bitch.
Vic, you need. I can't hear you, Vic. Oh, are you?
All right. So,
are you beatboxing?
Everybody on here knows I get on here and yell and get ignorant. Everybody on here knows that. So
you're a
didn't do
moron,
anything.
Vin.
This is my
I'm
normal
sorry
MO
that
when I get on here.
that the world that you live in is built on the backs of people like me. I'm sorry that we made this world so good for you that you can deny all the sciences that took and all the hard work that it took for us to make this. You live off the shoulders of giants. You are literally resting upon the shoulders of giants whilst you're a mental midget pretending to be intellectual.
I read brainwaves for 10 years. That's my career. I literally am in the scientific community. I'm gonna say it again. I read brainwaves for more than 10 years. This is about 11. Yeah, about 10 years, 11 years. So I've been reading brainwaves in hospitals.
Look, being a janitor in the MRI lab doesn't make you a scientist. Being a janitor in the MRI lab doesn't make you a scientist, Vin. You know that. You're not part of the scientific work.
Vin, do you know what this guy does for a living, Vin? This guy records people having sex for a living. He's a porn cameraman. He hasn't got chat for no one.
I know. I can hear it. He said he got a PhD, and I'm asking him.
That's nothing wrong with it.
And then he tells me stuff having to do with computer science. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with Darwinian evolution? And why is he talking so confidently when he doesn't have?
I mean, in all fairness, it's not
being a janitor in the MRI lab doesn't make you part of that scientific discourse. You know that, right? You just clean up the fucking floor. You just mop the floor after they finish.
All he did was sit behind the camera and record people having sex. That's all you've done in your life.
That's what it is, man. That's my entire life. It's just recording.
That's your career. Your career is recording.
The irony is that I've seen more tits and ass than Vic has ever dreamed of in his life. Oh, Vin. Sorry, Vic. I keep calling your name.
Hold on. This guy records other people shagging for a living.
Yes, he's admitted this, Vin. On the show, he admitted this.
Wait. Banksy. You're a voyeur for like paid. You're a paid voyeur. That's what you are.
Banksy, having done work for, what do you call it, like that? The big like brands and all that.
Banksy. So Banksy, that means you've had to watch other men's rods, right?
Yes.
While they're in action.
You see how funny he is now, Vin? You see how funny he is now?
Business that.
You see how funny he is now when he tries to say that word down.
You mean to tell me that you get turned on when you see men in the changing room? Is that what happens? Do you actually get turned on when you watch men walk around naked in the changing room? Is that? I mean, Vin, it's okay. You know, if you're part of the LGBTQI plus community, I got no hate on you. I don't know. Maybe Zulu might hate on you because he's a biblical prick, but I've got no hate. You can be part of the LGBT crew, man. But I don't get turned on when I see men's dicks. I don't know about you, but that doesn't affect me. But clearly, you've got an issue seeing other men's dicks. But if you're part of the LGBTQ plus community, do you, boy? Do you, man? Good luck to you. I hope you enjoyed Pride last month.
No.
Were you part of the Pride parade, Vin? I hope you enjoyed
Vin, you know what's so funny about this guy, Vin? Is that he speaks as if he's the ambassador of science, but this guy for a living records people having sex. How are you the ambassador of science?
Technically, they're not having it like properly.
You've got no job in the scientific field. You've got no degree or credentials in the scientific field. Shut the hell up, bro. You're talking to two people that have worked in the
literally have bachelors of science in my name.
from the scientific field.
I literally
What are you
have
talking
bachelors of
about?
science after
So
my
I
game.
do. So I have. Yeah,
Your
but I'm not
bachelor,
trying
where
to.
did your bachelor's lead you? If you
I have
spend
a
your life
bachelor's
recording
degree.
people having sex,
Where
where did your bachelor's lead
Eunice,
you?
Eunice, have you finished your degree?
Where did your bachelor's
Yeah, I
lead you,
finished. I
bro?
got a postgraduate work.
Having a
Finished that.
bachelor, having a bachelor's in science is like having a high school degree. That's not impressive.
Is that
This
what
guy
it
has
is?
a fucking
No,
bachelor's,
but
and he's
when
talking
Zulu says
shit.
I'm
Yo,
not
this is
part of
hilarious.
scientific community and I literally have science.
Banksy, if you
Yeah, but you couldn't even explain speciation, you dummy.
But you're right, man. You're right.
Banksy,
You're right. You're
Banksy,
right. It's wrong.
Banksy,
It's wrong. You
Banksy,
guys are the men.
Banksy,
You guys are the
Banksy,
most
you couldn't even explain
intellectual,
your own model.
intelligent people
Banksy,
ever. You are
Banksy,
the
if you're so
most
smart, why couldn't you
intellectual,
lock down a
intelligent
job in the
people
scientific
ever.
community?
You're right.
Banksy, if
You're
you're
right,
so
Vin.
smart, why couldn't you lock
Vin,
down
you've
a
got
job
the
in the
biggest
scientific
dick
community?
that human beings have ever
Banksy,
recorded
Banksy, you
with
still
the
worried
most
about dicks.
intellectual
I'm worried about
scientists
your
ever.
intellect.
You have the
afford
dick,
people fucking
you
for
have
a
the
living.
science,
I
you have
read
the flat
brainwaves
earth,
for a living.
you've got all the
There's
books,
a difference between us.
you read
Why are
brainwaves,
you not
you
smart
are
enough to
so the
occupy a
man.
job in the
I
scientific
wish
field?
I was like you,
Why
Vin.
are you not
That's
smart
what I
enough to
want, is
occupy a
one day to
job in
grow
the
up to
scientific
be like
field?
Vin.
Why are you
Vin's
not
the
smart
man.
enough to occupy
You
a
go,
job
Vin.
in a scientific
Everybody wants
field?
to be like
Why are you not?
Vin.
Why are you so smart but you can't occupy a job in the scientific field? How are you this intelligent?
How do you
but
know
can't
I don't
lock
have a
down
job in the scientific field?
You don't, Banksy.
That's
You don't.
crazy.
Banksy, don't lie. Don't lie. You don't.
You're done.
Of course I do.
You're done.
You don't. Banksy.
You're done.
What the fuck? Do you guys think that I still work for a porn company? That was 10 years ago.
You're done.
So why did you left then, Banksy?
Why did you do that? You had a
years ago, in
degree in
fact.
science. Why did you do that?
Because he's an idiot.
What do you mean? Why did I do that? That wasn't
then on top of that, he
wasn't
only got a
actually
bachelor's.
recording women naked.
the
Wasn't
guy
my
has-
job.
Oh my gosh, you're
I
such a
was
weirdo,
the
man.
IT manager
the guy
for
has
that
a
company.
bachelor's degree in science.
The company
Was that
happened to
medical
do that
company?
job.
Was that like a big
I
company?
happened to help out as
The
part of
audacity to call
the
us
IT
dumb.
manager.
Banksy was like a
I'm the
big company.
IT manager for
having a
that
bachelor's
company.
degree is like having a high school degree nowadays.
That's right.
You're not
That's right.
impressive.
That's right.
It's not impressive.
But I told you I have more than that. But I told you I have more than that.
You got a bachelor's degree in science and you don't even have a career in the degree that you went for.
I
You're a
do.
typical fucking idiot.
That's the thing. I actually do.
You go to school for something that you don't even have a career.
You're right.
in,
You're right,
and then
Vin.
you gotta
Actually,
pay
no.
off all that
You're right,
debt,
Vin.
And you don't
You're
even
right.
have a profession. in
You're
the
right,
thing that you
Vin.
run your mouth
You're right.
about.
You're right,
If you're
Vin.
so
I should have
smart
called you, Vin.
if
I
you're
should have
so
called you and
smart
got some
on
career choice
speciation, why
tips from
don't
you
you have
because
a
you have the
job in
biggest
the
dick,
field?
you have the best job, you have the biggest brain. You're just the man, Vin. Everything
Yeah,
about
compared
you
to you,
screams
we know
just
this. I
success.
established that fact already.
You are the
Now
man.
let's focus
You
on
are
the
the
fact that
man,
you
Vin.
afford other
I
people
should have
fucking
called you up
because
when I wanted
you
to
don't
start
get
my
no pussy.
career and got some tips.
Let's
Jedi,
talk about
why
how
didn't you
you
introduce me
afford
to Vin
people
when I
fucking
was
because you
getting
don't
into
get
my
no
career?
pussy.
Before I was
Let's talk about
ushered
how
down
you
the
don't
down
get
the
no
down the
pussy.
dark and
Let's
dingy
talk
path
about
of
how you
porn
don't get no pussy.
while I
When's the
was
last time you got a
recording
shag off?
gorgeous women
When's the last time you got
in
a shag
Prague.
off, my nigga? You
I could have
sound
been
upset.
doing what Vin does,
When's the
which
last
was
time you
cleaning
busted a
up
nut
in
that
the
wasn't in
MRI
your
lab
hand?
of the
When's
local
When's
hospital.
the last time you got some? When's the
I
last
should
time
have,
you got
I
some?
should have
team
been
up, innit?
mopping.
Like every shot.
I should have got that mop and bucket and cleaned up the
Banksy, when's the
MRI
last time
lab.
you got some?
Why is it? Hold on. Banksy, why is it that you won't stop talking to let someone else talk?
Because every time I talk, he talks over me anyway.
what
So I
you
might as well
started
just
that
carry
out.
on.
You started that.
He
trend,
doesn't
right?
actually let me talk. He talks
All right,
over
would
me
you-
when I start
would you
talking.
Would you like to be engaging in a more adult conversation, as in one person speaks, the other one listens, and then responds? Would you like that? Because you would
The
have
problem
to
is,
start that process.
I can't do that with Vin. I'm not talking to him
can do
anymore.
that
I
with Vin,
moved
but you
on
didn't-
I moved on to Eunice, but Vin would continually talk over me when I was trying to talk to someone else. So I just simply talk over him when he talks. You see, just like now, when I was talking, he then started talking, and so I can't stop talking because if I stop talking, then he just goes on, and then the next time I start, he'll start talking again. So Vin is a moron. He is a low IQ sack of shit, and I have to treat him like the low IQ sack of shit that he actually is. There is no reason to treat him any better because he doesn't deserve better. He doesn't deserve deserve better. He has not displayed any acumen which requires me to treat him better. He is a low-level, low IQ sack of shit, and I will treat him as a low-level, low IQ sack of shit. You are treated the way you are.
You have this audacity to think you're smarter than us, but you've got no credentials. Because of
I
what?
read brainwaves for a living. You record
Yes.
other people fucking. There's a big
Yes.
difference between
That's
us,
what it
and
is.
that difference is bigger than my dick. It's fucking crazy.
That is bigger than your dick. That's impossible, Vin. How can anything be bigger than your dick? I thought your dick, in fact, scaled the circumference of the planet. How can your dick be smaller than anything on this planet? I thought your dick, in fact, lapped the planet Earth multiple times. It is, in fact, what we call the equator belt is, in fact, Vin's
Trill,
dick.
I got him. I'm not gonna troll him no more. I'll leave him alone. I think I did it already.
Did you? Did you really do it, Vin? Did you do it, Vin? Now, Vin, I think they need a cleanup on aisle 4. Maybe the next MRI, or maybe the X-ray room needs to fucking have the floors cleaned. Please, could you go and attend to that?
It's kind of sounds like one of those like porn set or something like that.
think
You
you
got spillage
misheard
in
what I
here.
said. I said I read brainwaves for a living. Read brainwaves.
Yeah, sure. That's
Right.
what you
While
claim.
you
But the
record other
reality
people
is, you
fucking-
clean
Hold
the
on,
MRI room, the MRI fucking floor of your local hospital, and you think you read brainwaves for a fucking living.
Hey, what's brainwaves
what's
anyway?
this?
Like, is it like a thorn or something like that?
Banksy.
Hey, what's this? What's
No,
that say?
sorry. I've
Oh, okay.
seen. I would like to say that for several years, 4 years, I've seen Vin at work. I've seen him in multiple labs working. I've seen what he does. He's explained it before. He's shown us. He's been on camera. People have turned up at his workplace because he's hurt their feelings. He ain't a cleaner.
Facts.
Come on, man. Stop being silly, man.
It's
He ain't no
racist, man.
fucking
Facts.
cleaner. He works in science. Like, just deal with that fact, innit?
Sure.
He is
sure.
more intelligent than you. Just deal with that fact.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
deal with it, man.
Sure.
I want you to
Sure,
do some
Jedi,
good
yeah.
comeback. Now, Banksy, I love to see you being challenged because I feel like some people don't have the ability to engage in this type of convo. But
And they still
Vin-
don't,
Vin,
even
hold
in
on,
this panel.
Vin, hold on, man. Hold on. Vin is right up your street right now.
No, he's not.
The only thing that's giving you a little bit of leeway at this moment in time is that his mic's gone back to low. Apart from that, when his mic was loud, he was finished. You was finished. Like,
He wasn't finishing shit. He went,
Banksy,
dude,
I'm
he
not
got so triggered. He went to mama jokes. He started talking about, I fuck your mom. Do you think that's an intellectual fucking elevation? I never called your mother anything. I never said a thing about his mom. He started talking about, I'll fuck your mother. I'll do this. That is a sign of a man who's lost everything.
It doesn't
No,
matter
it's
whether
not.
he spoke about your mum first. You entered the arena of conversation with insults, and I had to pause and check you and say, Banksy, is this really how you want to start a convo?
Yeah, when idiots are fucking talking about the world is 6,000 years old, they're idiots.
If I'm talking about your mama, you know how this world works. So don't now start getting upset.
No.
that
The
he
fact
was
is that
throwing insults because you started the
calling
insult.
someone an
Thank
idiot
you.
versus
Yeah,
calling
you can't
someone
call me
I'm
an
gonna go
idiot.
fuck
I
your
call my
mother is
mum.
different
Yeah, you
scales.
can't call me an idiot, man.
There
You
are
can't call me
different
an
levels.
idiot.
Okay, if you think that
You can't
calling,
call me an
if
idiot.
you
Listen,
think that if I go in
hold
the
on.
street,
Let's just
I'll tell
say
you what,
this.
Jedi. I'll tell you what.
No,
Do
wait,
this
wait, no,
experiment.
I'm
No.
talking.
Let me finish this.
I'm
Let me
talking.
finish this.
No. Because you've talked a lot. So the few times where I want to talk, your voice ain't gonna take precedence. I'm sorry to hit that mute button. I don't. But you just won't stop any other way. You got no respect for the host. If I say stop, you won't stop. Like, you just keep going. Anyway, all I was saying is, if you insult someone, you can't tell them how to react, Banksy.
Thank you.
No.
Especially if
The
it's not
fact is
insult
that
for
I can.
insult.
Look, Jedi, I can, okay, fair enough. But the fact is, I can take it to that level. I will fucking skull fuck his mother in front of his dad. I don't give a shit. But what I'm trying to say is that if I want to, I can take it. But I will tell you this, Jedi, go to the street, call someone an idiot, and then go to the street and call a different person, I will fuck your mother, and see the different reactions. Do you think that they're the same? If you think they're the same things, then go ahead and experiment on that.
If I were to be trying to have a civil convo with you and you were to start calling me names, I would say exactly what I said to you to your face,
Yeah.
and you do nothing.
Of course he would.
You do nothing.
You ain't gonna do nothing, Banksy. What are you gonna do?
You wouldn't do nothing.
You wouldn't.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. You guys, this is the problem. This is where the moronic brain comes out. What are you gonna do? You do nothing. Oh, fucking hell, oh, boo, 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 boo. Are you gonna fucking beat your chest? Are you gonna start beating your chest now? You guys are. This is why the low IQ appears. This is where you can see the low IQ come out. Where if you were in front of me, I'd fucking do this to you.
Stop, man. You repeat yourself. You're just trying to dominate the air, and you're not even saying anything unique. You're going to repeat the sentence you just said. Let someone else fucking talk. Banksy,
Jedi.
The point is,
You know you're
no,
lost.
Man, Banksy, I'm talking. Shut up for a minute, please. Fucking hell, Banksy, man. You are triggered. Anyway, the point I was making, Banksy, if you lot was in physical space with each other, and you said what you said, and he said what he said, you wouldn't get violent because you're not a violent guy. So it's no point saying, "Oh, watch the reaction." Because when it comes down to you, it's not that you're gonna start swinging if someone disses your mom. You ain't. You're way past that. You're way more.
No, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the fact is that if I was in physical space and he calls my mother this, I will call his mother the same shit.
Yeah, but you wouldn't touch him though.
But it doesn't matter whether I would touch him because I'm not a Neanderthal. I'm not a fucking caveman. I live in a country where I recognize law and order. If he touches me, I will have him arrested and then I will sue him for every penny he's fucking got.
I agree.
That's how I deal with these sort of shit.
All right, I agree. You are sophisticated and mature when it comes to reacting to words with violence. I don't see that being you. But the way you tried to bring that up was a sin.
Sounds like a pussy.
Hold on. The way you tried to bring that up sounds like you're saying, well, in real life, you tried to talk about someone's mum and something's going to happen to you.
No.
Hold on. The fact is, all that's going to happen is what's happening now, which is an exchange of insults. So why cry about it?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that
online, the way you would react in real life, you're not going to do nothing else.
Listen, Jedi, the fact is that there is an escalation of swear words. Now, I can take it to his mother, but for me, when a person goes after your mom, that is when they've lost the argument, and now they go for the most, what they consider to be the top-level insult. What they consider, because if I call you an idiot, the fact is that there is an escalation of insult.
When there was a 21-year-old man on here, or 22-year-old man on here, having a conversation with his peers, you just had to come on and insult people. Now, so really, you lost the argument from just bringing up insults when we was having a conversation. That was it. You lost.
Yeah. No. You can say that. You can say that. I came in here like a raging bull, and I just called these guys idiots. But they are idiots because they're sitting here talking about a 60,000 years old planet, and that everything else is a conspiracy theory. These guys are idiots, and I don't have patience for that level of moronic behavior or moronic fucking conversation.
And you started to insult him. Okay?
Zula didn't do shit. Zula didn't do shit. He was sitting here debating a 6,000-year-old fucking planet. You're a moron when you start from that point.
Banksy.
The examples you provided were so shit. You brought up the lizards, you brought up the fruit fly, and you tried to say it was speciation. That does not prove one.
I have literally posted entire. I have posted entire links, entire video series explaining this.
That he wasn't using fruit flies to prove.
Yeah. He tried it. He tried that, Vin. He tried that.
I wasn't using fruit flies for speciation. I used the lizards for speciation.
Vin, he tried to lie and say, "Oh, I didn't bring up speciation. I didn't bring up." Like, that's exactly what you did.
Right.
That's exactly the reason why you brought up the fruit flies.
Listen, you fucking idiots who don't know the chronology of a conversation. You can't remember what I said, so you've just chopped and changed shit. Listen, I was talking about the different levels of evolution and the evidence for evolution. The fruit flies are used because they have a short lifespan, so you can see evolutionary change over multiple generations in a human lifetime. The speciation I used was the lizards.
You just need a few millions of years for humans, right? You just need some millions of years for humans, right?
Exactly, but the fact is, for lizards, I use the speciation example for the lizards because they were
Listen, you and
observed
your
on 2
evolution
different
fairy tales,
islands.
bro. You and your evolution fairy tales. I'm tired.
You
of
can
it.
go
It's
ahead
boring me.
and you can as I said you can go ahead and pretend that these are all fairy tales,
Millions of
but the
millions of
real
years up your
world
ass,
is
man.
based
Boring
on
me,
these
man.
theories. The real world, the computers that you use, the air that you the air conditioning that you have, and everything else in the world that you use, the cars, the planes, the trains, the buses, they are built on these scientific
How is it
foundations.
science? If you cannot observe it, how is it science?
They're all science.
How is it science?
They're all science.
You
You
can't
can't
observe millions of
observe a
years, you
sun.
dummy.
We
How
haven't
is it
observed
science?
a sun going supernova,
Hey, Zoo,
but we
Zoo,
know
go ahead and cook
that
his
that's
ass.
what
Cook
they
his ass,
do.
Zoo.
How is it science if it's not observable in real time? If it's not repeatable, if it's
No,
not
science
testable?
doesn't.
How the hell is it
The
science?
scientific
You tried to
method
say that
isn't
evolution was a
purely
fact.
on what is
But
observable.
there's no empirical evidence that supports
If
evolution.
the scientific
You
method
have
was
to
purely
interpret the
observable,
data. You have to
mathematics
do
would have
what's
no
called
place in
historical
science.
where
You're such an
looking back
idiot. Do
based
you
on
know?
the few evidence that
Do
you
you
have now.
know?
You're looking back
Has
in time
anyone
to try and guess
observed?
on what happened.
Has anyone
What
observed
you do is
the theory
you fill in the
of
gaps by
relativity?
saying this thing took millions and millions and millions
God,
of years to
God, you're
substantiate
such idiots.
the randomness and the
Banksy,
Do you know that the theory of
you got
relativity
intellectually molested
is mostly
today,
just
buddy.
mathematics? Most
You got
scientific research,
intellectually
especially on the
molested
cutting
today.
edge, are pure mathematics.
You got
If you don't
intellectually
think mathematics
today.
isn't
Call it quits.
scientific,
You got
then you
cut.
are an
You got
immense
molested
moron.
intellectually today.
You don't even understand
why are you saying we're against mathematics?
the fact is that those mathematics, you can't observe them. They're just mathematical equations. You don't. You can't observe.
Why do you like jumping
No
from
one has
one
ever observed
Why do you like
the theory
jumping
of
from one thing to
relativity.
another?
It has
We're
not
talking
been
about
physically
biological
observed.
evolution. You did this earlier when you came in. You talked about phones and laptops, like that has some correlation to biological evolution. Are you retarded?
Yes, because they use the same methodology. Because they use the same foundation as all sciences.
Why don't you stick
you're
to
getting
biological evolution? Let's test your knowledge on biological evolution to substantiate the claim that it's
Unfortunately, you're too much of an idiot for me to
Banksy
get into
getting
this with you. I'm
molested.
sorry.
How are
You're
we
not.
idiots? How
You
are we
don't
idiots?
have the prerequisite intellect or background knowledge
I don't
for me
have
to
the
get
intellect to
into
understand
this
what
with
you're
you.
saying.
It's like me trying to teach a caveman how to use an iPhone.
Do you have
It's
a degree?
beyond
Do you
you,
have a degree?
Zulu. It's beyond you. You have to
record
accept
You record people
this
having
is
sex for a
beyond
living,
you.
you dummy. How can you say you're
record
smarter than
porn
me?
for a living.
It's beyond
don't
you.
know
I'm
half of the shit I
sorry,
know.
Zulu. I'm sorry, Zulu. It is beyond your capabilities because you don't have the
Ego boost
foundational
yourself.
understanding
No
of
way
what
these
these
black guys
things
could be
are.
smarter than me. There's
Go
no way these black
study
guys could be smarter
for a
than me.
couple of years and
Even
then
though
come
I've got no
back.
credentials, even though I've got no scientific study, no actual proof that I know what I'm talking about. These
You
black
don't.
guys can't be smarter than me.
You don't. You're an idiot. I'm sorry. Sometimes some people are just idiots. Accept your position in life.
You brought some shit examples. You can't even prove your theory. You're full of shit, man.
That's weak, Banksy. That's weak.
Banksy, you got to clean up the set.
You're
man. You gotta get all
intellectually
the
and
Last couple
physically
minutes
weak.
is weak.
You're physically weak
I'm
and you're
sorry,
intellectually
Vic,
weak.
but they are
How about
idiots. I
that?
can't
No,
converse.
but
I
the
can't
reason-
carry on. BT,
weak
this is like
mentally.
no, Vic.
And
You
you're
got to
weak
realize
mentally.
this will be like me
Banksy,
hitting my head against a brick wall and expecting different results. They say the definition of insanity is trying the same thing, expecting different results. Talking to Zulu, talking to Vin would be me banging my head against a brick wall and expecting different results. At some point, you have to stop. You have to say, no, these are morons. I will now cut them out of my life and I will move on. And I will converse with people who can actually learn, who can actually grow, and can actually understand these concepts. So Vin and Zulu are not people worthy of my conversation anymore.
Banksy, you got to clean up the jizz on the set. You got a new scene.
Oh my God.
You got to hurry up, man. Go clean the cum off
Go
the
clean the MRI room, Vin. Go clean the MRI.
right now.
Come on, now.
Go clean them bed sheets right now, nigga. Clean them fucking bed sheets and set that camera up, you bitch. Clean them bed sheets right now and set that camera up, you
Nah, thanks. You don't go down like
recording other niggas fucking. You the
Look,
bitch.
these guys are idiots. It
You a
doesn't matter
bitch.
what
Shut
they
up, man.
say.
You
It doesn't matter what jokes.
I've
I told
heard
you,
you say
Vic,
man, son of a thousand horses.
Vic, Vin has the largest penis ever recorded in human history, and clearly he is the smartest man. Carry on listening to him because I'm sure you'll get just nothing but golden nuggets of knowledge from this man.
It sounds like you need to wrap it up and then go tell your clients to wrap it up so you don't have to clean the come off them bed sheets, pussy.
Weird science.
Oh, he's quiet, so I guess he went to go clean the bed sheets. Excellent.
Do we finally have some decorum amongst the argument? Wow.
We'll pause on decorum. Yeah.
And
is he handling them bed sheets?
Pause on decorum. I find Zulu quite witty, Banksy, I'll be honest. In fact, my first night here, I debated with Zulu, and he infuriated me as well. I can't remember what we was
Vic,
even debating.
imagine, Vic, I'm dumb, isn't it? So I don't know anything. So anyway, I'm just a dumb black kid, innit? Because I'm black. That's why I'm dumb. even though, but let me not even get into all of that. Anyway, I'm dumb, man.
Zulu has more potential in his life than Banksy. Banksy, the pinnacle of your life is recording other niggas.
Well, of course, he's younger.
Yeah, and he's clearly done more with his time.
Anyone who's younger has more potential.
Unlike you, who likes to get online and talk all this science talk, but in real life, you record other men busting nuts, and then you got to clean their bed sheets. Like
exactly.
That's what you do for a
Exactly.
living.
Exactly.
Yo, when you die, like your kids are gonna be like, yeah, my dad used to clean up nut, and then record other niggas working the nut. Like, what kind of, like, listen, you need to sort your life out before you call anybody anything. And Zulu has way more potential, and he's fulfilling it way more than you are because he's wiser than you at 21 years old. You're a
22.
fucking dumbass who records other people
22.
fucking, and you get online and you call other people names when you're not smart enough to combat them. Like, this shit is stupid. Like, Zulu, cook his ass, please.
I know. By the way, I'm 22, Vin. Just to add it, I'm 22.
Oh, my bad.
Thank you.
Yeah, but either way, it looked good, man. Whoop his ass. Go ahead.
I just want Banksy to, again, let's bring it back to evolution. You don't need to try and say that everything is scientific method. Like, no one here is against the idea of science in its totality, like what it means. But I just find it funny that how you've attributed biological evolution to the scientific method when they don't actually employ the scientific method too much with that theory. There's actually a lot of belief. There's a lot of speculation, randomness, long periods of time to substantiate these random events. There isn't very much, observable real-time testing with evolution. And the fact that you think it's a fact is just hilarious because even people in the scientific field don't consider it a fact.
Yeah, but my brother, we gotta understand. There's Western science and there's African science, so there's going to be conflict.
Oh, dear.
We understand the ethno-science. There's different culture, what they view as science. There's always going to be a clash. It's that's the reality of it. I was just listening and I was, contemplating, saying to myself, but it's Western science. He believes in the Western way, even though the Western got it from the Africans. So we're never going to win on that.
But evolution isn't even science to begin with. Even from the Western perspective, it's not science. There's so much belief. There's so much leaps of faith that are required to hold evolution together. It is not as.
I just saying the first bit is well put. Banksy, have you got nothing to say on that in particular?
Come on, family. No one rates Darwin, man. No
Big
real
up, Sniper,
scientist
man.
rates Darwin, man. Come on, family. Yeah, man. I like you and been putting in work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
jump in, man,
there
jump
was a
in.
lot of inconsistent statements, and especially that evolution is a fact. You can't substantiate
You can't
or survive
substantiate
after
that
that type
shit,
of thing.
man.
Yo, respect,
Survive after
Malcolm.
that.
Respect.
That shows a level of ignorance to say such a thing. Like, wow. How unstudied are you, Banksy? It's mad.
Yeah, but this is the effects of white supremacy. You can say things without having any knowledge on it, and we're
That's
supposed to
right.
believe you because
That's right.
you are better than us. The black people that are clearly showing more intelligence than you can't say anything that's true or can't say anything that's factual. You have to
That's
muddle
right.
So
over
he is
it.
a racist.
No, it's
right.
definitely white supremacy, 100%.
It's part of the paradigm.
Because he's not validated. He's not validated or showed any credentials to substantiate
This is
his scientific knowledge. But yet we are
Iranian
supposed to believe
science.
him because he's white and he's more.
Oh, he's one of them.
I got
Yeah.
something.
It's
I
Iranian
got
science,
something
man.
else that was on my
Oh,
mind.
so he's definitely racist. He
God,
don't
yeah.
like
He's
black
racist.
people.
I
That's
got
why he did the
something
monkey thing.
Brother Vin, I was wondering because I remember that you had you dropped a couple lesson plans and a couple like presentations, small ones on the origins of the European origins of Pan-Africanism. I was wondering whether you could touch on that a little bit.
Oh shit.
Shit.
Different bag. Let me see if I have. Fuck, I would have to look for the notes to get you the exact players in the game who invented Egyptology and all that. What exactly did you want? The names or?
Like just an overview. You don't like just an overview of like because there was a few white dudes that seemed to be spearheading the whole Pan-African movement. From what I was reading from
that Saturday FTK was a motherfucking mitch. You get me? You missed it, Ben, man. Oh man.
Whether you had any anything to share, just whatever, anything, any info to share.
Shoot, for the exact names of the people, I'd have to come. I don't have their names like memorized off the top of my head. However, all right. So, where do you want to start? Do you want to start with Garvey or do you want to do the 70s? The modern COINTELPRO.
Yeah. Let's start with Garvey, man. Good old.
All right. All right, so Garvey worked with, KKK members and abolitionists, and there is some claims that are coming out that your boy was a Mason and was working with them people.
That's right.
To a certain degree. I don't know how far people want to get into that because I know people touchy about.
Nah, we don't give a fuck. But he's definitely a Mason, though.
Yeah.
Now, whether he was good or bad is here or there. Just because you're a Mason doesn't make you inherently good or bad. But anyway, yep, facts. So yeah, so they try to all right. So for those of y'all that are getting wind or have got wind that the American Negroes and our descendants, we were never taken from Africa. We were already over here. The part of the Pan-Africanism was to create that link to the continent so that we would essentially make it easier for the enemies to take over these Americas without us fighting back. Okay, so that's more or less what Pan-Africanism was for. It was to get these black people to think that all dark-skinned people are the same people and we all come from the same place so that they can create a hegemony of all the continents around the world, and then they can hurdle us into one continent and then come take over.
Right.
So,
go ahead.
So, Brother Kel, what do you say? What do you think about Vin's statement? Oh.
What was that, brother? I didn't get that. I didn't get that, brother.
Did you hear what has been said?
I heard a little bit of it. So, and what are you getting at?
Obviously, I don't want to beat around the bush. You are a staunch Pan-Africanist, right?
Okay,
right. So I was expecting that you'd have something to say.
Well, the thing is, brother, what I do know is, and I haven't denied this at all, and that, we already know already that the Honourable Marcus Garvey was a black Freemasonry. We know this. I'm not denying any of it. The thing is, though, brother.
Do you know what kind of was he Prince Hall?
Yep.
Yeah, he was.
Yes, he was Prince Hall.
He was Prince Hall. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How do you how just? I know it's a side point, but
yeah.
Why are you so sure he's a Masonic member?
Is that for me or is that for the brother?
Yeah, for you, the person that just said we know he is. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when you understand that he did go into that type of organization, a lot of black people did at that time, and they were trying to get change. But we know this anyway. But the fact of the matter is that
how do you know this? Is what I'm asking you.
How do I know it?
Yeah, what evidence supports that he?
Because I know of the biography of the Honourable Marcus Garvey. I know that he, in 1735, in 1807, he was part of that. So that was the Prince Hall. Sorry, it was relevant, and it was a black Freemason.
Yo, Kale, how do you know this?
How do I know it? I got the books, brother. I got the books. Yeah.
What book?
Like,
do you have
I've got the book, The Secret Societies, Freemason, Illuminati, and Missionaries. compiled by Rashid Barabi. I have the book, brother. I have many books. I have a library in my house. So I'm
My
go on,
bad,
bro.
brother. I just want to ask: is that is the book like? Is it a specialty about Garvey, or it's just one of those things where he's mentioned in it where relevant?
Yeah, it's basically a selection of different types. You know, you've got the Honourable Louis Farrakhan, Elijah Muhammad's in there, Dwight York's in there. You know, the Knights of Templar, brother Jedi's favorite. There's many other you know, Noble Ali
I
Ju
think
Ali.
you mean the Knights of Malta you talking about?
Yeah, there's a lot of I have these books, brother. Yeah.
Nelson Mandela.
Nelson Mandela's in there as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So did
Yeah.
you ever argue when I said that all black leaders were Freemasons? Did you ever argue against that?
What I said is that whether they are or not, they nationalize for their agenda. That's what I was referring to, brother. It doesn't matter what label they are in. They still had the understanding that you nationalize your agenda.
What
You
ignorant
see?
view to say it doesn't matter what fraternity
so
they
blind.
have joined and the history of the fraternity and the oaths they take. How
Right.
ignorant can you be to say
Well,
someone that claims to be a Pan-African has taken
Yeah.
an oath that he is part of a borderless country.
All right.
But he's a
It's
Pan-African.
assisting in the white man's agenda.
He's part of a
to be part
borderless
of the
nation.
Masonic fold.
He's standing under a mixed race
Mhm.
Freemason by the name of Prince Hall,
Right.
who only got permission to start his chapters by the York Rite Freemasons in England, and
Right.
initially from the white Freemasons in Boston.
Yo, this nigga know his shit.
So what the fuck are we dealing with, bro?
What
Yo, chill, I fuck with you, my nigga.
But the thing is, brother, it doesn't change the fact that you're supposed to, as an African descendant, because remember the power dynamics, brother, which you fail to understand. Because we don't have any power, we have to be in certain institutions. I hope you do understand that. So whatever institution you have to be in, whether it's communism, whether it's whatever
What about the LGBT? Should we
label.
join the LGBT to get power?
Hold on, brother. If you can allow me to finish, right? The fact of the matter is that he still nationalized his political agenda. You see, this is what's more important. You see, because the Europeans, they do all those sacrifices, they do all those things, but at the end of the day, brother, as I always said to you before, they Europeanize their political agenda. They want to keep Europeans in power first. So whether they're doing rituals or not, their agenda is for their people first. What are we getting at?
Sorry, I'm sorry, but that's not true.
It's not true, brother.
You find me something in the York Rite or Scottish Rite Freemasonry. Hold on.
Right.
Hold on.
Okay.
That declares that their agenda is to keep the European on top. I'll wait.
Yeah. I just want to tap in before he answered that. If you read Albert Pike's book, Morals and Dogmas, gives the explanation. He gives, I forget what page it is. He gives the explanation on why Black people were invited and allowed into Masonry. They were allowed into Masonry to create a boule class or a buffer class so that they could be given monetary compensation.
Let him finish.
Yep, so that they could be given monetary compensation, and therefore, if you let a few niggas make it to the top, but only a few, it creates the illusion that all of us can make it. And the idea is that they will never let us collectively come together. This is why we have, like, as far as I'll call them African Americans just because y'all understand who I'm talking about.
But we understand all the rest too, Vin. We wise out here, bro. So use the correct terms.
I bet. So American Negroes, right?
Yeah.
The reason why there's such a focal point is because this is their territory and their land. Once we do find out that this is ours, this is where what Malcolm X and I think King was trying to do, where they were going to appeal to the United Nations and then use the genocide, the Geneva Convention jurisdictions to file for restitution, not reparations, but restitution. That means land and all the corporations which have built themselves off of the product of the land, which is far more important. So they got, as you can tell, they get rid of niggas like that get on that type of ball.
Please, Kel, man, respond, brother. I want to hear this
Well,
engagement, man.
when you understand the autobiography of W.E. Du Bois, which everyone's familiar with, he's the father of that type of bourgeoisie in that category. We know already, brother. And although he's one of my heroes that I grew up with, but he was also a Pan-Africanist socialist, and he failed to realize, right? He was used that it doesn't matter if you are light skinned, no disrespect to any of our African brothers and sisters, or how much education you got. White supremacy to white supremacy. He threw his American passport and migrated to Ghana. You see? So, brother, the thing is that I don't disagree with what you're saying, but the thing that I do have a problem with our African family is whatever institutional labor you're in, does it take away the fact that you have to nationalize it for your people first?
It doesn't, but what's wrong with the unifying or trying to unify under the enemy's umbrella is that you can never nation build within another people's nation. That's stupid. Why would the other people allow you to nation build within their own nation? That's like Athena bursting out of Zeus's skull. Like they're not going to allow that to happen. This is why they monitor our population. Like, why do you think American Negroes, the population has magically been 13% for 400 years? That includes the influx of, Negro immigrants, which come in, whether from Africa or the Caribbean or from the UK. Yet the number still remains 13%. Y'all don't find that strange? Like, who's giving out the exact number of abortions and gang member deaths to keep us at 13%? Unless they're lying. There's another factor there to consider.
But brother, we know when it comes to the strategies of white supremacy, brother, that they always have to make black people believe that if some of us are progressing, that we all are. We know this, brother. But as I said to you already, when he's referring to the Honorable Marcus Garvey sitting down with the Ku Klux Klan, no disrespect to you, brother, you have to understand political and military science, right?
I do. He was working with a common enemy.
Hold on, brother. I allowed you to speak. I never interrupted you. You see?
Cool. Now, that's cool. But what you're saying, I need to understand. I understand fully.
Brother. Right? You done good with Banksy. Now this is a different debate. Mutual respect.
Yeah, that's why I'm being civil with you.
Brother. Trading.
That's why I'm being civil with you, brother.
We're trading.
There's nothing to hold on to.
There's nothing to hold on to, so we can relax, right? Because we're
grown. I'm relaxed. I don't know if you're relaxed, but I'm fine.
I'm very relaxed, but it's a beautiful day and the breeze is flowing around. Here's the thing, brother.
Hold on. Before I step outside, I'm about to step outside for a second. Yeah.
Okay.
The passive aggressive, patronizing tone is obviously going to trigger.
Yeah, don't do that with me.
Yeah, Vin ain't gonna have that shit. So let's not pretend that you're not doing that, man. Let's
Yeah, because it's not gonna fly off my head. I'm either gonna choose to bite your head off and get ignorant like I did with the last dude. But I don't have no energy for that.
Yeah, there's no need for it to be.
I kind of just want to be civil with you.
Yeah.
Brother, that's the way how I conversate, brother.
Go for it, brother Kale. You just don't need to patronize it. Go for it, though, brother. We love you talking, man. Go for it, brother.
Much respect, right? So the Ku Klux Klan, brother, was killing a lot of the African Americans, and the Garveyites were fighting them back, military science, right? And it was the Ku Klux Klan member that went to the Honorable Marcus Garvey and said, we want to sit down and come to a truce. You see, brother, because white lives were getting taken, right? Which that's a problem because they are the minority. So the Honorable Marcus Garvey, understanding military political science, sat down with him because he wants to preserve black lives too. And they had a coalition. You understand? There's nothing wrong with that in war. You understand? But that don't mean that we're friends. You see, there's nothing wrong with being diplomatic with one another, as long as you don't have a personal relationship, which a lot of us African descendants do. So that's the reason why it appeared to be that he sat down with the Ku Klux Klan. It's political science, brother.
Yeah, but I never said the reason why I brought up him sitting with the Ku Klux Klan. You assume that I didn't understand the context. I understand it full well, just like you do. But what I wanted to bring up was, don't you find it curious that the man never stepped foot in Africa, and even when his mission failed, right, and they sabotaged it, they noticed he was getting the money and they stopped him, right? Don't you find it strange that he went to England instead of to Africa?
Well,
Don't find
brother,
that a little strange?
what you gotta
That a man that
understand
wants
is,
everybody to come back to Africa never even stepped foot on the continent himself, went and died in England. You don't
what you
find
gotta,
that weird?
what you gotta understand, brother, that remember that he was deported, and the case in regards to him stealing the money, which was false, right? And
I agree.
the Americans Justice Department, one of them said, but this man hasn't done anything. Why have you released him? And because he was deported to England, it was too late for him to go back to America. But the point of the matter is, brother,
So
he
why
went
didn't he
to
go to
England.
Africa from England?
He went to England, and he
No, but
propaganda
I don't mean to cut you, but I'm asking you, brother, why did he never step foot on the continent of Africa? He died in England. He didn't have to stay in England. He could have went and died amongst his own so-called people. Why didn't he? Was he
because
too
of that.
poor? Was it like what was
Because
the
of
reason?
that, he was restricted, right, to go in them borders. You see, when you read his autobiography, he was restricted, brother. Do you understand what that means? That means if he'd have went there, brother, it would have
No,
been
I don't.
put back. He was restricted, brother. You see,
He was restricted from going to Africa.
he was restricted to going to Africa. Yep.
Can you? Because I've read his autobiography before, but obviously I'm not gonna remember it off top. Do you like it? Do you know what book it is that I can find that information at?
Uh,
I could definitely use it.
if you can look, have you got the Children of Garvey? Have you got that book?
Children of Garvey. Nope, but I'll buy it. That's for
Okay.
sure.
Yeah. So
All right, Children of Garvey.
the thing is, brother, is because these restrictions, brother, and remember, less power that we have, right? Sometimes, brother, in order to complete the work, you have to complete it in other way, and you completed it in England. This is why in Manchester you have Pan-Africanist nationalism up there, as well as London, where
What did he complete exactly? Because I thought the mission statement was to get so-called American Negroes and all our descendants scattered around the world back to Africa.
that was
So
propaganda of
he
the
didn't
Europeans,
succeed.
brother.
He didn't even get close.
Yeah, but that was the propaganda of the Europeans, brother, because the back to Africa thing wasn't for the honorable Marcus Garvey did the propaganda. That was the Europeans. What he said
Boom.
was,
We
brother,
agree
hold on,
then.
brother, hold on,
Facts.
brother. What he said was, brother.
I was just saying we
Okay.
agree. I'm having a conversation with you. Relax yourself.
No, I'm relaxed, brother. I told it's a nice day. I'm very relaxed.
All right, then you don't have to tell
Could
me
I
to
ask a
relax
question?
and calm down.
Hold
I
on,
agree
brother.
with you.
But I do need to clarify and complete the sentence, though, brother, because you do understand missing information can cause confusion. You understand that, don't you?
Yeah.
So, because of that, there, brother, right? He was able to unite some of the Africans in Europe, for example, in London, where we appreciate him going to Hyde Park, Manchester, and Birmingham, and that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. I was going to say, with regards to Marcus Garvey and all that, why would he actually meet up with the Klan and all that, given the fact that the Klan would actually lynch him in a heartbeat?
Because they had common agreements, like black and white people should not live together, and we should also not mate with each other. So, and that was just a crux of their basic agreements. So they were kind of trying to foment a way. I'm looking for the post right now, where there is a group of abolitionists. I think they're called the ACL, but I'm scrolling through trying to find it right now. But those white brothers were working with Garvey to remove American Negroes off of their own territory. Keep in mind what I said, the context. The brother said missing information. This is one of the biggest missing information since the 1500s, is the fact that the American Negroes and our descendants across the face of the earth were not taken from West Africa. In fact, they were taken from this hemisphere and they were transported to places like West Africa, to places like Portugal and the rest of Europe, and then even sent to places like China through the Silk Road trade. They were showing us like a traveling zoo, if you will, of people that came from this continent that was only rumored about, because Europeans were locked into Europe for how many years? They only discovered how to get out of it due to the Moors telling them and teaching them stuff. Otherwise, they would have been stuck in the Bering Strait where their ass belonged. So that's a part of the missing detail of what was the motivation for the Ku Klux Klan and the ACL, I think it's called, to work with Marcus Garvey, because Marcus Garvey was brainwashed enough to think that all dark-skinned people came from one continent. which is just not true.
Brother, the Honourable Marcus Garvey didn't believe in that, brother. You're misquoting. You see, he didn't believe. This is why the red, black, and green flag.
Did he consider all of us African?
Brother. You see, brother, you've just misquoted. Brother, you just
No, I didn't.
misquoted,
No, I
brother.
did not.
You did.
No, I didn't.
You said
Did
that,
he call
brother.
all of us
He said that he
African?
believed that all African people would die. You just said that, brother, and he didn't believe in that. You understand?
Did he call all dark-skinned people here in the Americas Africans? Did he think we were African? Yes or no?
He said that we're African, but he also used the word
All right.
Negro.
So
Hold on,
there's
brother.
nothing for you. Hold
But
on,
you
my
said
brother.
dark
You
skin,
can
though,
hold
brother.
on, my brother.
You said dark
So
skin, though.
the point that I'm making is that all dark-skinned people do not come from Africa, and the whole premise of Pan-Africanism is just that we all descend from one continent, which is just not true. That is white supremacist propaganda that they use to validate Darwinian evolution, because the only way to look at a black person or dark-skinned people as lesser than human or 2/3 of a man is to say that they are the closest to evolve from apes, which is why Darwinian evolution is racist bullshit. Okay, and the whole back to Africa and Pan-Africanism and the out of Africa theory is all stemmed in white supremacy. That's white folks' history, not ours. They came from out of Africa, went up into the Eurasian territories, and intermingled with Neanderthals and Denisovans. Even their scientists know this. And Trill's seen me post this numerous times over the years.
Now, brother, what you just said that did not make no sense at all. So not all African people.
What didn't make sense about what I said?
You're saying that we're not all from Africa, brother. Don't you?
We're not.
We're not all from Africa.
We're not all from Africa.
No, the out of Africa theory is a lie.
Brother, you just said a monologue, brother. You said a monologue. I didn't interrupt you. I listened to what you said, brother, while I'm outside refreshing with the air. And now I'm speaking, brother, and you want to blow some more air. It doesn't make any sense.
What am I blowing air by asking you a question pertaining
brother,
to what
you
you
didn't
just
ask,
asked me?
brother. You about to statement, and I let you finish.
So what
and
was
as
the
I'm about to say,
statement
brother,
that I made?
you said it again.
What was the statement
Brother,
that I made?
there is no point dialoguing, brother, if we cannot
What was
sit
the
down as
statement
men.
that I
Don't
made?
do that, Kale, man. Don't run away, man.
I'm not going
What
to
was
run
the
away, brother. I'm
statement that
just
I
saying,
made?
if we can't sit down and dialogue, brother.
Why don't you stop having your emotions involved? Because clearly you think that I'm going to deal with you the way I dealt with the last guy, which is why you
No, I
came
don't, brother.
on here.
That you're being presumptuous, brother. Brother, you're being presumptuous. I don't think that at all.
I am being presumptuous, and so are you. So let's hold on. Let's both calm down. Let's start over, right? So what is it that didn't make sense about what I said? Because you made a statement. You said what I said don't make no type of sense. So let me help you out. What didn't make sense?
You said that we're not all from Africa.
Yeah, we're not all from Africa. There's absolutely zero iota of evidence. And I also explain why the back to Africa theory and Pan-Africanism itself lends to white supremacist ideology. The same thing that y'all claim y'all fighting against.
That's fact
But your
still.
whole
That's fact
Pan-Africanism,
still.
hold on. Your whole Pan-Africanism is based off of two fucking white men and W.E. Du Bois and a couple other house niggas.
That's facts. That's facts.
So what do you got to say now? And I can read you the names of the gentlemen.
And
Matter of fact, I'll read it right now.
We have the evidence in front of us.
We are the founding fathers of Pan-Africanism, brother.
Meet the fathers of African.
We are the founding fathers of Pan-Africanism, brother.
Meet the
Shall I
fathers
read
of
their names
African
out?
history, the anthropologists who created the fields of African American studies and African studies in today's universities and institutions. They were teachers of W.E.B. Du Bois, Zara Neale Hurston, amongst many others. These individuals who came up with your purported Pan-Africanist theory, ultimately, their names are Franz Boas of 1858 to 1942 and Melville Hershkovitz, 1895 to 1963. Hang on. Not only does the Black American out of Africa motherland concept comes from a white eugenicist, Charles Darwin, which is what I mentioned earlier, but hold on, but Black Americans' historical connection to the landmass presently known as Africa is based upon two lion-ass Jews, Franz Boas and Melvin Herkovitz. for the sole purpose of suppressing records of Black Americans' origins and the indigenous history in America with academic institutions created by white supremacy, which is why Walter Plecker and the paper genocide and the Dolls Roll scrolls were wiped out, and they try to erase these records because that was Black people, American Black people's way of tracing their ideology. This is why they keep giving us different bywords and proverbs to go by. It's African American, and then before that it's Black, and then before that it's Negro, and then before that it's something else, then before that it's everything except for what you call yourself. And that's to hide our identity so that we don't claim restitution, and we keep whining about reparations because the paper money means nothing. It's fiat. We want the land.
No,
So
brother,
if we
you
all
see,
think
brother,
hold
you
on,
going on and
hold
on
on,
and on,
hold
brother,
on, I'm
and you're
not
not
done.
clarifying.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm about to wrap it up. I'm not done. I'm about to wrap it up.
Okay.
There's not really much you can argue with me against this anyway. So just
Oh,
let me
there
finish
is
my
a lot
last
I
two
can argue
statements.
with, brother, but I'm gonna let you.
There's nothing you can argue with, but
Okay,
let me
go on,
finish and
brother.
then you can go ahead and try. Hold on. Just let me finish and you can go ahead and try. So the whole point of keeping American Negroes and our descendants ignorant as to the landmass that we come from is so that we don't claim restitution, so that we can stop white supremacy in its tracks. The first place is by taking these lands back. Okay? And if we all think we come from Africa, then we're all going to run to Africa and give up all the territories where all of it belongs to us, including Europe. All the whole world belongs to all dark-skinned people and our many cultures. It belongs to all of us, not just one continent. That's stupid to claim one continent. That's dumb.
That's facts.
Now, here's the thing, brother. You mentioned
to the planet. Thanks.
Here's the thing, brother. Alexander Cromwell, the ancestor of Pan-Africanism, brother, born 1819. He's older than W.D. Du Bois. Martin Delaney too. Edward Norton as well. Biden, sorry. And there's many more, brother, right? They are the forefathers of Pan-Africanism. Now, brother, in political science, right?
If you say so.
No, they are. They're the forefathers. But you see, you have.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, there's no
Vin, you gotta let him finish. Vin, you gotta let him
We've
finish.
let some air out, brother. We've let some air out, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Let some air out. Let some air out your mouth and your ass. Go ahead.
Okay, brother. We're not in war, brother. But anyway.
Yeah, I know. So you should probably stop treating it like that and just talk.
I'm not okay. Well, here's the thing, brother. Why we attach ourselves to the African continent, brother? Because the African continent is a self-sufficient, economical culture powerhouse. You don't believe
So
me?
is the Americas.
No, it's not, brother. It's not.
Yes,
more.
it is.
Brother.
First off, most of your rice. Hold on. Most of your rice and your crops that are in Africa
you are jumping in
originated
and out.
over here in the Americas.
You're jumping in and out, brother.
Okay.
You're jumping in and out, and you're gonna exhaust yourself.
Yeah, and I'm correcting you on something.
No, you're not correcting me. You're jumping in and out because
yes, I am.
Because facts and proof that the African continent is more economical power than America. It's more economical power than America.
The Americas is richer in resources
and why
compared
does
to
the
Africa.
Europeans, brother, why does the European American, why do the European Americans, brother, why do they need to benefit from Africa if America is also
they benefit from all. They benefit from all.
No, brother.
Not just Africa, buddy.
No, brother.
Yes.
If the European Americans, brother, if the European Americans, if the European Americans,
Africa. What do the Europeans occupy more? The Americas or
European Americans, brother.
What do the Europeans
in America
occupy
and it's
more? The
self-sufficient,
Americas or
they
Africa?
won't need to benefit from the African continent. They won't.
What do Europeans colonize and have subjugated more, Africa or the Americas?
They subjugate Africa.
No. How can they have subjugated Africa more than when the majority of the population? The majority of the population
there was a conference, brother.
is black
there was
people.
a conference.
The majority of the people here in
No,
America
brother.
are no longer
we're not on about the majority. We're on about political science, bro. There was a conference, the Berlin Conference, brother. What was the Berlin
Bro,
Conference about, brother?
I asked you a question for a reason.
Brother.
How
Was
can
the
Africa
hold
be
on,
more?
brother.
I'm
Was
gonna
the
ask the
Berlin
question again.
Conference about
How
America or Africa?
How can Africa be more colonized than the Americas when there are
Brother,
more Europeans? Let
brother.
me finish. When there are more Europeans living on the continent of the Americas, North, South, and Central, than there are living in Africa.
So because there's more Europeans living on America, that means, right?
They've
That American, hold
colonized
on,
it
brother,
more.
hold on. That means it's more. So that means they're not right.
Yes.
Because they're on there, that means that for some reason, because they're not in Africa, they have no ties completely in Africa. Is that what you're trying to tell me, brother?
Wait, what?
Is that what you're trying to tell me, that they don't have no ties in Africa because they've colonized more of
Who
America?
doesn't have any ties in Africa?
The European Americans, is that what you're trying to say?
Did I say that? Did you hear those words come out my mouth, or you just
I
making
heard
shit up
brother, that
and
they've
trying to
colonized
convolute the
America
argument?
more than Africa, and I'm telling you, brother, if that is true, why do they need to
It is
benefit
true.
more from
There's
Africa?
literally hundreds of millions of these Europeans on my people's territory. There are not hundreds of millions of Europeans on African territory. Do you see the difference?
So why was there a Berlin Conference, brother? Was the Berlin Conference about America or Africa?
It was about Africa. There were other conferences about the. Hold on. There were other conferences before that were about the Americas, and a part of that conference is Dumb Diverses 1452. Are you listening, my brother? You can listen. If you listen, you might be able to learn something, right?
Was it based upon
Listen,
America or
have you ever
Africa?
heard? Have you heard of Dumb Diverses 1452?
Was it based upon America
Have you?
or
I
Africa?
asked you.
Brother,
Have you heard?
brother, we are
Have you
talking.
heard
Hold
of
on,
Dumb
brother,
Diverses
we are talking about.
1452?
You says, brother. You says what?
Have you
We're
heard
all
of Dumb
from.
Diverses
Brother,
1452? I'm not
you says
playing
that
with you.
you said that we're all
Have
from
you heard
different
of Dumb
places.
Diverses
There's no brother.
1452? It's a yes or no question.
You're not being
It's a yes
civil,
or no
brother.
question, my
Brother, you're
brother.
not being civil, brother. You're not being civil.
Have you heard?
Brother,
Have
you're
you
not
heard
being.
of?
Brother, you're not
Have
being
you
civil.
heard of Dumb Diverses 1452?
Brother, you're not being civil, brother.
Have you heard of Dumb Diverses 1452? I can
Brother,
do this all day, my brother.
brother, you can do
Answer
all
the
Have you
question,
heard
Kel.
of Dumb
Answer the
Diverses
question, man.
1452?
all day, brother. I'm not gonna
Have you heard of Dumb Diverses
civilize
1452?
it
Bro, answer
down
his
It's a yes or no
question,
and
question.
man.
talk about. Well, I'm gonna answer his question.
Have you heard of Dumb Diverses? I'm gonna start treating you like the last guy if you don't stop playing
right,
with me.
when the brother's been talking over, getting out of
1452 Dumb Diverses. Have you heard of it? It's a yes or no question. Right, so he hasn't heard of it. I'm willing to bet that the act and the conference he brought up, mine is older. How much you want to bet? What date was your conference? Oh, we got a Pan-Africanist running away per usual. Trill, why you keep bringing me these dudes that don't
run
have
away,
it?
brother. I'm letting you speak.
All right, so
You want to
I
speak,
asked
brother?
you a question. Yeah, and you have no answer.
Brother, we have to focus on the Berlin Conference, brother.
Yeah,
Because
no.
and
That's what you focus on.
hold on. And the reason why, hold on, brother.
Answer my
The
question.
reason why, hold on, brother. The
My
reason why we're
conference
saying this,
predates yours.
no, because you said,
my conference is in
you said, brother, that we're
1452.
not all
When is
from
your
Africa,
conference?
brother. You says that,
When is your
brother. You
conference?
said, brother, we're not
When
all from
is your
Africa,
conference?
brother.
What's the date?
You says we're not all
What's
from
the year
Africa,
of your
brother.
conference?
You said we're not all from
What's the
Africa.
year of your
And
conference?
you were saying that Pan-Africanism
What's
is
the
made up
year
by
of
the
your
white people.
conference? What
Then you
is
said
the
that.
year?
Then you
I
said
don't want
that
to hear
white
none of that
people
fluffy
made up
talking.
Pan-Africanism.
What's the year of your
And
conference?
Alexander Cromwell is older. You made up
What's the
WD Du
year
Bois
of your
has no relevance.
conference? What is the year of your conference? Trying to move the goalpost. What's the year of your conference, buddy? Is it older than 1452 or later? No answer, because he knows mine is older. The man doesn't even know what Dumb Diverses is. Never heard of it in his life. You only know one side of the coin. I grew up in Pan-Africanism. I went to a Pan-Africanist preschool.
Have you
I
finished?
went to a no, I'm not done because you won't answer the question. I
Have
went
you
to a
finished?
Pan-Africanist preschool, right?
Have you
So there's
finished?
nothing, there's rarely anything in this
Yeah.
position that you're going
Have
to
you?
tell me that I'm not aware of. I
Yeah.
have things that I've studied on my position that you have no clue about. So which is why I asked you, have you heard of Dumb
Brother,
Diverses 1452?
here's the thing, brother.
Have you heard of Dumb
You
Diverses
made up some claims, brother.
1452?
Brother, you made up some
Have you
claims
heard
about
of
W.
Dumb
Du Bois.
Diverses
Brother, you
1452?
made up some claims about W. Du Bois
Have you heard of Dumb
and that two
Diverses
white men made up
1452? I'm gonna keep
Pan-Africanism,
being
which
ignorant
was
until I
failed,
get an
which
answer.
was failed. You made up some claims
Have you
about
heard
W.
of
Du
Dumb
Bois
Diverses
and you made up
1452?
some claims about two white men against
Have
the
you heard
Pan-Africanism,
of Dumb
which was
Diverses
wrong.
1452?
And then you said that the
Have
Europeans
you heard of Dumb
colonized more
Diverses
of America and had not as in
1452?
Africa. These are claims
Have
out
you
your mouth.
heard, hey, my brother, have you heard of Dumb Diverses 1452? It's a yes or no question. If you would answer it, I'd just let you go on because my point will be proven as soon as you say the date of your conference. Then you can go ahead. But you don't want to say the date because you know, and I know, that mine predates yours. Yes or no?
And whether it predates or not, does it change the
Oh, now it's a
hold
now
on,
it
brother,
goes
brother,
from no, mine
brother.
predate. Now it goes
Whether
whoa.
hold on,
I
brother.
just want the listening.
Whether
Hold on. I just want the
it
listening
predates
audience to
it or not,
realize
brother.
this is
Whether
what
it
happens
predates
when you
it
have
or not,
people
brother.
drunk
Brother,
off doctrines. The last guy was drunk off Darwinian
whether
evolution.
it
This
predates
guy is
or
drunk
not,
off
brother.
of ideologies which
But
stem from
whether
Darwinian evolution. And
whether
notice
it
the
predates it or
commonality
not.
and the disingenuousness.
Yeah.
They can never answer straightforward questions when their backs against the wall because they know if they answer it honestly, it puts them in a precarious situation. So I'm going to ask one final time, and then I'm going to hop off from conversating with
the
you
thing is,
because it's not worth it.
when you made
So
mistakes,
it
hold
is
on,
Dumb
when you made
Diverses
mistakes,
1452. Is
and
that
you
older than your conference or is it
Mic check.
before
Mic
your
check.
conference? Is it
Mic
before
check.
your conference or after your
Can I
conference?
can I can I can I
1452.
can I just say something first of all? Yeah.
Big up, Shaka.
That, yeah, big up. Dumb Diverses is not a
Okay, no
conference.
answer. So anyway, random
Sorry.
fact.
Hello.
Right?
Hello.
The
Hello.
book
Can you hear me?
Roots by Alex
Hello. Can you hear
Haley
me?
was
Now, hold on,
plagiarized.
Vin. There's a new
Hello.
panelist. Vin,
Hello. Can you
there's
hear
a new,
me?
there's a new
Hello.
there's a new panelist. Let's see what he has
Can
to
you hear
say.
me?
Yeah,
Can
go
you hear
ahead.
me? Can I
Yeah,
be
we
heard?
can hear you. Go ahead, Shaka.
Yeah, just to say, yeah, Dumb Diverses was not a conference. It was a papal book. It was an order of the Pope in Rome for basically the Romans to be able to, or the Catholics to be able, or the Christendom at the time, to be able to subjugate all pagans. Yeah. So it eventually extended to America, and it was one of a number of papal bulls that did this. Yeah. Follow me to the Catholic was another one who issued a papal bull, but it basically gave the Christians to subdue all pagans. So it was not. Sorry, excuse me. It was not exclusive to the Americas. It actually it related to a number of different areas of the planet, including the African continent. So that
Right.
doesn't necessarily
Where
that
was the
doesn't necessarily
first
help the
place they
case.
went? Where was the first place that they went, and what was the content? Because it was a meeting. For
No,
record's sake.
sorry.
Yes, it was.
What?
Yes,
Sorry,
it was.
sorry.
I have
Sorry.
go
The
ahead.
colonization of the Americas began later in the 15th century, right? So again, it didn't begin with the Americas. The first place they went was not the Americas. Sorry, excuse me. Hold on a second. Sorry.
Brother,
The Romans. Allow me to finish.
in the Americas.
Allow me to finish. The Romans were dealing with Ottomans and people that they called Saracens and pagans that were close in their vicinity. Yeah.
No.
As far as
no. You're totally.
Europe
You're
was
totally.
concerned.
You're
So it did eventually extend to it did eventually extend to the Americas. But
You're half right because you're missing some details. How did they even know about the land and territory of the Americas?
You could answer that, but that's not what I'm probing at the moment. I'm not probing how they knew about the Americas. That's not where I'm going with it. I'm simply saying, that Dumb Diverses was a order of the Pope that was in relation to pagans in general. So it wasn't about even if it did begin in the Americas, it doesn't what's it called?
You're not telling
misstate the point.
You're not telling the
that what was being referred to, they were looking to subdue what they call pagans, right? So it wasn't
my brother. You're repeating yourself. You said this already. So what I want to ask you is, who's the one who came up with or petitioned the idea to which gave the reason for Dumb Diverses?
I've already said the Pope, but the reality is
No,
that
no,
sorry, excuse me.
wrong.
Allow me to
Hold on,
finish.
hold on.
Allow me
That's
to finish.
wrong.
Allow me
That's
to finish.
wrong.
Allow me to
No,
finish.
no, no, no.
Allow me to
That I
finish.
asked you.
Allow
No,
me
no,
to
no. I
finish.
asked
Allow
you.
me to finish.
I asked you. I did, and I
Allow me to
did,
finish.
and
Allow me to
I
finish. Allow me
did,
to
and
finish.
I asked. Hold
Allow
on,
me
my
to
brother.
finish.
Hold on.
Allow me
Hold
to
on.
finish.
No.
Allow
Allow
me to
me to
finish.
finish because I
Allow me
asked
to
you a
finish.
question for a
No,
reason.
no.
So the
But the
the reason
conversation is
why
not
it's not.
the
Hold on. The
conversation is
reason
not
why it's
restricted to what
not
you
the
want to
Pope.
say.
Hold on. The reason why it's
Oh
not
my
the
God.
Pope is because the Pope isn't the one who went to petition to Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand for the finances to get the ships to go over to the Americas. It was
That
Christopher
happened later.
Columbus. Hold
That
on.
happened later.
It was Chris. No, it wasn't. It's 1452. I'm talking about the same documents. He got the funding and then went in 1492 when they came over. It was
So
all
you're
about
saying.
funding.
So you're saying that.
So hold on. You don't have to guess what I'm saying. You just gotta be quiet and listen, because I know you haven't read the article. I've actually read these articles. I'm the one who put this shit out there. So I know this more familiar than you. So what I'm saying is it was Christopher Colon who was reading the second book of Esdras, and he theorized that there was more territory and land beyond the vastness of the ocean, and that you wouldn't drop off the side. There's more land. So he went and he petitioned to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella to get funding. He got the funding to do so. He went over to the Americas, and then he brought back 3,000 people from the island of Haiti, which it is verified by the painting that's in the Biblioteca de Sevilla. So it's in Sevilla, Spain, and it's called the Saint Mary of the Good Winds, and it is the first and original depiction of not only Christopher Columbus but the Negro Indians that they brought over to show to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. This is the history. The whole Saracens and all of that, that was talking about dark-skinned people who are worshiping the Creator. All dark-skinned people are Muslims, not Muslims. Moslems.
It's the same thing.
Right? So
It's the same thing. It's the same.
It's not the same thing. It's a slight difference.
It's the
No, it's
same
not. There's
thing,
not. It's not. It's absolutely the same thing because of the fact
Let's just
that
say American
before
spelling.
before the 1600s, English didn't have standardization of spelling. So there's various different spellings in English over periods of time up until the 1600s, and what particularly standardized spelling in the English language, and even then there was some variation afterwards. But what the definitive what's the word, key point in the standardization of spelling in the English language was the translation of the Bible into English. But historically speaking, though, Christopher Columbus, as you've already stated, was 1492. Yeah, so there's a 40-year disparity between what you're saying happened in 1592 and Columbus actually sailing. All right, that's the first thing. The second thing is that prior to 1492, as I've already said, the context here, because you asked me who came up with it. The reason why the Pope was petitioned is because the Pope was the supreme authority in Europe, because Europe was almost exclusively Catholic.
Yeah,
so when, excuse me, allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish, please. Thank you very much. Right. So the reason why people went to the Pope here to settle disputes is because when monarchies couldn't settle disputes between themselves, they sought the authority of the Pope. Why? Because the Pope was the vicegerent of the Lord, yeah, and all of these things. So you're talking about European nations who were on the colonizing mission anyway. And you're talking about the Roman Catholic Church, which is an extension of the Roman Empire. They had already been in Africa for centuries, yeah, at this point, colonizing, and not just Africa, yeah, but and they were also at war with the Ottoman Empire, and so on and so forth. So the point is that they were seeking absolution, yeah, which is what a lot of the papal bulls did, yeah, was they gave them absolution, which meant that as long as the Pope sanctioned it, you were not guilty of having committed a sin. Yeah, that's what they were looking to do. And they did this in relation to, and they did this. Sorry, it's not, because the papal bull, which might be more what's the word, significant in what you're saying, is the one under Bartholomew de las Casas, because with that one they literally split up the earth between the Portuguese and the Spanish, yeah, and gave parts to the Portuguese and parts to the Spanish, and that had a significant impact on specifically the Americas in terms of who got what and who was allowed to take what and so on and so forth, right? So
Bro, this has
that's the first
nothing
thing.
to do with what I'm.
Well,
This doesn't have anything to do with what I said.
it actually does, but again,
It
a
doesn't. It
conversation
doesn't disprove anything that I said.
a conversation is not going to be restricted to what you want to say. At the same time,
Yeah, but I never said that a conversation is
at the same
restricted
time,
to
sorry,
what I got to say.
at the same time, all I was doing, sorry, at the same time, all I was doing, sorry, at the same time, sorry, but it does, but it does, but it does, but it does, but I have, but okay, my brother, listen, 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 listen,
It was Christopher Cologne who went directly to Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand.
So then why did you raise
Isabella
it?
and King Ferdinand.
So then why did you raise it? Why did you raise it as a challenge against the nature of Pan-Africanism in Africa?
My brother, how many have you read Christopher Cologne's journal? Do you even own it? Have you even read a page? Have you read any of the conquistadors' actual works, like primary sources? Have you read their works?
This has nothing to do with
I don't know what that's got to do with anything. Yeah, it has nothing to do with anything. What's the cool? The reality is this. Sorry, the reality is this. The reality is this.
You're going to believe in
But my brother, you raised. But my brother, you raised.
Brother.
You want me? Why can't I finish saying what I'm saying? I don't understand.
You only have one side of the equation. You don't know the history of the Americas, and you barely even know the history of Dumb Diverses. You going on Google and then going on Wikipedia is not going to help you understand the minute details of the actual document.
I've not claimed. Sorry. One second. I've not claimed to be an expert on Dumb Diverses. I don't need to be an expert.
You don't know what
allow
you're
me to
talking
finish.
about.
Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
Yeah, but I haven't.
Allow me to finish.
Talking.
Allow me
why
to
don't
finish.
You let me to,
allow me
why
to.
don't you allow me to finish talking? Because I wasn't done yet. So, like I said, you obviously haven't read Christopher Cologne's journals to know these things yourself. You didn't even mention King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella as the key financiers of Christopher Cologne's movements to the Americas.
I thought we were talking about Pan-Africanism. I thought we were talking about Pan-Africanism.
It has everything to do with Pan-Africanism.
No, it doesn't at all.
Yes,
it doesn't have nothing to do with Pan-Africanism at all. It hasn't. You're talking about European.
And if you
made a claim that you said white people invented Pan-Africanism, and I told you Alexander Crummell
studies the Americas more than you.
And I told you,
this is the thing. Like, you guys study Pan-Africanism,
of America,
but you don't
they
study
invented
the histories
Pan-Africanism,
of
but
the
you said white people
Americas.
did.
So you don't know things like Walter Plecker and paper genocide. You don't know things like Dumb Diverses 1452, which you had to run to Google and Wikipedia to go brush up on. There's a number of fundamental documents that you're not aware of. Okay, so can you at least admit that?
But it has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism, no. Nothing.
Yeah, I was going to come back to that point. I was going to come back to that point. At the same time, wherever you think I got the information on Dumb Diverses from is not the point. What I was actually
because you don't know what you're talking about.
Excuse me, allow me to finish, please.
It is because you don't know what you're talking about. How can you go on Wikipedia and then try to battle somebody who owns the actual
Excuse me. Sorry.
How can you go on Google and think you can fuck with me?
Excuse me. Thank you very much. So
yes, you're excused. How can you go on Google and think you can fuck with me?
Sorry. The point is this.
Like, how can you go on Google and think you can fuck with me?
The point is
I know you're sorry. I'm trying to show people you're sorry.
The point is
how
this.
can you go on Google and think you can fuck with me?
My brother, either we're gonna have a sensible conversation or we can lock up the conversation. It's that simple. Yeah, I haven't come to attack you.
Right.
There's a conversation happening.
Sorry, why don't you be civil and answer my question?
I have answered your question.
How can you go on Google?
Sorry, allow me to speak, please. Yeah, it's very simple. All right, I haven't distracted you, and I'm not trying to distract you. Okay, so. The issue is this: when I come into the conversation, there's a conversation happening regarding Pan-Africanism and colonialism, right? And all I was doing initially, before exploring some of the other issues, was correcting a historical fact, The petitioning, the petitioning of I was
you didn't correct
because it was
you don't have the
credentials.
You don't even have one book under your belt. I've got an entire library under my belt.
And congratulations, my brother. It's good to have a library. It's good to have a library, my brother. It's good to. Can I finish?
About the rich history
Can I finish?
of the Americas. You know
Can I finish?
Nothing. So
Can
you
I
should
finish?
probably study more than you run your mouth, man.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Sorry. One second, Kel. 1 second. So all this running your mouth talk, yeah. I have
Yeah. All this running your mouth talk, all this word salad you got, and you can't even break down dumb diverses properly.
My brother. I have not disrespected you. I've come into the conversation, yeah, amicably, in good spirit and in good faith.
You either,
Yes, you
so
have.
I don't know why you keep repeating the same thing.
Then we can leave out the running your mouth talk then, right? Because that's not what's taking place here.
Then stop
Right.
running your mouth and answer the question.
Excuse me. Can I finish, please? I'm speaking. My statements in this conversation are not going to be restricted to whatever Vin wants to ask me.
Question,
no, because because I'm making a statement.
All right, because
if you
can't
interrupt me,
answer it because you don't have the credentials.
If you interrupt me, I am not duty bound.
So have you. You've interrupted me as well.
My brother, please. My brother, please. I just allow me to finish. The difference is I've allowed you to finish. The difference is I've allowed you to finish. The difference is I've allowed you to finish saying what you're saying. And at this moment in time,
You've been doing the same shit that I've been
at this moment in time, I have not been permitted to finish a statement, a coherent statement.
And neither have I.
Right?
And neither have
well,
I.
That's just dishonesty, isn't it? So I don't do the circus thing.
No, it's not dishonesty.
Okay, guys,
I'm gonna see where I'm going in it. So I'm a mute. Don't worry about it, did it? I see where I'm going in it. So let me just mute up the thing.
No, you don't.
I don't do the circus thing.
You don't have to mute, bro. Just one at a time.
I don't do the circus thing.
He
Man, don't do the circus.
You just gotta answer questions.
Can you finish what you're saying,
and
then can you respond?
Right. He just gotta stop. He's just gotta stop running from questions. Because if you notice,
You have to let him speak, bro.
And then he'll run away and try to switch the goalpost and go somewhere else. And I like that's so disingenuous and unintellectual. It's disgusting. And then if you notice,
I'm just glad it was proven that Finn is a dick.
Banksy, shut up, man.
The man said, I am a dick. You're absolutely. I never denied that. You fucking dick. So anyway, the man said that he wouldn't answer a question. Then he says it doesn't matter. So that only goes to show you how disingenuous the man is, because he knew it mattered.
Pan-Africanism, though. He's got nothing to do. But it's got nothing to do with Pan-Africanism at all.
Can we let Shaka speak uninterrupted? Go ahead, Shaka.
It has everything to do with Pan-Africanism. If you be quiet, you'll learn.
Shaka, are you there?
Yeah, when I can speak, I speak, innit?
Can no one interrupt Shaka as he speaks? Go ahead, Shaka.
Thank you very much. So yeah, the point that was being made when I came in was that Dum Diversus precedes the Berlin Conference, which was in 1884 and 1885, and the idea was, as I understood it, was that because it precedes the Berlin Conference, that European colonization of the Americas, it has taken place for a longer period. It precedes that of Africa, and so the point I was making is that Dum Diversus.
Let me finish. Go ahead, finish.
That is the point. That is the point that was being made when I came in, right? So the idea. That's why the question kept being repeated. Do you know about Dum Diversus? And I bet it precedes your conference, and it does precede the Berlin Conference. But
so why didn't you answer that when I initially asked you?
Sorry, but that's already been said. Allow me to finish. The fact that 1452 is prior to 1884, I didn't think was a statement that needs to be repeated. Yeah, I'm not denying the fact that 1452 is.
So why wouldn't you answer it?
Excuse me. I was not asked the question directly. Right. I was not asked the question directly. When I came on, I was responding to what was being said, and I'm simply saying that 1452 Dum Diversus was also related to the African continent as well as parts of Europe and Asia.
I never said it was only the Americas.
That's the only point that
I never said that statement.
So if you concede that point, then you would also have to concede that is not evidence in your favor in relation to European colonization.
It is if you be quiet. Well, once you be quiet and get it off your chest, I'm going to re-explain why it is, because clearly you weren't hearing before. So I'm going to help you out again. So you can go ahead and finish, and then you.
I'm finished. Go ahead. I'm finished. Go ahead.
Okay. So what was the part that you were unclear about in relation to Dum Diversus?
I thought you were listening. I'm not unclear about anything,
Yeah,
my brother.
I'm
What I'm
asking you
saying,
so
sorry,
I can make sure I get it correct.
fine. I'm not unclear about anything. The statement is the point is simple. Dum Diversus 1452, yes, is a papal bull that was about subjugation of pagans and another terminology that's in the document I can't remember. But it was and it
Well, you
related
never
to.
read the document,
So
so how you gonna remember? Like,
if you say so, my brother. At the same time, what I'm saying remains true, which is the fact that it was in relation to various different groups of people, some of which were on the African continent. Yeah, and that the extension
I never denied that.
Right, and well, okay, fine. So if you're not denying it, then I don't know what the problem
Can I explain why I brought up Dum Diversus and what's the relevance so that we can get on one accord at least?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. So the reason why I brought up Dum Diversus is obviously the Catholic Church, like the English Empire, okay, which it owns, wants world conquest. So yeah, they're gonna go after every territory, but there was a main stake to grab the lands of the Americas, and you find out the reason why when you read Christopher Columbus' journal, which he was the one who initiated the whole movement towards the Americas to focus on the Americas. This is why there was such a great resource and land grab over here, because over here is a land of milk and honey. Okay, over here is where you get the origins of your yams and your potatoes and your wild rices and all the various things that West Africa enjoys because of the trade that was happening between the dark-skinned people over here and the dark-skinned people over there before white people even got out the Bering Strait. Okay, you can read. There's a book by, I forget what it's called, but it's an African dude. His name is Katanga A. Bongo or something like that. I'll put the book in Trill's Discord so you guys can go check it out yourself. And then you can also look up the Columbian Exchange, where a majority of the finer foods that you enjoy around the world, they come from the Americas. Okay, so I don't know, like, other than to give you guys the book so you guys can put in the due diligence yourself, and somebody send this guy the actual Christopher Columbus journal so he can read it himself. And then you can actually read the conquistadors' actual journals yourself. They describe the people that's over here. They describe the conditions for which they came over here.
That's facts.
You know,
He
like
just describe them as black. That's true.
It's like arguing with people who, you notice, like with arguing with Pan-Africanists, they have one side of the coin and they don't really know the histories of the Americas other than brothers like myself putting the information out over the last decade. Like without us doing that and the generation
so does
before
that
me doing
change the
that,
fact? Does that change the fact?
hold on, I'm
Does
not
that
done
change the
talking.
fact that
I'm
you're
not
gonna
done
have to
talking. I'm
unite
not done
with
talking.
other
I'm
black
not done
people
talking.
to
I'm
get the
not
power
done
back?
talking.
Does
So
that
I'm going
change
to
that
talk
fact?
over you until you give me my respect, just like he want to give respect, right? So there was no bringing of black people in the Americas over to Africa. So the whole Pan-Africanist premise, just to bring it back to why it makes sense of bringing up Dum Diversus, is because they came over here to steal the territories from black people. The whole premise of Pan-Africanism is that all dark-skinned people originate from Africa, back to Africa theory. That's fucking goofy. It's lies, it's propaganda, and it lifts up white supremacy.
Facts.
End statement.
Vin, you don't deserve respect.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Kale.
I totally disagree with what he just said there. I totally disagree with what he just said there, right? Because what I'm getting from you, my brother, is very unsynchronized. And the reason why it's very unsynchronized, because what you're saying is, because we're not all from Africa, right? According to you, that we should have separate types of organizations, separate.
I never said that.
Brother, you're
I never said
backflipping in my
that. I never
conversation
implied
again,
it.
brother. You're backflipping in my. Allow me to finish, right?
Well, what you're not going to do is lie on me and then have me argue against a straw man. I'm not going to allow you to do that. I never said those words, so don't lie on me. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't do that.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Vinny. Right?
Don't call me Vinny either. I fucking hate that.
Okay.
My name is Vin, or you call me V. Don't call me fucking Vinny.
Shut the fuck up, Vinny.
I'm not a fucking.
Sit your ass down, Vinny.
Oh, guys. Okay,
Mr.
finish what you care. Don't misrepresent him. Yeah. Finish what you're saying.
Mr. V. Okay, Mr. V. Right.
Finish what you're saying.
Here's the thing,
Fuck
right?
this Vinny boy.
Banksy, shut up, man. Go ahead, finish
What
what
I'm
you're
getting
saying.
from you is right.
Banksy,
Is
did
that
you
yeah,
clean
but
up the set yet, Banksy?
there it goes
Banksy,
again.
Suck
Very
my cock,
emotional.
Vinny.
Guys,
Emotional.
No,
Vinny,
Hold on.
Vinny,
Triggered.
go clean the
We're not gonna
MRI room
scream.
again.
Triggered.
We're not gonna have a screaming match again. It was very peaceful. It was cool. Let's get back to that, please.
Yeah,
Go
let's have
ahead.
a constructive discussion in it.
Go ahead, Kale. Finish what you were saying. Kale. Okay,
Go ahead, Kale.
He's gone to do something else. Vin, do you want to say anything?
He probably went to go lick his chops because he ain't got enough in the tank. And this is the point that I
Shut
wanted
the
to say
fuck up,
is that
Vinny.
the Pan-Africanist, wait, is that the Jizz thing, dude? But anyway,
No,
the
don't respond to him.
Pan-Africanist
Don't
dude,
respond to him. Let him stay in the day. He's dead, isn't it? He's dead. Let him stay in the grave.
so
You killed him
the
earlier, bro.
Pan-Africanist dudes, they're drunk off of ideology and indoctrination, and they don't realize it. And I get it. Africa and dark-skinned people all together, we've been beaten down collectively. So you find pride in the continent that you assume that you originate from. I get it. I'm not against you there. I don't have a problem with Africa neither. Africa is a beautiful continent, especially from what I've seen. There's beautiful land masses everywhere. Why relinquish ourselves to one landmass when we deserve it all? God gave us all this land to do what we need to do. It'd be foolish to think that we're all the same people. We all have the same culture. We all that's ridiculous. Dark-skinned people are beautifully diverse, culturally speaking, phenotypically speaking, genotypically speaking. We're a beautiful people collectively. And then we need to stop balling ourselves into one group and stop using white supremacist ideologies to try to subjugate other brothers who think outside the box of the paradigm that you've been fed. You were fed Pan-Africanism. Why would the white man agree with you on something that's the truth if their whole scheme is to tell you lies? Why do you and your enemy agree?
Dark-skinned people cannot, dark-skinned people not only found in Africa, they're also found in Australia, they're found in America, they're found in, in Asia as well. So they're all over the world.
That's right, Vinny boy. That's right. We was Kangs, man. We was Kangs.
Can you respond to what Vin said, please?
Nigga, I'm not Raspy Rolls. You better go to Raspy with that shit. We was Kangs. Hey, I'd rather be Kangs
Banksy,
than
don't
K's,
come in and
nigga.
disrupt the
You
conversation when
was
you got
K's.
smacked earlier, bro. I don't want to hear your shit, man. Stay in the grave. Stay in the grave.
Zulu.
Go
Kiss
ahead,
the
Kale.
darkest part of my asshole.
Shut your mouth. Go ahead, Kale.
Can we just have like a civil conversation,
please?
please?
Respond to what
Go
Vin
ahead.
said, please. Go ahead, Kale, if you're there. Or you're not going to respond.
I kind of like the discussion or the way that direction was going to, but unfortunately, someone had to disrupt it.
It's all right. We get it back on, man. Don't worry about them.
Kale,
You see-
are you there? Kale, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here, brother. The problem is with our people, brother, is that they come up with these types of ideologies that to separate from the main power that's going to unite them and liberate them, right? And I hear this all the time, and that growing up, I've heard it all the time. You'll get like some of our people from different parts on the planet, and they really believe that their tribe is going to get them out of the situation, right? And as I always say, brother, if you're saying that we're from everywhere, can you name me a tribe right now that has wiped out white supremacy, regained back resources on the African continent controllably, right? Protecting the African Americans and regaining their resources, regaining resources back on the African and the Caribbean, and protecting the African Americans from being shut down. If you can't name me that, bro, respectfully hold your peace.
With respect, Kale, can I also
respectfully, you Pan-Africanists run y'all mouth for about 100 and something years, and y'all haven't done shit but lip service.
We've done a lot of things. You've
done absolutely nothing to help liberate American black people from the mental slavery that they have, because you are not bringing them back to their God. That's the difference. That is the difference. You want to hold on. You want to. I let you finish. You want to unify around money, the white man's fiat currency. You want to unify around skin complexions. That's all dumb. You can't unify around materialistic ideologies. You have to unify around objective morality.
We don't unify upon that.
If you don't, hold on. You just talked about cutting people off. Why don't you hold your tongue, buddy? So.
Well, you've
anyway,
been bodying your tongue too long, buddy.
Let him finish, Kale. You were
Let
moaning about
Vinny
this
boy
earlier.
finish.
Kale,
Let
Kale,
the Vinny
you were
boy
moaning
finish.
about this
Come on,
earlier,
Vinny.
bro.
Finish, Vinny.
The whole point of this is If you want to unify around skin complexion, you're fucking stupid. There are numerous amounts of immoral dark-skinned people. It doesn't matter what culture they belong to. They're all still Adamic people, right? So there are wicked amongst those people. And you, people like you, would still want to unify with wicked Negroes just because they're dark-skinned. That's not me. I want to unify around common objective morals. If we don't have common objective morals, you cannot get a goal accomplished. How are you going to nation build when you don't even have a commonality of law and order within said nation? What are you talking about? Are y'all Africans going to come over here and unify with pro-black people in America that also support LGBT? Because I wouldn't. That'd be dumb. That's not wise. Unifying around skin complexion is a simple-minded, moronic thing to do, and it just shows that you haven't grown out of Darwinian evolutionary
We do
mind
not
state,
just
which is
unify
why
over
you
skin
believe
condition.
in white
We don't
supremacist
unify just for skin
propaganda.
condition.
Man, why are you talking while I'm talking, buddy? Didn't
Because
you just
brother,
say stop talking while people talking?
you're talking a lot, and we don't have time.
Yeah, but I've been talking
You get
less.
me? We
I've been
don't have
talking
time.
less
We don't have time,
than
brother. We don't have time.
I've been talking. Yeah, I know you don't have time because you got a small brain and you don't know how to listen very
Yeah,
well.
wrap it
Which is
up,
why you
Vinny.
still in
Wrap it up.
Japan
Come on,
Africa.
get to the point, Vinny.
But you're not getting to the point.
The point's already been made, and clearly you missed it. So I might have to repeat it.
Then he made the point, yeah.
Here's
And the point
what
wasn't that
you
bad.
miss. Here's what you miss, brother. Right? You're talking about Pan-Africanism is a waste of time, but brother, Alexander Cromwell is from the American continent, brother. You understand? He's one of the
What is
the
Pan-Africanism
forefathers
done
of
for black people?
Pan-Africanism. Do you understand? He was one, and brother, it worked
What is
great
Pan-Africanism
for
done for
Alexander
black
Hold
Cromwell.
on, you can't answer my question.
It worked great for Alexander Cromwell, brother. Right? From the moment he was born up until his death, Martin Delaney, another Pan-Africanist ancestor from the American continent, the same Pan-Africanist or ideology you have a problem with, it worked great in then. Do you understand? It worked great in the conferences as well.
It
Right?
may have worked
Especially
in
in
those
London.
days, but it doesn't
Hold
work in
on, no,
2022.
brother. But the
With
thing
all
is,
due
brother,
respect.
here's what you got to understand. All
That was a
those
female speaking.
all those
No, it
black,
was a male. Sorry, a male.
Nah, it's a man. It's a man.
Oh,
Still, it's a man.
all those black
Yeah.
liberations, brother.
He's
All
got
those,
hormonal issues.
all those black liberations, right, were
Nah,
birthed
man, that's our border, man.
My bad.
They were
Thank you,
birthed
Zulu.
in Pan-Africanism, all of them.
Do I sound like I've got hormonal issues?
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Yo,
Thanks, bro.
to the guy that I just made that mistake. Yo, genuinely, my bad, man. I probably made that mistake last time too.
Yeah, it's
My
cool.
fault,
It's
dude.
cool. It's cool. It happens a lot anyway. It's fine.
All right, respect.
All right, cool.
Oh, where was we? Okay, where do we begin?
Yeah.
What was your last statement?
Where we at? Where we at, man? Where we at?
Where we at, man?
Yeah, man, this is
Oh,
good, man.
yo,
I'm eating, man.
sorry, I got cut off. Yeah, sorry, I got cut off. The point.
Vinny
the point
was
I
just
trying
running
to-
his bullshit.
Yeah, the point
Shut up,
I was
Banksy.
I was trying to make is that Christopher Columbus couldn't have had anything to do with Dumb Diversus because he was born in the same decade that the thing was passed. So I just wanted to point that out, and then I wanted to move on to the misconceptions that were espoused about Pan-Africanism, but we can do that as and when accordingly.
No, say what you need to say, Shaka, man.
Speak your speech, man.
No, well, I was really just going to back up what Kay was saying in terms of founding fathers and having been born prior to the 1860s, and having done significant work already. But the primary aspect of this though is when it comes to injustices done to other groups of people. Yeah, there is nowhere in any Pan-African ideology, movement, program, whatever, and there are many variations in under what is Pan-Africanism, that you're going to find people who stand against other people fighting for justice, yeah, and denying the injustices that have been done to other peoples. So when it comes to the indigenous peoples of the Americas and the colonization and the genocide that was committed against them, the dominant idea among Pan-Africanists who are active in organization and working with people is to stand in solidarity with said movements and organizations. There are many Pan-Africanists. Even I myself have done work, and shared solidarity or messages of equality with activists, not just people that come on in the internet and say, I'm a Native American, but people who are engaged in actual organizations, anti-colonial organizations of the indigenous peoples of the Americas. They exist, yeah. And you have to be doing a certain kind of work often to know about these organizations. And the dominant idea, basically, these people have been genocided against. That America, the United States of America, is a criminal settler colony that was built upon a genocide committed against the indigenous peoples of the Americas and the enslavement of the African peoples who were brought to the Americas. That is the dominant view and perspective. Okay. So no Pan-Africanist really is going to deny the colonization of the Americas. That's not the question. The question is, what is primary to us and what movement do we lead? Yeah. So we would never presume to lead the indigenous peoples of the Americas movement. Yeah. Solidarity is not leadership. And we also don't presume to assume their identity. That's the other thing, right? So the issue is not whether all dark-skinned peoples are African. The issue is there are Africans, right? And who are the Africans? And what should the Africans be doing in relation to the colonization of Africa and African peoples, which of course extends beyond the borders of the continent of Africa? That is the old.
All right. Can I ask a question? Because as far as I know it, yeah, that there's two types of Pan-Africanism, right? There's Garvey and his ideals, right? Are you following that, or are you following W.B. Du Bois and his ideals?
Well, first and foremost, there's not just two types of Pan-Africanism. Yeah,
well, I'm just saying the ones that we know of.
But you well know that I'm a Garvey. So when it comes down to it, I am a Garvey. It doesn't mean having said I'm a Garveyite, I'm not necessarily a Du Boisite at all. But I learned from the Osage for Kwame Nkrumah, for example, and what he did. Thomas Sankara and what he did. What's his name? Maurice Bishop in Grenada and what he did. And and what he was doing in the Caribbean, bearing in mind that Pan-Africanism is not just exclusive to the African continent, right? So when you're looking at Pan-Africanism, there are various different related streams of thought, and then there are those who have adopted a particular school, and my particular school is Garveyism.
Okay,
but that doesn't sound very synchronized.
It's not actually.
It's as synchronized as the fact that we live in the United Kingdom of Great Britain, and politically speaking, you have the Labour Party, you have the Conservative Party, you have the Liberal Democrats, you have the Green Party, you have UKIP, you have the UK Independents.
So y'all just got a title.
Hold on. And so forth, right?
Hold on.
All of these are recognized British institutions that contribute to the political spectrum.
Yeah, I'm saying in Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, but you run unsynchronized with each other, don't they?
Sorry. In Pan-Africanism, though, yeah, I'm saying like the W.D. Du Bois way, which led to your NAACP, right?
No, that's
facts.
That's incorrect. The NAACP is under in no way, shape, or form a Pan-Africanist organization.
Oh yeah,
it's a white man network.
It was
founded by white people.
Yeah, an organization developed by Europeans for the sake of advocating on behalf of quote unquote, really the illusion of inclusion, for black people.
Monopolizing the money. They wanted to get control of our money and economy, and then put my bad to cut you, brother. They wanted to get control of the Black Americans' economy and their money spending, and they wanted to then take over Black communities by putting these boule individuals into influential positions.
Right.
COINTELPRO before COINTELPRO, in other words.
Yeah.
And to a significant degree, the NAACP was an aid of the American establishment against African nationalists and Pan-Africanists.
Headed by who though?
Pardon me?
The boys, no?
No, Du Bois was never the head of the NAACP.
He was just a face. He was a face.
He was never the head of you have many other. In fact,
He's like a founder though.
The NAACP never got a black head until the 1970s. Excuse me 1 second.
That's true.
And what's the P for? Huh? NAACP. What's the P? I don't know. Is that people?
I forget.
Pan. Hold on 1 second. Because I got a sneaky little video in the background that says otherwise, but you know, I could be wrong. You know what I mean? I think I covered this on Saturday, and it was hella extensive. So a lot of the things you were saying, Vic, was bang on point, and even gave us a new perception to add to what we already know. Because
that's all we can do for each other, man. We just share pieces, and you take what you can.
These black Marxists, communists, nationalists, black nationalists, rubbish.
Yep. Anarchists, revolutionaries. Yep.
Right, but it's all based. Hold on. It's all based on
Fabian socialism.
These Stalin, Lenin, Trotsky. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah. How?
Yep. Fabian socialism. Facts.
What we doing?
Cook, Maku.
How did we get
nigga, Maku cooking. Cook, nigga, put the apron on.
No, I think it's about that time still.
Put the apron on, my nigga.
Let me put
Nigga got the butcher. Nigga got the leather butcher apron on.
You get me? I didn't want to go too hard. I just want to.
Pure carcass. I get chop up.
Sorry, I was gone for a sec. Yeah. So what it is, right? A conversation like this requires actual study and not just asking questions to connect dots and go into leaps of logic. Yeah.
I hear you.
Come, baby, come.
Where was I up to? Yeah. The NAACP was actually an agent of the American government against Pan-African effort, particularly in the United States of America, obviously, in that regard. And in fact, when it comes to Garvey, the NAACP was one of the key organizations that organized against the Garvey movement. So that's the situation.
All right, let's go. Let's play
the boys Garvey Wars.
Let's add to this conversation. You know what I'm saying? With some.
Maku brought out the ammo.
The ammo, man.
That nigga brought out the Gatling gun.
You got me? I want to hear.
Man, why you bringing out Gatling guns for Nats, bro? This is Nats.
I just want to understand something. I'm confused because from what I'm learning, it seems that, as I said, these men had these socialist, communist, fascist, whatever views. You get what I'm saying? And then the modus operandum was to take people back to Africa, but to then rule over them. Whoa,
Facts.
whoa.
In one continent.
This is what we're going to do. Yeah, in a unified Africa. That's
easy to manage.
Right?
Easy to manage when you put people in one location.
Why not ask the people then? If it's that and we're all unified, then we make a unified leader. Why does it got to be Garvey? Why? Huh?
Because the honorable Marcus Garvey.
Honorable. Right.
He brought.
Let's play the thing, man. Let's see. Let's hear the Negro and the black cat.
Based on Garvey's.
Yeah. Do it. Do it.
Come on. I'm not gonna
wait till they.
We're just gonna take parts. It's like it does go in stages. The early 1900s, 1800s to into the 1900s, 1920s to the 1930s to the 1960s to the. You get me? It goes through. Like we done this on Saturday, but I don't know.
Marco said it's done.
I don't know where y'all was. All of a sudden, my brothers weren't subscribed. It's like, okay, cool, no problem. You get me? But you better go and subscribe now and maybe play Saturday's stream about Pan-Africanism.
I'm just waiting for the video to play.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I love it. Let's go.
Movie time.
Once we're
Let's go.
Country food, she'll figure. Let's talk about the so-called Negro in the Hat, Marcus Garvey. He founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Born in Jamaica in 1887, Garvey was a black nationalist in the Pan-African scene who advocated for racial pride and the building of institutions for the African diaspora. However, it would be more accurate to describe him as a dictatorial black separatist, as he envisioned a unified Africa as a one-party state, governed by himself, that would enact laws to ensure black racial...
Whoa. You see what I'm saying? Governed by who? Huh? By Haile Selassie? Huh? By some other African leader at the time? No, by Marcus Garvey himself. Interesting.
Bomba clot.
Let's move forward.
Mad.
He believes America was a white man's country, and he described himself as the first fascist and black capitalist.
Whoa! As the first what?
Fascist? Oh,
what?
shit.
Damn!
Capitalist? What? What is this? What is
where's the
here?
Africanness in that? None of that sounds African.
African. Lot of mercy. Yeah. Oh,
yo, this nigga Macro killing it.
Non-European. Hey, these niggas seem to be immersed in European theology and political science.
Well, I mean, he was a Mason, Matthew. He was a Freemason. So
okay. He was trained. He was trained in the same way MLK was trained.
He was a prince.
How you be the first? What's a black?
A black Marxist? What? Black Lives Matter? Black Lives Matter in 1800s? What?
Nihilist?
Back then? George Soros? Yo, polish? Like what?
Keep going, Maku. Keep going. Play the video. Keep going.
Damn. Is everybody seeing this? He would describe himself, not other people describing him, not the white man. Yeah, the man himself would describe himself as a fascist. Mad. How is fascism going to work in Africa even back then? Mad thing.
By force, not it? That's what fascism is.
We've explained this already, brother. I've told you already, brother.
Fascism is so anti-African anyway. But let's move forward.
I've explained it already.
Yo, Mako, you on the gram?
Hold on.
Just let them play the video, innit? Just let them play the video.
Yo, Mako, you on the gram?
And he described himself as the first fascist and black capitalist.
Yo, send me your YouTube so I can send people to you.
All right, yeah. General Sniper TV.
Bet.
Yeah, just General Sniper TV.
Alright, bet. I'll look it up right now.
That thing, bet it up, boom. You got it. Let's move.
Yeah, I'm gonna send people to you.
Wow. Yep. Wow. Let's go. Somebody mute that dog.
My bad. Hold up.
There we go.
Was to ensure black racial purity. He believed America was a white man's country, and he described himself as the first fascist and black capitalist.
Mad.
Although he was staggeringly ignorant about the diversity present in Africa, considered it backwards, and never visited the continent himself, he was big in the back.
Ouch.
Wow, considered it backwards. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Never been there. Didn't know the diversity, that everybody in Africa is not black. Sounds
familiar.
Can I get an unkulunku?
Yeah, like where's the Komoyo? Where's the Komoyo? Where is the Komoyo?
Where is it? Where is it? I don't know. All I'm seeing is documents. What the hell in the European connection to get these documents am I seeing in front of me?
Where's the Umoya? All I'm seeing is fascism and capitalism and whoa.
What? What's going on? Huh? Very European, even on the signets and all sorts, and mad business. This is business. Man want to make money.
Back to Africa movement and ran the Black Star Line shipping and passenger company to help transport Americans to Liberia. He glorified many Western ideas.
To Liberia, to an American colony. We didn't even know America had colonies until they started to plan to send Africans or African Americans back to the slaves who were unfortunately taken, they assumed as well, because there's a lot of assumption that's going on here, that everybody over in the Americas who was black was not native, or came then via the slave trade. So in a sense, it's like force again, because they can grab you like they grabbed you in slavery and say, listen, you was a slave, you're descendant of a slave, get on this boat and go to Liberia. Yeah, this is why Marcus Garvey sent spies to see what they were doing. Yeah, but he had his own version of what he wanted to do. This is why I always ask the question to my Pan-African brothers: go and find an African country, yeah, and put these plans into fruition. But now I realize it's a communist, socialist thing, and those things have been tried in Africa because of this thinking. Do you get what I'm saying? To our detriment. Do you get what I'm saying? To thousands of Africans being killed, murdered, and da. And it's very strange that this individual, as I said, never stepped foot in the motherland. Mud. Look at this.
He gave prominent supporters British titles, lords and knights.
British titles, yeah, nah.
Lords, knights. What does that
Lord
sound like?
and knights.
Uh-oh.
What?
My man is an old school Raheem Sterling over here, getting knighted.
sounds like a Nelson
Getting
Mandela
knighted.
thing, don't it?
Nah,
like
he giving his brethren titles.
Sounds like the Knights of Malta, huh?
Yeah.
What's that
They're trying to
about?
do their own one. Like, yeah, we're gonna do this shit. We're gonna do this shit. We're gonna take it back to Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Black
We're
nations.
gonna rule the Africans. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, this is gangster business. Yeah, Black Masons, Black Boule doing their thing. Mad thing.
He was convicted of mail fraud and blamed Jewish people for conspiring against him because, and buckle up for this one, he collaborated with the KKK.
Mad.
He was deeply anti-socialist, anti-miscegenation, and anti-racial integration.
Excuse me.
Damn.
Which one of these is African?
Yeah.
Excuse
Especially
me.
the Ku Klux Klan.
Any Pan-Africans
Let's
can
highlight
answer
the
for
Ku
me.
Klux Klan. Let's highlight that. Like, whoa.
Sorry. Can I ask a question at this point? What are you, when you say which one of these is African, what do you mean?
I mean, this anti-miscegenation.
Let's start with the Ku Klux Klan. How about that?
No, we've already dealt with that. It's supposedly we kind of all right, cool. We'll give you that. We'll give you the Ku Klux Klan, right? Yeah, we'll give you that, right? But all these other ideas, where are they coming from? What is this? Which part of Africa is this?
So you're saying that socialism is not African? That's what you're saying?
Anti-racial integration. Is racial integration a problem in Africa? Has it been a problem in Africa historically up to even now?
Yes, that's why the Pan-African Congress of
How?
Azania.
What?
That's why
the most genetically diverse place in the world. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's hilarious, bro. It's just ridiculous. This is why we say, just like Garvey, looking from the outside in. 1 second.
Sorry, race. So, you can't say 1 second, and I'm just like say the sentence, and everybody.
Oh, sure. Just go on. Say what you're saying.
Right, exactly.
You're crying like a baby, man.
So, when it comes to racial integration, the idea of the genetic diversity is a non. The idea of race is not exclusive to the idea of genetics. That's the first thing. The second thing is that there are many. For example, I'm just going to give you one example. When it comes to the Pan-African Congress of Azania in Southern Africa, they were challenging white settler colonialism. They were not seeking to integrate with the colonizer. And we can give you other examples of military warfare whereby the colonizer was being thrown out. There was no call to integrate with the colonizer.
Bro, the first 5 conferences was in Britain, bro. Like, what are we doing?
The
South African Congress is very
Let him finish, brother. Let him finish.
He's not even involved.
Sorry, 1 second. Now, it was said all of these ideas, so being anti mixing with white people in terms of genetics, in terms of procreation, and anti-socialism. I'm made to understand a minute ago that you were just butting up socialism.
That's right.
Who I was?
Yes, that you were saying that socialism is
fascism.
No. And socialism. I heard socialism also. Socialism, communism.
Socialism, fascism, communism,
Yeah.
capitalism. Which part of that is
you didn't mention capitalism.
man. What are you talking about, bro?
We've
done this on many occasions, bro. And even yesterday I mentioned it. So like, yeah.
I'm asking you a question. You know I'm
Mm.
not gonna shout over you, so let's allow it, yeah. I'm asking you a question. Was you not buying up socialism a minute ago?
So yeah, I'm banning out socialism and I'm banning out Garvey.
So
and then the idea to be anti-social, anti-socialist, that means you overstand socialism. Like, bruv, we know what world these men are in, bruv. And what their aim and their aspirations are about, and who they follow. So don't tell me.
As far as I haven't told you anything.
Anti-socialist.
I haven't told you anything. Like, I'm not sure. Like,
You're anti-socialist, but you're pro-fascist. Like, bruv.
No, anti-social.
Wait, hold on. Let me just say this.
That's a fallacy, though. That's a fallacy.
But what's clear is that he studied their information. He studied.
To be fair, Shaka,
100%.
You was against. Hold on. Let me just say this quickly, Shaka. You was against the idea of us saying chief and all these things. So what's wrong with us being against the European terminology such as socialism, fascism, and all these things that have nothing to do with Africa?
I haven't said there's anything wrong with those things. You're not listening.
Drop us out.
And so I get what's happening.
So what's wrong with Matthew saying that this is not African?
Try to, if you want to understand. If you want to understand, try to listen. Yeah, like I'm not going to do the run. I'm not in this. This bullpen.
I love it how they interrupt Shaka and then they go, "Did you say this? Did you say that?"
Shut up, Banksy.
So the reality is this. Yeah, the reality is this. When it comes to the you've misunderstood the chief thing. The idea that chief is a colonial terminology. Yeah, is just a fact, right? It's a fact that the Europeans imposed the term chief because they didn't want to recognize peoples other than themselves as having kings. That's just a fact, yeah. But the point I'm making at the moment is that at this moment in time, it appears that people who are anti-socialist are bunning up Garvey for being anti-socialist. That's the point that's being made at the moment. And
the point that I'm making is there's nothing wrong with being against these terminologies because these are not African concepts. These are not African terminologies. These are European, westernized. Hold on, these are westernized terminologies, and you of all people should be supporting Maku in saying this is not African because you don't like us using. You don't like us using certain.
Hold on, brother.
Hold on. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Mute your mic. Kale, don't be unsynchronized. Mute your mic. Yeah. You of all people, Shaka, are against us using certain terminologies that do not pertain to African thought. So when Maku is saying that these things are not African, and we know they stem from the westernized way of thinking, how is he wrong in saying that?
Right. You do, but again,
guys, sorry, can I just simply say, you guys are speaking the language of English. The thing is, you guys are discussing terminology in a language developed by white people for English white people. And you're wondering why they have terminologies which don't suit your particular ethnic background.
We're not saying that.
These words are English words for white people. So white people are going to create these terms for their own benefit.
Can you see what's on the screen? Can you see what's being written on the screen?
I don't want to hear a racist talk.
I don't give a fuck. You can suck my cock if you don't want to hear it. You're going to hear it anyway.
Go record someone having sex, man. Allow us, man.
This doesn't make any sense. Yeah?
Go on. Sorry.
You're saying that man should reject socialism because it's a Western ideology. Yes?
Yep.
The thing says anti-socialist.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, but he was a fascist. But hold on, the same video said he was a fascist and a capitalist.
And a capitalist, he accepts. He would say he was the first one.
And we're gonna come to that. We're gonna come to that. But the point is that
let's go there now. Let's go there now.
So, right, so hold on. So all right, are you not finished? So can man deal with this thing?
What?
Pause.
Are you finished with your video expose and should man?
No, bro. This is like a tip of the iceberg, my G. Tip of the iceberg. You get what?
Okay, sorry.
I just want to say one thing, right?
We're just dealing with the titles and shit. Yeah, we ain't even got to the main meat and potatoes and all of that.
Like before, there's
What are we doing here?
we don't have no power. We have to be in certain institutions. But the Honourable Marcus Garvey
This
nationalised
is
these
nice. This is good.
institutions.
This is good.
This is what you failed to
On
realise.
your neck.
Nationalised these
Carol, one
You're
second.
gonna take a knee like Kaepernick.
Right, so what's happening here?
Mad thing.
So what's happening? By the way, Maku.
Yes.
The video that you're playing, yeah, is it on a channel called Andrewism?
Andrewism. What the hell is Andrewism? No. Yeah, anyway, let's play. Go on.
Hold on. Is it on a channel called Andrewism?
I don't think so, bro.
Forget all that, man. Let's play the video. Forget all that.
No. Check the channel.
Relax, man. What is the one?
Let's deal with the information.
Like
Let's not judge him because he's talking about your.
Yeah, let's not judge our Caribbean brother. Let's not judge our Caribbean brother. Let's not judge our Caribbean brother. You get me?
Let's hear him out.
Let me
before you just
I think he's got credibility. I think he's got credibility as a Caribbean to say he's an African and he's analyzing this information.
Let me show you what's about to happen. All right. So obviously the man then feel like they've got the silver bullet. Yeah, that's gonna put.
No, we just.
In Garvey, I get it.
You ain't even letting us work, man.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Work that you haven't done. Right,
feel like loaded locks, man. Like, yo, you gonna get this work.
I get it, yeah. And so the man them are blow chested because they feel like they've got this, this thing, yeah, that's gonna put Marcus Garvey back.
No, we're just asking the questions.
No, we're not. Evidently, we're not just asking questions. I can read the spirit, yeah, and the vibration of the panel. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's all good.
Yeah, because we ain't pussy. That's why. You know that.
However, it's necessary to note, yeah, that that the brother whose video that you're playing, yeah, whilst you're running up all these concepts and so on and so forth, right, is in fact a self-defined socialist, and that might for those who are that might do something to you.
Fire. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway, that might help your cause for some reason, or for those who that feel that statement was relevant, but it's irrelevant. But let's I didn't make the tape. I didn't make the tape.
No, you didn't. Let's watch the video.
I didn't make the tape.
Right?
You make the tape.
You make the tape. After watching the video.
It's a smart thing. There's many Pan-African videos. Relax,
bro.
man.
Let's watch the video.
Because we got heads up because we already watched it.
No, we can discuss it after, Shaka. We've paused it halfway through.
But that's why I asked, are you finished playing the video? So
no, we're not.
Right, so hold on. Let me know.
We paused to ask the question.
These
statements here.
It's been stopping.
Anti-miscegenation and anti-racism.
It's been stopping. You know me now. I already deal with the
Come on, bro.
So it's been stopping and people have been having conversations. So are we waiting to play the rest of the video before we have the conversation?
Yes, no, we asked the question.
Right,
and
I'll wait.
Hold on. Seeming that no one wants to answer the question, we'll move on, right? We'll move on. And that's all it is. It's very simple, it's very light, and it's not the main point. So if you're going to do that, what was the question? If you're wobbling already, and we ain't even got to the proper state.
Michael, they don't want the rest of it to play.
Because let's just let that Ku Klux Klan and the hairs on the back of your neck went up. I hear you.
What was the question that wasn't answered?
It's all right, man.
What was the question that wasn't answered?
It was asked about what you could see on the screen. Another person, even Banksy's talking about, but the English words and but these English words. Hold on, these English words and our understanding that if someone says he's anti-socialist, he must have studied socialism.
Of course.
And we're trying to tell you. Hold on, 1 second. Because on the other hand, 1 second. Hold on. Yeah. Because on the other hand, slightly before this statement, he was saying he's the first fascist and capitalist. So, like, we can understand. As I said, we know where all the thinking, all the Bolshevik type thinking of these Russians, spread all across. Because anyone who's on the losing side, or anyone who's trying to rebuild their society after defeating the monarchy, is is going to be very interested in these ideals.
What was the
and these are the
question?
true facts.
What was the
right?
question? What was the question? Sorry,
Bro,
That's
there's no
what we-
question no more. As I said, I answered the question for you.
What he said,
Since you didn't want to answer it.
what he said,
You know what I'm
right?
saying?
I have
Because
answered
he
it.
said
Like,
the
I
answer,
have
the answer Marcus Garvey.
No. There's no
But he still
honourable.
did it.
Like, stop this, man. Pull
That's
back.
what he's referring
Let's
to.
play the thing. Let's play the thing, because even though he
Yeah.
had these views, we're gonna see if it gets accepted into mainstream Pan-Africanism.
He's still
We're gonna
nationalised.
see. Hold on.
Why is it though, bro? That's what you're missing.
Hold on. His extreme
No, let
views.
him speak in it. Like I said, that you
Yeah,
can see
hold
it's
on. We're
very
gonna see. We're
popular.
gonna see.
Let's play the video,
Relax.
please play the video.
Go ahead. Play the video.
Relax.
Play it.
His organization did design the Pan-African flag, which is cool, but he naturally alienated a lot of fellow Pan-African thinkers, as his ideas were so utterly divergent from the rest of them. One thinker in particular that he frequently butt heads with was William Edward Burghardt Du Bois, born in 1868.
Oh. So they're bucking heads. Why? Because the ideologies are not the same. This is why I asked, what Pan-Africanism are you following? Are you following Garvey or are you following W.D. Du Bois? And
But
let's
you
see,
know
let's see
this,
what,
brother
let's
Snipes.
see what's going to go on.
You know this, brother Snipes.
No,
Because you keep attacking the honourable
no.
Marcus
1
Garvey.
second.
You know
Because
this.
there's going to be a big hit and switch here where we're going to assume,
Right.
yeah, that if you are on the Garvey thing, you're on the W.B. Du Bois thing. And
No,
that's
no,
not the case. That
brother,
is not
you
the case. 1 second.
blending like the DJ.
Now we gotta finish the video. We gotta finish the video. We have to
Let's
finish
play
it,
the video.
please.
Yeah, let us finish, man.
Go
Like,
on,
what?
play the video. Go on.
We'll get this work, man.
Yeah, no,
Date,
work. Let's
who
go.
described Garvey as a demagogue that he tried his best to ignore. In fact, they seem to hate each other. Du Bois is more openly recognized as a father of Pan-Africanism, although he started with the unfortunate title Pan-Negroism. Throughout his life, he contributed.
Oh. So he's the father. He's the lava father. He's the father. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not accepting Garvey's version of it. It's extreme, fam. It's ignorant. It's backwards. It's way back in the day. Like, no one's really buying that, cuz. Yeah.
And notice the
This guy is more
terminology.
liberal.
Pan-Negroism. That's more than just a that's more than just a continent, isn't it? Because our phenotype or the Negroid is global, so that encompasses more than just Africans. So that's actually seems like a more accurate terminology. But anyway, let's let the video. Or the pan. I don't know about all that. But anyway, let's let the video. Let's let the video play. Let the video play.
To a vast array of ideas, including Black existentialism, and consistently advocated for the study of African history. He founded the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP, and was an ardent proponent of equal rights.
He founded it. Someone was saying that he never founded it. He's got nothing to do. W.D. Du Bois has got nothing to do with Pan-African and the NAACP. Huh? Well, ain't that a kick in the nuts? Crazy.
But that's not what we're saying.
He was one of the first African Americans to highlight the colonial conditions and was deeply opposed to Garvey's notion of African American rule over Africa. Du Bois also understood the deep connections.
See? Rule over Africa. Why is Garvey trying to rule over Africa? What is this?
Can I ask a question? Is it that we're playing the video, or whenever it stops, only you can speak?
Yeah, let's play as much. Yeah,
that's exactly what it is, Shakara. That's exactly what it is.
I don't mind either way. Just let me know which one it is.
He's
Don't
been
worry about
sniped.
it, bro. This is what we call a presentation. Yeah, brother Kel liked it before.
Bro,
It's other videos. Yeah, and I'm talking over it and and I'm doing my little. It's only a couple minutes. You get me to the.
I thought we were having a conversation. Sorry,
it's only a couple seconds. It's not even that to the end, bro. Let's relax yourself, man.
It is almost finished.
Then you can speak for another 2 hours after that. You can do whatever you want after that. You know what I mean? I'll let the people decide what they want to, take as information. I ain't trying to convince you.
Between capitalism and racism, and believed that socialism may be a better path towards racial equality. He was actually forced out of the NAACP during the Cold War due to his praise for Karl Marx and communist sympathies.
Oops. And that's on the other side of Pan-Africanism. Anyway, let's move forward.
Late in his life, he fled the US and found refuge in Ghana under the leadership of Kwame Nkrumah and died the day before Dr. Martin Luther King's March in Washington in 19. He himself tried to organize 60 years before, the 1920s to 1940s. By now,
so one didn't want to step foot in Africa, and one went back to Africa. Interesting.
Yeah, we'll let
Anyway,
you off,
now
man.
you
And
can
it,
now you can go
is
ahead.
any, yeah, can you say whatever you want now? Come on.
Fair enough. You can go ahead now.
Yeah, I say.
All right, so can I just so first things first, yeah. The brother whose video that is Andrewism, and he's a you know a political theorist on YouTube, and he's a known socialist, yeah. Now, if you know anything about socialists are very anti-capitalist, all right. So in the Western world, yeah, you have socialism, you have capitalism. And capitalism was very initially was very anti-monarchy, and then basically these different political ideologies represented different sectors of people groups in Western society. Now, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, in terms of developing African nationalist Pan-Africanism, did not adopt the socialist ideology, yeah, whereas many other Pan-Africanists did. And so many Pan-Africanists who are socialist leaning challenge Garvey. Some of them are respectful of Garvey and they appreciate what he did, but they challenge him on the issue of capitalism, and they accuse Garvey of being a capitalist, yeah? Whereas Garvey never self-identified as a capitalist, but they identify him as a capitalist because of his challenges towards the socialist movement, and particularly the Bolshevist movement of that time, yeah? And their attempts to co-opt the black movement, okay? The video that was just played spends what I believe is like 3 to 4 minutes on Garvey. And so if you are studying Garvey, check the claims that are being made and do your own research, yeah? For example, the claim that Marcus Garvey wanted to basically this rulership of Africa idea, yeah? Let me just quote from the Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey itself, yeah? He says, "It is only a matter of accident that we have been divided and kept apart for over 300 years, but it is felt that when the time has come for us to get back together, we shall do so in the spirit of brotherly love, and any Negro," sorry, let me go back one stanza, yeah, so that you get the full context of the statement here. It says, "It is only a question of a few more years when Africa will be completely colonized by Negroes, as Europe is by the white race. What we want is an independent African nationality. And if America is to help the Negro peoples of the world establish nationality, then we welcome the assistance. It is hoped that when the time comes for American and West Indian Negroes to settle in Africa, they will realize their responsibility and their duty. It will not be to go to Africa for the purpose of exercising an overlordship over the natives, but it shall be the purpose of the Universal Negro Improvement Association to have established in Africa that brotherly cooperation which will make the interests of the African native and the American and West Indian Negro one and the same. That is to say, we shall enter into common partnership to build up Africa in the interest of our race. Everybody knows that there's absolutely no difference between the native African and the American and the West Indian Negroes, in that we are descendants from one common family stock. It is only a matter of accident that we have been divided and kept apart for over 300 years. But it is felt that when the time has come for us to get back together, we shall do so in the spirit of brotherly love. And any Negro," he says, "who expects that he will be assisted here, there, or anywhere by the Universal Negro Improvement Association to exercise a haughty superiority over the fellows of his race makes a tremendous mistake. Such men better remain where they are and not attempt to become in any way interested in the higher development of Africa." Yeah, and he goes on to speak on that. And so I'm simply contextualizing that the brother's perspective, yeah, and respect to the brother, but his perspective is informed by his socialist ideals. And many socialist brothers and sisters are can be very anti-Marcus Mosiah Garvey because he did not adopt socialist philosophy. That's just what it is. Yeah, and not all black people who are socialists are Pan-Africanists in their inclination. So there are some black people who are socialists who are very anti-Pan-African in general. Yeah, and that's also important to know. Now, as far as fascism, yeah, Papa Garvey was very much against Mussolini, yeah, who was the top fascist at the time. He has very many articles and speeches that were bunning up Mussolini and the Italians for having invaded Ethiopia. The UNIA in general, yeah, was very anti Mussolini and so on at the time, yeah, and he also was anti Hitler when he rose to power. What Papa Garvey said was that many of the fascists learned, yeah, certain things from him.
That's right.
That's what he said,
brother. Speak
what
it.
he was speaking about was the philosophy of race pride, race first, and nationalism in relation to the race, yeah, in the developing of the race. All right. And so he also made statements about other people that had learned certain things from him.
Winston Churchill.
He had learned things from, yeah. So that's specifically what was said, yeah, in relation to the fascism thing. The Ku Klux Klan thing, I think Brother Keller, already dealt with that earlier on in the conversation. Marcus Mosiah Garvey considered the Ku Klux Klan to be the secret government of America. In fact, at the time of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, it is known that a significant number of American senators and people in high office or significant office in federal and state and city legislation, yeah, were in fact members of the Ku Klux Klan, yeah, and the UNIA-ACO had the majority of its branches in the United States of America were in the South, the southern states, where the Ku Klux Klan was most heavy. And in spreading the work of the UNIA-ACO, they were coming up against the Ku Klux Klan who were attacking them. And there were shootouts and there was physical altercations and so on and so forth, yeah. And so it was on behalf of the southern members of the UNIA who were being attacked by the Klan at that time, yes, that Papa Garvey, when he was touring the southern states of America, accepted a meeting, yeah, with the Klan. Now, people that laud this meet, they never say what happened in the meeting, what came out of it, what deal was supposed to have been struck, yeah, but they paint this relationship as though it was some ongoing, you know, deep, you know, saying man jumped into bed with the Ku Klux Klan, and nobody can ever substantiate that because it's not true. Whatever you believe about whether Marcus Garvey should have met with the Ku Klux Klan or not, and there are some Garveyites who critique Marcus Mosiah Garvey for the meeting with the Klan, yeah. But whether you believe that he should have met with the Ku Klux Klan or not, there's no need to fabricate and blow up the thing like, say, you know, there was some deep alliance and they struck some treaty and all that. It's nonsense. There's no evidence of that ever. And people that front that opinion are fabricating. The only thing that can be said to have been done was that there was a bill, yeah, before the government at the time, yeah, which was a repatriation bill, which it said that the American government, because of the fact that it had failed to grant Africans in America 40 acres and a mule and other acts of reparatory justice, that they would fund the cost, yeah, of travel of a significant number of Africans who wanted to go, yeah, those who wanted to go to the continent of Mama Africa, but they would go on the bill of the United States government, as opposed to having to amass funds themselves as an act of reparatory justice. And the members of the UNIA, as well as other organizations, supported the passing of that bill. That is the only thing that can be said in terms of relationship, ongoing organizational relationship between the Garvey movement and the Ku Klux Klan. And is there anything else I've missed out so far in this vibration?
Oh, could you explain as well, Shakara?
Yeah, you went more in depth still. You went more in depth on the Ku Klux Klan thing. You actually made it more bait. You know what I'm saying? So it's true that man does have allies. Man can have an alliance with a set of people who are still in the government and that he's gonna have alliance with non-Africans, with
again,
Europeans.
I've never
Hold
disagreed
on
with
one
that,
second.
brother.
Yes,
I've
you
never
have. Yes,
disagreed
you
with
have.
No, I
That's
haven't,
your
brother.
main
No, I
modus
haven't. I said
operandum. We've got
temporary.
no friends.
Temporary.
But
Brother,
hold
brother,
on,
brother.
Marcus
an,
Garvey had Ku Klux Klan
an
friends.
alliance is
We're
not a
not
friendship.
gonna
An
screw on that.
alliance,
He had
an alliance,
Freemason friends. We're not gonna
Brother.
screw on that either.
an alliance is
Yeah.
not.
So
An alliance is not a friendship, right? And
okay,
again,
Fine.
that's what you say.
I'm stating that
Yeah,
that
that's what you
Marcus
say.
Garvey did not form an alliance with the Ku Klux Klan. He had a
Boy.
meeting. He had a
Okay.
meeting at which certain shared interests were discussed. There was
Right.
never a formal alliance with the Ku Klux Klan. That never happened. Yeah, that
So
has never
you
happened.
don't have a meeting to become enemies, do you? So anyway,
If
let's move
it
forward,
did,
man.
if it did, yeah, I'd tell you that it happened. Yeah,
What?
I wouldn't be ashamed to tell you that it happened. It's just not
Man
historically
don't
verified.
care, bro. There's
Right?
greater
So when
people
he
than him,
said-
and it's
sorry,
funny that you're
so
talking
when
about
he said-
Mussolini. One
sorry,
second.
so when he said-
It's
so when he said-
funny that you're talking about Mussolini and how Mussolini was
So
a
when it is
fascist.
said-
Yeah,
so when it
when
is said-
it wasn't Mussolini
so
who
when-
made up fascism.
So when it is said, so
Right,
when
he
it is
just
said,
took up the ideals same way Garvey did. It seems.
so when it is
Yeah,
said,
for him to
that-
say he's the first
when it is said-
or black
so when
fascist
it
or
is
whatever.
said-
How
so
does
when
this
it
make
is
sense?
said- So when it is said, yeah, that
You talk about
that
anti-socialist,
friend-
socialism.
when it is said-
This man's on capitalism and
So when it is said
What?
that we have no friends, yeah, it's a simple distinction that's being made. All right, with friends are
Doesn't
considered to
sound
be
good.
permanent. Alliances are temporary. Yes,
Right.
So people have permanent interest and temporary alliances. But
Okay,
what I am
so-
saying is
so-
that
so if-
there's
so if people have-
justified-
hold on.
Sorry, excuse me. Allow me to finish.
Yeah,
no
go on.
justified. No person who's actually studied this history, yes, is
Mhm.
going to rise the relationship between the Garvey movement and the Ku Klux Klan to an alliance. There's no evidence of that. And if there was, I would state it. Yes, because people
Potato,
on that
potato,
field
man.
are allowed to have treaties and agreements and arguments
That's right.
and alliances. That happens. Yeah.
Yeah, they have
Enemies.
alliances. Thank you.
sorry,
I'm glad you said that.
An alliance in a military sense can be formed with an enemy. Enemies can form an
Right.
alliance. Right, so we understand what that means in political and military terminology.
That's
Like
right.
We say there's no permanent friend, but only permanent interest. And through your interest, you will you will form temporary alliances. That's not what this
Okay,
is.
so what's the interest of him and the Klan again?
Brother Snipes knows this. He knows.
I've already explained.
What are their common interests? Go on, tell me. You
I've
tell
already
me.
explained.
If
Listen
it's not
carefully.
fascist, communist views.
I've already explained.
Come on, man. Stop it, man.
I've already explained, and I'll repeat it for you once more. Yeah, once more, I'll repeat it for you
Them man,
again.
they rated Hitler, man.
Again,
Stop it, man.
do you want to hear their answer or not, or do you have an answer yourself that you want to put forward?
What?
Have you studied this enough to inform the conversation beyond laughter at this point in time?
Bro, what are you talking about? I said I just done a whole show on it the other day, so don't try it. Yeah, I just gave you a little snippet. Oh, hold on. I just gave you a little snippet. I didn't play the whole video. I just played a little snippet. We could have gone more deeper into it. Then we would have seen the more Marxist, communist thing kind of views that the Pan-Africans hold, right? Up until today. So there's no issue with that. Yeah. But what I'm saying is you can dilly-dally, you can dance, you can do whatever, you can say whatever, you can try cover it over, but the people have already seen the truth.
Yeah, but brother, we
At
haven't covered
the same time,
nothing.
you play the video and you've asked questions for context, although maybe you didn't want it. Maybe what I'm saying at the moment is a fork or a spanner in whatever works that you're dealing with at the moment.
No,
but I'm not sure.
Not spanning my work.
If you're saying that the video, so then if you are not presenting any more information beyond what the video that you have played, the snippet of the video that you have played has shared, I'm not sure why you're still talking. At the end of the day, yeah, nobody's denying that. I said it just a minute ago that many Pan-Africanists took on the socialist ideology. That's a fact. Yeah.
He knows, brother. He knows,
Right.
Shaka. He
So-
knows. He knows.
Yeah, but so when man, no. Hold on.
No one's covering that up. Yeah,
Okay,
there's no reason for
but
that.
he's anti. Remember,
Excuse
he's
me.
anti-socialist. So the ones that took up the socialists
Excuse me, I'm not
was
finished.
semi. What are you saying?
No,
they're
no, no,
anti-Pan-African?
no, Snipes.
Excuse me, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Right. So we've already said that one, many Pan-Africanists took on the socialist ideology. Many did not. And there's been perpetual debates between Pan-Africanists who took on the socialist ideology and those who did not. There are some socialists who are anti-Pan-Africanists. Yes? And there are some Pan-Africanists who are anti-socialists. All of these things take place and all of these debates happen. Unfortunately, my brother, you don't seem to be aware enough about these dynamics, and you're accusing me of covering them up. Right. When in fact, the truth is, you haven't been listening, because what you say I've been covering up, I stated openly in my opening statement, right? So it's very important that if we're going to have a productive conversation, that ones will actually listen, as opposed to just get blow-chested because they feel like they've got the silver bullet against Garvey. It's nonsense. I don't understand.
I've explained it to him many times, brother. He has a problem with nationalism. You see, brother.
Well, even if I do, if you can let me finish.
You see, brother, when you
African, I am not a Pan-African. So I don't have an issue with the pan bit.
When you have a personal relationship with non-African people,
I'm an African. That's it. Like, what are we doing?
It's going to be very difficult to build with your people if you have a personal relationship with non-African people. This is why you get attack of the nationalism. Garvey's this, Garvey's that. Because, brother, whether you like it or not, the Honorable Marcus Garvey entered those institutions. But
Mike, I think Vin is in the back.
I'll just read what you're saying. By the way, so one of the reasons why the NAACP.
Oh shit!
He's been in the back this whole time.
Sorry, man.
Big up,
family.
One of the reasons
big up, family. Big up.
On that point, I will tell you, one of the reasons why the NAACP was very anti-Garvey was because a lot of them were a lot of the people, the Africans who involved themselves in the NAACP and the white leadership, were those who had a significant amount of white ancestry. Yeah,
that's right.
And a number of Africans, not just in the United States of America, but it was in many places in the Caribbean, it was even worse, whereby many Africans, Black people, felt a sense of superiority over other Black people when they had a white mother or a white grandfather or et cetera. And as well, because of not just Marcus Garvey, but the Black nationalist movement, Pan-Africanist movement, in America's charging of America with being a colonial empire, an imperialist nation, and seeking to overturn the colonialism and the imperialism of America in general, but specifically in relation to African people, Africans who were integrationists, who wanted to be part of the American dream, who wanted to absorb them into American imperialism, felt that Marcus Garvey and others were putting a spanner in the works. They felt they were challenging their chances to become presidents, and senators, and leaders of the American armed forces. They felt that they were these radicals over here who were challenging the system were affecting their capacity to absorb themselves into Americanism and become part of the American society 100%. And that goes for Africans who are from the United States of America, as well as Africans from the Caribbean who traveled and migrated to the United States of America, but wanted to absorb themselves into Americanism. So many of them were vexed with Garvey because he challenged them and their white woman. That was their only grab.
So that still don't explain how a man is claiming to be the first fascist and he deals with capitalism. It doesn't explain that.
Again,
but hold on. But what I'm trying to explain is we understand that his ideals were not taken on necessarily because they were too extreme, right? These ideas are just outdated, archaic, and blah blah blah. This is why I asked, which path of Pan-Africanism are you guys following? One saying you're saying Garvey, but some are acting like they're listening to W.D. Du Bois and them. Do you know what I'm saying? That Pan-Africanism.
Again,
which is going to lead. Hold on, which is going to lead to the 1960s getting together official of Pan-Africanism, and then
And
the
who
first
led that? Who
conferences
led that?
and all of that.
Who led
You
that?
get what I'm
Who led
saying?
that? Marcus? Who led that 1960s move? Who led that?
Well, we're Marcus Garvey, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but who led it? Who led it?
And where was it as well?
Who led
Can
it,
we
my
get
brother?
that one?
Who led
Where
it?
was it? Where was it?
Come on,
led
brother
it?
Snipe. Come on, brother Snipe. Where's your
Where
knowledge now?
was
Who
it?
led it?
Well, it was all over the world,
Yeah.
but who led it on the African
No,
continent?
it wasn't all over the world.
Yes, it was, my brother.
The
It 100%
first five,
was all over
the
the world.
first five, where was it? Go on, tell me.
The first
The
what,
first
sorry?
five Pan-African conferences, where were they?
London.
Yeah,
Right.
Paris.
America, Paris, and
Sorry?
so on and so forth. Yeah.
Paris, and go on.
Yes.
Manchester, go on.
But you're talking about you said the
Right,
1960s.
No,
those
you
are
said the
five. Don't
first,
tell
brother.
me
You said the first
about
five, brother. No,
conferences
no, you're
or
trying trickery. You're doing
and
trickery.
as I
Sorry, my
five,
brother.
brother. You're doing
Hold
trickery.
on. You're
There's no
misinformed.
trickery.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
go
very
on.
important to take information. You asked about the 1960s. The conference the conferences that you're mentioning
Mhm.
were all between 1919 and 1930 something.
Right.
Right. So in fact, sorry, 1919 and 1945. Yeah. Are the ones that you're talking about. But so they were not during the 60s. The ones during the 60s, what are you referring to, and who was leading the charge?
Oh, you're saying like the 60s one was there was
No,
supposedly
you said the 60s. I'm asking you, who led the thing on the African continent in the 60s?
on the African continent for Pan-Africanism.
Pan-Africanism has always been a global movement, my brother.
That's
Yeah?
right.
No, it hasn't always been a global movement. It's been in the
Yes,
Americas.
it has.
Hold on, it started in the Caribbean
My brother,
and went to the
if you don't
Americas.
know the
Yeah,
history, then
and
state
then
it.
you have some. Hold on, you have connections to Northwest Africa, right?
He went to Nigeria.
That's the pyramid of
Mimamba is
information.
Ikwani.
One second, that's
Mimamba
the
is
pyramid.
Ikwani.
That's why
Was a
certain
Pan-Africanist
scholars. One
nationalist,
second.
brother. Come on.
When you get to the 1960s, you got John Henry Clark and all of these people. We brought the evidence and showed the photos of the individuals who was at the conference. Like that's cool. That ain't no problem, right? But what I'm saying
John
is,
Henry Clark
hold
is
on, my
police
brother.
too.
Hold on. Yeah, because remember, it's 1960s that they're saying Pan-Africanism is properly established, even though we know
That's
it goes
false.
all the way back
It's
to
false.
the late 1800s, right?
That's false. Again, nobody's
come
gonna
on,
say
bro. What are we doing?
nobody's gonna say to you, yeah, nobody who's properly studied the history of Africa
Go on.
is going to say it properly got established in the 1960s.
That's right.
No, that's false. That's false.
Oh, come on, bro.
Now, my brother from Nigeria, yeah.
How are you gonna say that?
My brother from Nigeria, one of the key early Pan-Africanists, yeah. Well, I say one of the key. There's many notable names in it. One of the bigger notable names from that time in the 1800s is a man by the name of Mojola Agbebi. And he's from Nigeria. You also have Kaisley Hayford, who's a Fanti. Yes, who was born in what becomes known as the Gold Coast. You have Adelaide Hayford. Yeah,
that's right.
You have Africanus Horton. You have a whole of churches in Southern Africa who are Pan-African, African Orthodox Church. Yeah, that comes up. Yeah, and the various different Ethiopian churches in Southern Africa that were connected to the Bambata rebellion, and so on and so forth. Right. So that it's false to say that it's just. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
No, that just comes with time. As we know over time, once it gets established, yeah, there are certain African leaders that we know clearly were into Pan-Africanism.
Most of the names that I've just mentioned,
not all of them were leaders, though. Not all of them were leaders as well. Not everybody, single one of them ruled their country.
Most of the names that I've just mentioned, as regards to the African continent, were around and working with brothers and sisters who,
that's right.
The fathers, long before the term Pan-Africanism is popularized.
We know this. But as I said, so there's no argument there. There's no argument. Hold on, my brother.
I'm not finished.
If I'm saying the 1800s, right? Hold on. If I'm saying the 1800s, where's the argument?
The idea that they only got involved after the thing started to develop is false. It's 100%. 100% false.
not only got involved, I'm saying that when it got established is when it got established, right? Whether the peoples was involved from it before, that only makes sense, right?
When was it established? When was it established, Maku? When was it established?
Well, it seems to be with W.D. Du Bois,
It
right?
seems.
It seems. No, because it's not established. Hold on.
Again, that's his source.
It's not established with Marcus Garvey, is it?
Again, Marcus
Right.
Garvey.
So why are we playing this game, my friend?
Marcus Garvey.
Why are we playing this game, my friend? Like you don't know. I know you know. Come on, bro.
Nobody said it was established with Marcus Garvey.
That's right.
Nobody made
That's
that claim.
what I'm saying.
No,
but
but
you're
no,
saying
nobody
you
made that
following.
claim.
Hold on. When
Nobody
I asked
made
you
that claim.
what type of Pan-Africanism you're following, you said Garvey.
Yes.
And the, but that
So
is
thank
he
you.
brought the
So then
nationalism back.
relax
Brother.
yourself.
He brought
Hold on.
nationalism
Hold
back.
on.
That's
Then
why.
1 second. Then
He
it
brought
makes sense what
nationalism
I'm
back.
saying.
Matthew,
Then.
if you
It
don't
makes
understand,
sense what
if you
I'm
don't
saying
understand the
that
difference
there are
between,
two types of
if you
Pan-Africanism.
don't understand the
Know
difference,
this, brother.
Extreme
We know
type,
this.
1 second, with
We know.
Marcus Garvey, 1 second. The
Mhm.
extreme type with Marcus Garvey, yeah, with his ideals, his thinking, and how he thought of things, which is a bit outdated and a bit archaic, even for those times, right? And then we've got W.D. Du Bois, the real black liberalist, boule kind of guy, yeah, who takes it and advances and kinks it out, takes out the few of the negative things that are going to alienate people to the cause. Yeah, this is all in front of our eyes. We can see these things of the history of Pan-Africanism.
if you say so, brother, but if you are unable, yeah, to understand the difference between I follow the Marcus Garvey strain of Pan-Africanism and
Right.
Marcus Garvey was the first or the founder of Pan-Africanism or the first Pan-Africanist, I don't know how to help you. They're two
But you
completely
didn't say that though.
right?
No, you said that, brother. You did say that, brother Snipe. Brother
I didn't
Snipes
say
knows exactly what he's doing.
Marcus
Brother
Garvey
Snipes knows the
the
difference between
founder.
socialism,
Hold on.
Pan-Africanism, and nationalism. He knows. He knows.
Hold on. When I'm dealing with Marcus Garvey, I'm telling you what it is. I didn't say he is the
You don't
father
know
of
it.
Pan-Africanism
Oh,
because
he's the.
it said,
Go on.
hold on, it said
Go on.
the same W.D. Du Bois that you denied, yeah, is the father of the NAACP. You get what I'm saying? And now we're finding out he's the founder, and he's the founder of Pan-Africanism in America. Like, what are we doing?
No. How can he be the founder how can he be the founder of Pan-Africanism when you got Alexander Crummell who predates him, brother? I've just gave you a list
They're
of the
working, but hold on,
of
hold on.
Pan-Africanism.
Those guys are clear.
What was said,
Are clear to see, yeah. But
again,
it's
what
going
was
to
said,
culminate in someone making it official, fam. It's going
again,
to culminate in
what
someone
was
making it
Yo,
proper
let Mackle
because they've
finish,
got some
man.
decent status.
again,
Let the
And
man
it
finish.
seems the only person who had some decent status and in the right circles was W.B. Du Bois.
that's
What are we doing?
false.
What
That's
are we
100%.
doing?
Again, that's
But
false.
first and foremost, let's explain because obviously you don't have the
You
information.
got on pepper, boy. Like, what's going on?
Let's explain the thing. Let's explain the thing. Yeah, the NAACP. What was said is that the NAACP is not a Pan-African organization.
That's right.
That's what was said. Yes, W.E.B. Du Bois was an individual who was a member of the NAACP who had leanings toward Pan-Africanism. And although I'm a Garveyite and we challenge Du Bois and Du Boisism, yes,
Right.
it will be true to say that at a certain point he becomes more radicalized in the 1930s, and at that point he's actually thrown out of the NAACP.
Right.
Yes,
We see
so
that. We
it
see
was
that.
never said that Du Bois was not a mover and shaker in Pan-Africanism. It was said that the NAACP is not a Pan-African organization.
Well, it sounds like if they've got the same founder, if they've got the same founder, that is a ridiculous statement, isn't it? Like, it makes no sense.
Sorry, again, I don't know.
You talk about founding fathers, and he's not one of them. For both.
He was.
Stop your nonsense.
He was a member of the Niagara movement. Yes.
That's right.
And that many of the members of the Niagara movement went into the
NAACP.
NAACP.
Making up stuff, man.
Yeah.
Hold him up, brother. This is documented, brother.
You watch one video and now you think you're an authority.
I know. Documented, brother. Documented.
But the reality is that the NAACP.
Yeah, niggas is mad.
I know they're mad. But they know it's not true. He knows it's not true.
Niggas need
we
to
had the whole
change their
debate on
diapers,
Garvey.
man.
Like, what are we
out
doing
here
here?
changing niggas'
You know what I'm
diapers.
saying?
Go ahead,
What?
Michael.
Is he
You out
mad?
here changing niggas' diapers. Go ahead,
You know
man.
what I mean? That's our first ever
Change their
debate.
diapers,
Was
man.
on
They need their
Garvey.
Pampers changed.
Like,
That
you get
Pan-African
me?
shit
We
is
was doing
done.
Garvey since the park. You get what I'm saying? Like, what is this guy doing? What level of Garveyism are we dealing with? Like,
You're
what?
right.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Hold on one second. Because you go on in like I
know
don't know
what
what
you're
I'm talking
talking
about. I
about.
do know what I'm talking about. That's why I gave you two distinctions. I said, which type of Pan-Africanism are you dealing with?
You know what we're dealing with, brother
Right.
Snipe.
So
You know
when a
I always
man
talk
when a
about
man says
nationalism.
I'm on a
Like
Garvey
Iran
thing, one
speaks about
second.
nationalism. So
One
how can you
second,
not
one
know?
second, one second. So when a man says Garveyism to me, yeah, I'm into Garveyism. All right, cool. Yeah, you're not into the W.D. Du Bois thing and the modern form of Pan-Africanism that I know, that I grew up with. Do you get what I'm saying? You ain't even got to that yet. Do you get what I'm saying? You're still dealing with the old stuff that came prior and led up to and is the foundation of it. Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, you're not dealing with what it was actually when it came to that 1960s and 70s and 80s and it seems like a different mindset. We're not
Right.
thinking
Let's
of going
explore
to
that.
Africa
Let's explore
and
that.
hold on, because the rhetoric being said is that man wants to go back to Africa and take people back to Africa, but not only that, but to rule those people. So yeah, no other people can rule other than him. Yeah, cool,
Well,
safe,
explain that,
no
brother.
problem.
You just
But
clarified it.
I've already debunked that, but we're going to repeat it.
Clarified it,
no,
brother. Yes, you
what
did.
you clarified was what you said.
Unfortunately, because you're right, brother Maku. We have been discussing Marcus Garvey since the past.
Over many years, fam.
And unfortunately, you don't seem to be any more informed than you were then.
That's right.
About the thing. The
You
reality.
mean that's right. You weren't even there. Shush.
But you know about
You
got a
reality
baby
is-
in this.
trying to
Shut your mouth,
spin.
man.
You're
What
just
do
trying
you
to
mean?
spin, brother. You're
Yeah?
trying to
Don't be
One
cheerleading
second.
and shush.
One
Shut your
second.
mouth,
The
man.
reality is this, and
Yeah?
I'm
When
not
bad
again.
man
I'm
is
not
speaking,
going
yeah?
to engage
Just
in a
mind
hush your
yourself,
mouth
man.
thing
Like,
like
what
that.
is this?
I'm not going to do what. That's not
Go
dealing
on,
with
anyway. Sorry, go on.
that's not dealing with the information, but I'm going to keep it
Uh-huh.
information focused, yeah, for the purpose of this conversation. All right, we're talking about the development of Pan-Africanism. Again, the first statement that you made is that there's two types of Pan-Africanism, and I said to you, no, that's incorrect. There's more than two types of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, you said there's more, yes.
Yeah, yes, there
And I
is
could
more.
agree to that. I could
There
agree to
is,
that.
right, but that's not what
Alright,
that's not
cool.
what your initial statement was. But
Okay.
if you want to ask me where I'm at between Garvey and Du Bois, I'm a Garveyite. Everybody knows
Yes.
I'm a Garveyite.
All right, that's
But I
cool.
also but I also went on to say that
Mhm.
I learned things from other schools of Pan-Africanism. I'm a
Okay.
student of the Association for Kwame Nkrumah. I'm a
Yeah.
student of Secretary. I'm a
That's-
student of
Yeah,
Julius.
but that's
Nyerere.
later, though.
I'm a
That's later.
student.
We're dealing with the early guys,
You
right?
said, sorry, you
Founding
said
fathers,
The
right?
Emmys out there as well, brother.
right? You said about the 1960s, and I'm a student of Martin Delaney and
That's right.
Edward Wilmot
And the
Blyden
Cromwell.
and Africanus Horton. I'm a student of all of them. My
Henry
personal
Sylvester.
school is Pan-Africanism. It doesn't mean I can't
Right.
learn and appreciate things from other schools of Pan-Africanism. Some things I agree with, some things I disagree with. For example, one of the major things about the Association for Kwame Nkrumah that is important, yeah, is the fact that his context is different to that of Marcus Messiah Garvey's. So there are things that you're going to learn from the Nkrumah development of Pan-Africanism that you're not going to learn from the Garvey development of Pan-Africanism, and vice versa. Why? Because Nkrumah's context is he's at the helm of a nation that has just been granted its independence. Marcus Garvey is still fighting to procure land under an independent nation. Their context is different, so you're going to learn different things from them. So it's impossible to be a Garveyite in this day and age and totally disregard Kwame Nkrumah. And you cannot be an Nkrumahist and totally disregard Marcus Messiah Garvey.
But is Ghana Pan-African? No, it's not. Is most African countries Pan-African in origin, in rule? Yeah. Just because man got us our independence, yeah. As I said to you before, many times, brother, yeah. This is only helping the powers that be, the ones that put these African leaders in place. Yeah, they're working to their agenda. They're dancing to their tune. When you're getting your independence, all your natural resources are gone. One second, and that would seem anti-Pan-African, right? That wouldn't seem, it wouldn't make sense. One second. That would seem that it wouldn't make sense according to the Pan-African ideal of us having. Thank you. So even though you mentioned these leaders, Yeah, nothing ever changed within Africa, and what they did was even make it worse. So
All
we
right.
know
Didn't,
anyone. Hold on. Any African leader from inception, from colonization, it's been a problem for us. Yeah, because it's their administration, the Europeans, posing as an African government or a Nigerian or Ghanaian or whatever. This is all politics. Yeah, not political science. It's politics. Yeah, and we know what it is. So yeah, people giving us our independence under the the guise of Pan-Africanism, meaning, you know, we're Africans, we love Africa, we're for the development and betterment of Africa. Yeah, but you're gonna sell us to the Europeans to
okay, let's
more
explore that.
indentured servitude.
Let's explore that. Let's explore that. Yeah, let's
Okay.
explore that very, very deeply. All right. Okay. So we see, first of all, it's necessary to understand that most African countries and Caribbean countries, yeah, who fought for their independence and got it, yeah, or was granted it, did not get it under a Pan-African government. Yeah, most independent governments, yeah, in the early stages of the independence movement in Africa and the Caribbean, yeah, were not, yeah, led by any Pan-Africanists. All right, the Pan-Africanists were in the minority, yeah, in Africa and the Caribbean. Okay,
Right.
most of them were neo-colonized, yeah, movements. They were very elite Africans on the continent and in the diaspora who wanted just a greater piece of the colonial pie, and independence was a means for achieving that. Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown by a conspiracy that was led from Washington, D.C. and London with the assistance of France. Again, I'm not an Nkrumahist. I don't necessarily agree with everything that Kwame Nkrumah did, but it's the fact that he was challenging the hegemony of the West and Western imperialism in Africa. Yes?
Yeah, but you can't do that when it's their setup.
That's a reality. Well, you can't, on the one hand, you're charging the people them with being agents of the West, and then you're also challenging them for not being agents of the West, for
No,
challenging.
I'm saying the
Allow me to finish.
establishment,
One second. Allow me to finish.
not the people.
Whatever you
that.
think about what Kwame Nkrumah did wrong, it is false to say that he was making it worse because he was simply an agent of the West and the colonizers.
That's right.
He was not. That's a false statement.
That's right.
Yeah? Whatever you think, mistakes you think he made, and if he was their puppet, then he would have been in power almost until the day that he died, because we have enough examples of the fact that it puts people in power and sustains them and maintains them until death or near death, or until they're done with them. An
Until they're done with them. That doesn't take.
An example of this would be Mobutu Sese Seko in the Congo. When again, another conspiracy of America and Britain and Belgium and France conspired to assassinate the duly elected prime minister of the Congo, who was a nationalist leader. Yes, they moved against this man. The Congo got its independence in June of 1960. Lumumba was assassinated by January of 1961. Yes, and so in his place they installed Mobutu, who they kept in power, yes, until the 1990s. Yeah, 30 years they sustained this man in power, to the extent that in the 1960s, what was called the Simba Rebellion rose up against Lumumba's regime, and they were given, sorry, not Lumumba, Mobutu's regime, and they were giving Mobutu so much licks to the point whereby this was a rebellion that was inspired by Lumumba, and they were challenging the fact that Mobutu was little more than a Western puppet. Yes, they reclaimed somewhere in the region of half the Congo, yes, from Mobutu's forces, And what tipped the scales in the balance of that military engagement was the influx of America and American resources and American troops. Yes. And so when I say that it was a global movement, what happened? How do we know it was a global movement? Because Africans in the Americas, in the Caribbean, in the United States of America, even civil rights leaders who are not Pan-Africanists petitioned, but many of them were led by Omowale Malcolm X, petitioned the American government and condemned the action of sending troops into the Congo. So we know clearly that the independence movement, yes, had its Pan-Africanists and
That's
its
right.
colonizers. Yeah,
That's
and we
right.
can't conflate the two. We know who the revolutionaries were, and we know who the accommodationists and the assimilationists were, who didn't want to upset Africa, who were saying,
Yes, we do.
don't speak too loudly against the white man and the European in Africa and what he's doing here. Go along, get along. We have to work. We know who these people were. We know who the revolutionaries were.
That's
in
right.
Nigeria and in Congo and in South Africa and in Kenya. And we know who the rag sellouts were in these nations as well. We know who they were.
Right. Okay. So, as we know who they were, and we know the organized system that governs over most of them. It's still the same thing. You know what I'm saying? No matter what we say in Nigeria, either we were under dictatorship or we're under a supposedly proper government and that. You know what I'm saying? A capitalist society or capitalist or whatever. You get what I'm saying? The systems in Africa are still, you're not going to get around it. Once you say you're a president or a prime minister, that's placed by Europeans. We didn't have such systems. As I said, we got kings and other stuffs and obas and all of that administrations that we had way before we even bucked up on any Europeans. So we didn't need to worry about a structure or, hold on, a structure of doing things. 1 second, man. A structure of doing things is breaking the yoke of European colonization and oppression. Yeah. And it's not being broke by our independence. So anyone who got us our independence or didn't get us our independence or went renegade against the European powers means nothing to me, because all of them should get dashed in the bin. Yeah. Because the whole bigger scheme still worked to the agenda of the IMF and the Europeans. They knew what they were doing. Yeah. They'll put you in power. You go against them. They'll fund the rebels. So in a lot of cases, yeah, they funded the leader to a certain extent as long as he was compliant. If he wasn't compliant and he got in and he tried to pretend that he was something he wasn't, and then turned out to be some amazing Pan-African who only cares about getting Africans together and working against the Europeans, yeah, well, we know where that's going to end up. But as what Shakara said, we know the difference between the revolutionists and the non-revolutionists. But it's not revolution. Hold on, it's rebellion.
So we see, right? So we see what happens. So we see what happens
from your gatekeeper.
So we see what happened. But who else do you rebel against? The colonizers are the gatekeepers. If you want to liberate yourself, then you rebel against.
That's right.
Yeah, but you should have never accepted. So what happens is the year before Nkrumah is overthrown in 1966. Yeah. And is it February 1966? And the year before he's overthrown, he publishes a book, yeah, called Neo-Colonialism: The Last Age of Imperialism. And what he's doing in the book is he's outlining what is currently taking place on the African continent and what is coming to be taking place in the future on the African continent with the embedding of what is called neo-colonialism. So it was understood by Kwame Nkrumah that colonialism was not the end of the story. He understood, and those who organized with him understood, that there was something called neo-colonialism that we had to continue to fight in Ghana and outside of Ghana. He releases that book in 1965. He's overthrown in 1966. When he's overthrown, he goes to Guinea, yeah, a nation that is being run by then Pan-Africanist Secretary, and he gives him a position in his government. Whilst he's there, he writes another book called The Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare. And this Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare is about how and why Africans need to organize themselves, yes, to continue to fight against the imposition of neocolonialism as it was currently being installed on the African continent. So the revolutions of that time already foresaw the dangers, yes, that were coming and the situation that currently exists installing itself. And they were trying to challenge it and they were trying to fight it. The problem is that not enough people were listening to them. Yeah. The problem is that not enough people were organizing in the ways that they were trying to organize.
Told him that before, brother.
Right? That's not to say that Nkrumah was perfect or Secretary was perfect. Or,
hell no. Yeah, we know that. We're not even going to go into the other stuff.
Or Marlin or Julius Nyerere was perfect. Yeah, but none of our ancestors, including Marcus Garvey, none of them are perfect. Yeah. The fact is, however, that they got a lot right. They got a lot correct. Yeah.
Yes, they did.
And if more of us were prepared from that time till now to listen to them, yeah, and to understand, and not just the leaders. We're talking about leaders as though they weren't leading, mass movements of millions of people, yeah, and then kind of things. That you got very many people that were people whose names we don't know and will never know. We will never know all the names of the people that were assassinated before the assassination from Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown, when they were trying to assassinate him. But bombs went off and it killed women and children and men that were around in the vicinity of, and so on and so forth. We will never know the numbers of people, the names of all the people that were shot down, yeah, in the Congo and in Kenya, and in South Africa, yeah, and in Angola, yeah. All the people that were organizing, yeah, among the grassroots.
That's right.
Of the peoples that. The people that whose names we often call, where they're just at the helm of the movement that was taking place from the grassroots. We will never know all of their names, yeah? But if more people, and if there weren't so many bloody sellouts, yes, among the people there, yeah, then the situation would be very different.
Couldn't it be that the Pan-Africans are the sellouts?
No, brother. How can the Pan-African?
Why couldn't it not be? Why couldn't it not be? If it's not the predominant factor in Africa now, it's telling you something, right?
Oh, it's not
telling you something. It's not. You haven't got your own country. You haven't got your own country, or a country that you can say, boom, this is ours. This is based on Pan-African ideals. And from Garvey to now to
the honorable Marcus
hold on, my brother. You're saying the honorable, but he never went to Africa. Like,
brother, the honorable Marcus Garvey.
Where are you representing?
A black organization should be by black people and
brother,
black brother. Then it's going to be infiltration.
Black organization. I'm talking about countries. I'm talking about countries and nations and you're talking about organizations. Come on, bro. Where's your mind at?
They want to involve non-African
Where
people.
Where is your mind at?
Again,
they want to involve non-African people.
Hold on. The process, not an event, right? The process, not an event.
What we need is a Pan-African nation. Hold on. I'll let you speak for about 5 minutes, bro. Come on, be fair, man. Right. Yeah. Bro, this Pan-African idea, bro, I'm sorry to tell you and break your heart and FTK you, yeah, it's dead in the dirt, bro. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not going to work, yeah? Mainly because you're not understanding how the world has moved on. Yeah,
no, brother, we understand, brother. One second.
Because if it's not the ideals that I know it to be, yeah, and it's this other ideals that you're going there to improve and do something and make Africa unified as one. No, that's never going to work. That's not practical.
So we can be unified by learning French and integrating with the Europeans, right? We've been unified doing that.
Unified. That's colonized.
Brother.
No, hold on. We were colonized. 1 second.
Now we are willingly. No, brother. We are willingly now. We can unwillingly learn.
The man didn't finish his point, and you're running with a straw man. Let the man finish his point.
That's
Stop running with a straw man.
That's not fair. You get what I'm saying? Because you look, you got to understand, yeah. Like we were colonized, and the depth of the colonization shows in the people. Our people in the Congo speaking French.
Yes, that's
It's
right.
because they were colonized by the French, and the French
Yes.
maintain their
Yes.
colonization
Yeah,
and their
by the Belgians.
brainwashing
By the
of
Belgians.
those people. 1 second. But
Yes.
the good thing with that is some tribes still maintain their own language. Yeah. It's not like when you kidnap us and take us to other places. Yeah. You can completely disorientate us or unsynchronize us. But in our own continent, we so diverse with it. We can take European languages, mix it with our language, and give you Swahili, or give you, or we all speak different languages, and we need a language of trade, so we gave you Arabic. Like, we do things like that. We do things like that. This is what Africans
All right.
do.
So
Yeah.
let's look at that. Yeah. We're saying that all these Africans have maintained themselves in whatever, but Pan-Africanism hasn't worked, right? But all the Africans have maintained themselves in whatever.
No, I'm saying a man
So
made a statement about
one
French.
second, one second.
Africans
Yeah,
speaking
no,
French.
yeah, you didn't understand the point that he was making, and the idea that of the one super state, yeah, is one that if you haven't studied what that means and the development of that, then I'm not. It's problematic to speak about it because it leads to misinformation. Nation building is a process. When you're moving from a colonial situation to an autonomous or a sovereign situation, things don't happen all at once and overnight, and there are stages in the process. So if we're talking about African systems of governance, in the context of Pan-Africanism, and you want to know about people that have studied and have ministered on that within the context of a Pan-African movement, then we can give you examples of those. 1, Sheikh Anta Diop, Black Africa, the cultural and economic basis for a federated state. 2, Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, Conscientism, which is a book of philosophy, which is intended to guide his understanding or his development of Pan-Africanism, which speaks about reviving the African personality in terms of social, political, and economic organization. Yeah? For a people that are coming out of a colonial process, to a significant degree, whose social, economic, and political systems have been detrimentally impacted by that process of colonization, they need to go through a process of re-establishing themselves on the continent and in the diaspora. So obviously you're not aware of how that discourse takes place within the Pan-African context. But again, it is a process, not an event. You don't get independence today and tomorrow all things are running operationally 100% to an optimum degree. That's not how it works. That's wishful thinking. That's fantasy. Yeah, we're dealing with the realities of our people on the ground throughout the world. Yeah, so these things are necessary to understand and appreciate and study. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? There are still things about the Pan-African ideology and practice that I'm still learning. You're not going to get it from watching a video, and not so that videos can't be helpful, right? But you have to engage in some rigorous study, about these things. Otherwise, we're just going to be making random statements, and you're entitled to do that. You know what I'm saying? Anyone's entitled to do what they want, but I'm just saying that it just means that perspective won't necessarily be as informed as they could be. So if we're talking about what's happening today, and it hasn't lasted, and the influence and so on and so forth, and the situation has changed. The situation has not changed appreciably. If I'm telling you that Nkrumah writes a book in 1965, and what he writes in that book, to a significant degree explains the reality among majority Black nations around the world today. You haven't read the book. I have. And if so, but I can explain it to you simply like this: neocolonialism, it is the new form of colonialism. It's the form of colonialism in which European governments retreat back to their home nations and send their corporations, their businesses, their companies, their multinational, transnational organizations into a country. And they dominate the economics of the country. And through dominating and manipulating the economics of the country, they are able to govern its political policy. Yes. And if we look at majority Black nations in the world today, that is precisely the reality that we're seeing. We're seeing foreign corporations, in this case, mostly Western European corporations, and including America in that, dominating and controlling the political and economic scene among Africans on the continent and in the diaspora. We see companies like Shell and Chevron, and ExxonMobil and Chiquita, the fruit company, and Lon Min, the mining company, and Oppenheimers and the De Beers, and companies that are engaged in big technology, particularly in relation to military and computer technology, that run and own and control trillions, of dollars of resources in Africa. And we're seeing a situation in which the banana trade in Jamaica was destroyed, by American corporation known as the United Fruit Company that becomes known as Chiquita, which was basically an arm of the American government operating throughout the Caribbean. We see a situation in which Haiti is occupied for nearly 20 years, between the year 1914 and the year 1933, and during that time, the American government robs its gold reserves, those gold reserves still reside, in America to this day, they destroy the agricultural industry. Haiti is still importing food from America to this day. They kill off a significant member of the government, and they rewrite the constitution because there's a clause in the constitution that bars non-Africans, or particularly white people, from owning land in Haiti. Because of the context of enslavement and so on and so forth. They do all these things. That reality still affects the economy. Them rewriting the constitution. That constitution is still the constitution of Haiti to this day.
I get you. Look, my brother. We've got loads of examples. One second, bro. Be fair, man. Come on, bro. Yeah,
I'll be finishing 20 seconds. I promise you. I'll be finishing 20 seconds. I promise you. I'll be finishing 20 seconds. I promise you. Right? Because and again, I hope when people are responding to me, they're going to bring information. Right? So when we see Pan-African movements of today, what they're doing is developing organizational infrastructure to challenge these realities. One of the major ones that in this day and age is against the CFA franc. And so there's a whole movement in French-speaking African countries that are challenging the neo-colonial nature of their governments. I've organized with brothers and sisters in French-speaking African nations who are trying to get rid of France's hold over their currency and their economy in that regard.
Right. So I'm saying, so where is your organization? What is your country? What do you represent? Because right now it's all up in the air. You're sounding like advisors to every country that would want to listen. But where is your base? Where is your structural thing that you're built? Where's your connections to these African countries? Where is Pan oil? Where is Pan, rice?
Bingo.
And peanuts and everything, all the things that come out of Africa? Why have you not made these connections already, so you can be the shining example to the rest of us how this thing needs to be done? Because other than that, it's just sounding a little bit theoretical, my brother.
Let's go into it. Mother Earth mining and mineral. Mother Earth mining, NEMAS, Mother Earth mining and mineral Association, MEMAMS, group of sisters out of Birmingham, who have started a company engaging in small scale mining in Zimbabwe, and they have an investment program, whereby brothers and sisters can invest and basically own shares in the organization that goes towards paying brothers and sisters on the ground in Zimbabwe in relation to the mining. It's obviously a small scale operation because it takes great resources to do mining, but it's a small start in terms of challenging the stronghold of Western corporations in a
So
nation.
it's a
Like,
Pan-African company, right?
it's run by sisters who are Pan-Africanists. Yes.
Okay.
You also have 25th Dynasty investments who are doing sustainable housing development, in various different nations in the Caribbean and on the African continent. There are I've already just mentioned the the movement against the CFA franc, and that is significant because again, you don't challenge these realities without having to prepare yourself to go to war. If you're challenging neo-colonial governments in Africa and the Caribbean, you have to prepare for the fact that they're going to send the machinery state against you.
That's right.
That's just the reality of the situation, and that is taking place at the moment. So Pan-African work takes place on various different levels and in various different forms. Pan-African work takes place in the form of African-centered educational institutions, that are being built across the African diaspora, continent and diaspora, in relation to teaching children the principles and values that they are not going to learn, and the information and the skills that they are not going to learn in the mainstream education within their respective nations. That's Pan-African work that is taking place. There are Pan-African, agriculture programs. I've got a brethren he was in Congo and now he's in Kenya, developing his organization. There are even those who are doing work in terms of the spiritual dimension, in terms of consolidating African spiritual systems, and how they inform political, economic, and social development. So, for example, the organization Afrocentricity International recently opened up a temple, which is also an educational institution, in what is referred to as the Ivory Coast. And so one of the things that they're trying to do through that educational institution is use the indigenous languages, in the fields of science and mathematics, to increase the functionality of the languages, because in Côte d'Ivoire they speak French, and so in order to go to university and succeed, it relies upon your capacity to be able to speak and write in French and act and perform in these fields of endeavor in French. So we understand that, right? But we're not, having said all of that, there's various different works going on around the world, and I haven't exhausted anything. We understand that in the year 2022, going by the Gregorian calendar, that the war that has been waged against the revolutionary Black nationalist Pan-Africanists has been significant, and we have lost a lot of battles. There is no doubt about that reality. So I question the intentions of any Black man or woman, African, who gloats, about the fact that Pan-Africanists have lost some battles against the American intelligence agency, British intelligence agencies, the French intelligence agencies, their related economic institutions, and military institutions. And it would seem to me to be the case that a significant amount of the attack against Pan-Africanism is actually a reflection of the success of the propaganda warfare of these agencies. It is a fact that the MI5 and the MI6 and the FBI and the CIA and the French equivalents and the Belgian equivalents have significantly engaged in propaganda warfare, military warfare and economic warfare against Pan-Africanist movements, organizations, leaders, and ideals.
Okay,
and
sorry.
Sorry, one second, I'm not finished. When we hear other fellow Africans parroting a lot of the misinformation that comes from these various different neo-colonial agencies, we know where it comes from. And so a part of the fight that we have is challenging that misinformation and that misdirection in the minds of our people. And that is called political education. And that's what Kale tries to do all of the time. Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? We have conversations with our brothers and sisters, and we challenge, yeah, the version of reality that has been given to us by the colonizer, and we attempt to synchronize, I mean, the thoughts, yeah, of our people towards a program of action towards changing that reality. That is also work.
So you're not going to answer my question. After all that, I asked you a simple thing like, where is your base? Where is your country? Where is the country you're trying to develop in Africa that you can start a basis from? That would lead you to having a tribal title or something that we could be on the UN register of official nations,
The
you know,
UN
like
is
the
a
nation.
neocolonial
Hold
institution.
on one second.
UN recognition.
One second. So yeah. So that your organization or your country or your nation can be recognized. Like you're not even putting efforts to do that. You're talking about scatter, little helps and thing all over the place. That's not unified, is it? Yeah. You're talking about unification, but you hold on. You must unify. Find one spot in Africa, set up there, have your government, and then you can appeal to the Europeans and cut them off from certain things. That's the only way you can work in this world.
I'll tell you
If
what.
you're talking about, hold on,
on.
my brother, hold on. If you're talking about political science, yeah. If you're talking about political science,
Why are you not doing
Africans,
that? Why are you not
hold
doing that?
hold on. But I feel that these things are being done in Africa anyway. You got what I'm saying? In the different parts, and they're all
I've
different
just said that.
countries. We can't keep saying Africa. Yeah, that's why I'm always on to Kel about let's be more specific. Is there a specific country you're talking about? Because when you say Africa as a broad term and say things are going on like this and this is happening here and that's understandable, but that's not the truth of each and individual country. What country are you talking about? What nation? What thing? What's their history? Has there been destabilization? Has there been coup d'états? You get what I'm saying? All of these things that Europeans are invested in, right? So I'm saying, where's your land? Where is the Pan-African land? Before you go representing anybody of any
Liberia.
nation in Africa, yeah, then it should be Liberia, really. But then if you
We
accept
shouldn't, bro. That's
that,
one. No, we
if you
shouldn't be
accept
Liberia,
that,
bro.
1 second.
Liberia is a neocolonial construct.
If you accept that, then you're accepting the U.S. government's plan to repatriate
Liberia is a
supposed
neocolonial construct.
African Americans back to
It
West Africa.
wasn't the okay. That's the next conversation. So you're saying that I should mention specific countries, which I did. You know? I mentioned Kenya, I mentioned Congo, I mentioned Cote d'Ivoire, and I mentioned a number of different nations of French-speaking African nations who are organizing to throw off French imperialism. Right. So specific countries were mentioned. At the same time, it's a contradiction to tell me about what is and what is not an African construct in terms of the government, when the actual nation states themselves are colonial constructs. Yeah, and so one of the Pan-Africanist principles, yeah, among most of the revolutionary forms of Pan-Africanism, there's a spectrum here, is that the borders as they currently are constituted on the African continent are illegitimate because they were drawn up by colonizers in the interest of colonizers and do not allow for the nations themselves to maximize their economic potential.
That's right.
At the same time, Pan-Africanism is not restricted to the African continent.
That's right.
Pan-African work is taking place in the United States of America. Pan-African work is taking place in Jamaica.
Right, that's nice. That's nice. Big up yourselves, everyone on the panel, man. I just came. Well, I've been here for a while, listening in. Dope convo. Yeah, because you brought in United States of America, might be a chance to open up the conversation. Let like brother Vin over there have a little 2 pence thrown in if he's got something to say.
Now I'm just kind of listening to well, Macro was chefing earlier, but I was kind of listening to the brother pitch his case. But I'm still not convinced. Just given the history behind it.
And they're not giving me direct answers. I mean, the history lesson is all well and good. You get what I'm saying, for the audience, but for me personally, it's non-relevant because it's dissuading from the direct question I'm asking. I'm asking, where's your base? Where's your thing? What gives you the right and authority to talk to any African government or tribe or anything? Where? where are we at? You know
I
what I'm
think
saying? Where's your base? You know?
Where's this unified concept ever? Sorry, where's this unified?
Being
My
exercised
bad.
in real life.
Hold on, go on,
Vin,
Vin.
sorry.
Just let him go.
No, I was just gonna ask the Pan Africanist brother, like, where has this concept of singular Africanness ever been identified on the continent itself? You're talking about a continent rich of plenty different cultures and disagreements, and same thing which goes on anywhere else in the world. So where is this monolithic mentality coming from prior to the 1800s and up? And then I wanted to also ask you, despite the first question, where's the actual fruits of the labor? Like, why haven't, at least bare minimum, you guys made use of Liberia, or made use of something? Where's the fruits of you guys' labor?
So I just want to point out that it was said a minute ago that the history lessons are all good, but that's not the point where I'll go on for now. The questions that Vin has asked me require me to go into history. Yeah, so let's just point that out. So when I talk about history, nobody lambasts me for talking about history. Okay, the question is.
Come on, Shaka.
All right. So
show them, Shaka. Show them, man. They're not ready.
So to your first question. Your first question is based upon a faulty premise, which suggests that African equals monolith. And I find this strange because it only seems to apply when we say African. It should be easy to understand that you don't have to be a monolith to be African any more than you need to be a monolith to be a European, an Asian, a Native American, etc. Yeah, there are various different groups of people that can identify under these various different designations, and it is understood. Yeah, their diversity is understood within that context. So no Pan-Africanist has ever put forward the idea that Africans are a monolith. Yes, that has never happened in history. That is an imposition, that a misconception that has been forwarded by people who are anti-Pan-Africanists, and that misconception actually comes from European imperialists, yeah, particularly those who were colonizers, who wanted to mischaracterize brothers and sisters in the diaspora in relation to brothers and sisters on the continent of Africa and vice versa. The evidence for what I'm stating is that it has always been recognized among Pan-Africanists that we have various different groups of African people, yeah, even not just even on the continent, but even in the diaspora, yeah, that you have Africans who are in the United States of America, Africans who are in Haiti, Africans who are in Jamaica, Africans who are in Brazil, Africans who are in Cuba, and so on and so forth, yeah, and that there are similarities and differences between them, yes. There are also Africans who are in Nigeria, Africans who are in Congo, Africans who are in Kenya, etc. And there are similarities and differences between them. Then even in relation to that, you have Africans who are Igbo, and Africans who are Xhosa, and Africans who are Shona, and Africans who are Ndebele, and Africans who are Dinka, and Africans who are Nuer, and Africans who are Kalenjin, yeah, and etc. And there are differences and similarities between them, right? So the idea of monolith has never been a necessity in relation to being an African or being Pan-African. The idea is that we have certain things that we share on various different levels. And those
Can I pause
things,
you real quick?
Those things, you can pause me in 10 seconds. Those things can be anything from related cultural attributes to the shared experience of enslavement, colonization, and neocolonialism.
All right. So I wanted to just chime into what you're saying about the whole monolith thing. It is because you're still claiming that the black people that are over here in the Americas are African when they are now discovering that they are not. So where in your ideology do you consider this, well, it's new to y'all, this information that not all dark-skinned people, which are here in the Americas, were taken from Africa? In fact, most of them were not.
So where does that fit into the Pan-Africanist paradigm?
There's two ways. The first is that when it comes to Pan-Africanism, no Pan-Africanist has ever said all dark-skinned people are African. It recognizes that there are African people that came from the continent of Africa. The denial of Africanness among Africans in the Americas is a long-standing one. It runs very deep, and it's a product of the enslavement process. As it stands right
That's
about
actually
now,
not true, brother. I live over
actually
here.
it is.
Most of the hold on, I gotta interrupt you because you said something that's
I'm
not
not finished.
true.
Yeah,
I live over
sorry,
here,
brother.
brother.
Excuse me, one second. You live in the United States of America. The enslavement of
Yeah.
African people was in the Americas.
Hold on.
Sorry, excuse me,
Hold
1
on,
second,
because
please.
you're gonna
But
move the goalposts. And
no,
what I
I'm
was
actually
saying
not.
is
I'm
most of the
answering your
people,
question.
most of the
Yeah,
people over
we're gonna have a
here.
disagreement on that, brother.
Hold on. You've been talking a lot, and I haven't talked much. So I'm gonna
Because you asked
interject
me a
where I
question.
feel the need
You
to.
asked me a question.
So
It required
what I was saying was most of the people over here identify with the shit that you're saying. They don't identify with the position that I'm putting forth. They're growing in numbers to understand it because of the unsurmountable amount of evidence and the backtracking that people are doing within their own families. So what I'm saying to you is, you guys keep saying this Africans over here in America, when most of the dark-skinned people here in America are from this side. That is what I'm. So where does that fit in to your paradigm? You're doing a lot of shucking and bucking and talking a lot, but you're not addressing what I said. I just don't want you to move the goalpost. That's all.
I said there's a few ways, and I was going through them. I actually was just dealing with one. I'm disagreeing with you, and I'm not going to debate it with you, but I'm disagreeing with you that most of the black people in the Americas are from indigenous to the Americas. I fundamentally disagree with that. I'm not inclined to debate that with you. You're entitled to your opinion and your perspective.
It's not my opinion
on that. Well, whatever, you're entitled to your perspective then. On that subject. But if you're asking me where that plays into a Pan-Africanist ideal, I'm saying on the one hand, we know that many Africans throughout generations and throughout enslavement were indoctrinated into a way of thinking that made us very anti-African. And that taught us to be ashamed of things African, and taught us to separate ourselves from Africanness as and where we can. And so one of the Pan-African ideals is to get African people, those who understand and recognize that they're African, yes? Well, to recognize and answer that we're African. And therefore, then once we understand that, to see pride, yeah, and dignity within that being an African is not something
Hold
to be
on, I gotta
ashamed of.
pause you because you're trying to
Allow me to
paint.
finish. Allow me to finish. Sorry, allow me to finish.
Hold on, you're
Allow me to
trying
finish.
to
Allow me to
paint
finish.
that the
Sorry, allow me
people
to
who
finish.
are
Allow me to finish.
discovering that they're
Allow me
not
to
from
finish.
Africa
Yeah.
are
Then
somehow
they are
being
entitled to their.
anti-African, and
They are
we
entitled
have
to
to
their own.
stop doing that.
Sorry,
Just
allow me
because
to
people
finish.
are finding out their true
Allow me to
heritage
finish.
and
Allow
that
me to
they're
finish.
rejecting something that was
Allow me to
foisted
finish.
on them whilst in their
Allow me to finish.
captivity,
Allow me to finish.
that doesn't mean that they
Allow me to
hate
finish.
Africans or they're
Allow me to finish.
anti-African.
A lot
They're
of them
just finding
manifestly
out
do.
their heritage. So what we need to
They're
do is
entitled to
stop
their
trying
journey.
to paint that perspective
And
that
they're entitled
people
to
who
the
are
journey.
doing what we're doing are somehow hating on Africans and somehow anti-African. I got up on here and just told you Africa's a beautiful continent. It has rich culture, multicultural, okay? Rich. I have no problem with the
Again,
Aboriginal. Hold on. I have no problem with the Aboriginal people of that continent. So, for those of us who are rejecting the African tag because we're not that, right? We don't hate anybody for that. So, you need to stop trying to paint that cop out and just answer the question. You're still shucking and bucking. And you know what? The fact that you think a majority of the people over here descend from Africa goes back to the point that I brought up of it being a monolithic perspective. How can the majority of people over here be from over there? Where were the majority of dark-skinned people that were over here? Where'd they go to then? Like, this is ridiculous. The history books don't match what you're saying.
I respect the indigenous peoples of the Americas enough to appreciate when they tell me we were genocided against, and today we are few in number. To respect that, yeah. I'm inclined to do that.
Bro, which indigenous people are
Sorry.
you
Allow
talking
me to
about?
finish,
Them
please.
Asian
Allow me to
Native
finish, please. Allow me
Americans?
to finish, please.
There's
Allow me to finish,
there's
please.
no
Allow me to
aboriginals
finish,
that are
please.
telling you
Allow me to
this.
finish, please. Allow me to finish, please. You asked
Yeah, but
me.
you're fabricating. You're
Where?
fabricating,
Allow
my
me to
brother.
finish. Allow me
Yeah,
to
you
finish,
gotta let
please.
him finish. You let him
Allow me to finish,
fabricate
please.
if he's fabricating.
Exactly.
Oh,
Allow me to finish.
True.
What's it called? Right. So yeah. So but you asked me, yeah, because I'm not debating you about whether you are an African or not. You asked me how do we relate to it from a Pan-African perspective. That's what I'm answering. Yeah. And I'm saying that there, what's it called? Yeah. So there is the issue of the indoctrination of shame. Now, the reality is that however many people you or I believe are African and are not African, it is a fact that throughout the enslavement process, throughout the colonial process, the education that we were given was anti-African, and many of us, yes, are
The culture
imbibed. Many of us imbibed and were indoctrinated into certain kinds of thinking that was anti-African. Yeah, we many of us, right, associated our physical appearance, our phenotype, with Africa, and many of us engaged in things like trying to get with a white man or a white woman for the express purpose of becoming lighter and looking less African. Many of
What
us
does that have to
engage.
do with
Many of us, because we're talking
what I
about it from a
asked?
Pan-African perspective. So you cannot. The point is that Pan-Africanism has to be built upon a foundation of seeing pride and dignity in one's Africanness. So to whatever extent there are
Yes,
Africans.
if you're African.
Sorry.
African,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And again, I am not debating you on the numbers of Africans. The fact is that there are Africans in the Americas. And to the extent that
But
there
they're
are
not
Africans
the
in the
majority.
Americas, and you're entitled to your perspective on that. Again, I'm not debating you on that. If you're asking me where we stand on it from a Pan-African perspective, it is about seeing pride and dignity and relinquishing, rejecting the shame that we were indoctrinated into in terms of relating to ourselves as African people, and developing ourselves, and
America,
being proud.
in
Being proud of our, and being proud.
America, we have in America we have the celebration
Allow
of
me to finish.
Juneteenth.
Allow me to finish.
I'm trying to put you on game with things that you're talking about in my
And
country.
allow
So
me to finish.
over
But I'm not
here,
talking about your
hold
country.
on.
I'm not talking about your country.
You've been talking the majority of the
Allow me
time.
to
It's okay
finish.
if I
You asked
chime
me a
in, my
question.
brother.
You
So
can't
but
ask me a question and then keep interrupting me and tell me that I'm not allowed to speak. It doesn't make any sense.
it's important for us to understand the perspective that there's holidays like Juneteenth over here, which these people do celebrate their supposed African heritage. So this thing that you're talking about, you're trying to make it that the majority of people over here are anti-African. It's just not true. It's not true.
That's not what was said. That is not what was said. Sorry. That is not what was said.
Stop,
That is
bro.
not what was again. We're strawmanning at the moment. I never said that the majority or the minority
are
anti-African. Right? And the fact that I'm saying that from a Pan-African perspective, one of the things that we do is try to restore pride and dignity in Africanness. That blatantly suggests that there are Africans in the Americas who do that. Yeah. And again, I'm not speaking exclusively to the United States of America, right? I am an African from the Caribbean. The Caribbean is in the Americas. Okay. So I don't have to confine my statements to the US of A. There are Africans in other parts of North America, South America.
When I say the Americas, I'm talking about North.
So, for example,
when I say the Americas, brother, when I say the Americas, brother, when I say the Americas, I'm talking about North, Central, and South, not just the United States. Where I'm at, I brought up Juneteenth for a specific reason to show you that these people celebrate the indoctrination of Pan-Africanism. It's an actual holiday, and look at it. Have you ever heard of Juneteenth?
100%. And the fact that whereas there are Pan-Africanists who celebrate Juneteenth and acknowledge Juneteenth, the idea that it's a celebration
There's
of the
nothing
induction
but people that go to there that subscribe to
is
Pan-Africanist
forced. At the
ideology.
same time, at the same time, though,
Like, what are you
the
talking
question
about,
that you
bro?
asked me was, how do we relate to that as Pan-Africanists? And at the moment, it's like you want to engage me in
You
a debate
ignore it.
about
No, it's
who
not a
is and
debate.
who
I'm
is
just
not
asking you
Pan-African.
how
And
you
again,
get
I'm not
that
going to debate you on
information.
that. Again, I'm not going to debate you on that.
Hold on.
The issue
I'm asking you this because you're saying that Pan-Africanism is not a monolith ideology, but yet you're still arguing that it is by even surmising that the majority of dark-skinned people over here come from another continent. So where did the majority of the dark-skinned people, and you keep bringing up indigenous, you were talking indigenous and native apply to them Siberians. It does not apply to the actual aboriginals that were on the land. The example of one is the Washita tribe. So you can look their books up. Just you look up the queen of their tribe, and she's on YouTube, the Washita tribe, and let these people
they
speak
are
for
also
themselves.
brother,
How do you account? How do you account for people like that
but
who are
the fact
telling?
of the matter is this.
Hold on, brother. How do you account for people like that who are telling you that the majority of the people over here are from this land, this
Yeah, but
region?
brother,
They are
there's a
telling
book.
you, and they're
There's
from
a book
here.
called David
So how do
Imhotep.
you handle that?
Right. Yeah. Brother Vin, there's a book called the First Americans Were the Africans by David Imhotep. I have this book personally.
I have the book.
So then you should know them, brother Vin. There shouldn't be no debating.
But
You should know.
again, that book is done from a Pan-Africanist perspective. The
No, it's
people,
for
yes, it
historical.
is. Hold
Brother Vin,
on,
you gotta
hold
be
on.
truthful, brother.
And
You gotta be truthful, man. You gotta be truthful, brother.
Hold on. The people who are over here are telling you their history. How are you going to come from another continent and tell these people who they are? They are telling you who they are, and they're proving it too. They're even acknowledged by the United Nations. Like, what are
But
we
brother
talking
Vin, you
about
gotta
here?
be truthful, brother. The first, you
That's
know,
what I asked. That's what
I
I
have the
asked.
book myself.
Are the
I have the
Pan-Africans recognized by the United Nations? I just wanted to know.
And it says that the first Americans were
I got cut
African,
off.
brother. You've read the book.
If you want me to accept the brothers and sisters who are identifying as indigenous to the Americas or Aboriginal to the Americas, okay, and I will also accept the brothers and sisters who identify as African, who recognize that their heritage lies, on the African continent.
What if that's through indoctrination?
Well, we could make the argument that either one of our positions is through indoctrination. However,
we can't. No, we
yes,
can't.
yes, we
Because
can.
we can't. Because mine is not being pushed by the white man. Yours is.
However,
yours are all dark-skinned people being African.
So this is the
agree with
point
the
now.
white
So
man.
you want to create a situation whereby you want to challenge me, and which is not really what I said. However, you want to give me the argument that anybody who doesn't identify as an African is anti-African. But then at the same time, you want to give the impression that, but at the same time, you want to give the impression that anybody who doesn't identify as an African is indoctrinated into thinking that.
I said I didn't say anybody. I'm saying the majority of people who subscribe to that are indeed indoctrinated, and that's indeed what hold on. That's what the queen of this Washita tribe says. She even says this. So you would have to go argue with her, and I'm gonna show you the camera of the book so you can go ahead and see it, and you can
Brother,
go
the first Americans were the Africans. You've read the book, brother. You gotta be truthful. You understand? I hear you coming from, but you gotta be truthful.
Books. So have you ever read this
that
book?
one is the
I've got the
strongest
book
though.
you're talking about. Do you have this
Yes.
book or anything like it? Have you even heard of these people? Did you even know that they were acknowledged by the United Nations as the most ancient nation of all the United Nations, the oldest nation?
But again,
you didn't know any of these things. So
See,
this
your
is no
tribe has to be
information that you have
recognized.
to get into.
Right.
You just talking ideologies. These people have
So be in
actual
Pan
history.
African.
Right. No, brother Snipe, because the brother says, all due respect to him, right, that, you know, not all of us are from Africa, but
I
yet
know the
still the country
Washita
we're
story.
from,
Trust me,
you
I know
see?
that story. The sister
Okay, you
story.
read the book.
That's
So then you
paperwork.
know that
Hold on,
the point line that
That's about paperwork, right? That's about people signing contracts and signing over land. And unfortunately, because of those records, yeah, it was proven her claim to be true. Now she owns Washita or that state now. You got what I'm saying? You can go and look her up on any YouTube, and you'll see videos of her. Now she owns the land.
She's
The
a
black
boss,
woman
man.
owns the
Fucking
land
boss.
only because they found the name, the surname of her grandmother or grandfather in the document.
At the same time, sorry,
Mad.
but again, there are people who are who have a majority of African ancestry who also have some indigenous or Aboriginal ancestry to the Americas.
I think.
At the same time,
yeah, I hear that.
I'm trying not to go down this road too tough here, but we have many groups of people who recognize themselves as Africans in the Americas who have
Because they're indoctrinated.
who have UN recognition. But from a revolutionary Pan-African perspective, our existence as a people is not defined by whether the UN recognizes us or not. That's ridiculous.
right. That's right.
Nobody outside of ourselves substantiates our existence as a people. That's ridiculous. Yeah, and I hasten to suggest that any group of people who have to get recognition from the United Nations before they can recognize themselves as a people are in a state of mental.
Yeah, but that's not true. They
I don't think that's how it works, bro. I don't think how the
United Nations. So that argument is not going to work. You have to deal with the fact that they are identified by all respectable nations on the face of the earth. They're identified. It's respected. Their history.
Yep.
Your doctrines are not respected in the United Nations. Nobody is going and listening to no motherfucking Pan-Africanists trying to eulogize some bullshit. Okay,
We don't expect the United Nations to recognize.
You should be recognized, my brother. That is the first point.
It's not based on Pan-Africanism, that's why, brother.
Be recognized even if
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
The United Nations is a neo-colonial institution, that is governed and run by Western imperialists.
That's right.
The peoplehood of Africanness and African people in general is not defined and cannot be sanctioned, by the United Nations from a revolutionary African perspective. That would be counterproductive and counter to the principles of the thing. So I don't know why the United Nations has so much of a say in who is and is not a people. It's ridiculous.
I don't think it's about a say. Sorry, brother.
At the same time, from my perspective, a Pan-African agenda is of the process of relinquishing the authority of bodies like the United Nations in relation to the destinies and the development of African people. Around the world. And we also have to appreciate those among the Gullah Geechee who I organize with, those among the so-called Maroons in various different parts of the Caribbean and South and Central America, who recognize themselves as Africans and are in fact recognized as significant or established people groups. Now their existence, even though some of them, not all of them, are recognized by quote unquote official bodies in today's world, their existence is not dependent upon their that kind of recognition. And it's also the case that many Pan-Africanist groups and organizations were organizing and were present among these groups long before any UN recognition. So nobody was waiting for the UN to recognize the so-called Maroons in Jamaica and in Haiti and the Galafuna in St. Vincent and other places before we went among them and was organizing to throw off the shackles of neocolonialism and colonialism. It's nonsense. Long before
my brother. Sorry. This is unsynchronized. for the mere fact that in political science, if you
Very simple,
knew
right?
that to get your tribe, and then that would class as a nation on the UN Charter, on the UN Register, to be recognized was not a thing of thing. It was acknowledgement. You know, like you're putting them on notice. Yeah, like look, we're here, we exist. All our paperwork is intact. This is my tribe. I'm from the Yamasee tribe. Blah 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 blah. Oh, the Yamasee tribe is already on the UN Charter. Then no problem. Because when I'm trying to do my sovereignty and free myself from the shackles of all these laws and legislations, some of these things have to be done. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying you lot as an organization should have already reached that situation already and been there, and we can say, oh, okay, like the Nation of Islam is on there. Do you get what I'm saying? Oh, the Pan-African organization is on there. That's cool. Then you can fight on a different front.
There is no
Hold on, because then as a tribe and a nation of people, then you can have a say in whatever's going on in the world. You know what I'm saying?
There you
And
go
that would
again,
be
brother, on
hold
synchronized again.
on 1 second. That would be better political science in the sense if you want to go into that realm. Because the laws that are being used there are international law. So it's not about
controlled by the
local. 1
Europeans.
second, my brother. 1 second. Yes, because even if you're controlled by a government is not controlled by the rule of law in the land. These are facts.
You're
Yeah.
missing
Why
the
is that?
government, though,
Why is
brother.
that? Because they are businesses. So they're not ruled by those things, laws and legislations. They're ruled by codes of conduct. Yeah. So it's different, bruv. Yeah. What you're actually talking about and what we're actually talking about is the land, the rights, the treaties that were signed before any rule of law, and treaties supersede any rule of law.
You already, brother.
Let's say
Non-African people are not going to have a
supersedes.
fair
Hold
treaty. Brother, they're
on,
not
hold
going
on,
to have a
hold
fair treaty,
on.
brother. They've
My
proven
brother,
it.
brother. But this is just in the sense of getting yourself free. If you want your sovereignty, you're going to have to look into the history of this information. And this is why some of us can update you and say, listen, no, it's not about black this and African this. No, it's about indigenous rights, aboriginal. These are the words that need to be used
Africa's
when
older
you're
than the word
dealing. 1
indigenous,
second,
brother.
1
It's older
second,
than
1
indigenous.
second, 1 second. When you're dealing
it's
on an
not.
international forum, when you're dealing on that level, you don't want to be dealing on a local commercial law level or maritime or admiralty law, because you're trapped within a system.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's two
You
things
want to
here.
be sovereign.
Right, you want to be sovereign and outside the system. So I'm saying, where is the Pan-African sovereign outside the system, or an organized organization that we can look up and say, boom, this is them, this is their headquarters, we can go to them for advice, and the country that they set up is Gambia, for example, and boom, at least we'd have something. Because other than that, everything you're saying is a myth.
Yeah, of
And
course, because
hypothetical.
you set a standard that suits your anti-Pan-African agenda.
Right.
Right, but it doesn't mean that your standard is commensurate with the development of Pan-Africanism.
Can an African hold on, wait. Can an African be anti-African? I'm an anti-African though. I'm not anti-African, but I'm anti-Pan-African. Hold on. Which came first? Which one should I put my loyalty to? Being African or being Pan-African? What are we doing here?
In relation to the,
I'm not even loyal to being
in relation
African.
to the,
I'm loyal to being my tribe and of my people.
Thank you for letting us know. Thank you for letting us know. Right. At the same time, the if you want examples of Pan-Africanists who have engaged with the United Nations, there are any number of Pan-Africanists and Pan-Africanist organizations who have engaged with the United Nations. Right. Again, you don't have to be a nation to interact with the United Nations. It's a force thing, right? So
it's me, man, it's me.
Yeah. So if I say that there are Pan-Africanists who have engaged with the United Nations, but there are Pan-Africanists who have engaged in the United Nations on the basis of being a nation. For example, the Assaja for Kwame Nkrumah. For example, Abdul Rahman Mohammed Babu, from Tanzania and Zanzibar, or what becomes known as Tanzania. I should say Tanganyika and Zanzibar, which becomes known as Tanzania. There are any number of Pan-Africanists who have engaged there from the reparations movement, for example.
Can I quickly, sorry, 1 second.
Allow me to finish. The point is that the recognition of Pan-Africanism or any group of African people is not established through recognition of the United Nations. That is the point that's being made. Yeah, we are not a people only when the United Nations recognize us. The United Nations is a neo-colonial institution that is run by neo-colonial settler colonies like America. Yes. And is dominated by neo-colonizers like Britain and France. Yeah.
So can I ask you a quick question, Shaka? You're saying the UN aren't the ones who should determine that, well, Pan-Africans are a people. What about Africans? You're saying that the United Nations shouldn't be the ones determining Pan-Africans as a people, yeah?
No, so yes, I'm saying okay. That. I'm sorry. Let me clarify. I'm saying that the United Nations does not establish the peoplehood of African people in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, so do Africans decide the peoplehood of Africans?
Yes.
Okay, so in relation to Pan-Africans, would you say that Africans largely support Pan-Africanism or are against it on record?
Most Africans around the world are not educated about Pan-Africanism to be in support or against it. So if we're talking about like, for example, the education systems in majority Black nations, you're not going to find a curriculum that teaches about Pan-Africanism. Yeah, and so one of the things that Pan-Africanists do is educate. Yeah, it's political education.
Okay, cool.
Expose people to the ideas that are within a Pan-African agenda. So Pan-Africanism is not a people. Pan-Africanism is a goal that is associated with a people. Yeah, there is no people group being established called Pan-African.
So okay, that's fine. So it's a mindset of individuals, right?
It's a goal that has spawned ideologies and ways of acting towards achieving that goal.
Okay, so it is a mind. That's a long way of just
it's
saying
an idea.
It's a mindset.
It's an idea.
It's a mindset.
It's just an ideology.
Why didn't you just say that?
Right.
Not tangible.
So I've already said it.
So hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, but you gave the word salad.
Sorry. Sorry. So it's a mindset of people. Do you know certain people within Africa had the Pan-Africanist mindset? I'll list you some of the names of those people. Idi Amin, Robert Mugabe, and Muammar Gaddafi were all Pan-Africanists who did horrible things to Africans in the name of being a Pan-Africanist and calling for a wider spread, united Africa in the same way that Pan-Africans do. Do you think that that is acceptable? Because there's people, it's funny you mentioned Tanzania. I was going to mention it earlier, but I'll let you keep on going. A prior president of Tanzania called Pan-Africanists, what did he say? A committee of dictators who decide that they want how things should be seen and use the idea of colonialism in order to be seen as relevant to this day. Do you still agree? Do you agree with these facts, or do you think any different?
Sorry, first of all, name the former president of Tanzania that you're referring to, please.
It is Julius Nyerere.
And so Julius Nyerere was a Pan-Africanist.
Not according to him. He said that Pan-Africanists are a committee, quote, a committee of dictators that don't protect the rights of Africans.
Wow.
I'm 100% saying that Julius Nyerere was a Pan-Africanist. Yeah,
I'm 100% saying.
Sorry. Can I prove it?
He was an anti-colonial.
Well, you should know better then.
Sorry. Can I prove it to you?
And he's a political theorist.
He'd be best
but in
place
no
to
way
speak
was
against
he
it.
a Pan-Africanist.
I could believe that.
No, he was a Pan-Africanist.
Green Book is fire, though.
I think you need to be in it to win it. So to have an opinion on it, he might have been a member.
Can't he explain? Can't
that's very possible.
Can't the black and green come around?
But his
Julius,
end, his end summation is what Raheem's talking about. Ooh.
Exactly.
you
He's
don't
turned
know.
around and he said, "No,
He's got and he's
it's
gonna
not what it
explain it
is."
though. He's gonna
You don't
explain it.
know. So, thank you. Julius Nyerere is 100% Pan-Africanist, and I'm telling you that he was, because in 1974 he hosted the fifth Pan-African, the sixth Pan-African Congress in Tanzania. Yeah, I know this for a fact because a number of organizations from the UK went there. Man that me and woman that me and Kel No went to Tanzania in 1974 because Julius Nyerere called a Pan-African Congress. Yeah, he's a leading light of Pan-Africanism. There's no doubt about that. So come again.
I would
Sorry,
vehemently
to
disagree.
answer your questions. So again, there are various different schools of Pan-Africanism, and there are many. This is why I say it's important to learn the history and the development of the thing. Yeah. First of all, Gaddafi is an Arab. He's not an African.
Wow, talk it, bro. Talk it.
All of a sudden.
Therefore, his Pan-African.
But he's a Pan-African though.
He's
He's a
Pan-African.
Pan-African.
not, brother.
Exactly.
No,
You
he's
don't have
not.
to be black or an African to be a Pan-African.
Allow me.
Allow him to finish.
No, you're the one
You
who
got non-Africans in your organization.
Allow the red, black, and green to hug you all. Allow it to hug you.
Allow me to finish.
That's the only thing I'm keeping is the flag.
Yeah, God.
Yeah. Yeah. So and there are differences among Pan-Africanists on the viability of Gaddafi. Yeah. That does exist. At the same time, one of the differences that has existed among Pan-Africanists even from before Gaddafi, and it's one of the key differences between the Garveyite and the Nkrumah strain of Pan-Africanism, is the fact that there are some ideologies within Pan-Africanism that embrace what they call continentalism, which is Africa as it is, constituted, regardless of who's there. Then there are others who identify Pan-Africanism in terms of the identity, which is African, which related to Black people. Yeah, the non-Black peoples of who are on the continent today generally do not refer to themselves as African and have not, historically speaking, right? So the African identity that informs the development of Pan-Africanism develops in relation to the indigenous peoples, the indigenous Black peoples, right? So these are two.
Yeah, but how are you running from Muammar Gaddafi? If they're saying he's a Pan-African, and you're saying that Pan-African
No, he said he's an Arab.
are being described
Can't
as
be a Pan-African
non-Africans.
and be an
1
Arab.
second. Okay, cool. You can't be a Pan-African and be an Arab, but he was. Yeah,
Exactly.
That is a major L. That is a major
Brother,
L.
you see, you're using your
You
own.
get me? Your own. No,
interpretation.
you're using your own parameters to debunk
Brother, I'm
yourself.
using the
I don't
principles of
understand.
Pan-Africanism, brother. He cannot be a
So
Pan-African.
did
He's
he.
an
So
Arab,
did he. So did he.
brother.
Right.
We didn't.
Right. So you're not claiming Muammar Gaddafi, no? You're not claiming him.
I never. I respect what he did. I don't claim him, bro. Gonna disrespect.
If we want to have an intelligent conversation rather than a point scoring match, let's engage that in it. Yeah, I've already said that there are some differences among some Pan-Africanists in relation to Gaddafi. I've already said that.
Is he a Pan-African though?
Again,
he was a Pan-African outright, right?
I've already,
regardless of his ideology, he's a Pan-African.
Again, in my humble opinion, Gaddafi was an Arabic expansionist.
That's right.
Who used Pan-African rhetoric to
That's
carry
right.
certain African leaders. That's my
Right,
opinion.
so he was into the Marxist, communist. Yeah, we know, socialist kind of. Yeah, we understand. We understand. It's all right.
Sorry,
man.
excuse me.
You and Stalin are bedfellows right now.
Because Raheem, although he came with a particular kind of energy, but he did not. Within that energy, there was some relevant questions there. So let's answer.
There was no energy. I came.
There was no questions really.
I came on a very respectful tip.
I didn't say you were disrespectful, my brother. I said that there was an energy.
He just saying you brought some fire. He's saying he respected.
Yeah, you brought that.
We've
Man, put Muammar Gaddafi on the screen.
It's not the first time that me and Raheem have engaged.
I know he's leaning, looking at Shakara like, huh?
And
Yeah,
Raheem doesn't
Oh,
make it.
how come they got the same outfit? Mud thing. But anyway, let's move
Raheem
forward.
doesn't make it a secret that he's
That I'm what?
I said Marcus Garvey
Yeah.
and Gaddafi got the same uniform. Man.
Yeah.
Am I lying? Come on, man.
Yeah, that's some superficial reasoning. But if that's the level that you want to engage on, then fine.
I wonder who's awarding medals.
At the same time,
Hey, Gaddafi's green book.
At the same time,
despite his behavior, Gaddafi's green book is.
He's got that Pan African look still. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Really good.
But I've got that Pan African look, that BDI. I'm gonna steal your country look.
Gaddafi, for example, if you read Chinweze, who's an Igbo elder, from Nigeria. He currently lives in Ghana.
What's got Nigeria got to do with it? We in
Where's
Libya right now.
We're
We with Momo.
region,
This nigga
brother.
ran to
They were
Nigeria. God damn
They were
it.
Pan-Africanists in
God damn.
Nigeria, so we got to talk about it.
God
This
damn.
is what I'm saying. Like in
Have
the
you
sense
been there?
of
Have you been there, Kel?
now we get to having an intelligent conversation. Let's have an intelligent conversation.
When it comes to my country, you ain't
It
been
doesn't
there.
make it doesn't make sense.
Brother.
It doesn't make sense that we're discussing. It doesn't make sense that we're discussing Pan-Africanism and you want to run Nigeria.
No,
That's
I'm
just
just African.
right.
I'm sorry.
right. It doesn't make
I'll
any
just
sense.
go with that.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
What's it
I don't
called?
rate
Right.
that word African,
And,
but
and, and
I'll
please,
go
and
with it
please,
for
and
colloquial terms.
please don't disrespect your Nigerian elder. Thank you very much. I'm about
That's
to
right.
defeat some of these wordsmen of wisdom.
I don't
So
know who's that is.
in his book,
Bro, what is that?
in his book,
In Nigeria, we live, man. Like, what are you
in
doing?
his book, decolonizing the African
We
mind.
live. You know what I'm saying? Like, life is for
In his
living.
book.
Politics,
All right.
you can die over politics in my country.
Speaking about the elder, brother.
Yeah.
Allow him to finish speaking
Let
about
me
it.
know.
Well, we
Right,
have
right.
family members who are
Let me know.
politicians and all
Let
of
me
that.
know
So,
when you're ready to have an
and,
intelligent
and,
conversation.
and great leaders. So, like,
Let
what
me
we
know
doing,
when you're ready
man?
to have an intelligent conversation. Raheem,
Yeah.
I will continue to answer when I can have engage you with intelligently. All right. No problem.
Yeah. Go on.
So may I step in here since no one else is talking?
No, you may
No,
not.
Yeah, well, I
This is
will
not-
anyway.
this is
go
not
on,
for you,
Banksy,
Banksy.
go on.
I will anyway.
This ain't for you.
With that,
let's keep
regardless
going.
of your permission, I'm not asking for permission. I'm just telling you that I'm going to step in.
Come on, Iran. Do your thing.
Yeah, tell us
Whilst
how
you all sit
Pan-African
here
Iran
and
is.
mentally masturbate to your ideals of Pan-Africanism, the real people who are the movers and shakers of this world, who meet at Davos every year, the Klaus Schwab of the world, are the ones who are making the plans for your fucking lives right now.
That's right.
They're the ones who are actually making plans for the rest of us, for all of us. Doesn't matter if you're in Africa, Australia, or Asia.
but God got
They're
plans
making the
too,
plans for the lot. So you go ahead and mentally masturbate over your Pan-African ideals and dreams
Yeah,
for
but
all you're
God got
worth.
plans
Sexualized
too, and
But the
Some of us are
reality
not
is,
Pan-Africans.
it's the
Can I
people
ask,
at
why do you
Davos
always
who are going to make the
sexualize
calls on your
Banksy.
future.
Who cares?
Banksy.
Banksy,
Some of us
Fuck out of here with that
understand it a different
fear-mongering.
way.
Fuck out of here with
Banksy,
that
why
white
is
man
everything
fear-mongering.
has
My
to
God got
always
something
be
for
a
y'all. Be
sexual
quiet with that.
innuendo with you? Are you insecure sexually? Like
It's called
everything's
mental
always...
masturbation because it is
Yeah,
a
But
form
why
of actually doing
Because of
something that
toupee.
has no
You're
actual
known for
purpose.
doing
You
everything
just
to
give
do with
yourselves a little bit of
sex.
endorphin release. That's all it is. That's why
Yeah,
it's referred to
hold
as
on. So
mental
look at it this way.
masturbation.
Look at
It
this
is
way.
a form
Look at
of
it this
doing
way,
something that
Banksy.
has
I
no
know.
actual end or
Banksy,
goal.
you're talking and
You
this
don't
way.
understand the term, so you think it's
Iranian.
sexual, but it's not sexual,
Iranian
Raheem.
at that, you know.
You don't know what it is.
Banksy,
Unfortunately, your low IQ
Banksy,
cannot comprehend
Banksy,
such things.
calm down, Banksy, and listen.
African issues.
Calm down and listen.
Go on, Raheem.
Everything you say is a sexual innuendo. Earlier, it was skull fucking and fucking people's mums.
Right.
Before
No.
then,
I
you're
said
known for
to
talking
Vin
about
because he was talking
Hold on,
about.
Banksy. Hold on,
drawing
Banksy, man.
pictures. Shush, Banksy. Then before you're known for talking about pictures of drawing pictures of children and masturbating to it, and it's your right, irrespective of whether you said you meant to say it that way or not.
Yes.
You always bring a sexual element. What is it with
Why
that?
you got amnesia
insecure?
now?
Well,
The fact is that they were all different conversations, first of all. Second of all,
That has nothing to do with it.
the
It's
mental
fact that it's a common
masturbation is
theme.
not sexual. This is why you're low IQ, Raheem. You don't understand the constant. No, masturbation also refers to self-pleasure. It's not just to do with the act of cracking one out. It is used as a form of self-indulgence. It is used as a form of self-indulgence, Raheem. I'm sorry that your vocabulary is so low and your grasp of the English language is so bad.
Hold on, Raheem and Banksy. Unfortunately, this is not a debate about masturbation. Like, if you don't want to schedule that in, we can make that happen.
It's Raheem who took objection to it so much.
No problem.
This is why Brother Kel speaks about synchronization, because if we were synchronized, we would ignore the non-African and tell them to just go away and move on with the conversation. Do you know what I'm saying?
No,
We would
the
what?
reason
We
why
would
I
do
said
what?
that was
Sorry,
to
we would do
highlight
what?
the flaw.
Sorry, Shaka, say that again.
I said if we were synchronized, we'd just ignore the non-African intervention and tell them to go away and just move on with the conversation.
See, that's the Pan-African
Unfortunately,
mindset.
we can't do that on a media platform that's open to all perspectives. We
Yes,
can't
I
do that.
know where I'm at in it. I'm being a bit facetious, but the reality is that
You don't make me unsynchronized. Like, if anything, it makes me more synchronized, because I know you're gonna shine against the dimwit.
Most definitely. No, like I said, I was being facetious at the same time.
Yeah,
Bear
yeah,
in
yeah.
mind that Banksy's intervention was to just basically throw shade on the conversation.
We need that. We need that. Hold on. And I think personally, that's definitely needed to replicate a realistic environment.
Right.
No, I get that, bro.
Yeah,
I look forward to the realistic environment whereby we don't care what they have to say and we just move on with what we got to do. Do you know what I'm saying? But that's all good, isn't it? I get it. I'm not challenging.
I would say this. In real life, whatever dealings me and you would have, Banksy wouldn't have a say on anything we had organized.
100%,
right? But obviously, once we go to the debating platform or the conversation platform that's open, then here's where it is. So Banksy's point though was that Pan-Africanism or any of these organizations or movements are not actually tackling real world.
No, that wasn't his point. He's saying that
It was. Hold on. It was.
He's saying that
No, hold on, man. Hold on. It was his point, because he's saying the real people that are making real decisions are these people, Bilderberg, whatever, Davos, whatever, all these things that he mentioned. That's what he's saying. He's saying Pan-Africanism is not fucking doing shit for the future of our people.
Right.
Yeah, so the issue with that is that nobody is denying that these people run the world. The reason why the concept of neocolonialism exists and the need to fight against neocolonialism and globalization exists is precisely because these forces are currently dominating the world in general and the destiny and development of African people in particular. So yes, that is the case, and we accept that. And so therefore we recognize the need to organize against such a reality and bring a new one into existence. The recognition of the need to organize against it doesn't presume that we have in our hands all of the resources that are needed to wage that war. It recognizes that we need to develop those resources. And through developing those resources, we will increase the amount of power that we have to challenge those realities.
Right.
We don't say, well, because they run it, then we're not going to do anything. Like, no, we do something. And whatever we do, we make a contribution, and hopefully we pass that something down to the next generation.
Banksy, can I just see if Banksy wants to respond to that? Since that was a response to his initial statement. Banksy, you want to respond to that?
My statement, I made a statement. I didn't ask a question. I simply point out that these again these mental masturbations, these self-indulgence of oh, we can do this. I'll be honest, you guys, you're dreamers. You're fantasy people. You're not dealing with the reality of the world. The reality of the world is that number one, the people in the World Economic Forum and the Bilderbergs and the Davos, well, the Davos people for sure, are the ones who are going to be writing the future of this planet. And if anything, even if they don't, the next person in line isn't any
No, they're not.
African or any African nations. It's the Chinese. They're the only ones that are going to
No,
be
it's
taking
God.
up the mantle of the world superpower next. There is the
And the
African nations
reality
and the
is,
Middle Eastern nations are going to be, at least for the next 100 years, in enslavement between these two powers. They
and
are.
we
There isn't even a dream of your
that's the
great
beautiful,
grandchildren of
that's the
receiving
beautiful
any kind of
country.
independence or a Pan-African ideas. That is a
Answer that,
vague
Vin.
dream that
And
you
let me
guys
Answer
are
that, Vin.
currently involved in.
Man,
You might as well go and watch
gotta study
Star
Africa.
Wars and pretend that's real.
Amazing. All right, let me get Shakarad and let me get Bin.
First of all, for the record, I was actually responding to JEDI. I was not responding to Banksy. But seeing as this is the road that JEDI wants to go down, we'll indulge.
I just want to open it up.
That's fine, bro. I get it.
Yeah.
The time frame that was given there was instructive. 100 years ago, nobody would have thought that the Chinese would be second in position to be a world power. Yeah, and in some respects, some are saying that they're actually taking over first position at the moment. 100 years ago, that was unthinkable. Yeah, nobody would have thought that would be the case. It took for the Chinese to organize around the basis of being Chinese. Yeah, to subsume some of their differences and assert the power and the beauty and the glory and the pride in their Chineseness, and develop some kind of strategy around the identity to empower themselves. And 100 years later, yeah, based upon the work and what those who were Chinese and were impassioned by the desire to be sovereign Chinese started 100 years ago and more. Yeah, the Chinese people.
They got over the opioid.
Are in that.
They got over
position
the
today.
opioid.
So if it is the case that the fruits.
Don't worry, Vin, you're next.
Yeah, if it is the case that
Can I go after, please? Yeah.
Yeah.
If it is the case that the fruits of my labor, and all of the black nationalists, Pan-Africanists of this age, will not be seen for another 100 years. I like those prospects. I'm happy about that. And I more power to my descendants. Who in 100 years' time will manifest some of what I've worked for and what others have worked for in this day and age.
Yeah, big up, Shaks. Vin.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this whole China's or whoever's gonna rule for 100 years. Yeah, nah. My God is gonna rule. So y'all got about to 2030, maybe a little bit after that, but that's about y'all time frame. Okay, so whatever little plan they think they're gonna wrap up in their little new world order, my God gonna crush all that anyway. So listen. Anyway, outside of that, it's not going to be a singular nation ruling the world. It's called a new world order for a reason. It's a worldwide digital prison system where people will be locked into sustainable smart cities after the population reduction, if it's successful, gets done. So that's their goal and their plan, right? So it's not going to be one world power. China does have the world system that they're looking for, and the world religion that they're looking for is Islam. So they're going to use Islam and the Chinese dystopian technocracy, where they're spying on people using the real life Skynet, and they do it over here in America as well. So it's not one country, But my God's gonna win anyway, so it doesn't matter. So they can do whatever little small chess moves they want. You think they're playing.
Vin's God's gonna save us all. Hurrah!
Raheem and Banksy, you can check. Oh, go on, Karen.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish this. Yeah, God can't see everything they're doing in their little secret meetings. Like, listen, you can carry your little atheistic, pessimistic viewpoints, and the reality is there's a script that's going to be played out, and they got to about 2030. So, that's that.
So I can understand and sort of agree with the sentiments that Banksy has said in terms of the Bilderbergs and all of that, and I can understand where Vin is coming from. But what I think is people are still breaking this onto a divisive mindset, and that is one of the major reasons why I personally don't think Pan-Africanism can work, because Pan-Africanism, in my opinion, denies the individual identity of Black people across the globe. And the same way that the Chinese have never been unbroken, bar the small fraction that the English Empire placed into them to break them down a bit. They've always been seen as one China. Africa has never been seen as one Africa. There's always been a nation or a tribal mindset that has separated everything. And I think these are things that we should be promoting rather than saying, you know what, we need to understand that that you're all one African, because as I said in the comments, African is a European title. We need to understand the individual and unite based upon the individual, not uniting underneath a European title, in my opinion, because that's the difference between the Chinese and the African. And then also, as I said before, all of the nations, they all speak, and all of these influencers who are in between the lead, who are above the leaders, they all speak and let everyone know everything. So where you're saying it's nation versus nation, America versus China, superpower this, superpower that, this is all games and tactics to make us think that they all don't like each other. They all tell each other what they're going to do before anything happens.
Come on,
and that all happens. So yeah, that was my little thing to put in.
Go on.
In relation to the Chinese point, it's false to say that China has always been one China. The history of China has been fraught with civil wars and different groups of people vying for power and so on and so forth. And if you watch kung fu movies, for example, beyond the martial arts, and look at the storylines, they will tell you that, right? And to a significant degree, the unity of China relied upon them being able to see themselves as one people, to at least to some degree. So that's incorrect. At the same time, again, coming at this monolithic idea that is imposed upon Pan-Africanists, nobody suggests that you have to not be Igbo or Yoruba or Xhosa or Chikongo or Nua or Dinka or whatever to be a Pan-Africanist. In fact, it is the Pan-Africanist that affirms all of these various different identities as African and seeks to emphasize the unifying features that exist across these various different identities. It also decolonizes the concept of these identities in terms of their relationship to each other. So many of the identities that we have today are actually products of colonialism, and were designed to foster,
like African,
and were designed to foster. No, the African identity is a challenge to colonialism, and so even if one, and it's a relevant argument, suggests that the label itself is insufficient, and I'm sympathetic to the argument that the label itself is insufficient or whatever. It comes about at a particular period of time, and it has a significance within that context, and I would argue it still has significance today. But the emphasis is not on the label itself, but the substance. What does it mean? When we say African, what does it mean? And if we use a different name, would the entity, the biocultural entity, the political entity that is being referred to, still have relevance? And it does.
That's right.
Yes. And it does. It has
to respond.
Culturally. Sorry, it has relevance culturally. It has relevance politically. It has relevance economically, and it has relevance geographically. And so the issue is that there's too much. People speak with authority about what is and is not Pan-Africanism, but not in the position of being informed, having informed themselves about the thing. And I don't say that to be insulting. It's just a reality based on what I've heard, from the conversation. Because nobody says all these things about monolith, and the idea that you have to.
You don't have to say it. You imply it.
Hold on.
And you can draw an implication from anything, but I've categorically said in so many words, right, that it doesn't require this, and people are still going to go forth today, and without any further research or any evidence for the claim that they're making, and still assert this same thing, right? So if a Pan-Africanist in Nigeria,
develops a school whereby he wants to emphasize the use of Yoruba, yeah, because he's a native Yoruba speaker, for example. And another Pan-Africanist does it whereby he, in South Africa, inserts and establishes Zulu as the language of instruction. They're not any less Pan-Africanist because they've used two different languages. The point is that they've affirmed the African languages as the primary language of instruction. Yes. Also, if Africans have a common language,
brother, I'm sorry to cut you, but you're going on quite a bit, so I'm going to lose my train of thought. So just to respond to a few points that you made, for me personally, I believe a name holds power. So if everything is linked to certain things because of the name or title that they're given, especially that of a European colonial mindset, the European title of Africa and anything that is linked to that title falls under, in my opinion, that same intrinsic divisive method for colonialism. So where you mention things such as Yoruba and Xhosa and a few other native organic words for those original language and tribes, those are the proper ways that we should be referring to individuals, because those individuals' identities mean more than the title that was given by invaders to a nation that had black people on their shores.
Africa means already.
Sorry, Colton, we're having a really good flow the way things are going. If you want right to respond, you can put your hand up or say that you would like to speak after when I'm done. But let's keep it civil before we go back into Discord. I think that's the level that JEDI tried to set, and I'm trying to abide by that. It'd be respectful if everyone did the same. Yeah. Cool.
Who say?
So, for me personally, I think when we turn around and we say things such as you have a Pan-African mindset, you are, in my opinion, still showing a branch, a socialist European mindset branch that is Africanism rather than the individual tribes that make up the beauty of black people across the globe. Hale, if you want to respond.
There's a few things in that, right? I never said that the issue of the name is irrelevant. Yeah, that's not what I said. I said what's more important is the substance behind it. What does it mean? What are we referring to? And whether that has relevance. Yes. The name Africa for the continent comes into existence in a particular way. Nobody is actually sure about the name, where it comes from. Yeah, and nobody in this conversation can attest to a definitive idea of where the name comes from, because there isn't one.
There is some things, brother Shakara, in regards to the Nile Valley, Af from Ra.
I know.
You know that, any brother? All right, go on, bro.
I know, but I'm saying it's not.
But there's also European from Afrik, meaning without cold. So
but even
from the Arabic.
Sorry, that one though.
From the Explorer Africanus or whatever.
There are some.
But you're not going to get no examples.
Please.
There are some ideas that have been debunked. Yeah. So that, for example, that coming from the Africanus one is debunked because the place had the name Africa already. Yes. That's not his original name. That was given to him as a title because of his military exploits.
Yeah, I know that story. Yeah.
Right. So that's already debunked. But the most popular theory at the moment is that the word is derived from a place in North Africa, and the term itself comes from one of the Berber languages in North Africa, right? But the name itself becomes popularized through the Roman usage of the word. Yes,
Europeans, right? Invaders, right?
Well, of course, but again, so there's levels to the thing. So you're talking about one level, but you're not discussing the other levels. Yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing is that the identity of African
Yes, because remember that's the name Africa, and even when that name becomes popularized, it wasn't necessarily originally popularized in relation to the entire continent, but the identity of African, yes, using the terminology African, comes about within the context of resistance to colonialism and enslavement, and the peoples that are resisting finding a commonality to identify with. That's where that comes from. Yes. So when we're talking about Africans on plantations, and some of them are Igbo, some of them are Bakongo, and some of them are Mbundu, and some of them are Fon, and some of them are Mande, and some of them are Mandinka, and etc. 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 Yes, the terminology of African, yeah, becomes used, one, because they're recognizing their commonality, two, because even culturally speaking, the cultures that we have in the Caribbean are the product of the amalgamation of African cultures. Yes?
You keep saying yes, and I feel like saying no to all of the yeses,
No.
because I don't necessarily
No, the
agree.
answer is no.
I don't necessarily agree.
Well, that's a fact, right? So for example,
it's an opinion,
it's not a
fact.
No, it's not an opinion.
It is an opinion.
No, yeah,
For example,
it's a lie. What you
for
say.
example,
It's a
it's
lie.
not.
It's an outright lie.
Well, put it this way: if it is an opinion, then my opinion is demonstratable by, for example, Kumina in Jamaica, yes, which is a majority derivative of the Bakongo culture that was brought, yeah, from the Central Africa, but carries elements within it of the Ashanti tradition. Yeah, it is demonstrated by the fact that the Ashanti cultures, as they are retained in the island like Jamaica, carry elements of the Kikongo, the Yoruba, and so on. It is demonstrated by the fact that if you look into Vodun tradition in Haiti, even though we know that Vodun comes from West Africa, there are elements, there are literal principles.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, there are literal
Hold
principles.
on. Right to respond.
That are derived from Kikonga ancestors and so on and so on and so on. Right. So much of our culture in the Americas draws on these various different aspects of what it means to be an African.
So
Yeah?
let me pause you
That's
right
not
there.
true.
Let me pause you right there, Shaka, brother Shaka, because I love you as my brother. You are an amazing individual. I love your passion. But one of the things you are amazing at doing is talking so much that people almost forget their points and the original question, or both, I guess. The fact that you have varying cultures in areas of the Caribbean and America and other places is not to do with a banner of Africanism. It is to do with slaves being taken from across different patches in Africa, except it being the East African, which was largely dominated by Arabic slave trade. We know that the largest amount of slaves came from Central Africa, Congo, while the smaller amount came from the West African. So as we know, Ghana, Nigeria, what's the country beginning with S? Flipping out.
Senegal?
It's a French colony. No, not Senegal. Senegal's
Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone, thank you.
Yeah.
We know that these are countries. We know that these are countries where slaves were brought from. So that's where you get that mix of. That's where you get that mix of cultures. Bro. What are you talking about? How not?
Yeah. So for example, yeah. If you're going to talk about African and the label and it being insufficient, all of the countries that you just named did not exist when we were brought over as enslaved people. All right, that's the first thing. Yeah, there was no Nigeria, there was no Senegal, there was no Sierra Leone, right? But it's very interesting because most people that I've come across who front this the African label argument never seem to challenge the legitimacy of Nigerian and Democratic Republic of Congo
and Arab Republic of Egypt.
That's not my point. My point
and
wasn't to
so
do
on
with.
and so
Hold
forth.
on, sorry, because what you're going to do is you're going to take my point and
I think we
twist it to
do,
something
but we
else.
say like,
Let me clarify, and then let's see if you still think the same thing. I'm using terms so that we can all relate because we all know what they are. You use tribal names, I use geographical locations.
Exactly.
So, but what you're failing to see is that when you spoke originally, you mentioned the cultures of those tribes from Central and Western Africa.
Yes.
Not the fact that they went there and called themselves Africans, because they didn't.
But
they went over. They went
did.
over as those enslaved individuals from those tribes.
Sorry.
They didn't say you're African and I'm African. They said
yes,
you and me
look
similar, but you're this tribe and you're that tribe.
No, but you're wrong. They manifestly did, and again, the recognition of their individual people group, and we're talking as though. So one of the mistakes that people make is that they talk as though people groups on the African continent have existed into perpetual history. It's not the case. Yeah, there was a time when there was no Yoruba, and there was no Mokongo, and there was no Igbo. Yeah, and there was no Mbundu.
Right.
There was a time before those things existed too. Okay, and many of those people groups are in fact amalgamations of different people groups. For example, the Dogon. Yeah.
Right.
What becomes known as Yoruba is a unification. Sorry, 1 second. Is a unification of different people groups, and also many of those people groups did not just exist as their individual people groups. There's a thing called empire as it exists in African history. Yeah,
Europe is the reason why that point doesn't make sense, brother.
Sorry. 1 second.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, apologies.
Right. As far as it goes, yeah, it's not one of the untold stories of African history is the extent to which the so-called tribes that people like to talk about actually formed federations. Yes, and actually formed what became known as empires. Yeah, that were governed by or populated by different groups of African people. Nobody ever seems to talk about that. Everybody talks about West Africa and Central Africa and Southern Africa and East Africa as though these people groups, tribes, have existed from 10,000 BC and they maintain the same makeup today. That's false.
Right. No one claimed that.
America, sorry.
So let me hold on. Pause again. What you're doing now is you're straw manning. So I did not turn around and say that these people are the original as themselves in 4000 BC, or the 4th century BC, because that's how. Hold on, I'm trying to remember now. Yoruba stretched back to 4th century BC. So,
but not under the name Yoruba.
Why would I expect these? Sorry.
But not under the name Yoruba. You do understand that, right?
Under the name
no, that's
Yoruba.
That's
the history of Yoruba.
No, that's false. That is false.
How is it false?
Yeah, because okay, let me explain. Yeah, so the Yoruba is in itself, a federation, right? You've got various different groups.
No, it was an empire under the Oyo Empire.
The Oyo Empire didn't encompass all Yoruba and exclusively Yoruba. There were various groups of people that were under the Oyo Empire, but the Yoruba were the dominant group of people. Yeah?
Right. So they
oh my God, what are we doing, man? Please, man.
They were the
allow this, man.
Oyo.
Brothers, let him clarify.
Sorry, one second. Jedi has made himself large. Everything gone.
Pause.
Yeah, pause. Sorry.
I just wanted us to kind of not get bored with the conversation and allow other people to finish their points. Obviously, we'd encourage people to be brief if they could, you know what I mean? But yeah, let's not just interrupt my mid-flow. Pause. Yeah. So please, Shakara, continue.
No, I'm just saying, put it this way, when there was an Oyo Empire, all of the Yoruba didn't exist under the Oyo Empire. Yeah? And during the time of the Oyo Empire, the term it would have been used towards the end. So we're talking about the term Yoruba becomes used in the mid 1800s. Yeah, before that, the Yoruba are known by their various different groups. You know what I'm saying? You know, the Egbe, you know what I'm saying, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's what they're known by prior to that time. Yeah. Now, the Oyo what is now called Benin, yeah, was a part of the Oyo Empire. All of those people are not Yoruba. There are Yoruba in Benin, but there's also Israel. There's also Fon, yeah, and various other groups of people.
They all fell under the title of the Yoruba Oya Oya Empire.
Can I
Go
speak
on.
on my country, please?
Yeah, sorry, brother. Go on, expert. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, the oldest Yoruba stronghold is Ife. Then second
about to
is
go into that,
Oyo,
yeah.
which went on into the Oyo Empire. Do you get what I'm saying? It is part of the same people. Whether loads of other different tribes reside, the major tribe that is still dominating all of these areas are the Yoruba, and their influence is unbelievable in the country. There's so many sub tribes that came out of the Yoruba. But to say that the Oyo people have, or the state of Oyo has nothing to do with the Yorubas, you would definitely be seriously mistaken in
That's not
that
what was said.
analysis.
That's not what was said. Yeah, that's not what was said. What was said was all of the Yoruba did not exist under the Oyo Empire, and the Oyo Empire was not exclusively Yoruba. That's what was said. Yeah. So you mentioned Ife. Ife was not Oyo Empire, but it was among the people group that became known as the Yoruba. The term Yoruba, not the people, but the term Yoruba doesn't get used until the 1800s. Yes, it's a particular development in the history of said peoples. Yeah. The same with.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
But it is true. It's
What is true though? What is true? Sorry, the development of the language from its old form of Yoruba to the modern form that we have, that is a change. But to say the people as Yorubas didn't exist before the 1800s is a ridiculous and fallacious statement.
All right, guys, I could set up this debate, but I'm interested to bring it back to not just specifically Nigeria.
Yeah, just leave
No,
it.
on a level, but sorry,
Right.
there's a misrepresentation of what I'm saying here.
Sorry, go on,
I said the people Yoruba did not exist. That's not what I said. Yeah, that's just not what I said. Right? I said the terminology of Yoruba doesn't get used onto a particular point. So the point that is being made is that we talk about in order to disqualify the Pan-African ethos, we discuss African peoples as though they've always been in fixed identities and never related to each other, or in whatever identities they are in, yes, their relationship has not been one of mutual development and growth. There's a book, yeah, entitled "How Igbo and Yoruba Became Different Languages." I'm gonna put that out there. I'll leave it there.
Anyway, when you're saying Oyo and you're saying Ife, you're speaking Yoruba. So I don't know what you.
Again, the land. I don't know what's so difficult about.
These are Yoruba words to name cities that Yoruba set up.
Here's the point, right? People groups have histories just like everything else in creation. Yes, and so there's a point at which a people become known as Yoruba. It doesn't mean that they never had any relationship to each other before. It just means that this particular name and seeing themselves in this particular way, or the name itself reflects a particular stage in their development. This happens in every people group. Yes, the Dogon were once not known as Dogon. Yeah, there are various different groups of people that come together to make up the Dogon, and at a particular stage in their development, they become known as Dogon. Right? So this is the case where every people group is concerned. The Pan-African idea doesn't say that you must discard your Yoruba or your Igbo or your Dogo or your Mande or your Mokongo or your Zulu or your Xhosa. The Pan-African idea says your Igbo, your Yoruba, your Dogo, your Umbundu, your Zulu, your Shona, your Indebele, yes, your Kikuyu, yes. There is a relationship between these things that we can use to develop political,
economic and cultural power in today's world.
For who?
That's what the idea says. Yeah. So because you are, it's not, you don't have to discard all those things. It's because you are Yoruba, you are African. Because you are Zulu, you are African, etc., etc., etc. And there is a cultural unity as established by Sheikh Anta Diop, yeah, in relation to these things, yeah, that and a geographical relationship that can form the basis of political and economic power, and through which we can develop social relationships to help us solve some of the problems that we are facing at this moment in time. That is the idea. Yeah. So unless anybody's going to bring me evidence to the contrary, can we discard this monolith business? Because it's not, nobody seems to be able to prove it apart from just making the statement.
Proof what? I'm sorry, you say.
I know you say
a lot,
stuff, but
didn't say
yeah,
anything.
you've been making a lot of fallacious statements and misconstruing
and
things
implications.
about people's culture and
I'm the only one bringing
tribal
evidence, right?
origin.
So
No, you're
if-
not. You're not. Hold on,
if
hold
you
on,
tell
hold
me-
on. Anyone knows who studied the Yoruba information knows their origins don't even originate in that region of Nigeria. It's all the way up in the Levant, yeah, and certain parts of the Persian Gulf. They're finding DNA of and information to tell you that Yorubas were here. You get what I'm saying? So this is time before. Hold on. This is time before anything that you're talking about, 1800s. Yeah,
Right.
because they're talking about 1500s when certain events happened. You know what I mean? Like the first with the tribe in Ife.
I'm
And
trying
then,
to figure out whether you're having a comprehension issue or you're deliberately misrepresenting. Because
well, I
this
can't misrepresent myself, can I,
this is
my
about
brother?
the fifth time that you've done that. Again,
I
I've
said
not
I can't
again,
misrepresent
I
myself,
have not
bro.
said
Yeah?
again.
You're saying Yorubas were
you're
not
talking about
Yorubas.
DNA,
Who
you're
were
talking
they
about-
before they
you're
were
talking
Yorubas?
about-
Please
sorry,
explain.
you're talking about
Explain, innit?
Nigga said,
Yeah?
"Tell me who I am."
'Cause I could tell you other tribes in my country,
Hey, yo.
right, and
You're
their
talking
origin.
about DNA.
Yeah,
Sorry, but
They
I'm
gonna
not
tell you who you
I don't
again.
see this with Yorubas. I'm sorry.
Again. That because you're not the only Yoruba that I'm acquainted with.
Answer the blood question, bro.
Because the history of the development of Yoruba is not confined.
What were we before we were Yoruba? Simple question. What
That
we
is
doing here?
that is what I've been probing. I've already said, yeah. I've already given some indication.
You were African,
right? The reality is that prior to the term Yoruba being used, what became known as Yoruba were various groups of people who had relationship with each other. Yes, and at a certain point they take on the name Yoruba and become known as Yoruba. Before the term itself, the entity existed. Yes, the people that become known as Yoruba pre-exist the use of the term Yoruba.
Sorry, is it you? Is it sorry? Is it one? It's a people, right? Two,
all right,
it's a sorry. Two, it's a language. Is it not?
Yes, but I've already said that.
So
Again,
then, what are we doing here, bro? When did we just all of a sudden wake up and say we're all Yorubas in all diasporas of what we're calling Nigeria? Makes no fucking sense, bro.
I'll tell you
Brother
what.
Snipes, he never said that, Snipes, bro.
Exactly. I'll tell you what.
It's not making no sense at all.
I'll tell
And
you
you're gonna
what,
tell me
I'll tell
about
you
my people
I'll
and
tell you
how
what.
they came about and
Wait,
what were they
sorry.
before they were Yoruba? Is the simple question.
Ijebu Egba.
Thank you.
It was before we was Yoruba. Hold on.
Hold on, Terry, 1 second. Terry, before you speak, Terry, 1 second. 1 second, before you speak, are you Yoruba, Terry?
Yeah, I'm Ijebu first.
Okay, yeah. Continue. Go ahead. Go ahead, Terry. Go ahead.
Well, what I was saying is that the Yoruba, because there is, even within the Yoruba language, there's different dialects within the Yoruba language itself. Now, the people themselves, as in forms of family, are classed themselves in different aspects. Where you have the Egbas, you have the Ijebus, you have the Oyos. There's different empires.
Thank you.
But what you will understand is that we speak different types of Yoruba language.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Yeah. So in that aspect,
So in the
No, you ain't
forefront,
said that. I said that.
Oh my lord, you don't listen.
I told you the modern day Yoruba we speak is
We're
not what
slipping into
it
chaos,
originally
brothers.
was.
We're slipping
But
into
it's
chaos.
still by
Terry,
We're
Yoruba people talking about
being
Yoruba stuff.
mighty
Come on,
unsynchronized
man.
round about
Indeed.
now.
Right, let me have this. Terry,
everyone, both of you are right in both aspects, right?
But this is the
But
thing.
in the fact that we have to look at it in its expectations, in the fact that the Yoruba was coined to the Europeans in the fact of a collective, and the reason why that collective came about, as in the families, was because of against Islam at that time period.
Right, and and we're talking about the 1800s, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
It's before the 1800s.
Hold on, Terry.
1800s or early 1200s.
Terry. The conception of the cities like Ife and then Oyo. Right, hold on. Do they predate the 1800s?
Of course they do.
Okay, so then they're in. Hold on, they're in existence.
Hold on.
The people are in existence. The language is in existence. What are we talking about?
That was
literally goes to the original point.
Wait.
Sorry, no, 1 second, Terry. 1 second.
Never
1 second.
agreed.
Go.
Hold on.
1 second, there you can go.
Hold on 1 second.
No, because
you're talking about my people right now.
No, the original point was the fact
But
that
hold
all of
on,
these individuals were these tribes before they were African. This was the original point. We've diverted.
Yes, I hear that. But what I'm trying to explain to you,
they were the tribes before they were Nigerian. They were the tribes before they were Senegalese. They were the tribe before they were Congolese.
100%, and that was my point. Thank you for confirming my point.
No one's gonna say that.
1 second. And
no one's denying
it. And in all cases, no, they weren't. In the identity of African also existed before some of what we call the tribes today. That's a fact too, right?
The identity of African. What is the identity of African?
1 second. What is also a fact is that the concept of African existed before all of the nations as they are currently constituted.
What is the concept or identity of African?
I've already said it. I don't know what. And this is the point, right? So one of the things that Raven often says is that we argue against our own development. Right?
I'm not arguing. I just don't feel you answered the question. So in all sincerity, before we go on another rant about what
I am answering your question.
Please answer my question. What is an African identity?
I am answering your question, and I noticed that when you're not accusing anybody else of going on rants, but it's all good.
No one else has gone on a rant as long as you have, brother. As I said, it's not me being disrespectful.
I'm the only one ranting. Of course. Again, the concept of African identity relates to culture, relates to politics, relates to geography, relates to economics, and relates to history. Okay? This
is your opinion, though, right?
All of these different. Say that again?
This is your opinion, right?
No, my brother. It's whatever. Let's say it's my opinion. Yeah, it's an opinion held by many people throughout history. Okay, and to some degree, all identities are opinions. Yes, they are social constructs developed by people to define a relationship with each other.
I didn't mention any of that.
No. Okay.
I didn't mention any of that. I said your opinion as to what makes African predate everything is that. But yeah, go on.
I'm answering you. Yeah. And
yeah,
I'm saying all identities are opinions developed by and functionalized by people. Yeah. So African will not be unique in that regard. Okay. If it is just an opinion. All right. At the same time, yeah. Again, we're talking about identifying the shared collective attributes and opportunities for development among groups of people that are indigenous to a particular landmass and share elements of culture that can be related to each other. Yes, that's one level. The next level is we're talking
a modern level, in my opinion. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, and you're entitled to you are entitled to your opinion. I'm speaking on this from as somebody who has studied the perspective, right? Who has studied the work
the
of
perspective.
People.
Brilliant use of the word. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, but all identities are perspective, my brother. That's what it is.
I would disagree, but okay, go on.
An identity is designed to consolidate and organize a particular perspective. That's all an identity does. Yeah?
Identity is used to identify groups of things,
of people who form social relationships with each other, and
it's not just that. You're oversimplifying identifying. To identify something is not just groups of people. It's things. It's a collective things, species. That's how you identify.
We're talking about identity as it relates to people, yeah, social organization. That's what identity is in this context of this conversation. So we're talking about it in relation to so-called tribe, nation, nationality, ethnicity, and so on and so forth. All of these different identities, yes, were formulated by people who are consolidating and organizing their relationship with each other. Yes, that's what's happening. Okay.
Agree.
So in relation to the cultural element, like, and you haven't studied these things, I have, yes, in terms of what the cultural basis for an African identity, it has been established. The economic basis for an African identity has been established. If we and even if one wants to take it off the African continent, because some people make this argument that it is exclusive to the African diaspora, yeah, it would still make sense. In the sense,
let's keep it in Africa. So can you elaborate more on those individual points?
We can't just keep it in Africa because
we were speaking about Africa. But if you want to speak as a collective, that's fine.
We're speaking about Pan-Africanism, yes, and Pan-Africanism is not exclusive to the African continent.
No, it's mainly European.
Any more than African identity is exclusive to the African continent. Yeah, doesn't make any sense. When you're talking about, for example, if you look at any form of resistance to enslavement and colonization, yes, on the continent and in the diaspora, it required, and to significant degrees, Africans to form new relationships among themselves and each other. And some of those relationships on the continent and in the diaspora developed into new people groups.
Did it? So the Aboriginals of Australia, when they went against their colonizers, they were Africans doing this?
We're not talking about the Aboriginals of Australia. What are you talking about?
Well, your statement was that black people everywhere,
African
against
people,
their colonial masters, were following Africans.
Oh, that's just not what was said. I don't even know how to respond to that. However, it would be true to say.
Repeat what you said. I may have misheard.
It would be true to say that the Aboriginals of Australia, yes, because everybody seems to be okay with identifying them as a monolith. Even the so-called indigenous peoples or Aboriginals of the Americas, people refer to them in monolithic terms. And never question the fact that America is not an indigenous terminology. That the continents that make up the Americas today were not always referred to as South Central and North America. That these are colonial designations. But
we know their names. We know those nations' names.
But everybody says Native American, Indigenous American, so on and so forth. No problem, no contradiction there, right? And no question about whether they were one people, 5 different people, or 10 million different groups of people. Yeah, and it seems to be this level of criticism seems to be exclusively related to when we say African.
That's right.
And there is a reason why. There is a reason why. The reason why is because the identity of African was a tool in the challenging of the colonial enslavement and neo-colonial agenda.
So
it was intended to identify a maximal organizational structure, yeah, and through which we can
with all love and respect, I disagree, because you at least know the names of the Americas before they were called the Americas. You know the name of the West Indies before it was called the West Indies.
What was it?
And you can understand. Pardon?
What was it?
So in Jamaica, you were Jamaica. It's XY something. I can't say it properly. Yeah?
And you don't think
and
so?
in
So you
South
don't think
America, it was you had the Mayans, the Aztecs, so on and so forth. You
But some of
had
those are
these
only
tribes.
evidence.
You had the identities there for those nations where
but the
these
land,
individuals
but the
live.
land.
Let the dude finish, dog.
So
Go ahead,
so
Sam.
the difference is they have a historical identity that has always been kept. Africa is not the historical identity of that continent. So as I've said before, it does matter. It does matter, and this is where we start to go into things like this. Will start to sound, and you believe in Wodong and all of these other spiritual practices. Words have power. Words have meaning, and words are linked to. I will use the term loosely, but magic. Yeah. So the magic that is held within those names is what gives that root of control. So where you turn around and you're saying the Pan-African, the African this, the African,
Right.
yet this title is not of the continent, you are still subscribing.
That's right, he's very incorrect.
You're still subscribing. You're still subscribing to those who came in, invaded, and imprinted.
Well, he's already explained the meaning already, brother.
The same way that we have to dig down until a certain point that we can only understand certain bits about Egypt and its ancient roots to Kemet and Kush and other bits, is because the magic has been taken away and the power has been taken away.
But Africa has Nile Valley alphabets, brother. It has Nile Valley alphabets. Nile Valley alphabets
African this
predate
and African this. You keep saying African this and African that because you're using the term that was bestowed upon you. The mindset.
Right.
If the country was called Squidly Dinks, and that's what you referred to it as, you would be saying it's a Squidly Dink mindset.
But he's already explained it already, brother. He's clarified it.
The African is.
I just want to interject after the brother's done. I just want to say
when I'm literally
when you finish.
Yeah, literally finishing. You cannot tell me that African is the root and the mindset of all the people that are on this continent, and that somehow, because you believe in modern context, because you started talking about economics and political systems, which did not happen back then. It was not a choice like how it is now. Because even Pan-Africanist is a left-wing ideology that was not in existence in the continent that is known as Africa now. For me, it's laughable. You cannot be something that someone else has told you you are and claim to be away from those who have told you you are this.
Right. Facts.
Gone through
I got you. Respect.
Vic,
just to piggyback on what you're saying, first off, like I brought up the Washita, then you can bring up the Mayans and the Incans, which you can show their, at least as far as the Mayans and the Aztecs, you can show they are black people. They're Negroes with dreadlocks, okay, and gold teeth. Down to the culture. You can't change the culture. So what I'm saying is, do you guys consider those people to be descendants of quote unquote Africans? And if you do, where's the proof within these people's culture, like the Popol Vuh or any of their creation stories, where they say they come from another continent?
Yeah, so to respond to Raheem, the issue is, first of all, you said, when I brought up the issue of America and the fact that people refer to all of these different groups of people as Native Americans, Indigenous Americans, so on and so forth. You said, but we know what their names were, what the places were called before. And then you went on to identify one name of a place and the various different names of people, the Aztecs and the Mayans and so on and so forth. And some of those names are names that were popularized by colonizers, Spanish and Portuguese colonizers when they went to the Americas. But that doesn't discount the point that people refer to the lands as North America, South America, and Central America today, peoples as Native Americans and Indigenous Americans, without ever questioning
whether they're one group of people, 10 groups of people, and
So-
so on and so forth. 1 second.
You know, I just have to because I'm
We
going
can
to go
also,
on
one
pause. I'm
second,
going to
we
listen.
can also
But let
do
me
the
just
same.
respond to
can-
that
one
one
second.
point
We
quickly.
can also do
My
the
point
same.
wasn't that about
Hold
everyone
on,
else
brother. You
referring
gotta
to.
let him finish.
No, hold on. 'Cause
Yeah,
I'm
but
literally
he
gonna go on
can't
pause and then
go
I'll
for
stay on
half
pause.
an hour
The
every time. Man. You got to put a time limit on him.
the
What?
point I was making was not that everyone else says it. It's that the individuals from those places who still know their names, know everything about them, know the original names of those places, not what everyone else calls it.
But they
What everyone else
also,
calls it is convenience.
The
but they
indigenous.
also, sorry, but they also identify as a unified group of people today. There are many groups of indigenous people that refer to as indigenous Americans who identify with each other and identify their shared culture. And there's even terminology for the land. Yeah, check out the Abiyala movement. Yeah, whereby the various different groups of peoples of the Americas are unifying their efforts as one people or as a related group of people. Yeah, for their rights and the fact that they are indigenous to the land. Yeah,
But what have they stopped
Hold on a
calling
second. Hold on a
themselves?
second.
Americans. They
Hold on a
call
second,
themselves
please. Hold on a second,
indigenous.
please. Hold on a second. And sorry, to be quite frank with you, some of those groups of people use terminologies like Native American and Indigenous American to refer to.
Because
Sorry.
it applies to them.
Sorry, excuse me. 1 second. Thank you.
Go on.
Now the same can
You
be
be
said.
taking like half an hour. Literally take a few
The same
seconds,
can be
bro.
said. The same. Do you know what? I'm gonna be gone soon. You lot can have at it. Yeah. Raheem made a long statement, and I'm trying to respond. If you're charging me with responding extensively to an extensive statement, I stand guilty as charged. Yeah.
That's not surprising.
Where was I up to? Right. So yeah, the idea is no Pan-Africanist is going to tell you that we had one unified African identity thousands of years ago. That is not the premise. So it's irrelevant. Yeah. To the claim. That is not the claim. Trying to make that the claim doesn't make it any more the claim from the perspective of the Pan-Africanists. All right. In as much as we can identify the indigenous people groups of the Americas and some of the indigenous names of the land, we can do the same for African people to a significant degree. The point that is being missed is that African peoples have not existed as tribe exclusively as the only form of social and political and economic development and engagement. Yes, there are federations and there are empires in African history which speak to the unified efforts of varying different groups of African peoples politically and economically developing. This is not a colonial idea. All right, that's the first thing.
Damn, that was the first
The
thing.
second thing, sorry. The third thing is that the challenging the name African is actually a part of the Pan-African discourse. Yeah, we understand how the term and the identity of African became used in the first place. Yes,
Right.
and many people suggest that we need to evolve beyond the term African. So it's a process, not an event. But at the same time, the same people that are going to challenge the term African are going to identify as American, are going to identify as French, are going to identify as British, are going to identify as Nigerian, are going to identify as Trinidadian,
because they come from there.
Right? Are going to identify as Grenadian. All of these names were developed by colonizers.
That's
but
right.
Africa is the problem. Yeah, and so we what the African identity does is that it is designed to do is develop a context, yeah, of relationship whereby we see each other as brothers and sisters and sharing certain political, economic, and cultural objectives.
Bro, can you answer my question?
And in relation to those objectives, we must develop a social aggregate that is equipped enough to challenge the hegemony of Europe, to challenge the hegemony, yes, of Arabs, yeah,
in
bro,
Asians,
bro, you've been speaking for
Asians,
2. You've been speaking for 2 minutes straight. I've been timing
in
you.
this regard,
Can you
Europeans,
answer
and
the
I'm
question?
gonna finish, and I'm all of gonna them. finish.
Yeah, but you're really
Um,
long-winded, and you've been speaking for
you made a
long
statement.
2-minute
You
periods,
made a
and you don't
statement.
ever answer the
You made
question.
it. And my brother, I'm sorry. I've listened to you, and you're not any. You're not any
Yeah,
less.
but I asked
You're
a
not sorry.
question
You're
and
not.
you
You
still
are not.
haven't
You are
answered
not.
it yet, and
You
you've
are
been
not.
talking for
You are
3
not.
minutes.
You
Like,
are not any less prone to long-windedness. Yeah. So
yeah, look, at least I
let's
have
avoid
a point and
the
get to
pot
the
calling the
point.
kettle
You
black.
don't ever
At
get
the
to the
same
point.
time,
You just talk
I
word
was
salad
responding
and then
to.
don't answer the
I
question.
was responding to Raheem. Yes.
Yeah, but
So now,
bruh,
so
it's
now,
like
and now you're gonna contradict yourself by demanding that I stop speaking whilst also answering your question at the same time.
no,
That's
I
right.
didn't say
That's
stop
right.
speaking. I said stop being so long-winded. You've been speaking for 3 minutes straight, and you haven't answered
My
anything yet.
brother, these
How can you speak
are
for 3
complex
minutes straight and
issues.
not answer a question? That's ridiculous.
I am answering the question, and you stating that I'm not answering.
Can you make it more concise? Can you get to the
It's
point? Is what I'm saying.
clarification that
No,
needs duration.
to make it more concise. But if your concentration levels are not equipped,
Give the man a time limit,
to
man.
be able
You
to
word
manage,
salad. You the word salad
to be able
master.
to manage a
Goddamn.
2-minute answer, then I'm sorry, I can't help you. At the same time, a lot of things are being said, a lot of misconceptions are being put out there, and I'm trying to correct. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Now, if you want to discuss complex issues require complex answers, and sometimes complex answers are long. If you are
You make even the simplest thing sound
if you are unable to
complex, and
engage
that's
in
the
that way,
problem.
if you are unable to
make
engage
even the
that,
simplest
All right.
Hold
on. There are other people on the panel, so yeah, it's
Exactly.
fair to say that. Come on, let's space it out a little bit, because you can't be just doing that and
I don't
dominating
mind
the
spacing it out,
conversation.
man.
Right?
Yeah,
So relax,
he
man.
speaks for 3
Allow other
minutes
people
at a
to talk,
time,
man.
4 minutes at
You
a
know what I
time.
mean?
Don't say space it
You've
out.
already got a cheerleader. You've already got a cheerleader as well. We're not even
That's
complaining
right,
about
that's
that.
right.
And then we're letting you do your thing. Do you get what I'm saying? But bruvs, it can be a bit long, especially when people ask simple questions.
I've got a cheerleader, and you men are not cheerleaders for each other. Point taken.
No, I'm just saying.
Exactly.
I've been
Very
quiet.
interesting
I've been
tonight.
waiting. Hold on. You haven't heard. You haven't
Point
heard
taken.
from me from a while, unless I'm gonna speak.
Point
You get what I'm
taken.
saying?
Yeah, Matthew, the reality
And I
is,
haven't
you
even
need
been
to
on
answer
mute.
the questions.
1 second, my
Arguing
brother.
over names to
My
get out of
brother.
the. You have to, you know.
Everyone's
Look,
asking the questions, and then
look
trying
now.
to
Look now.
wrong for speaking.
I'm saying that's
And
cool.
literally, I'm
Yeah,
not answering
you've
them.
had your say now. Yeah, let
Have I?
other people speak. I want to speak now. Some other people might want to speak. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be fair, bro.
I'll
Come
tell
on,
you
man.
what. Can from here on out, can everybody
Sounding
refrain
like
from
a
asking?
blood clot monologue.
And you know what, family? You know what? This is what we do. Yeah, because it does get like
It's
this
not fair,
sometimes.
man.
It's a good convo. People want to chat, and I do want it to
Hey, stop
revolve.
it.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily how you lot see it. Shaka just has a certain tone, and rare. He is a little bit, going into detail and maybe a bit long for this type of convo, but I don't think it's extraordinarily long. But anyway, if you don't want a timer, I don't mind the timer, fam.
So Mr. Ungan anyway, JEDI, so them can go on and have their own long-winded conversation when I'm not here, while they won't be charging each other with being long-winded.
Well, at least we'll actually answer questions. You say the word salad.
You always work different.
Word salad is an epithet used when people are not able to engage.
That's what you use. Okay, you just use word salad. You can answer a question simply by saying yes or no, but you rather make like 5 left-hand turns instead of making a right-hand turn. That's just the type of person you are. And it doesn't make you sound smarter. Just
my brother, salad is good for you. Eat it. All right. The issue is that I'm being asked a lot of questions, and so when it comes to everyone's challenging the Pan-Africanists right about now, right? So it stands to reason that man is going to have a lot more to say because of the questions that are being asked to me, and there are motives, right? So like Raheem says something and asks a question.
There's more than one Pan-Africanist on the panel.
You get me? Of course, and Kane is speaking. There's nothing wrong with anybody else speaking. Everybody's spoken.
Yeah, but we only hear you.
Raheem.
One message, one movement. Shakara, go on, my brother.
Your thanks, Yeah, Raheem spoke quite extensively. I'm responding to Raheem, and then Vin spoke after Raheem and asked the question. Yes, so I'm responding to Raheem.
It took me 2 seconds.
Vin wants to demand that I answer his question,
No, I'm
Which is
I didn't demand that you.
which is in fact going to require me to speak more.
What I asked was
You know what I'm
that you
saying?
be
So
more
I don't know, man.
concise.
I
What
don't
I
know what you
asked was
expect
that
man to do if you
you
take 10
I don't
minutes.
know.
I can't even
yeah,
ask you a question
I was
after that.
asking if you
No,
could be more
but what you have to
concise
understand, right,
and get to the point and stop doing the
well,
word
that's all
salad
good.
because we
But
don't need
the
it.
fact
Just
is,
get to
one
the
said I
full
speak for
course
2
meal.
minutes, the other said I speak for 10 minutes, right? But the fact is that my voice is beautiful and
I would
sexy
just say,
and
bro,
golden,
just get
yeah.
to the point. To be
Yeah,
honest,
just
bro,
get to the point, bro.
that is the reality.
and my articulation is
Can't take this
magnificent.
now.
Yeah, you
It
know what I'm
doesn't
saying?
make you sound smarter or make us
And
feel like you
rhythmic.
know the
You know what I
information
mean?
better. It's just
I'm
Huh?
it gets frustrating.
exercising a lot of
You know what I
patience
mean?
in just like
You know what I'm
being
saying?
quiet,
So
man,
I don't know
and letting you
what the
talk.
man have
You know?
against my artistic, rhythmic, golden voice and tones. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe it's the information. Maybe let the man don't want the information to come out. So if I speak less, then less information will be
Just
dropped.
get to the
You
point.
know?
Be more.
I
Be
don't
more
think
coherent.
I don't think anything you say will convince anyone to
people to
join
solve your
with your
own
cause.
issues. That's
You know?
what it is.
Well, I tell you what.
That's what it is.
What
I
I
don't want
look
to
at,
take responsibility.
again, one doesn't have to agree with Pan-Africanist ideologies because there are more than one Pan-Africanist ideologies in order to be informed about them. Yeah, and I speak to many people that disagree with Pan-Africanist ideologies that are informed about them. Yeah, right. I speak to brothers and sisters who are Pan-Africanists who are not necessarily Garveyites, but they're informed about Garveyism. Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? And so what happens in a conversation like that is that we refrain from, or at least try to, asserting incorrect information as though it is fact. Yeah, and if we don't know something, then we ask questions. All right, and unfortunately, what I'm experiencing in this conversation is a lot of assertions that are based upon viewpoints that are not drawn from study of or interaction with Pan-African movements and what they've done, what they stand, what they teach, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and I'm not saying this disrespectfully, but it just there's too much lack of understanding. Yeah, even in this monolith idea, and even if we're going to get rid of the term African, Raheem, that's also a process, right? And again, it's a dialogue that takes place within Pan-Africanism. But what is certain and what is established and what you don't want to deal with, yeah, is what is being referred to. Yes. So again, I am not suggesting that the terminologies that we use are not important. Yes, that's not what's being said. And from a Pan-African perspective, terminologies are very important and revised constantly, and updated to reflect new developments and so on and so forth. If we were to get rid of the term African, the entity that is being referred to as African would still exist. The various different cultures that are being referred to as African would still exist. Their relationship culturally, yes, would still exist. And the possibilities for their organization socially and economically would also still exist. So even if we never had an African identity 10,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, the necessity of one to exist at this moment in time, yes, and develop one at this moment in time is what is paramount. The question is, can we do that?
I don't agree with what you said just then.
And you're entitled to your opinion, but the
reason being is because history has shown.
My last sentence. I promise I'm going to go.
Okay.
The reality is that a lot of the people that want to disregard, dismantle, or negate the African identity do so because out of an allegiance to, tacitly or not, to some form of Western imperialist construct.
Right.
Yeah.
Or
a reality that is defined by said construct. For example,
like the concept of Africa.
Just like yourself.
Come on, man. Just like the concept of Africa.
Just like yourself.
So the reason why I
full of Marxist, communist,
exactly.
The
African reason why what you said doesn't make sense is because everything to do
African
with
identity. You don't even know nothing about it, man.
Exactly. The reason everything to do with the title of Africa goes round and done by Western colonialism.
I know how to get the blood boiling, man. Just be African, innit? Just be real. Be your natural nature, your tribe, and that, and it wobbles them. because they don't know how to deal with that.
What had your tribe defeated white supremacy, brother Snipes? Remember
Listen,
we
I
all
will
spoke
defeat
about this
you
many
if I
times.
ever saw you, bro.
We spoke about this many times. Has your tribe defeated white supremacy? Resource back on the continent, protect the African Americans, restore the resource back in the Caribbean. If it hasn't, then respectfully, beloved, remain.
Yo, Kale, can you answer my question that I gave?
Sickle cell trait can deal with anything, bro.
Listen carefully, right?
Yo, Kale, can you answer the question I gave you half an hour ago?
As a people, yeah.
Shaka, can you answer the question I gave you half an hour ago? Don't run from it.
As a people,
You
the
still talking,
challenges
Shaka,
that we
yeah?
face at the moment, listen carefully, the challenges that we face at the moment
Shaka, have you answered my question yet?
Are inflicted upon us by a pan-European conglomerate.
I bet you he run from.
That's right.
I bet you he run. I bet you he run from Africa.
But that's what you're doing as well, my brother.
Excuse me.
Africa is
crazy.
A colonial conglomerate.
No, but it's forced, and I know you're trying to
It's
embed
not
that.
false.
But
So,
it's false because of
the fact is, hold on.
You
said one sentence. You said one more sentence.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Right. See, you can't
Excuse
help
me.
it.
We have
Allow me to
examples
finish. Allow me to
of
finish.
where
No, you
people
said one sentence.
turn around.
You don't want
said lose the
out.
nation.
You said one
You don't want this
sentence.
to come
Let
out.
Raheem
Chaos
go.
and
You don't want this to come out.
You said one sentence, and you've been going for
Whatever
5
comes
more
out,
minutes. Let
it
Raheem
just shows
go.
that Pan-Africanism is not a success.
Allow me to
We've got
finish.
nothing to worry about.
No. You word salad. Let Raheem go,
We are
man.
not
Wrap
worried
it up.
about
Dave
Pan-Africanism.
Chappelle, wrap it up, box. Let
You are worried about it, brother Snipe.
go, bro.
You are
Raheem,
definitely
go.
worried about it.
Right, then you don't need to stop me from speaking.
Raheem, go ahead, bro.
If I'm going to prove you right, then you don't need to stop me from speaking. If I'm going to prove you don't need
You've
to
been
interrupt.
speaking, Shaka.
But you
Thank
keep
you.
Exactly. And he hasn't answered
And we're
anything.
not getting a break. We're not getting a break.
Because you keep
You're not
Anybody
letting
tell me
anyone
what his
speak.
answer is
But
to
I have been
anybody's question?
listen. I have
What is
been
his answer
interrupted.
to anybody's
This
question?
is
Does anybody
Pan-African
know?
supremacy.
I have been interrupted 3 times in the last few minutes.
Yeah,
Bro,
but
you've
you've
been
also
talking
been
for ages,
because you said
bro.
one
He's gonna
sentence
complain
and
I'm
then let
talking.
it carry on.
Allow
You
me to
can't talk
finish.
for half an
Allow me
hour,
to
man.
finish.
How
This
long
is
have you been
fucking...
talking?
Hey,
The
Jedi.
moment we spoke about organizing on
You know
Come
what?
on,
The
man.
funny
synchronize,
thing
they get
is,
angry.
How
It's
long
not
until
fair,
They
you
man.
get very
How's
angry.
a man getting to talk for
the
ages,
funny
bruv?
thing is, I'd have finished by now. That's the
You're gonna
funny
finish and then run off.
Keep going.
Like, you can't do that, bro.
You'd have kept
So the
going.
idea, sorry. When the
You're not
It's
sorry. You
terrible,
do
man.
this shit on purpose. And then he's gonna run away and
And you
not
got this
answer
cheerleader
Yeah, he's
on the
gonna
other
log off.
side.
As
It's
soon as
mad.
his sentence is done,
Yes,
he's gonna jump off.
and he's not gonna answer the 2 questions I gave him because he know what's up.
When the
I
emphasis,
know.
You know what's up
But
with
you
the 2
haven't.
questions I
I'll
gave
tell
you.
you
Don't
what.
word
Vin,
salad and
Brother,
run from that,
brother,
man.
you said
I'll
that
tell you what.
the African Americans are
Once
not
I finish,
African, but the
Vin,
first Americans were Africans. You
I
read the
do
book
want to go. I do want to
and you
go.
getting
But
out
once I
of it.
finish,
Where's your evidence of that?
Vin, once I finish my statement right now, I promise you I will not
Whatever,
leave
man.
until I've
Yeah,
answered your
that's
question.
because you're gonna
Fuck's
log off.
sake.
You're
I
gonna
don't even
log
know
off.
what you're
Yeah,
talking
you're
about.
gonna log off, and nobody.
Again.
Listen.
So
If you
again,
stop, hold on. Let me just say this.
but
Let me just say
listen
this.
for a
If
second.
hold on, brother, if you stop talking right now, and I
This is
ask
so
the
not fair,
panel
man.
what the answer to the question that Raheem asked you that you were supposed to give is, nobody could give the fucking answer because you
And
word
you're-
salad.
and
Hold on. And if you gave the answer already, why the fuck are you still talking?
Exactly.
Dilemma.
Because it
Dilemma.
requires
You just
great
word salad.
detail. It requires great detail, my
Your
unsynchronized
brain
brother.
exploded with that
What's happening?
question, man.
Requires great detail.
Sorry, Vin, I was trying
Oh
to
my
say to you,
God.
yeah, I do want to go, but if once I finish saying what I'm saying right now, I promise you I won't leave.
Does anybody on the panel know
Oh my
what the
gosh.
answer to the question
Do you
that?
see what I'm saying?
All right,
Do
so
you see
no,
what I'm saying?
I just want
Do
to
you
ask
see what I'm
somebody
saying?
on the panel.
Sorry,
Maku,
one second. I'm going to
Maku, help me understand, right? What was Shaka's answer to the question that Raheem asked him? Did he actually answer anything? Because I haven't heard an answer. So have you?
I haven't heard an answer.
He clarified it with detail.
Nobody's heard an
my
answer on
brother.
the panel,
He
and you've been
clarified it
talking
with
for
detail,
mad
brother.
long. You are the word salad master, and it's verbal diarrhea, and you say all this to
and
say
you'd rather
and prove
talk about
nothing.
and you'd rather
It's
talk about word salad
ridiculous, yo.
than the
That's
stuff
right.
Yo, I'm out. I ain't got time to
One, do
listen
your
to
They
thing.
this
talk
word
about
salad, man. I'm
everything
out.
other than
So
organizing.
Crap,
I
innit?
can go talk to my girl.
They'll
and
talk
her
about
word salad.
history.
Why I gotta
They'll
listen to
talk
another
about
man word
non-African
salad?
people. But
Have
when
a
it
good
comes
day.
to organizing,
Have a good day.
I
Have a
need
good
to
day,
have
bro.
some space, man.
enjoy yourself. And I hope
You don't leave no space for conversation. That's not. It's one way though, bro.
I hope where everybody's
You know what
gone
I'm saying?
here.
That's unfair, bro. Like, how do you have a
You see,
discourse
Shaka,
with
right? They
people?
will talk about history. They will talk about non-African people. But when it comes to organizing our people, just for our people only, there's always confusion.
I
Based
was
on
trying to deal with this.
synchronized
My
thinking.
brother,
I was trying to deal with this African is a colonial
Please,
identity,
bro.
right?
Like,
I
give
was
people
trying
an
to deal with
opportunity
this.
to speak,
I
bro.
was trying
Like,
to
is
deal with
that
this
fair?
African is a colonial identity
Doesn't
thing,
even
right?
make sense.
And
You
and
have
the
to have
problem
someone
is, and the
that's
problem
listening
is,
to you.
and the
And if the
problem is,
person listening to
and the
you
problem
saying,
and the problem is
yo,
this.
bro, let me respond or let me speak or let me
Yeah,
think,
I
that
get
should
it,
be
bro.
fair, bro. Come on, man.
You'd
We're
rather do this than
exercising
actually
that
deal with the
discipline
situation.
that others are showing on the
I
panel.
get it. But like I'm not allowing others to speak. I've been quiet on this panel for extended periods
Oh
of time
my
and allowing
God,
others to speak.
bro.
You've spoken,
Bro,
Raheem has
I have
spoken
not
extensively.
spoken, bro.
Bill has
Allow it.
spoken extensively and whatever.
I haven't spoken, bro. Like, allow it, man.
You have, right?
For
But
the
you
last
rather
hour,
talk to me about this
I
than
ain't really
actually
said
this.
much, my
Because
brother. I'll be honest.
because you don't have any information, right? So at the same time, instead of hearing my information, you'd rather challenge me on speaking too long, which is redundant. It's silly. Right? Let's have an
So
intelligent
Shaka,
conversation.
all right.
Very unsynchronized,
Okay,
bro,
I
man.
think all
Very
of the
unsynchronized.
people have been
I just
asking,
Shaka,
I
like,
just want to
wagwan
finish.
with the
I just want
timing.
to finish.
One second.
I just want to finish.
And I
Everybody
gave
said,
you
yeah,
time
yeah,
and
I'll
space
let you
as well.
finish.
I
I'm
don't know
gonna mute
don't
up,
know what
then
I'm
you can
talking about,
finish.
because, bro, that's a sly slur that will get your head sliced off. But cool, go on.
Very unsynchronized. Very
You
unsynchronized.
and Kel. So
Listen.
don't worry, Kel. You can sit there and you know, very unsynchronized. But I'll get back to you in a minute.
because Marcus is a real bad man.
So if I can, let me just say something and then I'll mute and you can finish your point, Shaka. The biggest thing in any conversation is two factors: is making your points concise, and it's also being an active listener. You're not doing either of those. In all seriousness, and this isn't me trolling and it's not me being disrespectful, the same way you've had your opinions and you said no disrespect, is the same way. It's becoming rather frustrating that you will wait for people to finish at times, but then when you're ready to respond, your responses aren't as concise as those who have given their points before you. All it is that if we have the same energy and same level of courtesy, then you won't end up having these frustrations and these conversations where everyone is trying to speak over each other. So if you manage to take 100-word sentence and condense it into 50, it'd be much appreciated. You can educate using language as much as you feel like, but if you make your points concise and to the point, we can have a much more productive and better conversation. And then we won't also have this need for calling people unsynchronized and other things such as that, because then we'll make progress. Because right now, everything that's going on is just speaking on top of each other because no one else is getting a chance to speak and get their points across.
But it requires great detail and clarification. This is why it's a duration. When we're talking about history and clarification, like someone brought up Gaddafi and things like that, which is not a Pan-Africanist Arab. So we have to explain it. You see, this is why it's great detail.
That's not what the records say.
As
That's
well,
not what the records
because
say.
of the fact that, and I'll leave people to decide whether
That's just your opinion.
was concise or not, and some of your previous statements before this one were concise or not. At the same time, a lot of people have asked man questions. Yeah, right. So it stands to reason that a lot of talking will be done from my point of view. I think that's just the way the nature of the conversation has gone. At the same time, if we're talking about active listening, I'm not sure why you're levying that charge at me with all due respect, but either way, that's neither here nor there. The point I was trying to address is this colonial because the colonial identity thing. Because if it is indeed the case of colonial identity, it would seem that this is the only colonial identity that people who are anti-Pan-Africanists seem to want to challenge, which is the African identity, right? None of these other colonial identities seem to be up for the same level of scrutiny and challenges. But it is a fact that one of the enslavement of African people, yes, and the fomenting of discord between African peoples for the sake of facilitating the enslavement process, yes, is part of the context in which the African identity develops. So that we're not focusing on the differences that colonizers are trying to instill into us, but our shared relationship with each other based upon various different factors. That's the context in which the African identity develops. Another context is the scramble for Africa, whereby you've got Europeans trying to section off different nations into Nigeria and Gold Coast and Ivory Coast and Sierra Leone and Liberia and Congo, Democratic or the Belgian Congo, yes, the Union of South Africa, Rhodesia, etc., etc., etc. And so, as a part of that colonial imposition, the Africans said, "Well, no, you are trying to separate and us into these different nation states based upon your, and we're going to challenge that based upon our sharedness as African people." Yeah. So actually, in actual fact, the African identity manifests itself in various different anti-colonial movements for the sake of giving peoples a shared relational foundational factor, yes, to organize from. That is the case, and so when you understand that, then you understand the process of trying to disregard or negate the formation of an African identity is in fact one of the primary tools of the colonizer to facilitate the neo-colonial agenda. That's what they were doing during the 1960s and 70s when African peoples and movements were organizing across borders and even across the world, yeah, to form political and economic unity and social and cultural unity of each other. They killed off leaders and killed people in movements and to cement the borders as they exist, to cement a Nigeria, to cement a Democratic Republic of the Congo, and or let me say a Congo Brazzaville and a Congo Kinshasa. Yeah, the two different Congo them. To cement an Angola. They directly tried in instances where, for example, in East Africa they were going to consolidate the nation, yeah, and like Tanzania, Uganda, etc. When they were going to develop one state, the colonizer comes in to ensure that doesn't happen. Yes, because it's a step in the direction of consolidating a greater African unity. So no, and I'd urge ones to actually study some Pan-Africanism, and then they would actually know that some of what they're saying is actually just incorrect, regardless of whatever their reservations are. But just judge it from the truth of what is being said rather than a fallacy of what is being said.
Right. So yeah. Anyway, your neo-colonial views or whatever you Pan-Africans do or whatever you haven't explained. You haven't got a base. You're not on the UN Charter. You're not an organized organization that can speak on behalf of African people. You haven't organized any type of poor African country and redeveloped it and used the ideals of Marcus Garvey or whoever, do you get what I'm saying, to bring forth an example that we can say, oh my God, you know what? I might join this Pan-African thing because we're seeing the fruits of your labor. All we're talking about is, oh, you lot are mocking us with the failures because you know the colonialists will try and disrupt the African in doing certain thing and the Pan-African this and this. Bruv, it all sounds pretty and we all see the frailties and the goodness of various things that's happened in our history, right? But what we're not going to do, yeah, is dismiss the Africans themselves. I thought that was the main objective. And if you knew that, yeah, you would know that any ideas that you have already been fought, already been philosophized on, already had books put out on them within the continent of Africa. Because of all said events, said leaders, said all who did different things and all of that, and had different ideals. A lot of them being socialist, communist, and Nazi even, obviously, and fascist, according to Marcus Garvey. No one wants to address those things. We don't want those ideals, sorry, in Africa, because they're not beneficial for Africans. We knew this from the jump. And now we got capitalism, and that's not beneficial. It doesn't even work here. So places in Europe where we reside, we can see the system that they're trying to implement in other parts of the world, places that they've colonized. They want to do those things there. They want to take over people and then add a McDonald's and, give them that Western feel, make them feel that illusion of inclusion. It's all a game. You can't get past the Europeans at the moment. And I'm saying as an organized, supposedly organization, we want to see the Pan-African government or the Pan-African something representative ambassador who sits in a high position and deals with us on an international level. Yeah. And then he can say, under all his what covers Pan-Africanism, yeah, is all the named tribes which are classed as nations under the UN Charter. Do you get what I'm saying? So you can say, yes, we're Pan-African and we represent the Yamasee, we represent the Yoruba, the Igbo, the this one, the Fon, the da-da-da-da. Yeah, like that would be more beneficial. Now, we're trying to give you a better plan, a better opportunity, because even in obtaining sovereignty, you have to go to the higher levels of laws and legislations. And that's when you're dealing in international law.
See,
and any people you mentioned,
relying on the non-Africans again, brother.
any
Relying on the
country,
non-Africans again.
any tribe, as I said, every tribe is a nation according to the UN Charter. So as I said, like if you come as a tribe or as an organization based on tribes, yeah, then cool. But your ideals and things are not African and they're not beneficial to Africans. And you're saying that Africans are not accepting it because they've been colonized and they've got a different mindset. But you also are bringing a European mindset to Africans. This is crazy.
Should I tell you how long you spoke for, or should I leave that alone?
Yeah, that's quick. That
was quick.
Yeah, that was condensed. Man.
Yeah, right. So evidently, you don't know about things like the West African Federation in West Africa, and the Fante Confederation, and so on and so forth here, which were organized efforts among Africans on the continent to consolidate, their power against colonial rule across different, people groups. Yeah. So I can't even, because your statement is based upon a lack of knowledge of those dynamics, right? So when you say it doesn't exist in the African continent, you just don't know what going on. Yeah. But whatever the case, something doesn't have to have, because Pan-Africanism is about African people, it is defined by Africans in the diaspora as well as, and as much as it is defined by Africans on the continent, as we work and develop functional and operational unity with each other for the sake of solving some of our problems that we face today. Yeah. And so the idea that there are colonized Africans in the diaspora, there are colonized Africans on the continent. Yeah. And the development of Pan-Africanism, which is as it moves against colonization and neocolonialism, cannot and should not be defined by colonially minded Africans anywhere in the world, whether they be on the continent or in the diaspora. The fact of the matter is that most of our leadership in Africa and the diaspora is run by colonially minded Africans, yeah, who are neocolonial puppets doing the bidding of the neocolonial puppet master. And so in order to solve some of our problems, we have to do away with that kind of leadership. Yeah, do away with leadership that sees itself as more French than African. Do away with the leadership that sees a greater allegiance towards Great Britain and America than it does other African people.
I agree.
On the continent or in any other part of the world. Yeah, and that is the mission. And before I was interrupted the many times that I was emphasizing the fact that we live in a world that is governed by a hegemony of global power axis that is commonly referred to as the West. Yeah. And when we look at institutions like the UN and so on and so forth, these institutions were developed by the West. Yeah, what is referred to as the conceptual West. All right. And they relate to African people and the rest of the world, and if any part of the world that they don't consider it to be themselves, in organized fashion with each other. Yes. And the difference, and so whereas they're able to do that, whether they be French, whether they be Portuguese, Spanish, and the various different subgroups that exist among those different identities, whether they be American, Australian, New Zealand, Canadian, whatever, and the various different subgroups that exist under those designations, when they relate to the rest of the world, they dominate as a unified body, having operational and functional unity, despite sometimes the fact that they have differences among them. And so we understand that, that enslavement of African people was not committed by the British in isolation of the French, in isolation of the Spanish, in isolation of the Germans, in isolation of the Portuguese, in isolation of the Belgians, in isolation of the Americans. We understand that all of these groups of people collaborated in the enslavement of African people. And the same can be said for colonialism. They didn't colonize Africa and the Caribbean in isolation of each other, but with collaboration with each other, even sometimes as they had differences and had even had wars with each other. And so it becomes necessary as they come under the banner of European and Western European, so to speak. It becomes necessary, for African people to recognize and functionalize our largest social aggregate, which is African, in that regard, in order to challenge what is a white nationalist pan-European neo-colonial and globalization agenda. And so when we don't do that, when we try to attack and dismantle the African identity, whilst we relate to the European identity as though it's legitimate, we attack the Pan-African philosophy, whilst we relate to the Western philosophy, the Pan-European philosophy, as though it is legitimate, then what we are doing, wittingly or unwittingly, is putting power back into the hands of the Western European, Pan-European white nationalist colonizer, because we are stating that their reality, the reality that they define for themselves and for us, is the only reality that should matter. When we make the United Nations the key definer of what nations and ethnicities and groups of people legitimately politically exist in today's world, then we put power in the hands of white nationalists, define reality, and we give them that power, and we subdue ourselves to that power in definition. And so what identity does is take back the power, at least attempt to take back the power of definition, and suggest that no, we are not going to relate to each other based upon the colonial borders and constructs developed for us, that we are going to break those down for a process. And that process may require us to discard the use of the term African, and even Pan-African at some point in our development, as we begin to re-centralize and re-culturalize ourselves to our own axis. But if and when we get to that point in the process, the stages that preceded it will still be essential. So if we discard the term Pan-African at some point, the phase of use of the term Pan-African will still be fundamental to the process. If we discard the term African at some point, the stage of using the terminology African will be still fundamental to the process. And as I've already said, those are discussions that already take place within the Pan-African sphere. They're not Pan-African conversations. Anyway, now for Runway. I'll see you all another time.
Big up, bro. Big up the panel. Big up, brother.
Big up, Shaka.
Wicked
as usual, man. Wicked. Big up, man. Big.
Good conversation. Big up my Pan-African activist revolutionaries who are doing the work around the world. You know what I'm saying? Challenging Western imperialism and neo-colonialism and globalization. You know what I mean? Whether they've been doing it with the pen, or with the sword, or with the gun, or with the Eba and their goods.
Can I ask you a question?
Whatever it is.
On the side of Marcus Garvey's hat there seems to be a badge.
Yeah, that's the cross of African redemption. And in fact, there's an Adinka symbol from the people of Ghana that looks very much like that symbol.
But Adinka.
Yeah, man.
Nah, you're mocking the thing. Nah, that's not Adinka, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
anyway,
it looks a bit like a Maltese cross, but
does, innit? Does,
in
innit?
the name of, well,
It does,
you have brought this to me before.
But this is the first fascist.
I've not seen any
self-proclaimed fascist.
I've not seen any further evidence of that. At the same time, if it looks like a Maltese cross, it looks like a Maltese cross.
Shakara, before you go, did you know that Brother Kerr was convinced and absolutely sure, 100% that Brother Marcus Garvey is a Freemason?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. He certainly had connections. We've been over this. He certainly had connections with the
So like on synchronization.
or Masonic organizations, certain Masonic organizations. We already know that I don't share the same viewpoint, or blanket viewpoint, should I say, of what it means to be a Mason that you do. But yeah, there's no doubt about the fact that there are some members of the UNIA who certainly were Masons, and organized within the auspices.
He also practices race first, which we keep forgetting. Whatever institution you're in, you practice your race first. That's what
he practiced Jamaican. He practiced being Jamaican, yeah? Is that what he was doing?
Having said that, I think that an individual who we know for certain and actively proclaimed to be a Mason is a man by the name of Malachi Z. York. But that's another subject.
Yeah. Hey, did you actually answer my question?
You never even denied that.
Sex?
You have to run.
They both
ran.
Yo, I knew he was gonna word salad his way. I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
Let me go listen to my girl word salad, and then I'll come back. And then he was still word salading, and then didn't answer the question, then ran. Like this is the
and
type
Kale
of shit
ran
they
as
do,
well.
man. It's annoying.
Nah, what is this? Multiple running off. Like, right, mad thing.
That's crazy.
Man said his thing for a symbol.
They jump off together and that.
Yeah, what's good then?
Yeah, today's been live.
No, it's been jokes still. Yeah. Fuck's sake, a monologue is a fucking
He's
monologue.
the best at not answering questions.
Yeah,
the monologues were just mad.
Was mad, didn't it? Just like do.
It felt
I
like
needed elevator music for that.
Sitting there listening to a professor just talking.
Yeah, with a cheerleader as well. Kel was excellent. I give him his dues. Yeah, he was a good cheerleader.
You can tell when he jumped in, Kel felt relieved. When he jumped in, he was like, "Yes, Shaka's here. Yes,
to save me."
Tell. It was getting hot for him without Shaka.
Sticky. It was getting sticky. It got sticky.
Nah, Vin was lying it up.
Hey, next time Shaka's back on here, just in case I ain't here, ask him that question about the Aztecs and the Mayans and where in their origins text do they claim that they come from another continent? Doesn't have to say Africa, but imply it once you get the context down. Where do they say these things about themselves? And there's a reason why he ran from that, because he know, one, he don't even study the history from over here, and two, it's not in there because I do. It's not. It's nowhere there.
Exactly. It's not there. It's not there. I know it's not there.
And the disingenuousness of not being humble enough to say, you know what, I don't know. Say I fucking don't know. But he rather take 3 left-hand turns than to take 1 right-hand turn. He can just simply say yes or no, but he want a word salad and finagle it so that he can move goalposts and do all this goofy logical fallacy stuff, and thinks that nobody sees it, and it's eternally frustrating.
Yeah, they just don't want to admit, because when it gets down to it and we start getting into the Marxism, communism, and the fascism. Imagine a man saying
what was that all about?
The first fascist. I'm the guy. I consider myself the first fascist. Negro.
Mad. And capitalist. Mad.
Yeah.
But you know what's so funny about that, Maki? He liked to play that game with semantics with us before, like, oh, why are you using European terms like pagan and like chief, and we don't use these terms. But you're the same guy that's basically saying that socialism and all these concepts, there's nothing wrong with that, and mixing that with Africanness. But how is that the same? How is that even African? What's socialism and freaking fascism and capitalism? What's that got to do with Africa?
I just don't understand how you can talk for like 3-minute spells and then get mad when somebody interrupts you, because they don't want to get lost in your tornado of illogical nonsense and word salad. So we want to catch you, right? Like, if you notice, he kept denying the monolith thing, but then kept going around and implying it. Like, how can you deny it and then imply it? And you're doing it. And then when we point it out, you're like, no, I'm not doing it. I didn't say it. I'm like, you don't have to say something in order to imply it and persuade it. Like, what are we talking about here? Let's have an honest conversation and stop doing this goofy shit. You know what you're doing. Like, holy fuck, man.
Yeah, but how are you gonna monologue and then jump off? Like, you're not gonna let anyone respond to that. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but that was always the plan. Y'all didn't see him setting that up from. I
He
already
spoke for
knew
like
he was
10
gonna
minutes.
do
He
it.
spoke for like 10
I
minutes
knew
straight
it.
and then just jumped off. Like,
He's like, yeah,
I
all
don't
right, I gotta
understand
go.
that. Like,
I'm gonna get my
was a bit mad.
Reynolds wrap.
That's like what
Oh.
women do. Women give you everything they got and be like, nah, I don't want to listen to your half.
Mm.
We'll talk about it later. What?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that was
That's
mad.
a bit unfair, man. You can't do that. You can't.
That was crazy
Like
though.
you
I
just
can't
You know what I'm
laid it
saying? Man
all
left
on
the
me, and I
door.
don't get a chance to
long time.
reflect
He
and
did speak for a
respond.
long time.
Yeah, that's
What the
mad.
fuck?
That is mad still.
That's some angry girlfriend shit. Like what the hell? Oh, you're not married to Pan-Africanism anymore? You're growing out of it? No Pan-Africanist pussy for you. Oh well. What the fuck?
Hey,
Nah,
man, the
man.
pot was on, man. I just didn't want to go too ham. I just left the video alone because I didn't want to. All right, let's not make it about the video, but just let's make
Yeah,
it
let's
about
not
the
go.
small
Yeah.
points. Let's make it about the small points because that video definitely goes into detail. Yeah,
I mean, Marcus Garvey being a principal is a kill shot from there, innit?
Of course,
But it's like man's trying to say he doesn't know about that. He's not sure if that is true. Like, come
yeah,
on,
but there was other
study
people.
like that guy is a Freemason, bro. Let's stop playing games.
Yeah, stop playing the game. Some men
Let's
have
stop playing
accepted it.
games, man.
This is why I said there's different types of Pan-Africanism. And then a man said, yeah, there's different types. There's more than different types. Okay. So what's the difference from what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate when people do that, bro. You know what I mean? I made the point. Which type is yours? Garvey or W.B. Du Bois version? Yeah. Man said, Garvey. Said, all right then. Let's go. Because, they didn't even end up working with that formula. They said it was too extreme. Separatist and all of this and just black people for black people and all of this, it wasn't going to work. So they went for the more commercial version with W.B. Du Bois, the bougie, the boule guy, the yes man. Do you get what I'm saying? It's all within the confines of their little masonry and all of this, and the Europeans are still in control behind the scenes. That's the facts. Once you say Prince Hall, who's Prince Hall? Yeah, you a branch of the York Rite.
Scottish Rite, yep.
And we know you had to travel to England to get the endorsement. So we're done.
And he never stepped foot on the continent of Africa. And according to the video, he said, what did he say about it? It was backwards or something. What did he say about? He said something very kind of demeaning about Africa in the video.
Yo, Michael, can you post the link for that video in the little private chat there?
Yeah.
That possible?
Yeah.
And I'll reference people to your page so they know where it came from.
Yeah, it's cool, man. I just keep these things as as my lessons for my show, I watch things and I say, oh, that's interesting. But the topic was Pan-Africanism and we was going to get to that. And we did. So, yeah.
Nah, the Pan-Africanists got smoked today. They got finished today still.
Hey, what? Do I get some points for the question? I was like,
yeah,
no,
your shit was fire, man. Your shit was fire, man. You don't even need to doubt that.
They lasted fucking 8 hours.
8 hours, bro. Ages.
Yeah. 8 hours of in and out. Because first it was the Banksy part was just fucking epic.
So annoying,
Banksy
man.
was destroyed. Like it was just so good. It was shouting, but it was so good that he was getting his own little. I didn't have the energy.
Yeah, I can feel him getting frustrated, and I can also hear his voice getting tired. So I already knew he was in the bag. That's when I DM'd you. I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna lay up off him."
Yeah, but then he just put in racist pictures and profile pictures.
You know what? I didn't want what happened in the end, but it wasn't the way we. You know what I mean? We don't want I was like, yeah. You just wait, Kel, because I'm just waiting for Shakira to leave, and then we can have a conversation. Because all this cheerleading, you're gonna pay for that shit. Yeah, in a good light-hearted way.
He was real quiet when Shakira came in. I'm not gonna lie, he was real quiet.
As I said, they don't share the same views 100%. Like JEDI just emphasized.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, but if you product the unsynchronization, there's like a mission statement that they, if you're part of a fraternity, they'll be like,
or whatever. We're here to serve and protect. The code
right.
is to that. They've got
That's
like
funny.
a
It is
skill.
like it's protected.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course it is. It's all
I know that
everything
one.
is, man.
Is everything to be there? And how come? Have you got an answer for not protecting the non-Africans and the African Americans and that's the Reynolds rap. I call it a Reynolds rap. Yeah, you prepare that, you say it, and it's an automatic response, no matter what anyone says. You know what I'm saying? Because questions can throw people off.
Yeah.
Outside of that paradigm.
He's good at moving. He's good at moving the goalposts. He does it
Chakara's a
really well
beast.
and masters it.
Chakara is a beast, man. And the angle, and this is why I thought it'd be
If
a
you
good
don't know
conversation.
logical fallacies, he'll get you.
Because the angle that you particularly, Vin, come from, I know would bring a fresh dynamic. Not that he ain't dealt with it or heard, but I just know he wasn't really in his comfort zone because Chakara don't fuck around, bro. You know, I rate him highly. That's why I always try to like get him involved in these little scraps. I hope you don't start hating me for it. But it's fucking
I know you
great
enjoy it.
content. It's great conversation. It's great information. It's dope. Like, and you don't necessarily get to hear these exchanges live. You might see them in some comments somewhere or whatever. But to hear people, like I was out on the street doing something, I was explaining to someone what the live stream was about. So I'm saying, right now, you get me. You got dude from New York. You get me. You got a Pan-Africanist from the UK. Then you got like a ex-roadman from the UK that was like, you know, knowledged up on like I kind of was breaking it down. It was like, wow, you know, like you don't really get to hear that kind of combination, and even throwing Banksy in, which I think is always going to be a golden ticket for great conversation and emotion. Yeah, and with Banksy, he doesn't want to lose because he generally thinks he's smarter than us.
Yeah,
Vince
savage him, boy.
Even though we can see, he generally thinks he's smart. That's his personality. I don't even take it personally, you know. But when Vin started hitting him with the I got invited to take the test for Mensa and boom, 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 boom. What's your IQ?
Messed him up.
He weren't really saying shit. I was like, yeah. And he was like, yeah, I'm smarter than you, man. And
he resulted to insults first. Once he resulted
when I brought up his profession, it rattled him. It rattled him.
Yeah. Oh, you shoot wood for a living. You shoot people.
Yeah. Oh my God!
You also call people dumb, but
all of a sudden, he's working in science.
I know. Yeah.
Imagine he's got bachelor's in science.
Yeah. When he was saying,
where's the bachelor's from? How are you recording people fucking, bro?
He was saying
Where's
the other day.
Bachelor's?
He was saying to me, remember the other day when I cooked him, he was like, yes, are you saying me who invents computer programs for large companies?
He doesn't
How
do
is that?
Shit.
How is that what you're saying today? Like, bro, you just shit, bro.
He doesn't
you know
do
what I'm
any
saying?
of that, man.
Yeah? You didn't do nothing,
It's not
bro.
even in the conversation that he's talking about. He doesn't have a profession in it. And even
He's
when
filming
you bring up
porn.
the
Nah.
PhD,
Once you're filming porn, you're dead. You were dead.
Now, I heard Vince say, wait, what? Wait, what? No. This is the part. When someone said,
ammo.
And then you talking about drawing pictures of children and then masturbating.
That was a bar.
That was a bar.
Like, ooh. I forgot about that.
He even kept quiet after. They kept quiet for a bit. It was
I know.
I just heard, wait, what?
Yeah, you heard it. I heard it as well. I was like, oh, it's peak. Yeah. It was Zulu, man. He put the shotgun in Vin's lap. Like, hold it. Blow, hold on, Banksy.
I had to let Vin know what kind of person he's dealing with. Because man was trying to say
he knew I
had to let Vin know, like, this guy is a porn recording. You know what I mean? I had to let him know, like, yo, this is what recording he does.
Artist.
so that you don't think we're dumb. I had to let you know.
Do that, Banksy, man.
Yeah, that was funny, man. Yeah, hey, he was stumbling. You get me? And Raheem, big up Raheem as well, man. He put in some work as well.
Hey, Raheem, you know he bust one sentence, nothing to do with the debate. It was just like, yes, so we've been working in quite an orderly fashion so far.
Yeah.
JEDI tried to, I believe that was his attempt to try and make it cordial so that we're not talking in Discord. And I for one propose. Wait for what? What say ye?
Yeah.
What say ye?
Yeah. You hear me? And then
Alright.
Kale was like, you right. No more cheerleading for a minute. It was like, yeah,
The
man,
honorable.
yeah. Let me just
You
calm
see,
down.
brother, the Arabs and the honorable.
But yeah, talking to, I'm gonna chat to Chakara because I think the conversation he didn't want to go into about the African origin or like the percentages when it comes to America, I think was, even though that wasn't necessarily the topic, that would have been a good topic to hear between Vin and him, because obviously I do you know what I mean? He's quite like book savvy and historical savvy kind of thing. So it'd be interesting, man.
That could be a debate, fam. Are the Americans
we do debates over here, you know, Vin. We don't fuck around.
We can set that up. I
Are the Americans Africans?
Yeah, cook that nigga, man.
Say that again.
Oh,
I'm saying
my
the title
fault. I
could be
said,
Are the Americans
right
Africans?
now I'm doing my science tip for the Patreon, but I can get back in that Aboriginal bag and chef him up real quick. Like he doesn't know, like even the Walter Plecker thing. When I brought that up, they just pretended like they didn't hear it, and I'm just like, all right, these dudes don't know what that is. They don't know half of what I'm
that
talking
book.
about.
Yeah, that book.
Yeah. No, it's not even a book. Not only the book I gave you, but the Walter Plecker. Walter Plecker is a guy who went around renaming Negroes and reclassifying them from being considered Indian to be considered colored. He's the guy that went around rearranging and trying to delete and get rid of what's known as Dawes Roll Scrolls, which have those records. For these people to trace their families back. They don't know about things like this. That's why I was telling them we got sides to the coin that if you just listen for a second because you don't know it, then maybe you can try and piece it together and then tell me how you can relate to it in your paradigm. Because in his paradigm, it is monolithic. Everybody who black come from Africa. That's absolutely ridiculous. And that's why I brought up the Washington.
Evolutionary bullshit.
And he can't, anyway.
No, and you proved your case, Vin, when you mentioned Darwinism.
No, he said it was a fact. That was his first and major L.
Yeah.
When you pulled him out, you was like, "What? Are you saying it's a fact?"
Who was that? Banksy.
Yeah.
Banksy. It's a scientific method. Do you have a laptop? Do you have a phone? That's all the scientific method.
Was fucking sick. Yeah, that one.
I said, we all came from monkeys, didn't we? You're a monkey. Your monkey brain.
He tried this monkey thing. I heard.
He tried to lightly slide that in. Yeah. You're all monkeys.
But you know what you're gonna get from Banksy, man.
I know.
Like I said, without that, it's dull, and and undoubtedly that it could become a form of an echo chamber. You need to allow some of these people in from time to time. Not even from time to time. Whenever they feel free, it's good. I want to see how you go against someone with no fucking sympathy. You don't care. You don't care about your feelings. Do you know what I mean? Don't give a fuck how you feel about your blackness. Fuck that, man. You got a fucking. You know what I mean?
You're subject to the Europeans anyway.
You got crybabies, man.
Build a bag. Shut up. Bow down to your masters. You get me, bro?
I think it's
that kind of had me up in my feelings when he said that. I was like, bitch, you know what my God is? Like, the fuck are you talking about? It's Bilderberg. Like,
you got him.
When you said 2030,
you get all your shit from the Bible.
Right.
When you said 2030, I got what you said still.
Yeah, like those who know. So they got.
I know. We know.
They know their little time limit that they got, and we know it. So look, that's
sure. It's running out. It's running out, man. It's running out. We know it's running out.
Maybe till 2045.
Maybe 2027. I've heard of that too. 2027.
Maybe if God allowed them to make it there, but nah, it's over.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get real now, yeah. So, some might laugh and say we're going to go into fantasy, but in 2030 or 2027 or 2045, whatever, talk me through what you believe is going to happen, Vin. Like, obviously, within reason of what you could know, but like what's been documented in scripture or whatnot. What do you see is how it unfold?
You want me to paraphrase? Pretty much?
Nah, whatever. Just do you.
All right. So pretty much what we can expect you know, through the studies of what I've got in the scriptures, we're going to see giants again. Those are the weapons of wrath that Yahweh use, and they'll come from the boundaries of Antarctica and move their way inwards. And you can expect these things also to come from underground. As far as like what we can expect, I know that there's a blood red moon, and those are always significant, which is coming in 2024. And that it coincides with the last blood red moon, and it makes like an X over the New Madrid fault line. Maybe there's significance there. Um, but expect the return of the things that we know as demons or fallen angels. Yeah, they're gonna call them aliens and the Galactic Federation of Light and all this nonsense. Just know that these are, you know, demonic entities. So, I mean, we can dialogue back and forth, and then I can kind
Yeah.
of
So
talk about.
so when these demons come, what they doing? I know it says like in the time of Noah. So I don't know whether you believe whether in the past when they came down they bred with mankind or not.
Yeah, I subscribe to that. I do.
Okay, so do you think that that's what's is it gonna be some interbreeding stuff going on again?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's ongoing right now, even in the sense of like you brought it up earlier with the RH negatives. Like it's still ongoing. I just think that we're now going to get like, especially with this thing that's gonna come out with the Epstein and the whole child trafficking thing, that's gonna open up the whole who controls the black market, which is the CIA, you know, the shadow puppet CIA. And then that's going to open up the pedophilia doorways, and the pedophilia doorways open up to the adrenochrome and Satanism, and the people having to recognize it, like, yo, this shit is real.
This goes
Like,
down, yeah.
Yeah, like it's happening. We're all seeing
It's
it go
happening.
down.
It's been happening. It's been
You know,
happening.
yeah. So, once that happens, I think that's when, you know, you're going to see the fake asteroid thing, which there are none.
What like a threat of an asteroid that's gonna hit Earth kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's their excuse to weaponize space that they can fight, essentially fight against God and His army when He returns. Well, you know, we know they're
That's
going
why
to
they
kill
got that
everybody.
thing called Star Wars that they was lift. That you know what I mean? That's from.
Yep, that's
And
all.
that's why they've also
Star Wars is
developed
all
devices
quantum
to reflect
technology.
asteroids.
You have to remember, what does it say at the beginning of Star Wars? In a galaxy far, far away,
Far away.
long
The battle of
time
it's the battle of
ago.
heaven.
Yeah,
but
it's
Vin,
all
I
the
wanted to ask you a
stuff from the
question
past
about the
happening again.
UAPs and the UFOs. If you don't
Hold
mind.
on, what the brother was saying something. Let me finish real quick, and then I'll answer you.
Yeah. Finish up that Star Wars, Raheem. What in a galaxy far, far away? What
The beginning of Star Wars is that it's the scrolling bit. It says in a galaxy far, far away, a long time ago. It's everything. It's already happened. The story of Star Wars has already happened, and it's an example of what is to come. Like what Vin was saying. It's an example of these societies and cultures that are out there in the universe beyond humans. Because if you have to remember, you have humanoid people, but you never hear about them being called humans. Yeah, there's never that. It's an intergalactic family of people. So it's stuff that is to come and has already happened. You know, but it's all futuristic.
but there's no intergalactic shit. There's none of that.
Yeah,
There ain't none
they're
of that, bro.
interdimensional. So we have a spiritual family with Yah's angels, at least, even with the wicked ones, because they're all part of creation. However, it's not an outer space thing. This is like CERN, and they kind of showing you in all the shows right now. It's really heavy because these things are about to unfold.
Quantum now. It's all quantum now, right?
Do you not believe?
Yeah.
Do you not believe that out there is
the next Marvel film,
multiverse and interdimensionally quantum.
Right.
It's interesting you said quantum.
Right. So
it's interesting you said quantum because the next Marvel film, Ant-Man, is called Quantanium.
Yeah,
and it's all going to be about the quantum.
It's called Quantum Mania.
So that's
It's
mad.
madness from the quantum.
Right,
Mania.
and
Yeah,
that's
Quantum
actually
Mania.
accurate because everything is reverse in that realm. So essentially, you think of like dark matter, for instance. So let's say the the protons or no, the electrons spin clockwise with matter. With antimatter, they spin counterclockwise, which would theoretically make time travel possible. So when you start to, and this is where string theory and M theory come in, and scripturally speaking, let me just sum it up. The Most High has given the children of Israel, us, his descendants, a manual pretty much to the timeline that, or the world line that we're living in. You understand? So we have a playbook. We already know what's going to happen or what the results are. Okay. So, this is just indicative of there being a creator who understands all the multiverse options, like how Doctor Strange was searching through all the results and trying to see which one was. Our creator's already done that for us and already given us the result. We just have to follow his instructions and we get to the destination clearly. Now, for those of them who don't want to follow the instructions, obviously your GPS is fucked up. So you're going to go into a different, persuasion.
Some would say that the instructions are unclear, and there are way too many people giving conflicting interpretations of it.
Yeah, that's true, which is why you got to pick it up and study it for yourself. But the thing is, the book is only, well, at least the wisdoms of it.
Why'd you give me unclear instructions?
It's not that they're unclear, it's that they're unclear to you. So you have to gain wisdom and understand. And when I say you, I'm just talking to people in general.
I know.
Yep. You have to gain wisdom and understanding so that you can see the parallels in the scripture, so that you can, it's kind of like
brother,
go ahead.
I don't mean to sound unsynchronized, brother.
Yeah.
Why are the scriptures not written in a easily palatable format, so that
is the best impression I've heard.
even the layman could, with all due respect, pick it up.
It's not for the layman. It's for the remnant. It's for the remnant of the remnant to understand, and they understand by showing and proving themselves by not only studying day in, day out, but also applying the wisdoms to their life. And through applying it through their life, it's kind of like, I'll take it to the
What is it? How many people would you say have your view, your perspective on the Torah and the instructions?
Out of our people, very, very few.
Exactly. Now, does that sound like it doesn't sound like there's a group sport in that at all, in any way, shape, or form. I know it's an individual journey, but
it's kind of like
how many people have the chance to, if you think you're on the track, or think you're exactly, you hope you're on the track, and then you look around you and there's not many people on the track. Now I understand
that's where it's supposed to be.
In the world, it was set out like that, so there's gonna be the few. But even like, where is the ones? Because there's so many people gonna call themselves, for instance, they're gonna call themselves Israelites, but they're gonna be on a way different accord. How many people that even call themselves Israelites share the view of the Torah as you do?
It's a rare space. I couldn't give you a number, but it's what you have envisioned in your mind. I would say I probably agree with it. But that's for now. That's the work that people supposedly at whatever level I'm at, because there's always somebody above you, right?
Yeah.
Like it's the work that we put in. That's a part of what the scripture says. We have jobs to do to sow seeds. So my job is not necessarily to try and convince somebody, but it's to kind of at least get them to let me lay out the evidence for them and let them go ahead and take it with them. So you can pick and choose what you need. That's God. That's then God's responsibility to do what he's going to do with them seeds that person has to reinvigorate their spirit and reawaken them as a dry bone. You understand? My job is to just precipitate information and to do it as responsibly as I can. So in other words, obviously I wouldn't teach something that I know is wrong. You know what I mean? I'm always going to teach from an honest perspective. And when I need to correct myself, I do so, and I make sure I do it publicly so that people understand and know.
I wanted to ask you a question. You spoke about the end time events. I wanted to ask you about the UFOs and the UAPs that they've openly been discussing as of recent. Do you believe in aliens and UFOs and these things?
No, I don't believe in aliens as in what they're saying, but aliens as in being
like fallen angels and reptilians and things of this nature, or serpent seed, yes, I do subscribe to that. As far as alien ships, as far as my studies go, those are Nazi crafts. So the physical crafts, those are Nazi inventions. So for instance, the things that we call grays, those are biomanufactured, like essentially clone entities that are manufactured by Nazis. They created all these things during the 1930s.
Pause it there for a minute, yeah.
Yeah.
What I find funny about that concept, which is a very, very old belief. Well, not very old, but for as long as I remember, people believed that this is what the aliens were, right? Something to do with the Nazis and blah blah blah, and obviously that their ships were. The Nazis have been spotted; they've been outed in these fucking discs and whatnot.
Yeah.
But what I found interesting was the correlation between making a humanoid worker and the whole Enlil and Enki.
The Sumerians,
story.
the Anunnaki Sumerian story.
Right.
Yep.
I thought that was an interesting thing. And then you got the Kabbalistic practice of making the golem.
Yeah.
Yes,
You know,
in the Zohar.
Makes it the same thing.
Yeah.
That's because, well, in my opinion, that's because we imitate what we were created after. We were made in his image, as the scripture says. So we're going to always try and create life and universes and worlds and all of that. So we're just imitating what we come from, not always successfully.
Yeah, but what's the intention behind it, though? That's the important part.
Well, intention is everything.
Yeah,
intention is everything. It's like how I mentioned earlier to do with the words and words being linked to, as I said at that time, magic. Intention behind it all is everything.
I don't know, you know. I mean, like, I know what you mean, but I would say the intention of the person that creates it, of the being that creates it, rules over your intention of why you're using it.
Correct.
So, for instance, yeah, I could piss in a glass and throw bleach in there. I hand it to you. Now, guess what? My intention is for you to drink my piss and drink bleach and get fucked up. Yeah, your intention is to quench your thirst.
100%. But
that's a good analogy.
That's why everything falls under the permission of God. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, because I always hear that. You know what I hear that with? When it comes to celebrating and partaking in certain activities, people always say, well, boy, it's the intention. Well, I'm not doing it for that. But I'm like, does it really work like that?
Right.
I ain't doing child sacrifice
doesn't.
this, man. I'm doing it for good, man. Like I'm
what?
You know?
I think it does and it doesn't. And the reason why I say that is because, as you said, your intentions may not be good, but the individuals who created the process of these celebrations and festivals, you're pushing out their energy and their frequency into the world. You're amplifying their being and their beliefs. But your intention may not be that.
That being said, this all goes back to language. So, say for instance, Zulu says Jesus all the time, but then he doesn't.
I say Yeshua.
Yeah, you trying it, bruv. You remember, bro? Come on, bruv.
I don't even pray in saying Jesus.
Dude, we gonna get you off that soon, man. We're gonna get you off that.
The only reason why I say Jesus is for the layman. That's literally the only reason.
We gonna get you off that whole New Testament.
All right,
man.
then. So how about even when we're saying God, then? Like
that's true.
Like when it comes to intentions, yeah. When we're using any language, somebody is responsible for establishing a word and saying this is the meaning of it and this is what 100%. It is. Right? Do you agree 100%. Or not?
I agree.
Yes, I agree.
Because languages can be created, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So, does it not matter what the intention of the person that brought this word or this thing into being with its meaning? Does that not matter anymore? For instance, when we use black, knowing Germanic, bleach, pale, washed out, when we use that to describe ourselves centuries later with this new perception of it, does its old meaning, does the old etymology have any effect?
So yes and no. It's like, so I think that power, depending on who the individuals are, can be carried through. But I also do think that power can take that word and the meaning and the intention behind that and reverse it back. So it's like how wicked meant not prosperous, not good, not anything, but we would turn around in not nowadays, but back in the day when something was
we would
amazing,
nowadays. Yeah, but guess what though? Have you not noticed that in our quote unquote in our quote and unquote cultures, we use everything that originally has a bad connotation and we apply it to something good. Some an elder showed me
we're
this.
trying to reverse the
Hold on,
frequency,
an
bro.
elder showed me 2 years ago. We were rude boys, bad boys, wicked, dope, sick, rough. You get me? Like,
yeah, 100%.
Everything that
and you think
we're
that about
trying to
yourself,
reverse
and
the
your
frequency.
resonance builds that energy in you. I don't know if y'all know Masaru Emoto, the crystals in the water. So what you think is a frequency, and it affects your being.
That might be debunkable, you know.
What?
Like that whole, you know,
Yeah.
that dude and his experiment with the positive and negative. And all that.
It wasn't a sanitary experiment.
Yeah, I've kind of looked
Really?
into it. Yeah, look into it. Like look into the.
All
it's
right,
like, but the principle I believe stays the same. In fact, at the time when I was researching it, I believe that this was set up just so that when you did do the further research, it would kind of come up as a dud and throw you off.
Throw you off of it.
You see what I'm saying? Because you know there's lots of things that they do like that.
And that's crazy. I gave a presentation on that shit in college, and the motherfucker loved them. They loved that shit. They was like, "Yo, what book is that, man? It's great."
But to add on what you're saying about language, because it just came to my head. Pause. If creation happened through frequency and vibration, you know, speech, then why wouldn't words have power? If words can create, I mean, words can destroy. Because the tongue is described as a two-edged sword, according to the scripture. So I think
I
you're
dropped
right.
this on you 2 days ago, Zulu.
I know. I'm using it now. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay.
My brother. My brother. Ain't nothing wrong with that, my brother. I know.
There's nothing wrong with that. Okay.
Yeah, no, you're right. But can your intentions change? You understand the overarching intention behind the creation of something?
No.
Then what about us?
It depends on what is created.
What about us? Because we were created with a certain intention, and we could overarch that, right?
That is true. That is true.
That is true.
Okay.
But I mean, is man separate from? Can we deal with a word different, separate from a man? Maybe
Yeah,
not.
because we have free will and choice. Do words really have free will and choice if words are based off of the structure or rules of language?
I don't know.
think words have a choice,
but in the Torah, I think you'll find that the word is sentient.
Yeah, it is. Well, whose word is living?
I don't know. I'm just saying. Word, isn't it?
Yeah,
All
words
are
in
living, bro.
general, all words are living.
All words are living.
All thoughts. and
Let there
ideas
be
do live.
light. Let there be this.
Yeah.
This is all speech. This is all
If
frequency and vibration.
If words are living, then I can't comment on words, what its life would be like, whether it had any kind of awareness or sentience within itself, but it definitely has a power and effect. It's definitely physical. Can be, well, when I by physical, I mean can be measured, can be perceived, can be detected, can even be seen. Words can be seen. You take a mushroom, you see some words, mate. You know
that sounds a lot like the musing, the concept of the muse, right? Whereas it's this exterior and the spirit that gives you inspiration, gives you words, and a lot of the artists and poets and rely on the muse.
Sprites. Yeah, there's the muses, the sprites, the nymphs, elves, all these little fucking bits of. Oh my god, I was watching such a dope video yesterday. Oh my fucking god!
Send the link in the Discord.
Yo, you might Mr. Mythos, because I know you've subscribed to him, right? He's got one
Yeah,
about
yeah.
using demons to treasure hunt. And that, bro,
Whoa.
there's so many books on it. Like, yo, it's deep. Like, I knew that's what. Like, it went into divination, and like basically, that was like the number one top practice. That was the thing. Like, it was explaining why so much treasure was buried, which is common sense. I just never really thought about it. Obviously, no banks, no rare. It was one of the safest ways to keep your valuables. Do you know
Was
what
it
I mean?
during the
So,
pirate times?
no, just during the times before banks. People,
Oh, shit.
you get me? People, you get a fortune, you get some jewels, you get something good. You get me? You go and bury that shit. you know what I mean? To keep it safe.
Yeah, but
Right?
do you remember Jedi? Do you remember what it was called when they used to use them demons to find the treasure?
Yeah,
The same
like,
as you could find water.
Divination, yeah.
Yeah, 100%, man.
That's what I say. Yeah, they talk about, bruv, he goes into the divining rods. You know, I might throw it on, you know.
Yeah, please. I want to watch that.
Yeah, do it, man.
I'm gonna throw that shit on because that shit was good, man.
So humans have power to command demons, huh? Interesting.
Oh yeah, it was.
Obviously, that's called shirk, innit?
But what do you say about Solomon? You don't really agree on the Solomon having that power, do you? You think that's?
I would say I'm not gonna say it's true when it's not mentioned in the Torah, especially when the Torah is the original text on the individual. People can attribute many things after the fact, hundreds of years later. But if the source doesn't state it, why am I going to embrace the idea out of nowhere?
It's
You know
not.
what I
It's
mean?
not. It's not out of context though, because he was wicked. Not saying that
He was wicked,
agree with
yes.
you. It's not in there directly, but in terms of
But
the
Vin,
things
if it's
that
from the
would
Quran,
classify
Vin.
him as
But
like
Vin,
crazy wicked, that would be up there for him to
But
do.
Vin,
shit
it's
like
from the Quran, though. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not
Yeah.
like it's from
Yeah.
Talmud or something that's at least close to the. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't trust none of them shits either way.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I don't, because I know the scriptures tell us we shouldn't deal with divinations like contacting spirits and stuff like that.
God
So
hates
I would
witchcraft. He literally says,
stay
if
away
you even turn to necromancy, I'm gonna turn my face away from you. He doesn't mess with that at all.
Does he?
Hates it.
Where does it say that?
No, there's literally a verse that says, if any of you turn to necromancy and all these things, I will turn my face away from you and I will cut you off from among your people. God doesn't mess with witchcraft. He hates it. He even calls it an abomination.
Exodus, he gives the laws. Hang on.
He calls it an abomination.
Exodus.
But other people will entertain witchcraft in their religions, which is just hilarious.
Other people.
Yo.
But this alien thing. So, y'all think comets and stuff are real? Because I think I agree with the ancients. Those are like angels and angelic beings and spirits.
There's
and all
no
that type of stuff.
comets. There's no comets. There's no asteroids. There's none of that, man. There's none of that. Trust me. Meteors. There's no fucking meteors. No.
But you've seen one before, right? You've seen something fly past the. You said you've seen a shooting star.
I saw a shooting star, whatever that is. Yeah.
What is that though?
Who knows? How the fuck would I know? It looked like a.
The gas.
It looked like the tail end. It looked like the tail end of a firework.
Yeah.
Shooting across the sky.
I've seen a couple.
Do you think it's a tangible thing that you could possibly be close to?
What do you mean?
As in, if someone teleported you to its location, you'd be able to sit on it.
I mean, the firmament.
Sit on it.
Firmament
Pause,
has a
but
limit.
still.
Pause.
Yeah, definitely pause that.
Like, are you saying it's just like some gas thing that's just kind of like not really a
I don't
tangible
know.
thing? It's just.
It could be a light. It could be a plasma. Who knows? But there's no
I
outer
don't see
space.
why
though.
asteroids. Why can't asteroids be? But then again,
Because
it's the
there's no outer
heliocentric model,
space.
isn't it? Yeah.
What's
There's
an asteroid?
all
What's
the
that? An
firmament.
asteroid would be
Yeah.
a fractured piece of
A
some
comet.
kind of mass, some kind of solid that had come from
Outer
from
space,
what?
the magical
Yeah,
outer
fuck
space.
yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
there's no
That's
outer
true, that's
space.
true.
There's no planets as we're taught. Those are more like celestial things and spiritual things.
Same thing with the sun. I mean, the sun and the moon. Those are like plasma bodies. So you got to think in terms of the four states of matter. What are the highest states of matter? And the highest state of matter in this realm would be plasma. And this is why do you think the Most High, when he comes down from the heavens, he represents himself inside of thunder and lightning and fire. These are all plasma. That plasma doesn't hold a consistent shape or form. It's constantly reinventing itself and giving itself a new form. So when you think about it, how could the creator best represent himself and still be within the context of the realm of the beings that he's trying to communicate with, so that they can understand the magnitude of his greatness?
And that
would be
goes back to the
express himself
bar,
through
the
plasma.
word, Vin.
Quick
Yeah.
one before we watch the
The
video. It's
bar.
interesting that necromancy thing. There's a few things on that, and one of the verses it basically says, yeah, as you said, don't seek them out. But then another one says, if you do, they should be speaking the word, and if they're not, that's when they get cut out. So I think it's not explicit that necromancy is a bad thing.
No. What do you mean by the second one? If they do, where does it say
So
that?
it says what is this? Is this Isaiah? Hold on.
Because is that referencing prophets?
Yeah,
'Cause remember,
Isaiah 8, verse 19. Well, you
What's the
start from like
context, though?
16.
Yeah.
It says, bind up the testimony, seal the teaching among my disciples. I will wait for the Lord who is hiding his face from the house of Jacob, and I will hope in him. Behold, I and the children whom the Lord has given me are signs and portents in Israel from the Lord of hosts, who dwells on Mount Zion. And when they say to you, inquire of the mediums and the necromancers who chirp and mutter, should not a people inquire of their God? Should they inquire of the dead on behalf of the living? Should they inquire of the dead on behalf of the living? To the teaching and to the testimony, if they will not speak according to this word, it is because they have no dawn. They will pass through the land.
What version are you reading?
What do you mean? What version?
What verse?
There's a bunch of words in there that are not in the.
What's the verse?
Well, this is the English Standard Version. Sorry, I'll go to King James.
Yeah, that's right.
What's the verse that we're on?
It's verse 19. 18 verse
Isaiah
19.
8, and if I started from 16.
Okay.
But yeah, just going back, and then I'll start from 19. And when they say to you, inquire to the mediums and necromancers who chirp and mutter, should not a people inquire of their God? Should they inquire of the dead on behalf? Should they inquire on the dead on behalf of the living?
Right. That's a rhetorical. Hold on. Pause. Hold on.
There's literally a question mark.
That's what I said it as a question. I said it as a question.
But hold on. You understand it's a rhetorical question that they're saying there, right? The obvious answer is, of course, you would talk to God and not to demonic spirits.
Exactly.
That's not what he said there. Because
that is what it's saying. That is what it's saying, bro.
But let's read it in full and then analyze. Yeah.
Wrong him. You're always wrong, man.
To the teaching. What?
Sorry.
I said wrong him.
How are you gonna?
I said wrong him.
Let's take a verse and then isolate the verse.
Yo, Zoo.
Stay focused, bro.
Let's do it his way.
Let me finish.
Yeah, let's listen to misrepresent the scriptures.
Let him read the whole thing so we can go over it. Let's do it his way.
Yeah. Hold on. To the teaching and to the testimony, if they will not speak according to this word, it is because they have no dawn. They will pass through the land greatly distressed and hungry, and when they are hungry, they will be enraged and will speak contemptuously against their king and their God, and turn their faces upward. And they will look at the earth and behold distress and darkness and the gloom of anguish, and they will be thrust into the thick darkness. So my interpretation of my understanding, don't take the piss, Jedi.
Can I read my hold on, Vin. Can I read my version of that? I just wanted to read. I wanted to read the KJV because what he read.
That was the KJV I switched to.
That was the English. That was the English standard. There's no dawn.
No,
there's no dawn in the KJV.
The King James version.
There's no dawn, bro. There's no dawn. I don't know where you got that from.
What does it say on your King James version?
It just says light. It doesn't say dawn.
Shit.
I don't know what you're reading, bro. Like you can clearly see that it's a question.
I've got dawn in mind. Either way, we understand dawn is light, so we get the context. We can see.
Should not people seek unto their God? That's a question. It's literally a rhetorical question. It says, and when they shall say unto you, seek unto them that have familiar spirits, and unto wizards that peep and that mutter. Should not a people seek unto their God, ? For the living to the dead, ? To the law and to the testimony. If they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them.
Right.
It's that simple.
Hang on, and just to tack on to what you're reading, what's in the word, for example, is Deuteronomy 18, and where is it again? Hold on. Yeah, Deuteronomy 18, 9 through 12, right? So I'll just give an example. When you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not learn to follow the abominable practices of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone who burns his sons or his daughters as an offering, anyone who practices divination or tells fortunes or interprets omens, or a sorcerer or a charmer or a medium or a necromancer or one who inquires of the dead. For whoever does these things is an abomination to the Lord. And because of these, and because of these abominations, the Lord your God is driving them out before you. So that just sets a context of what the verse means when it says, if you understand the book, or I'm paraphrasing, if you understand the book or not, the book of the law, because you would understand to begin with that you shouldn't be going to demons, which is why verse 19 is a rhetorical question, because though if you study all of the chapters before, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, blah blah blah, so forth, and get up to Isaiah, you already have that context instilled in your brain, so you understand what's going on. Do you see what I'm saying?
I can understand that, but surely if you've stayed on demonic forces, I'm more looking at the dead as opposed to demonic forces, because that's more.
What they
necromancy is in towards the dead. Your ancestors, is it forbidden to call on your ancestors and understand your ancestors?
They can't answer you because they're at rest. So the only things that are coming back and making impersonations of people's ancestors are demons.
And we call them familiar spirits. There's a reason why we call them familiar spirits, because these entities can imitate your loved ones because they've watched them their whole lives. And as you can see in the private chat, Raheem, I've posted continuous verses saying that these things are punishable by death. God don't mess around with sorcery and necromancy.
All right, so look, let's bring the sorcery and necromancy up to date. So CERN is technological necromancy. Okay, they're opening up gateways, or this fourth dimensional prison that the Most High, or this abyss that the Most High has these demons locked in. And small scale people who do seances and Ouija boards and all that, and calling on spirits, they call these demons out from the pit, right? And then there's people who have to engage in putting them back in and do dream wars and all that. But but anyway, that CERN now is going to open up bigger gateways so that you don't need to necessarily do seances, because you don't need the people's electromagnetic energy. Now you have magnetized energy and technology to do it for you. So, these things we're not supposed to be playing with to begin with. The reason why we build CERN is because of people like Aleister Crowley and Helena Blavatsky and Jack Parsons. All these Satanists who open up doorways to things like Babylon working, and then get technology from these demons to build greater technology to open up the gate so that they can get this last chapter of this script started. So that's what's going on with the CERN thing.
Literally, through the inspiration of demons, just like in the days of Noah, the fallen angels Azazel were teaching men about makeup, weaponry, crafting. It's the same thing that's happening now with modern day science and technology. The chip, all of these things were told by fallen angels to humans to teach them how to make these things.
What do you think the Egyptian Book of Dead is? That's them talking to these people. How do you think the Egyptians knew how to do soul transference technology? And this is how Project Monarch came about. Like the book.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Whether the Egyptians wrong, man.
That's where we stop.
Hold on, wait, stop. I don't know if you was involved in this conversation before, Vin, yeah, but me and Zulu had a conversation, and basically he has a struggle fathoming like the soul not being tethered, not being exclusive to the body, meaning a man could possess another body. Your consciousness could possess a different body than the one you're in, and Zulu thinks that can't happen. Something
Well,
biblical.
right.
No,
Well,
that's not right. That's not
I
correct.
don't think it's necessarily unbiblical. I do think it is puzzling though, because one would have to ask, like, is that one just a photocopy of the original mind, or is it the actual original mind and the essence of the original mind that's being transferred?
Exactly.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, is it
Exactly.
brain mapping? Are they doing REM photocopying? Essentially,
But
EEG
Vin,
scans and just copying everything that person is, knows, feels, and the memories up until that particular point, and then transfer. Like, what's
Now, what would be the
what's
what would be the
that
point
we're
of that?
talking about?
What would
but
be
can
the
I
point of
respond to
that?
what Vin
No,
just
no, no.
said? Because Vin, this is another important thing to add. I just mentioned familiar spirits earlier. If you study the occult, a lot of these families are assigned demons. These demons
Right.
have studied all of their bloodlines and everything. They can imitate any person they want. So they could promise them, hey, I'm going to transfer you to this young
Still,
person over here. But all that
don't
demon is
get it
going to
twisted.
do, all that
You
demon
can.
is going to do is he's going to possess that young person and imitate the character and likeness of the person he
No,
made
it
the
would,
promise to.
it will only
That's simple.
last for so long. And how long do you think a demon can stay in possession of a body? This is
Right.
one of the things they're working on. This is
This
why
is
I think.
yep.
This is why I think they're opening up this whole AI and Android and robot kind of thing, because
Merging with technology. Yep.
they're gonna put the spirit in a cyber kind of body, right?
Do you
But
think
they're
that's
gonna say
possible?
it's AI. They're gonna say it's, maybe not yet, but this is what they're working on, and then they're gonna say that it's AI, but it isn't AI. That's probably what I do
Right.
believe. This is probably what fucking is running. This is probably what deep
Running the
thinkers.
system right now. Right.
This is probably
Exactly.
what deep thinkers.
That
But
that
you
thing
guys, you
that they're
guys are making
talking.
the soul sound so easily, just like
It's
What?
not about easily. It's about what the scripture says. If God didn't cut the time short, they'd be able to do whatever the fuck they want. And this
I'm
stuff
just
is going
saying.
on
That's
the
true. That's
underground.
true, man.
I'm
That's
just
true.
saying. Once your soul, once your consciousness has left your body, then it's not hard to deem it fathomable. And like I go into very, very deep states of uh introspection, right? Let's call it that. And one thing that did pop up. Sorry, can you hear the echo?
Yes,
Now it's gone.
slightly.
It's gone now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's back.
Yeah. One thing that did pop up when I was thinking was like, yo, what is the actual incentive? I've said this before. What is the incentive of some of these guys to push this, knowing how selfish these people are? You think that they're really pushing this because they want to see their sons and their grandsons and their great great grandsons in positions of power when they're dead and gone. And I'm saying bullshit, because they would throw their great grandsons on the fucking fire in a
Right.
heartbeat if the entity they worship required it, or even if they were allowed to do it. They don't have that same kind of. So what is it? There's got to be something in it for them. There's got to be some kind of promise. And I reckon that for a lot of them, there's the promise of this consciousness transference before the body they inhabit
Dies.
Dies, therefore having a form of everlasting life or immortality. I reckon this is what they've been doing, and this is what we've
Yeah, but ain't that the
been
ultimate goal?
experiencing.
Ain't that always
But
been the
that's a
ultimate
cheat.
goal?
That's a cheat
No,
code. Why
because
would
no. I tell
Can I
you why.
answer this one?
I tell you
Yeah.
why it's not the ultimate goal. It's a short-term fix, because anytime that your soul is in that body and that body dies, then that's a death blow for you. You're gonna go where everyone else goes, wherever that is. Yeah, you're gonna go where. But for now,
Yo.
you can keep your consciousness attached to physicality,
Right.
because it's only. Do you understand?
Right.
Until that physical thing dies. So
They
before
gotta
it
wage
dies,
war with
yeah.
God. My bad, Trill. They
No,
got
no, no. Go on.
just to tap on to what you're saying. Their whole goal is written out. I think it's what is it, Zoo? Isaiah 9 or Isaiah 14? I think it's Isaiah 9. His plan.
It's in Revelation as well, but I know you don't mess
Yep.
with that.
And it's in Star Wars. Palpatine does it.
His plan is to usurp the creator and to take over time, essentially to take over time and space itself, and essentially to get beyond it. Like that's their goal. So it's not just about mastering the physical plane. Yah's gonna allow them to do that temporarily, but they're going to try to reach beyond, like how Nimrod tried to do in his age, and that's when the Most High gonna come in and start bitch slapping.
But it does say in Daniel, Vin, that he shall try to change the laws and times.
Yeah, but that to me that happened when the Catholic Church came and took over.
Yes, with the Gregorian calendar.
And did that.
Yeah.
But it could
Yeah,
also apply to CERN and you know the supposed Mandela's effect. It could also apply
Mandela's
to
effect.
it. So
Yeah.
you know.
But
we'd
how
have to go
far do
back
you
and
think?
read the context.
But how far do you think God would let them go with this? Like, for me, I think soul transference is a big deal. I don't think it's something that's
Brethren, they've been doing it since the 1930s. Okay.
Is there actual proof for this though?
Androids and all. What? All right. Look up Dr. Peter David Beater. Probably try BitChute. Listen to some of his videos. And I'll
David
put
who?
a book in. Huh?
David who?
David Beater.
Peter David Beater. So BETER.
David Peter. Man said G, fam. That's the name. Man said Peter.
That's his name, man. Peter
I want that to be my name now.
Right.
But
But anyway, he'll tell you about cloning and the different levels of it, and how that's why I asked, like, what type of cloning of the soul or transference of the soul are we talking about? Are we talking about like REM copying,
I'm talking about
REM sleep copying?
no, I'm talking about like astral projection with the tether that you use to return to like your body or piloting that body, but attaching that to another body whose consciousness is vacant, because everybody all doing their meditation and doing all their shit, they be emptying out their vessels, and you know, an empty vessel is an invite.
Can I just hold one second before you do that? Can I hypothesize something quickly? Do you think then that that's what Jesus did when they say he died and resurrected? Because you have to remember, Jesus studied in Egypt.
What?
Jesus studied in Egypt.
Raheem, just allow it.
Do you think? Can't be quiet. No one's talking to you.
All right, bro. Carry on being wrong.
Do you think? Did I say I was right? It's a hypothesis. I'm asking a question for people's opinion.
Yeah, but that's not even biblical.
What do you mean? Jesus studied in Egypt.
He just didn't take anyone's body, bro. It's himself.
I didn't say he did. I'm asking a question.
We're talking about soul transference. We're talking about soul transference.
This is possible? Do you think? I didn't say taking the body. You know, I'm talking about astral projection. Astral projection. Do you
astral projection.
Do you think it's possible that Jesus could have astral projected during those 3 days?
No,
supposedly dead?
No, he died.
Why
he
not?
died. There's no astral. He died. There's no astral projection.
Well, it depends on what you believe. I don't really think he died, but hey.
What?
Is it Hebrews 8 verse 5 or Hebrews 5 verse 8?
All right, I'm muting up, guys. Go ahead.
No, I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say that Jesus projected, but I think there's probably other circumstances where certain prophets having a vision, either they physically they projected and was there in their non-physical form, which is astral projection, or they had a vision. It just, you know, there's different methods, isn't it?
Fair enough. I agree with that. By the way, Zulu, the reason why I say this is Hebrews 5 verse 7, sorry. And it's, who in the days of his flesh, when he had offered up prayers and supplications with strong crying and tears unto him, that was able to save him from death, and was heard in that he feared. Though he were a son, yet he learned his obedience by the things which he suffered, and being made perfect, he became the author of eternal salvation unto all them that obey him, called of God and high priest after the order of Melchizedek. What do you think of that?
So where's the astral projection there?
Yeah, where's
I'm
the
not
astral
talking about the
projection?
astral projection. I asked that.
But that was your. But hold on, Raheem. That was your hypothesis, no?
No.
Say his name properly, please.
My hypothesis is a question to understand what people's opinions are. Then I said I didn't believe that he died because you said he died. That's where I've come with that.
But then you would have to completely cover your eyes to the Gospels that clearly said that he died.
So you cover your eyes the other bit.
Do you think?
No.
Do you think? What do you think happened to Enoch's body when he was taken up? Enoch. What do you think happened to his physical body when he was taken up? What do you think happened to his shoes and his sandals?
That's a good question.
I don't think his shoes and sandals went with him.
Why not?
Maybe they did.
Do you think his leg went with him? You think his moustache, his beard went with him?
Yeah.
So his beard was. So he physically went to heaven.
Yeah.
He was transfigured.
That is a good question, Jez. That is a good question. I can't lie.
No, it's a mad question.
Because then what
So
is
he
heaven?
So the change in his
angel?
pocket stayed there, but he went to heaven, or he went to heaven with the change in his pockets.
Yeah, even the poo in his bum stayed there.
His watch, everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Went to heaven.
But it depends on what heaven is.
The dirt that was
heaven a
embedded in his
tangible
skin
place?
stayed there.
He went to a realm in heaven.
Yeah, fair enough.
Different
Yeah.
realms.
He could be any level of heaven, any realm, but like he went there.
Yeah.
So you're saying physically. So if he went there, then you could essentially fly there or walk there.
Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Elijah. Elijah was taken up in a whirlwind. He never tasted.
Yeah, but you taking whirlwind. You taking whirlwind literally though.
No, not necessarily.
Why not? Why can't it be literal? Why not?
Interdimensional travel.
It can be, but I'm saying
whirlwind is a vortex. So the vortex is also a black hole.
Yeah. You ain't never seen. You never seen Wizard of Oz?
No.
What do you think?
Yeah.
You think?
I know Raheem's seen it.
Do you think Oz was a physical place that you could walk to?
No, it's a different dimension.
Well, it's a different dimension. Exactly. That's what
because that whirlwind's a metaphor. Come on, family.
But hold on. Would you not agree that Elijah and Enoch will be given new bodies?
She was in bed. Alice was in bed.
But would you not agree that they'll be given new bodies?
Just like most of these prophets would have been in bed. Wherever they were. Yeah, their physical body would have been there. Yeah.
Did you say Alice? Is in Alice in Wonderland?
Alice in Wonderland. Yeah.
Not
Alice. Dorothy, and Alice as well.
Yeah.
And Alice.
Alice went through a portal through the Looking Glass. Alice went.
Yeah. She didn't physically go nowhere.
Their physical body can't go. Their physical body has to change, or they have to vibrate differently, or however you want to term it.
This is why we're giving new bodies.
He's the difference.
Or rather, it's consciousness.
Yeah, but here's the difference. When
you
go through a portal, or you project somewhere,
no. I'm trying to
eventually come back to your body.
I'm differentiating between consciousness and physical body.
Yeah.
The change in your pockets, your tattoo on your arm, that's totally different from your consciousness and your experience. So what I'm saying is, when people are going to heaven and shit, I don't think they're taking their tattoos with them and their nose piercing like Zulu.
But why wouldn't their
I would agree to that though.
Why wouldn't their mental reflection of themselves be what it is that they've expressed themselves in the physical?
I think it isn't. Because it isn't. It just isn't though. But you guess what though? It ain't. Your physical, your spiritual, your astral version of you is you, but there is a difference.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's in your mind.
So you can't change anything about the astral body, but you can modify the physical body. Essentially,
I think it's tied to the physical.
No, I'm not saying no. One second. I'm not saying that. I think those people that train and become more and more adept and more lucid in these type of scenarios, then maybe have the ability to change how they present to anyone else that might see them and that. But from a basic level, or maybe an accidental level, or like you think you're having a dream, but really that was some kind of some other type of conscious experience. Like
1 minute.
Like when you like, for instance, like let's say like in a lucid dream, you will probably change loads of things, but you probably won't change what you're wearing or how your hair is cut. Or where it's like it's a super
what you look
deep,
like.
it's a super deep thought to have, and that you'd be a master. I would say you're like, yo, you're sick at that. If you can be like, yo, because most of you don't even see yourself in dreams. So
Yeah.
I don't even know how you
100%.
even.
100%.
I do.
What? 1 minute, Jedi, please let me understand. Are you saying that your physical representation of yourself is a projection of your mind?
Yes.
So when your consciousness travels, the
No, that's not
physicality
what,
can.
no, that's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying I'm saying the other representations of yourself, in other spaces, in other
realms,
dimensions, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the rest of you.
Yeah.
May not look exactly like what you see in the mirror.
Oh, 100%.
In this reality.
Yeah.
And probably won't.
Yeah.
So some people you might see a child version of you. Others you might see a taller version, an older version at a certain age, or with a
The female version.
certain hairstyle or something. No, I don't know nothing about
Oh,
that.
you draw the line at that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do. I think gender and that is far more deeper than just nuts and balls, and do you know what I mean? It's more than that. It's deep.
Hence why they're trying to destroy it.
Spirits do have. They are male spirits, and there's female spirits.
Really?
Yeah, of course they
Yep.
are. There's
What
male
about
and female.
angels? What about angels? Do they have
Angels
gender?
angels are genderless.
So
I'm not sure.
It's the spirit
Honestly,
that
I'm not sure about
dictates
that.
what
You
the
know, I
body
don't really
Or
believe that.
isn't Lucifer androgynous?
A male? No, Lucifer's a male.
But how come his earthly
Yeah,
representations are
angels are
androgynous?
sexless.
I don't believe, because there's something, I don't know, man. There's something about that whole angels not having gender. I'm not really
Angels are
feeling it.
sexless.
I mean, it does say that angels don't give into marriage, then they don't have male
Jesus
or
said it,
female.
right? You say Jesus said angels are androgynous; they have no sex.
It doesn't
So
say
how?
androgynous,
So
but it says that they don't give into marriage. That's what it
okay,
says.
so let me ask this question.
That doesn't mean male.
Let me ask this question. So the angels that came down, they chose to come down in certain genders. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
That's if you
Right? They
believe
made
that
it.
it was angels.
Right?
That's if you believe that it was angels
Okay.
that went into.
Okay. So there were
I believe
ones that
that
chose.
outside.
Okay, so there was angels that chose to be male, and then there was angels that chose to be female. Is that correct?
Was there any female ones? I don't even know if there was.
I've
They
never
bore
seen
children.
any
That's why you
female
get Nephilim.
references to Yah's angels in the
Nah, they had.
Who's Kali and all these? Who's Ishtar? Who are
They're
these?
demons. They were demons.
Yeah, they're demons. Are they male or female?
They're
They are
both
female.
because these are the fallen. These are the fallen ones. These are not
Yeah.
Yah's angels. These are the other gods.
But
The
no.
enemy.
They were Yah's angels that fell.
They still
Yeah,
belong
but
to
Right?
Yah.
Right?
Everything belongs to the Almighty.
All angels were Yah's angels until the 3/4 fell,
right till they
or
decided
whatever,
not to be.
a third. Right.
Third with the stars.
So when they fell, they took on the ones that came to Earth.
Remember,
Took
they're
on.
seraphim.
Sorry.
Seraphim, he said.
My bad.
But what about seraphim?
Yeah, is that supposed to be female? What supports that?
They're
What is
seraphim, so they would.
There's no female. I don't believe that, man. I don't believe that.
Why not?
It's not biblical.
So but you believe they're male. You believe Gabriel was a male.
But I think that's just
Why
that's an anthropomorphism.
Right. So why did the ones that came to Sodom and Gomorrah, the ones that came to Mary, why did none of them choose to come as a female, in female form? Even the ones that came to women never came as females. The one that came to men never came as females. Please explain that.
If you had the choice to be a man or a woman, what would you choose?
Because man was created first.
Right. When you're conducting when you're conducting messages in business, you're probably going to come in the gender that usually does most of the talking. And if we're talking back in ancient times, it's mostly the males conducting business with other males and all that type of stuff. So I would say that's just a part of the actual culture and the order of the household.
All right, yeah, but this is what makes this ideology or this idea very penis heavy, right? It is very
masculine.
male, yeah.
But hold on, Luffy.
So what would be the cause
feminine.
of it? Like there's too much. Excuse me.
Wisdom is described as a feminine concept.
Yeah,
When you read in the
yeah,
Proverbs,
yeah.
it talks about
Because wisdom don't get to come down and fly around and swing swords and kill no shit and
That's
do
not her
nothing.
job.
Like, you get me?
Her job is
Yeah,
to
but if you read
prevent
the
that from.
Bible and you know about the female hold on.
Wisdom don't come to bring no dope messages. Listen,
Yes, they
a
do. Yes,
female.
they do. Yes, they do. Yes,
Hold
they
on,
do.
she
Hold on.
does.
No, not no female
Deborah.
angel.
Deborah.
Not no female angel. You get to come and tell people that they're pregnant. A female angel would have done that role sick.
Yeah, but
Midwife type shit.
it's not a female.
Nah,
It's not
there's
it's
no
not an
female
angel.
angels.
This is the word of the creator. So this is just an extension of himself, right? And its job is to prevent. With wisdom, you usually prevent from having to get judged. But if you're not going to listen to the wisdom, then obviously there's other beings that are designated to carry out the task of judgment. That's just how the thing goes with free will. Like how else is it supposed to go if there's rules and you break them?
So let me just get this right. They are no male demons.
Where did you get that from?
This is anthropomorphism, man. These things are higher than gender, man. Wait,
Yeah,
all of these things are higher.
they're
all of
higher
these
than
things are-
gender. Some people believe that some of them bred with women, though. Well, that wasn't
Some
sex.
believe.
Yeah, but they had
Some
to
people
come down
believe
here
that.
and
Yeah.
hold on.
Yeah,
So let me get this
yeah,
one. They had to come down here and assume physical bodies. So whenever
right.
angels come down
And
here, they have to assume some type of physical. Well, they don't have to, but they choose
okay,
to
did they
assume a
assume
physical
sperm?
form.
Did they
Well,
assume sperm?
if
It's
they
part of
have
a physical body, ain't it?
One
hold
second.
on, hey, if
Yeah.
they're going to hang on. If they're going to be trapped down here, like it says in Psalm 82, and they're going to die like men, then they have to take on a corporeal body, a physical body. So that would entail having genetic I don't know the word for procreatory or
Okay. Why didn't
yeah,
they? Why couldn't they
ability.
take? Why couldn't they take on a monkey? Why did they take on humans? They could have took
Because
on
the whole point
anything.
point of doing that was to corrupt God's most prized asset, which was humanity.
So
That
they
was the whole
chose to
point.
come back as human beings, right?
I didn't say they were human beings.
It's not. I don't believe
just
that.
using
I believe that it would be the
using human
Avatar
genetics.
They were
situation
Humanoids.
Yeah.
where angels are passing through human form to come to Earth anyway, because they're having to pass through a filter
And they
that
all
makes
choosing
them
to be male.
human, not
all
monkey.
the angels that come, they choose to take on the male thing, and they impregnate women using sperms. And now these children, do they have souls? These children of the angels
No,
that
they
are
have
impregnated,
spirits. They don't have
they
souls.
don't have no souls. They just have spirits.
Yeah, but their spirit is not of the creator. It's
Yeah, this
of
is not my
their
opinion.
fathers.
Of their flesh.
No, it's of their fathers, which are the fallen ones.
Okay.
Yeah, but the
So
fallen ones are of. But the fallen ones are of the creator. We can't act like the fallen
Yeah,
ones were
but
not
they're not.
created by
They're
the
not.
creator.
Yeah, but they're
Everything
not
is
playing
from
their,
no. All
they're
life
not
comes
playing
from
their
the creator.
duties though.
Yeah,
They
but
have
they're
a
not.
choice,
Yeah, but
not
that's
playing their
beside the
duties.
point. That's beside the point. That's
so
not
what's
the
the
point I'm
point?
saying. So what is the spirit then? Is the spirit not the energetic force behind
But
its existence?
one minute, can I just answer this question,
Right?
Vin?
So that would
Vin.
hold on. Where would they have got that spirit
Biblically,
from?
brother,
No,
I got the answer. Biblically, not everyone has a soul. Not everyone has a soul.
Everyone has a soul, Khan.
No, everyone
They
doesn't.
do. Yes, they
Yeah,
do,
they
Con.
do.
No, they
They do,
don't.
Khan.
Yes, they do,
No, they
man.
don't. No, they don't.
They do.
Everyone,
You can lose your
everyone
soul,
has
but
a
everyone
soul.
has one. Yeah.
Everyone has
Everyone
one, man.
started with one. Yeah.
Judge, is the energetic force of the fallen angels the same resonance or the same countenance as that of Yah's angels and the Most High, or is it of
No,
a
because
different spirit?
you can shift it because it's
Yeah, but
just
they chosen
frequency.
not to.
No. Yeah, that's all choice though. It doesn't mean that it's still not originating from the source, even though they've perverted it and deviated it. It's still from the source. It's still
Okay,
like,
so
right?
what's the point in saying that though?
Okay, it's like saying my soul and your soul and Khan's soul and a rapist soul, they all come from the Most High.
Yeah, but
So no matter
we
how
all
much,
come from
no,
Adam. And that's okay. These people don't come from Adam. They come from their father, the fallen one. They were never supposed to be a part of creation. Even a man who's wicked is still supposed to be a part of creation because he's a man. He's of Adam. These fallen ones and their children, they were never supposed to do the things that they were doing. That's like you have a script in a play and somebody comes in and just you have a garden. Somebody comes in and just start planting weeds in your shit. Are you not you're not gonna pick up the weeds that they planted and rip them out your garden from fucking up your garden? Or you're gonna be like, nah, I should just let them weeds be because it is of
It's
my
nature.
soil.
It's nature.
Yeah,
Let them
but
be.
regardless,
It's
yeah,
nature.
I think the point I'm making is regardless of whether you wanted them there or not, they're weeds there, and they're cross pollinating with your plants, and those plants are the product of that cross pollination is and is there for me to see. Now there's a mango apple there. Like, yeah, you weren't meant to be whatever, but it is. There's now mango apples. So I'm saying, are these mango apples real fruits or not? Yes, they're fruits. Can you eat them? Do they have nutritional value? Yes. Do they have seeds? Yes. So you understand what
Yeah,
I'm
they're
saying?
real in the physical sense, but again, they were never a part of the plan. Just like the weeds are real in the
They were
physical
a part of the
sense,
plan,
but
though, because everything is part of God's plan.
is everything a part of God's plan, or does God allow things?
I think everything's part of God's plan. All right, let me just say this, yeah. I play this role because this is the stringent, mundane viewpoint of an omnipresent, omnipowerful God, right? The Alpha and Omega, knows all, everything. Everything's written in the book of life beforehand, predetermination. Yeah. So if we're following that kind of rigid rule, then I believe nothing was outside of God's scope and pre-planning. There's no surprises for God. He saw it all happening before he started it.
All right, so if he's seeing everything happening, does that necessarily mean that he planned it? So, like for instance, if you have a universal,
Yes, because
hold on,
he didn't, because it wouldn't have happened if he didn't create it, and he knew that when he was creating it. It's like it's like loading up a gun, and then while you're loading it, saying, "Yeah, this is the gun that's gonna kill my 1-year-old boy."
So you're
Yeah,
along the
but I'm
lines of
loading it
this
up.
is a script
Yeah,
that's
in 8
written
years'
for sure.
time, this gun's gonna kill my my 1-year-old boy. But I'm gonna load it up and I'm gonna put it on the shelf, the same shelf that he's gonna go and get it in 8 years' time. And I know that's gonna happen. And that's what God's done. Garden of Eden, all of this.
That's a good point.
Right?
I can't even lie.
I don't think it's that. To me, like logically, what it'd be is obviously as humans we've got free will, and we're the only race that has the fully amount of free will where we can do whatever we want, right? But there's angels where for them to be able to do their job according to Christianity, God gave them godly attributes, part of himself. So even some of the angels can be treated as if they are God himself. Now, these ones that have been given them powers, like they might not have free will in the same way we have, but they're not the kind of robotic thing that we would imagine them to be. They would have some degree of agency on what they're doing, because if they've got godly attributes, then they can do things, and that means that they can do things against God as well.
If they should choose, which is what we see in Genesis 6 and Enoch 15
and in Revelation.
Yep.
Can I get a hallelujah?
There is no going against God's will. There is no going against God's plan, and there is nothing without God's foreknowledge. And that's just the way it goes down. And anything God doesn't want to happen will never happen. Right?
So wait, can I ask a question though?
That's ultimate power, that's ultimate foreknowledge, and anything other than that.
So if you allow,
but hold on, Vin. Can I ask this question, Vin, please?
That means
it's not just allowing it to happen. Is before you did it, I knew you was going to do it.
Right. That's the nature of free will.
So no. That's not free will, because you can't do. Well, you can never do something that God doesn't know you're gonna do.
That doesn't mean you don't have free will. You see that you're talking about ultimate free will.
There's no choice then. There's no choice of picking something random. if everything
No,
if
to
all your
God, there's
moves
nothing
are written
random. You're
down,
right, you're dying that way.
huh?
To God,
He's
there is
right.
nothing
I know I'm
random.
right.
He's right.
I'm right.
Like,
I know I'm right. Like
there is
even
no
in a
free.
chessboard, there like even on a safe, there's a limited combination of numbers. It could be a
Yeah,
million, it
yeah,
could be a
yeah.
billion. There's
But
limited.
you still got a
That's
choice,
it.
though.
But yeah, you got a choice out of the
Right.
limited combination. Just because
Yeah.
your mind perceives it to be a billion choices
Yeah.
doesn't mean that you
That's
have an
right.
unlimited choice.
That's right. I
You
agree
don't.
with you. I agree with you.
Right.
It's like
You have a billion choices.
We're not
So that's
saying
not
Jez,
free will. That's
in
a
yes,
limited
Matrix, when he goes
choice.
and meets the
yes,
It's not
architect,
it
and
free
he
is.
will.
shows him
Yes,
all
it
the other
is.
versions of
Broski,
himself.
Yes, it
It's
is.
that.
you got the
It's a
free
degree
will
of
to
free
choose
will.
from a billion. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
You got like, for instance, yeah, there's 1,000,000,001 ice creams here. Yeah, I tell you, you can choose 1,000,000. You got free will. That's not free will.
That's not free will. That's free
That's
choice.
free. That's free
No,
choice
that's not
of the
ultimate
options.
free will.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's more accurate. Thank you,
yeah.
Jess. That's
Ultimate
more
free
Not
accurate.
will.
ultimate free
Now we've
will.
got a.
It
Go on.
would be what you're talking about, being able to do what God does, and nobody's able to
Yeah.
do that. That's like being
Yeah, yeah.
perfect.
But
Nobody
Vin,
can be
he's
perfect.
right, man. It's free choice. There's no such thing as free will.
No, it's free will. Because the
God,
fact
God
that
only
you have,
gives you
hold on,
options. He
hold
gives you.
You're
on.
both
God gives
saying the
you
You
same
can't
options.
do.
thing. You're
You're
both
not
saying the
free.
same
Yo,
You're
thing.
not free to
can
do
I talk?
everything you
I
will.
haven't said anything in a little bit, so at least let me
Go on.
respond.
Go on. Go on.
Right. So let's look up what free will is in the dictionary first, because free will will tell you it's the ability to exercise choice. It doesn't say the ability to exercise maximum choice or ultimate choice. It's just the ability to exercise choice. So in this realm, we operate off of a binary system. So 0 or 1. It's
Yeah, yeah. We're all
there's usually
agreeing
two
that
options.
means, Vin.
So there's free will.
We're all agreeing. It's just using different words to describe the same thing.
No, but the difference is they're talking about God's free will in the sense of being able to do everything God does and make all the choices God does, and the limited perspective of free will that we enjoy in the physical space. It would have to be limited because the physical realm is limited. It has limitation. The only way to enjoy the eternal free will options that these brothers are talking about is to be in the same space as the Creator, to be in eternity. And we gave that up in the garden, so we got to earn it back. So that's just what it is in the physical realm.
No, I think it's been made very clear. Still, there's no such thing as free will, man.
What is free will in the dictionary? Let's look it up.
Bro, he just explained it, bro.
No, we're gonna go to the dictionary and let's see what words mean, so that we can see what I said is true.
Yeah, but bro, even biblically, bro, it's free choice. We've always had the choice.
Will.
You've always, even in your Old Testament beliefs, it's either
Okay,
Shemayim or Gehenna, right?
Free
It's heaven
will.
or hell.
Let's see.
Heaven or hell. That's a choice.
Hold on.
Right there.
Free will. Free will is the capacity of agents to choose between different possible courses of action, unimpeded, uninterrupted. Okay, that's it. That's what it means.
So even if you got,
yeah, but can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question. Let me like that. I'm trying to make. If all your moves are known before you consciously make them, before you're even consciously aware of them, in fact, before you are even born, yeah, if all of those choices are already mapped out and known by another consciousness, that is not choice. Like, for instance, right, if there was a chase, you ended up at a fork in the road, there's left, there's straight, and there's right, and you chose right, yeah, you never actually had the choice or the opportunity to go straight or left. And the reason why is it was already known before you were born, before that road was there, when that road was a jungle.
That doesn't mean you didn't have
Yeah,
the choice.
you
Just
didn't.
because your choice
Listen,
was
no.
known before,
No,
just
wait,
because
one
the
second,
choice
one
was made
second, one
before you
second, one
chose it,
second,
doesn't
one
mean you
second.
didn't choose
For
it.
instance, it would be predicted in a prophecy that Vin would go left. At that moment in time, he would go left in a prophecy and sealed up. By the time you're born and that road is made and you get to 30 years old and one day this incident happens and you're running down this road, you never have a choice to go straight or
That's
to
not
go
true.
right. And the reason why you never have a choice Straight
It's
or
not
right.
true.
If then you chose to go right, that prophecy from God would be wrong.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but it can
here's the
be
thing.
wrong.
God's
Here's the
Many
infallible.
thing.
It
prophecies
can't
are
be
God's
wrong.
wrong. It can't be
infallible.
wrong.
It
It
can't be
can't be
wrong,
wrong,
Here's
man.
man. It
Many
can't be
Are
wrong,
you,
prophecies
are
fam.
you
that are
he's
crazy?
right.
many
Can
prophecies
I
were
respond?
Are
He's
you
unfulfilled.
right,
not
What are you
man.
on
crazy?
about?
He's
These guys are nuts,
please
man.
let me respond because I love conversations like this. Please let me respond. So we're
Yo,
having a
one
bat.
second, 1 second. Isa, is that you? Yo, Isa, can't hear you. I'm not getting no sound from you.
Unmute, Isa.
Yo,
Yo.
Isa. Yo, walk on.
Well run. Good, yeah.
Walk on. What you saying? Welcome, man. Big
It's
up.
good, man.
Man, talk to me real quick. The first time, Isa. Hello?
Maybe he's having internet problems.
Cool, man. Come back later, man. Sorry, Vin,
Alright.
please.
Yeah, all right. So I think what we're having here is a discussion of perspectives. From which point in time are you looking from? If you're talking about observing within time, yes, you're making a choice. You have free will. Okay. If you're talking from the Most High's perspective, who's outside of space and time, who therefore can observe every possible choice that you're going to make, right? And every possible choice that you will make, just because he can observe it from beyond the space-time continuum does not mean that you still did not make the
No,
choice.
one second.
Hold on.
There's a difference between observing and knowing, though, Vin.
Yeah, but when you observe something, are you gonna know or not know something? That's like
Yeah,
the
no,
just
but then
cat.
you're wait. No. Observing something, I have to wait for the outcome to know. Yeah. But this is it. Before he's observed it, he already knew. That's different, Vin. Get that.
Yeah,
And I
but
think we can grasp that perspective. I don't think that perspective is beyond our comprehension.
Yeah, but that's all right. I'm
As
giving you
a pinpoint in this dimension, in dimension wise, we can use him as somebody that's outside of time. Yeah. So then now, yesterday, tomorrow, all is nothing
the
to
same
him.
thing, right?
Exactly. So therefore, there is no fucking choice, bro.
That
But
doesn't mean
Jesus,
that you
1
didn't
minute,
make
1
a
minute,
choice
Vin, I
just
beg
because he
you.
can see
If
everything.
if what you're saying
That.
was completely absolute,
Hold
Jedi,
on 1 second.
there
Whose
would be no
reality and
need
who's
for
this?
Jesus to
1
have died
second,
on the
1 second,
cross
1 second, 1
or God
second.
to come in a burning bush. It would not be needed.
1 second. In hierarchy, yeah, whose perspective, whose reality, yeah, supersedes whose? God's or man's? God's, clearly. The creators, the Most High's,
Right, he
clearly.
sets the rules
So
of reality.
right, so if his reality is that he already knows, then that supersedes my puny mortal perspective that a choice, because I'm not making a fucking choice.
That's the Buddhist view where
It's
I
true.
don't have any free will and choice, so there's no point to do nothing. No, that's that nonsense. That has nothing to do with what the Torah is saying. Free will is obviously the free will. You have the free will ability because God put us in eternity and then gave Adam and Eve the free will ability of choice. And they chose to go against the grain. That's the only reason why we're here. So the only reason why the Most High has to observe things about us from outside, from us being with him and inside the time-space continuum is because of our choice. If not, we would have been in eternity doing what he originally. Hold on, Zulu. Hold on. We would have been already doing what he had planned out to do. But
That's
because
right.
we decided to go and do whatever it is we did, now we have to double back and spend this time doubling back.
Guess what?
Did you know they would
Zulu,
fall?
before you jump on,
Alright.
before you tell that, I just want to say, but that's from our perspective because it's already done and dusted from his.
No, that's not true. That's not true, Jedi. It's not true. Because what you're doing,
happen.
1 minute,
He's waiting
1
for it
minute.
to
Can I
happen.
get a
Yeah.
sec? I know I'm not black.
Wait, no,
but you should
I'm
give me
asking
equal
you a
rights on the
question.
panel.
I'm asking you a
I'm
question.
joking.
I'm saying,
But still,
you believe God is waiting for it to happen?
no. What you're doing is you're putting human and earthly attributes on God. You're saying
You're
that
doing
God
that.
thinks that what is watching us like he's watching TV, but yet he wrote the script. So you're kind of putting him in a space-time continuum, which isn't true.
I wasn't really doing that.
I don't even know what that was all about. But anyway, I
Yeah.
just wanted to make
Yeah,
my
Zulu.
point about the Garden of Eden, yeah, because as much as we fell, it wasn't a surprise to God, and not only was it
That
not a
doesn't mean it
surprise.
wasn't a choice.
Hold on, Vince.
Like,
Well,
how you
not
not seeing
only
it?
not hold on, Vince.
Yeah.
Not only was it not a surprise, but provisions were made for what would happen to redeem humanity before He even created them.
Where's the evidence of that?
Yeah, that's not true.
All right, we'll leave that there.
Hold
then,
on,
'cause-
hold on. I'm just asking, what do you have as evidence of that?
Of course, the text that you reject and blaspheme, of course.
Yeah, all right,
Yeah.
let's just do it for argument's sake, because I'm curious.
You know, that's why I didn't want to get into it, because you don't even deal with it. You know, what's the point?
No, but I am curious though. So what
You know?
is, because I may come across somebody who may use this. So this is very interesting. You about to learn me something. So what is this precepts that you have from said Apocrypha or New Testament? Indulge me.
Well, Yeshua being the sacrificial lamb was foretold that he would die on behalf of humanity due to the fall, prior to them even being created in the first place, because he was the Word who was pre-existent before the creation of humanity, and he willingly took on that sacrifice, knowing that he would die before
All right,
humans were created.
so hold on. Let me pause you right there. So willing, the choice of the word willing, is willing the same as choosing something?
Yes.
Yes.
Bingo. Checkmate.
Okay, but we're
continue.
talking about God, right? Because when I'm saying the word, I'm talking about a divine entity. I'm not talking about human beings.
Okay, I'll give you that one. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my main point was, in the Garden of Eden scene, it's not a surprise to God that they fell. He knew they were going to fall before He made them. So in essence,
And that would that would be a fact. I don't know who would doubt that.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I just don't see. Well, go ahead, continue. I'll say my bit.
So is there anything that can transpire without God already knowing?
No.
Right. So then
but that doesn't mean that you don't have a choice. I don't see how.
Yeah, but you don't have. Let me put it this way: you don't have a choice to surprise God. You don't have a choice to go against what God already knew you was going to do before you were created. Therefore, if God stipulates that, if God says, or if it's stated that you're going to go left, you don't have a choice to go right. You can try all you want. You can't go against what God already knows, unless you're on. Me going right would prove God wrong.
All right. Are you saying that God is writing a totally constringent script, or are you saying that He's writing a loose script, like how we have in these video games, where it's like there's a storyline, but there's more shit that you can really do on the side that's freelance? What's an analogy you give me?
All I'm saying is, because this is not necessarily. Remember, I said I'm more playing the advocate and using the
narrative,
the narrative and the guidelines of this God that we all seem to keep talking about in this context, and it seems that He's omnipresent, present, and knows this and knows that, and I'm using this biblical God. Yeah, but what I would say is, I'm only saying that to say, I believe the psychology that we place on this God and the
attributes
we place on it limit
it's flawed.
the logic. It's flawed. Thank you. Not even it's flawed, right? For instance, a God doing all of this for a test, just for a test, yeah. Like, as some people would say, I would say that's a flawed psychology given to a being capable of creating on such an immense scale.
Yeah, but you're not at that scale to make that judgment. You're down here with the rest of us.
Yeah, but I was gifted with my ability to fathom and look at big pictures better than small details. I am gifted, and I believe that gift is directly from the Most High. And I don't know how. I can't gauge myself by other people's limitations of
perception.
What's the word? Perception. Thank you so much. Yeah, but I doubt highly that there's not anything that God wouldn't give me the ability to perceive. If so be it. Like, if that was His wish.
Same here.
So I just don't agree with that. I think we are capable. Some of us are capable
Some of us,
of
though.
grasping. Yeah, some of us, because I can't
All
speak
right.
for everyone. But I don't want to say I'm the only one, right? So I said some
Right,
of us.
right.
That's
No, I'm
fair, right?
agreeing with you, but I'm
Right,
saying
yeah.
that's the important part. Is some of us.
Yeah, I think some of us are capable of grasping some of these kind of.
But do you not think this is the
concepts.
problem with the relationship between God and humanity? It's either we're pushing attributes on him that are too far fetched, or we're making him too human. Well,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
anthropomizing. I don't know how to say the word properly, but you know
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say. Like, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like we're putting all these different labels and things on this being, but it's like, you know what I mean? How much of it is
What kind of
yeah.
labels? Give an example of what's not spoken
Like
about in the Torah.
okay, like
about this God's character.
omnipresent, omnipowerful. You know,
Omniscient.
So what about
omnipotent?
So all right, so let me ask you something. So the fact that this God displays anger and wrath, does that mean that it's an imperfect being?
No, it's not about. This is not.
Or is its anger and wrath perfect and just?
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. Is that what it says? Does God describe himself as perfect?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I don't know if the word perfect per se, but still,
Well, echad, when it says the Lord is one, echad in Hebrew means complete.
Means complete. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. But we
complete means without fault, innit, as well.
Yeah.
Without fault,
He's
without
perfect.
blemish.
He's holy. He's
without
righteous.
infirmity.
The most holy, the most righteous. That's what all these terms and designations, point towards. It's a being of total perfection and completeness. It needs nothing. It's self-sustaining. It always has been, always will be. The like even its name, the I am, is like indicative of what it just is.
There's no comparable.
Right, it's formless.
It's not like his creation.
Eternal presence.
Yeah, like if I could describe it, it wouldn't be much to describe. Do you understand? This is why it's so difficult to,
Yeah, because any description is comparative. If I said I'm tall, you'd have to know what tall was and what short was,
right?
Be able to compare them. So obviously, every description's comparative. Like before, Africans see white people, I'm sure they weren't referring to themselves as black.
I guess, but anyway, back to this free will or predestination joint. Like I still, this is my perspective. I just don't see how the two can't be simultaneously coexisting at the same time. Jeds, I see what you're saying because I understand that perspective. That's a 10th dimensional perspective of all omni everything. So for me, the only thing that I can't see where you see that it's certain that it's this way is that the ability to allow for choice, but the ability to observe the choices being made before the choice is made, or to understand that the choice is being made before it's even actually in play. I don't see why that's a problem.
But Vin, would you equate observance to knowledge?
Exactly.
To know and to observe is not the same thing.
No, it's a process.
No,
you observe to know.
No, but you're talking about in the quantum
This is what
realm.
I mean about time.
Hold on. Hold on. You're talking about in the quantum realm where 0 and 1 are simultaneous. Here, it's 0 or 1. Up there, God can observe and know at the same time.
Exactly, time. That's what I was trying to say.
He can do all things.
Exactly.
Bro, you wouldn't need to observe if you already know.
You'd have to.
No, you could. You could. No. The other way around. The other way around. You could know what you could observe something you know.
You already know what's gonna happen. But then why would you sit and watch if you know what's gonna happen?
Because it's the script that he's chosen to play out. Because he's a boss. That's what he wants to do. Why is that a problem?
Right. This is where the psychology is a bit shaky for me, because I'm like, okay, cool. So you know that, like for instance, Adam, where have you been? You know where he's been.
Right. He wanted to see if his product gonna tell the truth.
You wanted to what?
He wanted him to
tell the truth.
He wants to see if his product, his creation, is going to tell the truth. The same thing.
But he knows that he knows his creations. He knows that he knows what exactly.
I know. I know he knows.
So that no, exactly. So what we doing?
But Adam
because it's your lesson, it's your test.
So
I think it's for Adam to know within himself.
Hold on, it's the same thing as teaching your child a lesson. Like your child could be lying, and you know this motherfucker lying, but you still gonna go up in there, roll up in there, and ask him like, "Yo, what's going on? What's the deal?" You understand? Just to see
if your seed is trustworthy.
But you're not gonna need to just see because you already know what he's gonna
Yeah,
react.
but but he doesn't know how he's gonna respond. This young buck still
Just so
has
that
to
you can say, "Ha ha."
not so
I've
you
got
can say ha ha, but so that he can learn. So he
Okay.
can learn. He's got to learn. That's how. Like, how else is the AI supposed to learn how to do things and
You could just
pursue perfection?
install in all the information. You
Yeah, but
don't
it
need to
still has
learn.
free will and choice.
Well, it's the
Like
same thing when God.
No. You
creative,
can
knowing how
install
to
all the
speak.
information though, and allow all the long thing and him making this. We don't have the power to do that for our children. If we did, I would have done that. If I could install character, personality, blah blah blah, behavior in my child like that, bam, then I would do that.
And
Yeah,
what
but you're
part of
not God,
yourself did
though.
that come from, Jedi? Your ego.
Right.
Sorry?
But that's not God.
Say that again?
I said you would do this and you would do that, right? What part of yourself does that emanate from? Does that come from? It comes from your ego.
No, I hear you.
But
I hear you,
that's not the same equation with God's decision making.
But okay,
He's
rather than trying to think, if I was God, this is what I'd do. I'm trying to
You're basically
contemplate
saying
on.
if God
I'm trying
had
to
the power to
contemplate on
do
this.
something,
No.
why would he not
Because
do
listen,
it?
I'm
Why
gonna
would
tell
he
you this. This is what
hold
exactly
back?
I'm doing.
But
Yeah,
that's God.
I'm not necessarily in agreement that any of you or anyone has got it down pat on
It's kind
who
of
this
fire.
God character is, right? And I don't think I should, right? None of you would just take it from me who God is, right? So, like, I'm out here trying to discern with my powers of intuition and perception and understanding, and I'm trying to allow whatever is truth to come forth, and I'm willing to accept it. I will question it, I will poke it, prod it, turn it upside down, try to rip
it's a
it apart.
process. It's a process.
Right, this is what we do, right?
But
like,
ironically, 2 seconds ago, when we were talking about the process that God put Adam through, you was like, "Well, why would God do that? Why would God do that to him?"
But I'm saying that's because God hasn't done the other option, which is just made it easy. For instance, writ the scripture on our hearts.
Yeah, but that's because
it does say that He's written the scriptures in our hearts.
Hold on. That's because we have chosen not to go along with what he says. So as long as we
What do you mean we chose not? Who chose? You chose
we
not.
did.
The garden.
Hold on. Although
Garden of Eden.
Are our people studying as a whole and coming back to the Creator and calling on His name, like the book says we will be doing, or are we still fucking about?
We're fucking about, big time fucking about.
Yeah, but this is the thing. So
you know how many people know the truth and still don't come and try and study?
So you need everyone, yeah.
No, it's not about everybody. We just need the people who are written in the book to get ourselves in order and try and get this.
That's
this
the
boat
nation of
going.
Israel.
That's what happened. I'm a part
as
of that.
a nation, they have to
Hold
repent.
on, this sounds like
I
a
don't
group
know
sport.
if I'm a part of that or not. I
this is where I depart. This is where I depart.
Yo, Vin, this sounds like a group sport, bro.
Yeah.
Like we need to get the group together, and then we can like. What's that?
But how do you get the group together without getting yourself on the cord? Like, and that's part of the thing. Like, once you get yourself on the cord, you'll start to gravitate to the people who are doing the same thing. That's just how that goes.
But God deals with us
and that's
individually.
That's how God gonna gather people together, His remnant of a remnant together.
But
it's not
Vin,
our job necessarily to plan that out. It's our job to fix ourselves up and then act accordingly.
But Vin, on Judgment Day, God's not gonna say you're part of this group. He's gonna say you, Zulu, your soul. This is your judgment. Boom. It's
He's gonna compare it against the Torah.
It's an individual thing. It's not a collective thing.
Yeah, but how do you have a remnant? Is a remnant an individual or a collective?
A remnant is a group of people that remain out of the
so it's a group of people. Excellent. So there isn't, like I said, it's the same thing with this conversation of, is it a free will or predestination? Is it an individual sport or a group sport? It's both.
Paradoxical. It's paradoxical.
Why can't it be both simultaneously? I don't.
Yeah, but in regards to when it comes to judgment, that is an individual thing.
Yeah, but when it comes to
not
judgment,
100%, no, Zulu. It's not 100%. All right, all right. Let me give you an example. If you're Zulu, if you're from a race of people that's had the message of God's message given to them, all right, and you're from a race of people like some Amazonians that have never seen a single human being from outside of their own tribe, let alone heard the revelation, right? As two nations, your judgment's going to be different. I understand what you're saying about the individual, the choices that you made, you know, the angels that observed you and reported back everything that you've done. Yeah, all right, I agree with you. But within the context of who you are as a person, what nation you're part of. For example, we grew up in England, right? Get me?
Yeah.
We've got like more knowledge around
Khan,
us than some jahil living in the Amazon.
so Khan, what you're talking about is ignorance, right? And how does God deal with ignorance? That's totally
And what I'm
different to
saying
saying.
is, you're part of a
But
nation, isn't it?
no, but I understand that, Khan. But it clearly says that God is not a respecter of persons. He doesn't just deal with people. He doesn't deal with people on a physical level.
Yeah, but your argument doesn't
At the end of the
nullify
day,
the point.
we all come from the source.
Yes,
Right?
but your argument of the individual judgment doesn't nullify the
God
fact
looks
that
at the
you're
heart.
part of a
Hold on,
nation.
hold on, Khan.
God looks at the heart.
Khan. Zulu, just quickly, yeah, because
Yeah.
I know Khan was talking about some indigenous people and and remote people that never seen other people. Do you believe that there's people like that? There's like
Yeah.
remote people that have never
1,000,000%.
had contact with other people. Okay, so then how do you justify the statement that every man shall hear the word?
The law, if the gospel isn't preached to them, then the law is already in their hearts. That's what they're being judged on. It's the same thing with my people.
Whoa. We've had this conversation before. You mean to say if I was just left alone, if you lot never preached to me, if mommy was never part of the Psalms, yeah, and I just had earplugs in for my whole life, you mean I'm going directly like next to Sky Daddy? What are we saying?
No. I'm not saying it makes you. I'm not saying it makes you better than someone who's received knowledge, because receiving
Why
knowledge is empowerment. But I will say that but remember, it's in regards to judgment, right? What would happen to that person?
Yeah.
In that context,
You couldn't judge me. I couldn't be judged for anything I did.
God would judge them on the law of their heart, right? The moral compass, and what they're dealing with in that sense.
How though? That's not fair because I never knew the truth.
No, but it's not going to be based
the
on
test
whether you
will
know
be
whether
easier,
it's
innit?
not
Be
but
easier.
hold on, Con, man. It's not going to be based on whether you accepted Jesus, because obviously you don't know who Jesus is, or you don't know who Moses is, or Abraham, or whatever. It's going to be based on the law that's written in your heart.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Meaning your conscience.
That's the
Yeah, that
natural
would
law.
sound like
Yeah.
Yeah, so natural law just sounds like you don't need any of this religion shit then.
No, but
that's
not,
what
no,
he's saying. That's his New Testament. The Torah
no,
don't say nothing like that.
But hold on.
The Torah Tanakh tell you your heart is wicked, and you need this Torah Tanakh to make
All
sure
right, so
do
you believe that everybody has the opportunity in their lifetime to get acquainted with the Torah Tanakh?
It's not a book
Every
for
Israelite. Every Israelite.
Yeah, I think at this point they have so many copies of the quote unquote Bible, which you can find the Torah Tanakh in. That
So there's no remote Israelites in history that may not have been able to have access to this information.
No way. Of course there isn't.
Yeah, I'd say yeah at a certain period, but before that it was oral.
Okay,
history.
so let's deal with the ones that at that period where they didn't have access.
All right, so they just had the oral history.
So what do you think?
They just had the oral history then. Obviously the family.
The oral tradition, the Mishnahs, all that stuff.
Right.
Mad. Yeah. Okay. But I don't think what I said. Hold on, I don't think what I said was a Christian concept. I think it's called the Noahide laws, right? Obviously, there's some problems with that, but there is a concept of there being a law before the Mosaic law, before the Torah law that was written in. I think they call it the Adamic law.
Yeah, of course. We call that Islam.
Hold on, Khan. It's called the Adamic law, right? Something that's written in your heart. I don't think the Noahic law. I don't think what I said was Anyway, continue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see like it. For me, it's like I understand down here in this realm that left and right, cold and hot, fire and ice, those are all opposite things and have to be. But in the realms that you guys are talking about, it's not a matter of it's 0 and 1 at the same time. Something can be frozen and on fire at the same time. Like there's no limit to the possibility, because you know what I mean. Like it's not, you're not in a limited space. In the physical realm, you have limitation. Matter can neither be created nor destroyed. It can't be added to. It's fixed. That's it.
It's only so many pixels or particles that you can play with in this realm. So that's it. And I understand the frustration that Jeds is getting at. Like, yo, this kind of like a jip. It's not free will. Yeah, and we'll get that back once we're in the eternal realm with our Father. But for right now, this is the situation we got to deal with, and we got a manual that tells us how to deal with the situation and handle it, so that we can hurry up and get back to the fun stuff. So.
Yeah, Khan, you want to say something about Islam? Go ahead. This is your time now. I know he's itching to bring Quran into it. Go ahead, Khan. What did you want to say?
Obviously, when we're speaking about, was Adam a Muslim and things like that, obviously because it was before Muhammad and before the angel Gabriel brought Islam to the people, but there's still a belief that there's righteousness going back to Adam, right? So when you're talking about what happened before the Jews, yeah, I look at the Jews as a deviation from Islam, but Islam obviously would predate them, and I've heard even rabbis say such things.
Islam predates what?
I said Judaism is a deviation because it's for a specific tribe. It's for a specific tribe of people.
Vin,
Judaism
you
is
got
a
anything to say
religion,
about
bro.
that?
What?
Judaism is a religion. That's based on the Babylonian Talmud. They ain't
The
got no.
Babylonian Talmud. But I think you know what he's trying to refer to, right?
Yeah, the Torah Tanakh. That's what he's trying to
Yeah.
say.
Would you agree with that statement that it's a deviation of Islam?
No. What? I my bad. I was zoned out. I wasn't even.
Yeah.
I
Can
didn't
you
get
respond to
that
what you
part.
said, please? I would like to hear what you would say to that.
No, that's ridiculous. And quote. There's nothing much to respond to that.
Yeah. What do you think about Adam practicing Islam? What do you think of that?
I mean, they have a funny, like, I get their gimmick with how they, I mean, no offense by this, right? But I also don't care if you get offended. But I'm just saying, I understand how Muslims say, oh, everybody's a Muslim because you are a child of Allah. It's like, no, nigga, everybody don't believe in Allah, and Allah is not the main God. Like, that's a different God. You understand? But I get his perspective. So it's the same thing with Adam being a Muslim and practicing Islam. Was he practicing the ways of God? Yeah, but the ways of God ain't got shit to do with Islam. But by definition, Islam means what? Peace, or what exactly does it mean?
Yeah, it means peace.
Yeah. So I mean,
boy, it's debated, isn't it?
Yes, I guess they're
Debated.
right
The
within
meaning
their
of
culture.
Islam is debated.
They're correct within their culture, but within Hebrew culture, it's not correct. And that's all I can say. For their culture, that's good for their people, and that's for them. That's their portion. But we have a portion and a mission and a statement within the Torah Tanakh, and we. So
That's
and you
why.
say those missions
Muhammad
ultimately
was a prophet for
lead to
mankind.
different gods, yeah?
Muhammad was a prophet for mankind.
Huh?
Muhammad was a prophet for mankind.
Wait. No, wait. I said, are you saying those missions ultimately lead to different gods? Different
yeah. All right. So all other books other than the Torah Tanakh lead to the God of Amos 5 and 25 and 26. Only the Torah Tanakh will lead you to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So it's like having a GPS and putting in, like, you want to get exactly to your destination. You don't want to get, a block close to it and not know what the house is. You don't want to get like within the area, general district. You want to get to exactly where you need to go. So the Torah Tanakh is our people's best bet to get up out of this fuckery, because that's the thing I was saying earlier, not to be long-winded, about not unifying around skin complexion or fiat currency or fucking menial things. It's the objective moral codes that we need to come back to, aka the Torah Tanakh, in order for us to succeed. It's what Garvey was missing, Malcolm X was missing, all of them. They were just missing this piece. God first, then the rest.
My nigga.
I thought it was gonna be more ruthless when I asked him to rebuttal, but he kept it respectful.
Yeah, Vin surprises you sometimes. He's not on smoke all the time, man. He's getting soft, man. So no.
Here this nigga go.
He's letting, you hear me? He's letting niggas breathe and shit. Yeah, yeah, he's breathing shit. Oh, yeah, no.
Hey man, you should see that video I have of me getting at RZA and RZA being kind of. Oh well, can I?
Yeah, I see that. I seen that.
Play?
Yeah, put it on, man.
All right,
I
go
seen
ahead.
that shit though.
Shit, let me send it to the chat if I got it.
Yeah.
And then y'all
I
tell
swear.
me what the body language looking like.
Yeah. And then he was supposed to arrange like another time for you lot to chop it up or whatever, innit? And
He ain't finna do that. He got handlers, and that's not a good look. You know,
you know what it
that's
is,
not gonna
man.
happen. God gonna have me run into him again, and because I
his hand?
promised him years ago it was gonna happen. And look,
Did you shake his hand?
yeah, I shook his hand.
You did, yeah.
Oh shit!
Did he grab you kind of funny?
Did he give you the grip of the greater and the lesser?
No. He ain't trying nothing funny because he know what type of smoke I was about to be on. He just didn't know I was gonna be civil. And because I could feel like the people gathering around us, because I had already made an impression after I kind of chewed up Boyce Watkins a little bit, like not disrespectfully, but I actually had the document that I was talking about that he tried to call me a conspiracy theorist on. So I just pulled up the document, and then niggas was like, "Oh shit!" So everybody wanted to come see who the new boy was, and then I was in the back chopping it up with RZA. I happened to catch his ass. Pause. Yeah, absolutely.
See, you look stupid.
Right, yeah. Caught his ass. The next one is Brother Ben X, because I did promise him,
Who?
if God let me, I'll catch his ass. So
who?
Pause on
Brother
that
Ben
again, man.
X.
Goodness gracious.
Huh?
Bay next.
Ben X, Brother Ben X.
Ben X.
Brother
I know who
Ben
that
10
is.
or some shit like that.
Ain't catching no one's ass over here. Like, pause on that. Man.
What's he doing? What's he up to? What's he talk about?
I don't know. I don't keep up with these dudes. I just know when I'm at an event and they happen to be there, that's when I remember, like, oh, okay, you was acting funny on the gram. You talk about how y'all want all the smoke, but then when a nigga came with all the smoke, a chimney worth, y'all niggas was running. So you can run on the internet, but you can't block me in real life. And I promise niggas that. And look and behold, God gave me the opportunity to catch their ass at an event I didn't even know they was gonna be at. You see how God worked? So that's how that go.
Well, you lot in the chat, you lot heard of Ben 10, Ben X?
Isn't that a cartoon?
No,
yeah, obviously,
I'll
but yeah, but Ben
X.
You could have been 10. Well, it
Nah,
is
he was
though.
running too. He deleted a whole live. I was chopping him up civilly on the Nation of Islam thing, and why they selectively parade that we're the Israelites, but then they still holding on to Dianetics and fooling with L. Ron Hubbard, who messed with Jack Parsons and Alistair Crowley and all that. Like why y'all niggas in the club with the booty bandits?
No, yeah,
and still calling yourself Israel. Don't do that. Don't play with me.
Red card.
Right, yeah, because God got
Fard.
servants out here that's gonna catch you, and we're gonna press you in public and make you look stupid.
Hey, what was the name of that book that KO said he had that said they were all Masons? Yo, he let that one out of the bag. That was unsynchronized.
I forgot.
What was the name of that book? I need to look that shit up.
I forgot.
That book said, yeah, he was like, yeah. I was like, what about Nelson Mandela? Yeah, he's in there. Like,
how can you know all of that and still be? That's weird, man.
Hidden secret something. I don't know what it was called. Anyone remember the
how do I
title of that
send you
book?
this shit?
Send it in the private chat.
All right, let me shit. What's your name? Hold on, I can look it up.
Can you send
No,
it
in the private chat here, like right here on StreamYard in the little private chat.
Oi, Jedi and Zulu, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Do you lot think Vin goes easy on me? Because you lot always seem to be expecting some sort of bomb to explode, but we've always been good. I was obviously shown that he doesn't agree with certain things.
It's not that deep. It's not that deep, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Literally no thought into that.
If you want him to go on hard and you pause, then you can ask that. But
I'm saying, if it was a different Muslim other than me, do you think he would be a bit more like sticking to scriptures and, you know, because we seem to agree on a lot of things, isn't it? When we're having these conversations
But
on
maybe
an
because
individual
you're,
level, like
maybe
there
because
seems to
you,
be
maybe
some
because you,
agreement.
oh no, no,
I
maybe
wish my
because you're,
brother, I wish my brother Kemo was on this live streams, man.
you know
Love
what
to
I
chat
mean?
to him, man.
We're
Kemo's a
saying
G, man.
Vin's not ruthless enough for you.
I think it's because
No,
maybe you
it's
can't.
nothing to do with that, man. No, I like talking to Kemo, man. Like actually chatting to him, he's good. I haven't like heard his voice or spoken to him for years now. It's mad. But like I chat to
Yeah,
him all
why
the
is he?
time, like he's typing.
Why
He's
is
got
he
his
doing that
reasons,
to you,
man.
man? Why is he
He's got his
withholding
reasons.
from you like that?
Pause, man. You're making that sound funny, bro. Why do
I
you
know,
do
man.
that as well? What's
I
wrong
don't
with
know.
you?
I don't know what you mean.
Can't, do you know what it is? Yeah, to respond to your question, I think it's because sometimes you compromise your beliefs depending upon the person you're speaking to stay on the safe side because you don't want to have direct combat with what you fully believe. So even when you're talking to me, you will agree with some of my concepts that clearly go against your religion.
Or is it because what he believes is wishy-washy and dependent on who he's chatting to?
Facts.
I think that's what you just both said the same
More
thing.
liquid.
You both
No, he
said the
never.
same thing.
What
Yeah, he said what you just said.
beliefs, but no, he said what he said is you have beliefs, but you conceal them and try to morph and pretend like you're on other things. I'm saying that you actually do morph and change and flip-flop. Like not even that, because all like flip-flop sounds rude. But I think that your belief system is a lot more fluid and liquid and adaptable, but you like to pretend that you hold fast to this steady doctrine, which is Islam. That's my perception. That's your facade is that yeah I'm Muslim, but clearly in conversation you're a lot more liberal than a mainstream Muslim, to say that. Not to make takfir on you. I'm not saying you're not Muslim, but I think the mainstream thing ain't really you from your psychology and that.
You even agree.
Well, the last sentence I agree with, but everything else you said, that me changing my views to please other people, I don't think that's true at all.
So when you were telling me about
I didn't say that.
No, I know you didn't say that. That's what Zulu was trying to say.
Khan, when we were talking about the word the other day, which is clearly against your beliefs, you then said, "Oh, let's not talk about it now online. This is a delicate thing. Let's talk about this offline," as a way to say, "I'm agreeing with you, Zulu. I can even explain what you're saying, but I don't want it to be made known that I agree with what you're saying because it's clearly against my religion."
But that just shows that you're a bad-minded person. That you're trying to guess what I'm thinking, but you're putting a negative slant on it with no evidence whatsoever. When there is alternative ways that could have been meant, but you don't entertain them at all.
So explain to me,
I would
Khan,
agree. I would agree. Zulu does the same thing, but I think Zulu is a lot more honest with it.
Yeah.
No, I think he's a lot more honest with it, like a 1,000,000% more honest with his inquiries and his pondering, and like he thinks out loud and says, you know what, I was thinking about this. He even comes on and says, you know what, fam, I was reading some shit and I think I got sucked into it and I'm off that shit and I'm back on the word. Like I'm back sticking to because these things that maybe, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, when
he's
the times
he's
when he
realistic
agrees
with it.
with some certain committing things that he shouldn't be agreeing to.
What do you mean by
I
that?
don't know. What are you talking about? Like what?
What do
Like
you
what?
mean by committing? Break that down, please. I want to know what you're talking about now. Go on.
Where the conversation, me, you, and Snipes, and he was chatting his his stuff that he normally comes with, and you was like lapping it up, and I was saying to him, but bro, Zulu, don't this like?
So you're not gonna give an example?
Don't this?
Yeah, he's not. He's not, because I clearly lap up what Sniper says. If you know anything about me and Sniper and Beefy, I lap up what they say. Interesting.
Yeah, sometimes when you're in the mood to do that.
I never lap up what they say. I'm always in conflict.
If he said, if snipers make, this is the thing. If man's chatting sense, bro. Like if man's agrees on something, man agrees. There's no lapping up, and like I don't really see Zulu.
See, here's the double standard.
I don't see Zulu agreeing.
But then he can't be lapping up.
I don't. Anyway, man, whatever. Because you're not
Why
Zulu. You're different.
Why is he more righteous than me? Why?
No,
is he
I never. It's not about righteousness.
Why is he more? You got honest.
You got different, honest. You got different characteristics with different people, bro.
But you're saying Zulu's more honest than me.
I think, Zulu's more intellectually honest than you. Intellectually
honest.
I don't know. I don't know you personally in your personal life, and I don't know Zulu personally in his personal life. But when we're on the stream, intellectually, in conversation, Zulu's 100 times more honest than you, because you will say the sky is. You will say the sky is fucking luminous pink.
Look, can I just say
just
something?
to prove
From
a
my
point,
point of
and
view,
you know you do that.
No, you can't say that I know I do that. I'm telling
cool,
you
man.
that everything that I say is consistent with what I believe. Now, if I say something and you're like, oh, but that's not in Islam, either I don't know that part of Islam or you know it wrong. But for you to turn around and tell me that I'm deliberately contradicting it and trying to pass it off as whatever,
why don't you just quote me? Why don't you just quote me verbatim? And to do that, you have to listen to what I'm saying and not.
You're gonna make out like I'm not listening to you now.
No, not that you're not listening to me, but when you hear what I'm saying, you transmute what I'm saying to fit some kind of perspective that you have, rather than because I didn't say that you just make this up and you make that up and you contradict. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. So you're just I was very precise and delicate with the word that I used. You're trying to be blunt and throw some kind of context like I'm dissing you, and I never said
I'm not
that.
saying you're dissing me.
Yeah, no, but what you
I'm
just
saying
said
when you
was,
call someone less
no, I didn't say that.
intellectually honest.
Honest,
then
you
what
are.
does-
I tell you
what
this
does that
all the
mean?
time, because you lie all the
Yeah, but I
time
don't
to
agree
prove a
with you.
point.
I don't agree with
But
you.
everyone knows you lie all the
Yeah,
time.
but
to
it
prove
doesn't
a point.
matter what everyone
And
knows.
I've told you
brother.
a million times. You've been caught out a million times.
I haven't been
doing
caught
it.
out. I haven't been
You
caught out.
have.
You have to give evidence then. When was I caught out?
When we're talking about Valentine's Day.
What
when we
about
talk-
it? What
when we-
about? I don't understand. What about it? I'm a British person, born and bred in Britain.
You're
I bought my
British.
girl
Oh my
Valentine's.
Do you remember
So
the whole
what?
conversation?
But I know millions of
the
Turkish
whole
people that do
the
that.
whole time with MD and the Benny Gabar thing. All
Yeah,
of that.
what about
like,
it? I thought
you
she
were just
called
being
me.
a
No,
dishonest
you
cunt,
can't tell me
man.
what you think.
It was
That's not
obvious
facts.
as well. What do you mean I can't tell you what I
You
think?
can't tell me what I think. You can't tell me what I'm thinking. Like, you got a really bad habit of doing that. Like, you're some
You would
mind
just
reader,
lie anyway.
or you're some
You would just lie.
ghetto soothsayer that you can
You would
read
just
like
lie, bro.
people. Shut up, man. Don't tell me what I'm thinking,
This
bro.
nigga just say
You
ghetto.
would just lie. Yeah.
Ghetto
You would just lie. That's the
soothsayer.
thing.
Hey, yo.
This is the thing. You do this, you do that, and it's like
Brother, everything
when
I'm
you're
saying
held to the
consistent. I'm
when
consistent.
you're not.
I am.
When
You're
you're
definitely
held to
not
the
consistent,
truth,
Khan. You're
you're
definitely
not,
not consistent.
Khan.
Brother, I'm fully
keep it real.
consistent. You
Even
can't
you know
see
you're
it.
not.
That's all.
Even you know you're not consistent.
You can't
man.
see it. I'm
Allow
fully
it.
consistent, brother. You can't
And
see it. That's the thing.
another one of your tactics that display your intellectual dishonesty is in a debate or conversation when you're confronted with some kind of truth, you usually make a spectacle, some kind of distraction tactic to dissuade from the spotlight of that matter, and you're
Right.
very good at that.
Right. Thank you.
Or you act, but that's
What's
that's
wrong with
where
doing that though?
that shows your
But when other
intellectual
people do it,
dishonesty.
you like it. But when I do it, you're like, yeah, we caught him
You like to
out.
compare. You like to compare yourself to other people and not focus
No,
on
I've
the
seen
fact
you
that we're
treat
talking
other
about you.
people differently.
But we're talking. That's the problem. You're not focused.
No, you're not being
treatment.
consistent. You're not being consistent.
We're talking about you. We're not talking about no one else. Stop deflecting. Maybe we can discuss the treatment of other people another time. But right now, we're talking about you and your intellectual dishonesty, since you want to bring it up. And
All right,
I'm
well, give
saying,
me
like,
evidence of this dishonesty.
Is he choosing to be intellectually dishonest, or is this
No, apparently they're mind readers.
Boom,
They're
boom, boom.
They're mind
You-
readers, man.
I just have to give a little light break to it.
That was funny, man. That was
It's
funny,
cool,
man.
man. Anyway, don't worry. All right,
put
man.
a
It's
little light
cool.
break
It's
to
cool, Khan, man. I watch it. It is what it is, man. Like, it's just my opinion, isn't it?
I mean, you did ask at the start, Khan, like whatever. So, like, if you don't want the truth, then I don't know, bro.
Oh, so you got the truth now. You're telling me
So
what I
why
think.
are you
and the
so
reasons
feminine?
why
Why
I
you
do
sound like a
things.
woman, man?
You're no. What do you know
So
about
you're
the difference between a man and a woman? Anyway,
so you're saying that's
hold
what
on.
that's what
What
women
do
do when they
you
argue with men.
know
You know that, right?
about the difference between a man and a woman?
You know that's what women do when they argue with men,
What do you know about women, bro, and their nature?
bro. I have women in my family. What are you talking about?
But you don't know them on that level.
Yeah, I don't whore around like you, if that's what you mean. I don't commit what's it called, zina, like you, if that's what you mean.
How do you know? How do you
I
know I'm
went
doing
there.
that?
Oh shit, I went there.
How do you know I'm doing that though? How do you know I'm doing
Oh
that?
shit!
Oh,
Now here comes the dishonesty.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
So
I'm
when you
asking
come on
you, how
stream,
do you
hold
know
on,
I'm
let me
doing
Because
answer
you
that?
that
told us you
question.
got a
What are you
girlfriend.
pouring
Because you
around
told
Let
us.
me
though?
answer that
Because you told
question.
us you got a girlfriend. Because you told us you got a girlfriend.
When you come and
Yeah,
That's
but
why.
he's
talking, when
saying
you come
Many
on
whoring
multiple
around.
stream,
times.
hold
That's
on,
He's
Zilla.
Khan.
saying
No, no,
whoring
no,
around.
Khan,
no,
you came on
no.
stream and talked about getting a blowjob, right? Remember, you came. Oh,
Yeah,
I just went and had my blowjob. Nonchalant. Where is
yeah.
that marriage? Where is that
How is
anything?
that whoring around though?
No, that's Zilla though.
That's zina. That's
But
the
how
point
is
I'm
that
making.
whoring
No,
around?
but yeah, forget it's Zilla
All
though.
right, well, withdraw that
Zina.
and apologize then.
Big
It's
up,
zina.
family. Like, comment,
All right, well, be
subscribe,
a
hit the
liar
cash app,
forever
Big up
then.
PayPal,
MD,
all that
man.
good stuff.
Big up
Big
MD.
up, man.
Salaam alaikum. Yeah, I know. Just to say, you know, you was asking for Dalil. So, because, you know, Jedi kindly recalled the memory of Benny Gabor's situation, we can utilize that as a perfect example and Dalil.
No,
Because
Yeah,
I
go on
said
then.
Benny
that was a
Gabor,
genuine misunderstanding.
Go on then.
that no, oh no, it wasn't. Because
You can't tell
the
me that.
words
You
that you,
shit.
can't
first
tell
of
me
all,
that.
you was talking
No,
about,
no, 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 no.
about
You can't tell me
Gawad.
that I wasn't
Can she
You
talk? Can
said
she
about
talk,
making a
please?
mistake.
Can she talk? Do you mind her talking? Is all right? Give the sister
Oh,
a
she's come
warm
all this
welcome.
way. She might as well talk.
Yeah, yeah. Big up. Thank you, man.
Okay.
Appreciate that. All right, go on.
So as I was saying, I clearly called you Benny Gabor, and I gave a meaning of what who Benny Gabor was. And for those who don't know, because obviously this was a little while ago, it's the guy from The Mummy. So if you ever seen him, Google him. Yeah, and you can, if you trust me, when you watch that and you watch Benny Gabor's character, you will see confusion. Yeah.
Yeah, what's
So
that evidence of? Sorry.
no. I'm giving a backstory so people can catch up for those who
All
weren't
right, but
around.
let's say, for
Yeah.
example, everything you said
So
is true,
hold
and
on.
I'm not
So hold
arguing with
on.
you.
First
What are
of
you
all, you
giving
were
the
saying
evidence
about
as?
Benny
Evidence for what?
Gawad means the children of Gawad, and then you went on to say after that some next name which meant kafir in supposedly in Turkish. And I can't remember, someone in the chat
Gawur is
corrected
kafir,
you
yeah.
because
No.
because that
Gawur
was
is
another
kafir.
lie that you told, because
No.
obviously we
You
don't
can't tell me
understand
I'm lying.
Turkish.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
No, but
Yeah,
that's
because
what it
it's not
was.
Gawur
with a
is
V, it's
kafir.
with an F or
It's the same.
something. Remember?
Exactly.
But
You
it is
remember
though.
Yeah.
me. Come
No,
on,
but
yeah.
that's not correcting me. You're telling me my language now when you could easily go and Google it.
No.
That
It wasn't me
kafir
that
in Turkish is Gawur.
told you your language. It was another Turkish speaking brother
It
that
doesn't
told you.
matter. I'm telling you one thing. That
No.
person
But that's the
contradicting me
Dalil.
doesn't mean
You
I'm a
asked for
liar.
Dalil. You asked for Dalil.
But this
So
ain't
I just
Dalil what
came
you're
on and
bringing.
presented the Dalil. That's
This
it.
ain't Dalil what you're bringing. And anyway, let me just cross-examine your Dalil. You said, right, that you called me Benny Gawur, right, and then went on to
No.
tell us who Benny
Don't
Gawur
misquote me.
was, right?
Benny Gabor.
Yeah.
With
And
a
then
B.
apparently, according
Yeah.
to your testimony, you told me who it was. That was some guy in the film, and I chose to misunderstand you deliberately and have a go at you. That's not what happened. You
That's
called
what happened.
me a name. I reacted, and then
That's exactly what
afterwards,
happened.
you started
You would
explaining
know. You
that
started
it's a
calling her a
character from a
whore
film.
and all of this shit, chatting bare shit. She's not a Muslim. You went going crazy, and then when you got batted up, like, yo, why are you taking the piss? Then you came up with this excuse of, oh yeah, she's calling me, and it was like, no, she didn't say.
No, I don't.
This
No,
is the
I don't agree with
dishonesty
any of
we were
this.
talking
I
about.
don't agree with any of
This is the
this.
dishonesty.
No, I don't agree with any of this. Chronologically
That's
speaking, you called me a
Hold on,
name
if
which
we
I
say the fact,
misunderstood and
everyone else is
overreacted
a witness.
on.
Omar,
And then
You can't do it in a glass box.
it's boring,
Yo,
man.
salute, brother. You good, yeah?
Boring, man.
yeah. What you say?
Big up Omar.
For me, big up Zulu, big up the panel. Everyone good, yeah?
Big up. Yeah.
You
Fuck
know,
off,
for
man,
me,
you
yeah.
prick.
You know, for
Little
me,
two-faced, slimy little snake.
it was.
Who you
It
giving
was
salams to, man? Fuck off, man.
What?
You fucking idiot.
Madness.
mad thing. But listen to
Assalamu
this,
alaikum,
yeah.
Aki, by the way.
Walaikum salam. Listen to this, yeah. Hear what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
You know when you're getting blanked in the chat, you're saying hello to people and you're just getting blanked. I had to, you know what I mean? I had to just come back up here and remind motherfuckers. I got a voice too, you know? I got a voice too, but pick up anyway. Well, go on.
So why is my man calling you a two-faced, slimy cunt and all that? And
was that to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that
thought
wasn't
you was
to
gonna
me.
diss him.
That
It was to you.
That was to you, bro.
No, it
That was
wasn't,
you.
you joker.
It was.
It
It
was.
was.
Why would he say that to me for?
I don't know.
He thought you was gonna diss
Khan,
him.
are you co-signing this, Khan?
Brother, you know what you done.
Oh
What
my
did you do?
god! Fucking hell, Khan. Oh my god.
Yo,
Wow.
like it, man.
I don't know, man. I actually didn't even think you were chatting to me.
Bro, it's cool, bro. I'll just use the same thing that you used on me. I'll use it on you, innit?
What did I do to you, bro? What are you talking about?
You said something like along the lines of, yeah, that's why I don't have nothing to do with Khan. So fuck you then, innit? I won't have nothing to do with you then, innit?
Mad.
Yeah, all right.
Delusions of I don't even know what.
Exactly.
But listen, I'm
Don't
here
know.
though, yeah? Carry on, brother.
Yeah, don't go nowhere.
Let's get back to your Zina relationship. How about that?
Yeah, I don't see what her evidence is actually Dalil for. And after I've cross-examined it, I've shown
What
that
do you mean?
she's
What is the
deliberately
you,
given
no,
given
Jedi
a
was
slant
speaking
to it,
about
which
your
didn't
character,
happen
right?
in
Something which I've
chronological
said many
order.
times, so I can
No, you
agree
did
with his
not give the
opinion of you.
explanation
Yeah,
until
I gave
after
you.
I
I no no. What
misunderstood
I
you.
did do, what I did do, was say that firstly without you present, and then you were upon the
But
panel,
that's
and
not
I
part of
said
the
it to you
Dalil. I can't know
directly.
that, and you
And
can't
then
know
when
that
I
I
said
know
it to
that.
you directly, no, what
You
I
can't
say
know that
behind
I know
someone's back,
that.
I
You
will
lot
say
all
to their
assume that I've
face.
seen this
Yeah.
film and I know
And
what
I
you're
told
talking
you
about, but I
to
don't.
your face and explained it.
No,
Again,
you
you
told me
chose
that I
not
should
to
know because you said it
listen.
before.
You can only take a horse to water. You can't make it drink, Khan.
Brother, sister, whoever you are.
You
Yeah?
can give yourself high
Listen,
blood pressure, but not me. Allahumma
listen.
nafsi nafsi.
You are
Benny
supposed to
Gabor
be
from the
bringing
Bronx,
Dalil,
say
which you
nothing.
failed to do.
Who's sipping on tea? The timing
the
is mad.
sippers.
The timing is mad. Well,
Yeah,
anyway,
man. Strike
let's
that
get
from
back. Let's
the
get back to your
strike
Zina
that from the
relationship.
record, man. Inadmissible.
Con. So remember when you were bragging about going to brothels in your young age? What was
But
Islamic
that's not.
about that?
Listen. You
No, because you
said
want to.
that I don't
No. We're
whore
gonna go
around
there.
like you. You said it like I'm still doing it
Yes,
now.
but this is
Right?
based on
So
what you
either
said.
withdraw it and apologize or give
But
evidence
this
to
is
prove
based
that
on what you
this is
said
how
out
I'm
of your
living right
mouth.
now.
No one's
No.
lying or making disparages
You are
against you.
lying.
You've
You are lying.
openly bragged
You're
about getting
lying because I've
blowjobs.
embarrassed you about
You've
being a little
openly
virgin
bragged.
who don't know
You've
nothing about
openly.
women, and you
You've
keep trying to talk
openly
about women like
bragged.
you know when you don't know shit.
Okay, let's let you finish. You finished? Cool. You've openly bragged about getting blowjobs, about going to brothels.
How is that
You've
bragging? It's
even
part of
hold on,
normal life.
Let me finish.
How is that bragging?
You've even advised Eunice to go to brothels to get
Bullshit. That's a lie.
experience.
You're
And this is
lying.
all coming from someone
You're
who's supposed
lying.
to
Why
be
would I
a
tell a
Muslim.
Muslim brother
You
to
did.
go
Yes,
to
you
a
did.
brothel?
Why
What
are
are
you a
you
liar?
mad?
Why are
You're a
you a
liar.
liar,
Are
man?
you
Why
mad?
are you
You
lying?
told
You're
Eunice to
both
go to
lying.
a brothel.
You told him to go to
Are you okay?
brothels.
You're
What's
both
wrong with
lying,
you?
You
man.
told me that, innit? You
Oh,
recommended
Brother,
me, innit?
why would I tell you that? You're lying, man.
You recommended me,
You're
man.
lying.
Go on, brother. Tell
You
him.
recommended
You're
Tell
getting
me.
me
him.
mixed up with
You
someone else, man.
recommended me,
No.
I never
Tell
advised
him,
you to
Eunice.
do anything that
Oh
will
my
cost you
god.
money. Man can't
Can't
Then
afford
I
to
lie.
eat
told you it
anything
was
more than
illegal and it
homeless
was a criminal
anyway.
offence for
Lying.
you
You're
to,
living
man.
on a
Why do you like
budget,
lying?
fam. What brothel you going to?
But let's talk seriously though, Khan. Why is it so hard for you to take accountability for the words that you say? I mean,
Yeah.
you say
Bruv,
you say of yourself that you're an alpha man, you're this, you're that.
when have
But
I said
then
that?
when it comes, yeah, you said that in previous conversation.
And that bothered you?
I'm not saying it bothered me. I'm saying what I am saying is, if you listen, is if this is how you consider yourself and how you see yourself, then
Listen, I'm not
reality
here
is
to
an
receive
alpha
your
man
criticism
says
or
what he
your
sees and
judgment
means
on
what he
me.
says,
Who are
right?
you?
So why is it so hard to
1
be
minute. Have you ever
accountable
been my
for the words
woman?
that have left your
Have you
lips?
ever been my woman?
Speak.
You haven't.
Alhamdulillah, no, never.
You
I
haven't
never
been my
will be.
woman.
So
So, as a woman, how are you sitting in judgment on me as a man?
Man, the only
Like,
woman you
what world
had,
are you
yeah,
living in
was
where
by
the
a
one you
saying,
woman
paid for
hold
an
on,
judges a
hour,
hold
man.
on,
man?
hold on, Khan, hold on. By simply saying, be accountable for the words that leave your lips. What is wrong with that?
Jeez.
Can I ask? Is there an issue with that? Like I said, look, I'm accountable for the words I say behind someone's back. When I called you Benny Gabor, I said it without your presence there. So therefore,
Jesus Christ!
but when you came on the panel, I also was on the panel and said it to your face. I had no issue because I'm accountable for the words I say. Do you
You're
see what
not
I'm saying?
accountable. You're not in
Why
front of me
can't
right
you
now.
be? What's
You're
the
saying it on
issue?
a panel. You're not accountable. How are you
Who
accountable?
you
You
talking?
can
Are
say
you
whatever
making?
you
What are you
want right
talking
now.
about?
That's not
Hey, you need
accountability.
a penny, boy, because you have no sense. Honestly.
How is it accountability
I'm
when
gonna go find some
there's
delete
no
for Benny
repercussion
Gabor
on you
and then
whatsoever?
try and get you the clip notes. Yeah, peace.
If she was there, if she was in your face, you just box it up. And she
Yo, Khan, why buying pussy for man? Whoa.
I don't know how you're gonna lie and act like he didn't groom Eunice.
So
to
your
go to
mum can
Brussels.
pay
why
the
buying
rent,
pussy, man?
Yunus. That's why.
Come on, why buying pussy?
So your mum can pay the rent
Why
and
you
buy you
buying
more hummus.
pussy?
That's why.
That shit's
said, why
gone. Why you buying
pussy?
pussy?
This is coming from Eunice. Mud.
Yo, you getting schooled by Eunice? Go on, Eunice. Go on. Tell him.
Nah,
All of
nah.
this is-
I mean,
Nah, there should be like, you know what? Yeah, like
Zulu, you're
there
just
should
one
make a
corny
remix. Like,
you,
come on, why
man.
buying pussy? Man?
One corny
You're
little
Why
getting,
you,
you're,
buying
get,
bruv.
you're getting smoked. You're embarrassed. You talk all this shit
Don't
about
get
your
gassed
religion,
because
but you brag about
if
going
you
to
guys
brothels.
on
You
a
brag
YouTube
about getting
channel
blowies,
are
but
trying to
none of
like
what you're
give you some
doing
backbone and
is
make you a
Islamic.
man,
You eat,
yeah,
you
but
eat,
you
you
ain't
eat
really
while
that
other
guy,
people
bro.
buying pussy,
You
man?
ain't really that
while
guy,
other people are
Can't stop
fasting,
buying
you're
pussy,
eating
man.
brother.
Magnum,
You're too
you're
gassed. Look how
celebrating
gassed you
Can't
are.
stop
Valentine's
buying
Day.
it, man.
You are the least Islamic person I know ever in my life.
Nah, there's worse than me.
Ever.
Nah,
That's
there's
a
worse
fact.
than me.
Wait,
There's
hold
worse
on.
than me.
Can you bait them up? Who is it?
Can't
Who
stop
is it?
buying pussy, man. Stop buying
There's
pussy.
much
innit?
worse than me,
You are
bro.
the worst example of a Muslim cunt.
That's not true.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
That's a
That is
lie.
peak, man. 50
That's a
years old,
lie.
I'm buying pussy, man. What's going on with you?
Hey, let go, man. Let go of that, man. You already said it like 10 times.
Whoa.
The fuck?
Yeah. That's fine.
Nah, I hit the first 2 times.
Fucking hell.
Listen, man, you know, everyone does mistakes in it. Like, you know, people buy pussy, people buy crack.
Eat a Big Mac.
Whoa. Are you comparing pussy to Big Mac?
Well,
Big Mac
Is
isn't
that how
even
you give
allowed.
head?
That's
Can't
not,
innit?
that's
Like,
not even allowed.
is
What
that-
are
is
you
that-
doing?
is that
why
how
are you
you- is
talking
that- is that-
about head?
is that how you? Is that how
Why
you?
are you even
is
eating
that
Big
how you
Macs?
give-
Con, why are you even eating Big Macs?
What, are you
What are you
comparing
talking
Zinner
about?
to Big Macs? All right,
What?
I'll see you on the day. I'll see you on the day of judgment.
Man.
I'll fight back, man.
Fight back on what? On what he said? Jokes, bro.
Yeah, you sound defeated, brother.
Anyway, all jokes
You
aside,
just sound like you're so gassed to even just be talking.
man.
Don't even care what you're saying.
Did you
Zulu, I've
like?
noticed you
Did
lie
you
a
create a
lot.
comparison between
You lie a
hamburger
lot.
and
You sound defeated.
you know and
bro.
women?
You
Like,
lie a lot, Zulu, bro.
You're the one that can't own up
have
to
you?
what you
So
say,
have
bro.
you? So what are you saying, Con? Have you
What?
been
What
eating
did I
them out?
say?
You
going on
didn't
with you,
own
man?
up to what you said about MD. You didn't own up about telling Eunice to go
Brother,
to brothels.
what do you
Like
mean?
you literally said it last week, telling Eunice to go to brothels.
Even if everything you're saying is true, what does it add up to? Nothing.
So how is telling a young man to go to brothels Islamic?
I say, young man, go to the brothel.
Wow.
No, stop silly, man.
Why is
No.
there silence?
What melody is that? What melody is that? Stop, Zilla.
God knows.
Nah, let's stop silly. Stop silly is my favorite song or something like that.
Con, I believe I asked you a
There's nothing
question.
wrong with them. Like,
I'd like you to answer my question, Con.
Have I
If you don't
ever
mind.
claimed that I act completely within Islam and never transgress? Have I claimed that?
Yo, Vin.
It's God's forgiveness, not for me.
Okay, but
Yo,
Vin, are you here?
no, don't say
Yo.
okay and
Do you
get
know that's?
over it. The fact is, you're trying to hold me to a standard, and what you're doing publicly is showing people that if you go around saying you're a Muslim, everyone's going to hold you to this really high standard, and you shouldn't do that. Because people like JEDI, people like whoever's on this panel, people like Zulu, going to pull you up all the time. That's not Islamic. That's not
People
Islamic.
like stuff.
That's not Islamic. And you're making
Stop-
people not
stop
want
caring
to
what
be
people think, bro.
Muslim.
Guess what?
No,
Guess what? Guess what? Let me answer. Since you used my name, yeah. I'll be honest with you, bro. I know a lot of Muslims, bro, and I'm never looking at their behavior, their conduct, and pulling them up and saying, "No, that's not Islamic." I think the reason why it happens with you is because you take particularly harsh stances on certain subjects, and certain people have to point out the contradictions in from your words and then your actions. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's what it is. It's not because people think, oh, you're a Muslim, so you're supposed to be the best example. In fact, the truth is, man, tell a lot of man, calm down, bro. I know bare Muslims. You don't have to go on like they're all squeaky clean, or they don't do this, or they don't do that, or it's like relax yourself, innit? You know what I mean? Especially like reverts and people that just discover or rediscover their deen. They got this burning passion and like when you see people that are actually third, fourth, fifth generation, there's a lot more of a relaxed vibe. You should know because you're Turkish, so you know innit what I'm talking about anyway. And that was the liberal thing that I was alluding to, without trying to tell you that you're not a Muslim or you're not. I was just like, yeah, I definitely know you're more on a liberal side, but you like to present a lot of mainstream kind of arguments. But then, like, in comparison to your lifestyle and the things that you let us know, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you might be arguing about a certain point to do with like Islamic marriage and but then you're not, you know what I mean? You're not on that. Like, you are committing zina when you're getting a blowjob and that.
What,
Yeah.
today? I'm doing that today, yeah?
No, well, whenever it was last week, whenever it was.
But see, this is the thing. People
I mean,
talk
we're all
about
guilty of
Islam a
sin,
lot,
innit? Like,
but
one
they
point,
don't
to
know
some
the
extent.
basics of Islam, which is you can't be bringing up things that you don't know. I might have give that thing up and repented about it already. So for you to be bringing it up, you're wrong.
Yeah,
You're
but
more
me
wrong
and
than
you,
me.
but we've been talking about how you broke up with your girl and
Yeah, not today. We haven't.
That was like a month ago, a month or two.
No,
Yeah, but
no,
you don't
no,
even
no,
know.
no. The point I was making was you were saying how you broke up with your girl, kind of talking about options of other gal at the gym, this and that, boom, 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 rare. So obviously you weren't indicating to me that you're coming off the market now. You're not with this girl, so that's why I assumed. My bad. If you're not looking for another partner, if you're only looking for a wife, and you get me, alhamdulillah, you get me.
Where's the marriage talk? That's what I want to know.
Oh, shut up, man.
Shut up.
But check this though. Yeah, when you're trying to imply like you may have given up having sex without marriage, yeah, but you know that's not the truth, yeah, but you feel like you've been a point like that. That's what I call intellectual dishonesty. Just in case you're looking for an example, this is the type of shit you will do. You will now make it seem like, well,
Yeah, but
how do
that's
you know
like
I'm
I
not
said
doing
to
this?
you earlier.
But
That's
you know you're not, because you know you're not. Like,
you don't know what I know. You can't tell me what I'm thinking. You think you're a mind reader, but you're not.
But like I said,
I understand you've had a lot of experience with a lot of
it's
people,
not.
and you probably
It's
have
not that.
some sort of
This is
sixth
going off
sense when it comes
conversation.
to people talking bullshit.
No.
But
This is
you
going off
can't
what we talked about.
definitively say that it's bullshit.
Until you said otherwise. You've just now said
No.
that you're saying this, but like 2 days ago we was having a different conversation.
No, I don't have
So
to go
that,
around telling everyone that I
no,
changed
I
my
know
mind
that
about
you
something.
don't, but at least you now understand that this ain't about bad mind. This is just about the information that you presented to somebody, and you would understand why they may come to that conclusion.
No,
so you haven't chosen to
tell someone
update
what
them
they're
because they
doing
can't
as
read
of
your
today.
mind.
You can't
1
tell them
second.
that.
Yeah, I agree with you. But you have to understand why I came to the conclusion I did until you've now given me this new information.
That's
but
fine.
From my perspective now, this new information you've given me is a clear example of your intellectual dishonesty. But obviously that's just an opinion.
Yeah. But that's because with Muslims we have the thing called al-wara al-bara, where you give your brother that
benefit of doubt, yeah?
You give your brother what?
Is it a benefit of doubt one?
The benefit of the Oh, is that what he's trying to say? Benefit of the doubt.
Benefit of the doubt.
Don't
Is it
help
a
him out,
benefit of
man.
doubt?
Don't help Con out, man.
No, he's just saying it so fast. I couldn't work out what he was saying. Yes,
Is
benefit
it
of the doubt.
okay?
Yes.
Is it a benefit of the doubt? Is it the one you
Yes,
give?
yes.
Yes,
I said
man,
yes
okay.
5 times now.
So okay, so you would get the benefit of the doubt from your Muslim brother that you're
No, I would
not on
also
zina.
give you the benefit of the doubt. So I'm saying we are employing certain criteria of behavior that you don't really have to.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, I don't believe you, but like, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Yeah.
If you don't believe someone, how are you giving them the benefit of the doubt?
Because the fact is, like, I can't prove either way, innit? Like I'm just being honest with you. My inkling is that you're being dishonest.
Okay.
And quick question, Con. How do you repent in your religion? Do you have to say prayers? And do you know those prayers? Sorry, if you may ask.
Oh man. I'm
awaiting a response. I'm awaiting a response.
Google.
Didn't we have this
You know what you're about to hear right
conversation
now?
about the prayer beads and saying astaghfirullah and all that? You there, Zulu?
Oh, so
We've had
so
this
you're now going,
conversation.
you're gonna reference prayer beads when I ask you about repentance.
We had this conversation with me,
So
you,
what?
and
Yeah, we had that. We had earlier on in it, and you were taking a mickey
yeah.
out of me in it.
So what you got to do? You got to hold prayer beads and say astaghfirullah.
Yeah, you can
No,
use your fingers or something like that. You can use your fingers, like, you know, say stuff.
How many times you got? How many times you got to say astaghfirullah?
99 times, I think.
Until you mean
As
it.
much as you can, but yeah,
99 times.
yeah, probably 99 times, something like that.
And what reflect on the thing that you're looking for repentance on?
Yeah,
The same sort of rule applies when people are praying and they're thinking
yeah.
about other
After when
stuff
they
like their
pray, they do
bills.
that.
They need to focus and have that connection.
So
it's the same when
can I
you're
ask? Is
saying
that what you did?
astaghfirullah, you
Is
have
that
to.
what you did? You did the astaghfirullahs for the zillah.
Don't worry about what I did or what I didn't do, bro.
Jeez.
Can't you pray if no one asking?
Don't steal my bars.
Don't ask him that.
I'm just asking, man. Like,
I
it's a
pray, but I
genuine
don't
question,
pray
isn't
5
it, like?
times a day.
You pray,
You pray
5 times a day.
I said I pray, but I don't pray 5 times a day.
Do you feel
Let me
off center
leave it.
if you don't pray 5 times a day? If someone
I've
asking,
never
like?
prayed 5 times a day.
Wow! Wow!
What? Wait. Wait, how long have you been a Muslim?
I've
I'm
done my
not even...
shahada about 2 years ago.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just saying, innit?
So you were born Muslim, innit? I can't.
Well, nah, not really. A lot of people think they're Muslim, but they're not really.
Interest. It's very funny, right?
So you haven't done like one day, like just one complete, like from Fajr
Mm.
to Isha.
Yeah.
I ain't judging.
But what difference does it make to the conversation we're having, though?
Stop Zilla, you're being.
This is what I mean.
I
Going
know,
back to
right?
that thing of if
Stop
someone's a
Zilla, you're being
Muslim and we can
intellectually
show that they're
dishonest.
doing
You're being
un-Islamic
unsynchronized.
things.
Stop Zilla. That's very
Jesus Christ!
It's very unsynchronized. Stop Zilla.
It's bullshit,
Very
fam.
unsynchronized.
But someone say you eat 5 times a day, though.
What? No, pause. Let's do that.
5 sausages
Why
a day.
is that
shit.
funny? You're supposed to eat 5 times a day.
Jesus Christ!
5 sausages a day, huh? Mad.
You had some extra sausages for Sunnah.
Look at the promo thing, man. Fucking hell. Like, you can't get any more, like, come on.
Them glistening.
And those are definitely pork sausages.
That's a pan full of glizzies, you know.
Those ain't chicken sausages. Believe me, those are pork sausages on that picture. 1 million.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though, it stinks, don't it? Like,
you glizzied up.
Yeah, I find, you know, when I smell sausages and that, especially the pork sausage, it kind of smells a lot like.
You got them glizzies on deck.
I can't stand pork sausages, man. Like the smell of it's just.
Bro, if you eat tuna sandwiches, man, love it, man. You could do with some pork sausages.
Nah,
big
man.
man thing.
There's no nutrition value.
You could do it some pork chops,
Eating
man.
pork.
You don't even eat anything.
And you know, you can eat pork like if your life's in danger. You haven't ate good since 16. You might as well put some pork.
You might as well yum some
allow
bacon,
it,
man.
That's just mad, man. Allow it.
Just come on,
Yeah,
bro.
but you need some bacon, man.
Nah, I can have turkey bacon in it. Like.
Nah, don't have bacon at all, man.
Nah, don't hummify turkey bacon. Like, leave turkey bacon. Like, we don't want you messing up all the.
Nah, man, turkey bacon is nice. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's
I said, don't fuck up the food now.
Don't fuck up the food, man, with your hummus, man. Allow it, man. Now you're gonna dip fried chicken in hummus. Like, allow it, man.
I think that can slap, you know.
I'm
yeah,
not
that
gonna
could be
lie. I was
proper
second
nice. Yeah,
guessing that one
absolutely.
still.
Yeah,
I was like, maybe that can slap. Maybe.
That could be like a KFC dip in it, like hummus.
Hey, chill out now, man. What's with the KFC thing? KFC's dead.
Yeah, KFC is definitely dead now, for sure.
Now, for some reason, yes, some of the what do you call it? Not retail, but some of the the franchises are halal, yeah, and other ones not halal and all that. Like.
You think KFC's halal?
KFC?
Yeah,
You
they might as well be halal, innit?
Now
there is
Khan's
KFC
muted.
halal.
now Con speaking of food is being mentioned. Go ahead, Con.
Now I wanted to know if he was talking about McDonald's or KFC. That's all.
KFC.
I can't. Do you think McDonald's is halal?
Nah.
To eat? No.
Some Muslims do.